In his final year, medical student Xu Xiaofan unexpectedly faced a ban from the hospital and was expelled from his university. Returning to Taohua village to serve as a village doctor, he serendipitously acquired the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, elevating his medical skills to extraordinary heights and leading him to a pinnacle of success in life. One fateful night, beneath the moonlight, Xu Xiaofan mused. In the tranquility of the village night, the tremors of dual wastes commence, yet Su Mengda fears not. Chapter 1. Sister cooks dumplings for you. How annoying. It's splashing everywhere so quickly. Xiaofan, can you manage this? If not, I can do it myself, came the shy voice of Tang Hor from within the dilapidated house of Taohua village. Tang Hor had married from the neighboring village 2 years prior, but this year, her husband tragically passed away in a car accident, leaving her a widow without any children. At 28, with an alluring figure and a fair complexion, she became the object of desire for many in Taohua village after her widowhood. Numerous suitors sought to take her as their bride, yet she steadfastly remained, caring for her in-laws, which left many in the village and town longing for her affection. I told you, Sister Hor, not to rush me, but you kept urging me. What can I do? A robust voice resonated from inside. And yet you claim to be a university student, so young and lacking in strength. Of course, I must exert myself to expedite things. Tang Hor giggled shyly. With her perfect figure and the unique charm of womanhood, Tang Hor exuded an irresistible allure. Sister Hor, who says I lack strength? I was merely unprepared. Just give me a moment, and I shall connect it immediately, Xu Xiaofan replied, steadying himself on the wooden ladder before diligently rejoining the broken water pipe. At 23, he was a student at a prestigious traditional Chinese medicine university, and upon completing his internship, he had secured a coveted position at a Chinese medicine hospital with a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. However, last month, during his internship, he uncovered malpractices including excessive treatments, organ trafficking, and corruption within the hospital, prompting him to report these to the authorities. Rather than justice, his whistleblowing led to significant troubles. The university inexplicably issued him a certificate of incomplete studies, obliterating his prospects for graduation. All hospitals blacklisted him, ensuring he would never find employment again. Disheartened, he returned to the countryside to serve as a village doctor, hoping to benefit the local populace. Yet, he soon discovered that being a village doctor required more than just medical skills. One had to be multi-talented. He was called to fix a light bulb at Aunt Gu's home, to search for old Wang's lost cow, and to tutor the daughter of Sister Furong. He never anticipated the myriad peculiar tasks that awaited him. Nevertheless, Xu Xiaofan found his current life fulfilling, especially while assisting Tang Hor with the water pipe, as it provided him with a sense of emotional satisfaction. When the water gushed and accidentally splashed onto her, soaking her white blouse and clinging to her delicate skin, he caught a glimpse of something captivating. With keen eyes, Xu Xiaofan swallowed hard, calculating the dimensions of Tang Hor's assets. They appeared to be a generous 32e, and he mused that this beautiful woman would not have to fret over future provisions for her children. Alas, she was a widow now, unaware of which man might seize the opportunity. Xiaofan, do you think I look good? Tang Hor gazed up at him, purposefully adjusting her alluring figure, which left him momentarily stunned by her beauty. Ahem, Sister Hor, I am in the midst of connecting the water pipe. Could you refrain from distracting me? If I splash more water on you, do not blame me. Xu Xiaofan coughed, striving to suppress the rising heat within him as he finally managed to connect the two sections of the pipe in one go. Afterward, he pulled a clean cloth from his pocket to wipe away the moisture from the pipe's surface, sealing it with strong adhesive, thereby completing the task. He descended the ladder and approached Tang Hor, saying, Sister Hor, it's done. Tang Hor smiled seductively, producing a white handkerchief to dry the droplets that had splattered onto Xu Xiaofan. The faint scent of her shampoo wafted towards him, causing his heart to race involuntarily. Sister Hor, I can manage this myself. Just as he reached for the handkerchief, he inadvertently caught sight of something deep and enticing, igniting a fervor within him. Xu Xiaofan internally resolved that he would need to drink some cold spring water at home to quell the flames of desire stirring in him. What are you doing? With those big hands, let me handle it. Tang Hor gently wiped Xu Xiaofan's face, oblivious to his unusual demeanor. All done, she said, gazing affectionately at his handsome face, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. Orphaned at a young age, he had relied on relatives and friends to support his education, hoping for a better life until fate dealt him a cruel hand. Xiaofan, later I'll cook dumplings. You must stay and eat with me, she teased, casting a flirtatious glance. Hee, Sister Hor, I have a fragrant melon at home. I'll just eat that later. Xu Xiaofan offered an excuse to decline. He felt embarrassed after receiving so much kindness from the villagers over the years. What's a melon compared to my dumplings? Tang Hor shot him a playful glare. Besides treating Xu Xiaofan to dumplings, she had another important matter to discuss with him. However, his deliberate evasion frustrated her. If any other man had heard the invitation, they would have jumped at the chance. Tang Hor could not help but wonder if she lacked charm. Seeing her annoyance, Xu Xiaofan reluctantly acquiesced. All right, I'll go home first to take a shower and come over to eat. He struggled to mask his growing feelings. Good, that's more like it. Tang Hor smiled alluringly. You got quite wet. It's time for a shower and a change of clothes. Unintentionally, she caught sight of a certain tent, instantly flushing with embarrassment. Xiaofan Yu, she pondered, realizing that he possessed a decent background and might be of help to her. After her husband Chun Dashan's death, merely caring for her in-laws would not suffice. She needed to ensure the continuation of the Qin family line. But who could fulfill that role? After much contemplation, only Xu Xiaofan met her criteria. He was well-educated, handsome, and kind-hearted, an ideal candidate to inherit her future children, ensuring a good life for both her and the elderly. Xu Xiaofan bolted awkwardly, his ears catching Tang Hor's enchanting voice behind him. Xiaofan, come eat dumplings later. Upon returning home, he wasted no time in pouring a bowl of icy spring water from the kitchen to extinguish the fire within him. Tang Hor was indeed a temptress, nearly leading him to his demise. As he gulped down the spring water, he accidentally swallowed a small golden toad no larger than a finger. Don't know. Xu Xiaofan's heart sank, realizing the potential consequences of ingesting the toad, fearing he might contract a parasitic infection and suffer unknown ailments. A moment later, his trepidations materialized. His stomach erupted in excruciating pain, as if sliced by countless blades. His mind felt as though it were being cleaved in four. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet at that moment, a series of ink-like scriptures flooded into his mind, akin to a PowerPoint presentation. The heart method of the fire array, the king's medicine technique, the 9 secret techniques to in his final year of medical school. Xu Xiaofan unexpectedly faced ostracism from the hospital and was expelled from the university. Returning to Taohua village to serve as the village doctor, he inadvertently acquired the legacy of the golden toad immortal. From that moment onward, his medical skills soared to unparalleled heights, and his fortunes flourished, propelling him to the pinnacle of life. One fateful night, as he marveled under the moonlight, Xu Xiaofan mused, in the tranquil nights of the village, it is when my heart trembles, yet Su Mungda fears not. Chapter 2, Dreams Come True. At this moment, a sacred sound resonated in Xu Xiaofan's mind. I am the great immortal Jin Shan. We are destined to meet. Today, I shall bestow upon you my entire set of skills. The Medicine King Scripture, capable of healing the flesh and bones of the dead, grants you immunity to all poisons and ailments. The heart technique of the Lihua formation, the supreme Taoist method, enables you to ripen all things, allowing you to amass wealth effortlessly. I also grant you the supreme Taoist technique, the 9-character secret, so that you may punish evil and promote good, becoming a virtuous person. Remember, as the successor of this great immortal, you must act freely and never tarnish my esteemed name. As the words faded, Xu Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if he had just awakened from a dream. What is this great immortal Jin Shan? Perhaps my headache has caused me to hallucinate, he scoffed. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss, for the agonizing pain had completely vanished. Could it be true? Xu Xiaofan pondered, then chuckled to himself. Impossible. I've studied Marxist-Leninist thought. How could such nonsense exist? At that moment, he rose from the ground, only to be astounded by what he saw. His arms had grown thicker and were brimming with strength. Looking at his thighs, his jeans were stretched to the brink of bursting. Xu Xiaofan was in disbelief. Could this be real? He felt an uncomfortable pressure in certain areas due to the intense expansion. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in shock. Goodness! Men are often fixated on size, frequently measuring with a ruler. Yet now, he could gauge his own dimensions without any tools. His body had undergone a transformation so profound that he could hardly dismiss the reality of his dream. Is it true? Without hesitation, Xu Xiaofan followed the methods from his dream, forming hand seals and silently reciting the incantation, directing the Lihua formation at a cantaloupe the size of a fist on the table. This cantaloupe was a leftover from someone else's harvest, which they had given to him out of disinterest. In the next instant, the cantaloupe began to swell, as if inflated, growing until it reached the size of a soccer ball before finally halting. My heavens! Xu Xiaofan gasped in astonishment. The dream was indeed real. The great immortal Jin Shan truly existed. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Was he about to ascend to the pinnacle of his life? Suppressing his exhilaration, Xu Xiaofan retrieved a knife from the kitchen and sliced open the enormous cantaloupe. He wanted to test if the ripened cantaloupe was indeed edible and what it might taste like. If it was delicious, it would mean an end to his previous hardships. As he divided the cantaloupe into 8 wedges, a delightful aroma filled the dilapidated old house. Xu Xiaofan's nose twitched with delight. However, the fragrance alone was not sufficient. He needed to assess the flavor. He picked up a slice, took a gentle bite, and was instantly overwhelmed by the cantaloupe's sweetness. Wow, this is 100 times better than the king of melons from the city. It's so fragrant, sweet, and juicy. Xu Xiaofan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This time, I'm going to strike it rich. Just then, a charming figure appeared at the door. Tang Hor had arrived. She had prepared dumplings and changed into a silk dress. Xu Xiaofan had yet to come out. Was he too shy to join her? Tang Hor decided to invite him personally. Stupid Xiaofan, it's been so long. And you haven't even bathed. It's infuriating, she said, a mix of frustration and concern apparent in her voice. Xu Xiaofan awkwardly scratched his head. Sister Hor, please don't be angry. I'll wash up right now, and then we can go eat dumplings together. Upon hearing this, a charming smile broke across Tang Hor's face. Now that's more like it. Xu Xiaofan hurriedly found some clean clothes and dashed to the makeshift bathing area, the sound of running water soon echoing. Oh, by the way, Sister Hor, the cantaloupe on the table is incredibly sweet. You should try it. Xu Xiaofan called out from the bathing area. Seeing him with a head full of white foam, Tang Hor chuckled, thinking what an impatient fellow he was. Suddenly, she became serious, scrutinizing Xu Xiaofan's physique, and realized he had become much more robust. However, when her gaze drifted downward, she felt a shiver of apprehension. Is that really so terrifying? Hor, have you eaten? How does it taste? Xu Xiaofan's voice came from the bathing area. Oh, let me try? Tang Hor hurriedly grabbed a slice of cantaloupe to taste. The moment she took a bite, she was astonished by the flavor. It was, without a doubt, the best cantaloupe she had ever eaten. Before long, Xu Xiaofan emerged from the bathing area, dressed in casual attire, feeling rejuvenated as if he had transformed into a new person. Sister Hor, is the cantaloupe delicious? He asked with a smile. Xiaofan, where did you buy this cantaloupe? It's truly amazing. Tang Hor responded earnestly. Juicy, sweet, it's like a dream come true. Xu Xiaofan fabricated a casual excuse, saying he bought it in the county. He felt the need to keep his secret for now. Xiaofan, you're too extravagant. You need to save money. You'll need it for your future wife. Tang Hor lightly tapped Xu Xiaofan's forehead, her tone a blend of admonishment and affection. 10 yuan a pound for that cantaloupe? I've only ever had a slice in my life. She lamented. Understood, Sister Hor, Xu Xiaofan nodded, acknowledging her words. Let's south head to your place for dumplings. Tang Hor happily took Xu Xiaofan's hand. Wait, let me give you the rest of the cantaloupe. Xu Xiaofan interrupted, finding a white plastic bag to wrap the remaining 6 slices of cantaloupe to give to Tang Hor. It was clear she enjoyed eating melons. Ah, Xiaofan, you can't just give it all away. You spent so much money on that cantaloupe. Tang Hor protested. Xu Xiaofan rolled his eyes. Sister Hor is not just anyone. Chen Dashan had cared for Xu Xiaofan during his lifetime, giving him several hundred yuan every time he returned from work. Xu Xiaofan would forever be grateful for Chen Dashan's kindness. Tragically, Chen Dashan had met with an accident while working in the rain this year and had fallen off a cliff. Xu Xiaofan vowed to take good care of Tang Hor, ensuring she never faced hardship. Xiaofan, you really shouldn't waste money like this, Tang Hor chided, though her heart was warmed. She had anticipated her importance in Xu Xiaofan's eyes. Such a wonderful man, who would be lucky enough to have him in the future. Unfortunately, she was already married and now a widow. Otherwise, she would have fought for him. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred. During the dumpling meal, she would share her thoughts with Xu Xiaofan. Considering his helpful nature, he would likely come to her aid. Chapter 3. Asking for a child. Come, Xiaofan. Try the dumplings I made for you and see how they taste. Soon, upon arriving at Tang Hor's home, she graciously served Xu Xiaofan a bowl of steaming dumplings. The bowl contained dumplings filled with chives, beef, pork, and corn. Sister Hor, I won't hold back, Xu Xiaofan exclaimed as he began to devour the dumplings. After a long day of work, it seemed he hadn't eaten at all. As a result, his eating manner was rather unrefined, and he quickly polished off an entire bowl. Xiaofan, how do they taste? Tang Hor gazed at him with admiration. Sister Hor, with your skills, not opening a shop in town is a grave mistake, Xu Xiaofan praised. Opening a shop isn't easy. It requires substantial capital. Ever since my husband Chen Dashan passed away, our only source of income has been those few acres of cantaloupe. Unfortunately, the harvest this year has been poor, and I fear we won't make much money, leaving me quite distressed. Sister Hoyer spoke with conviction, eliciting a chuckle from Xu Xiaofan. Observing the empty bowl before him, Tang Hoyer took it from his hands, saying, "Wait, dear brother, let me serve you again." Xu Xiaofan, feeling a touch of embarrassment, replied, "Thank you, Sister Hoyer, I'll rely on you." As his body grew stronger, so too did his appetite. "Don't be so polite with me, or I might get angry," Tang Hoyer retorted, playfully before turning to the kitchen. Gazing at her enchanting silhouette, Xu Xiaofan felt a pang of thirst. Her alluring curves were undeniably captivating to the male gaze. Yet, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, chastising himself for harboring such inappropriate desires towards Sister Hoyer, feelings he deemed disrespectful to the late Dasha. "Xiaofan, I'm back." At that moment, Tang Hoyer returned, placing a plate of dumplings in front of him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "Sister Hoyer, aren't you eating?" he inquired. She shook her head, explaining, "I've already reached 120 pounds and am on a diet. The melon I had at your place earlier has provided sufficient energy. Any more would only lead to weight gain." Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. He hadn't realized how stringent she was regarding her figure. Tang Hoyer belonged to that category of women with a slightly plump physique, possessing all the right curves in all the right places, while maintaining a trim waist. She was truly an ideal woman in the hearts of many men, and yet she wished to lose weight. This was a tragedy for the experience. Xu Xiaofan inwardly scolded himself for his judgments of Sister Hoyer, fearing how embarrassed she would be if she knew. "I've had my fill," he declared after consuming 2 bowls of dumplings, feeling rejuvenated and full of vigor. "Xiaofan, I have a favor to ask of you," Tang Hoyer said, her face flushed. Xu Xiaofan, captivated by the rosy hue adorning her features, cleared his throat and replied, "Sister Hoyer, just tell me what you need. I will certainly assist." "Xiaofan, you must help me with this," she urged, grasping his hand tightly, unaware that her beauty had already ensnared his attention. Struggling to suppress the fire within him, Xu Xiaofan asked, "Sister Hoyer, have you encountered some trouble?" "Yes," she nodded, gripping his hand even tighter. "Xiaofan, given all the kindness I've shown you, you must promise to help me this time." Xu Xiaofan, unconvinced, speculated that perhaps she faced some difficulties in life. With the inheritance of the golden-toed master, he no longer feared challenges. "Sister Hoyer, speak your mind. I am certain I can assist," he declared. "Really?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "Of course," he affirmed. Releasing his hands, she mustered her courage and said, "Xiaofan, could you perhaps give me a child to continue the lineage of the Qin family?" Tang Hoyer had rehearsed this moment countless times. Yet speaking the words aloud filled her with embarrassment. What? Xu Xiaofan thought he had misheard. To ask for a child from him? This felt like a betrayal to Dasha. "You know, Xiaofan, Dasha had a short-lived fate, leaving no heirs for the Qin family. My in-laws wish for a descendant, otherwise they might cast me out. You are aware that my parents received a dowry of 100,000 for my marriage to Dasha. If I were sent back home, I would have to return that sum. My parents, being miserly, would never part with that money, and they would force me to repay the dowry, even considering selling me to a nightclub to cover the costs." As her thoughts spiraled, she became increasingly distressed, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Sister Hoyer, please don't cry," Xu Xiaofan urged, wiping away her tears. He felt a profound sympathy for her plight and wished to help, yet the psychological burden weighed heavily upon him. "Xiaofan, do not feel pressured. Perhaps Dasha, from beyond, would be grateful for your assistance. With a child in the Qin family, they can honor him during the Qingming and Chongyang festivals," Tang Hoyer encouraged. Sensing his hesitation and hoping to persuade him, "Sister Hoyer, since you have put it this way, if I do not assist, how can I repay Dasha's past kindness?" Xu Xiaofan conceded. "You are truly wonderful," Tang Hoyer exclaimed, her joy evident as she clasped his hands, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. "Xiaofan, I have calculated today is an auspicious day, perfect for our endeavor. Just follow my lead, all right?" "Understood," he replied. With that, Tang Hoyer melted into his embrace, initiating a rather unconventional session of training in ergonomics. Xu Xiaofan's mind was a blank slate, overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of the situation. As the suppressed energy from 24 years surged forth, Tang Hoyer was taken aback by the intensity of his vitality. Is Xu Xiaofan's energy truly this immense? This may indeed be a fortuitous turn, she thought. Just as they prepared to proceed with their plans, a loud knocking echoed at the door. "Hoyer, hurry and open up. It's me." Their frantic movement came to an abrupt halt. "Damn it, Lu Danning," Tang Hoyer cursed under her breath, realizing he had interrupted their moment. "May you bear children without a proper birth," she muttered, though she still instructed Xu Xiaofan to wait as she opened the door for Lu Danning, the notorious fruit dealer from Longjiang town. His arrival could mean he sought to purchase the melons from her field, which were struggling to sell. With the crops failing, she hoped he had come to discuss a favorable price. Finally, Tang Hor said, smoothing her hair and swaying her figure as she opened the door. Tang Hor was filled with excitement. If she could sell the 14,000 pounds of inferior Hami melons, she would earn 20,000 yuan. With that, the future would no longer be a cause for concern. Lu Danning was indeed a good man. Hor, my dear, your in-laws have promised me that once you sell your family's melons, you must sleep with me. Lu Danning rubbed his hands together, already envisioning a fierce confrontation with Tang Hor. Lu Danning, what nonsense are you speaking? Tang Hor replied, her expression turning sour. She had never anticipated that her in-laws would make such a decision without her consent. Hor, it's true, Lu Danning explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Tang Hor grew even angrier. Lu Danning, you're dreaming. I will never agree to that. Lu Danning maintained a calm demeanor. Hor, think about it. Shindashan is short-lived, and you cannot conceive. If your in-laws hadn't begged me, I wouldn't have even considered lending you money. Furthermore, the several tens of thousands I offered were for the sake of our future child. Come on, stop being stubborn. Let us have a child together. Get lost. Tang Hor angrily pushed Lu Danning away. Hey, Lu Danning's temper flared. So you take my money and then act ungratefully? It seems I must resort to force to make you accept your fate as my woman. He tightly embraced Tang Hor and began to grope her. Just then, Xu Xiaofan burst in, kicking Lu Danning away. Lu Danning, Hor has already refused you. Do you still want to force yourself on her? Is there no law in this world? Lu Danning, what I do is none of your business. Lu Danning shouted from the ground, cursing Xu Xiaofan. He had assumed that Xu Xiaofan, being a scholar, would be weak, but that kick felt like 1,000 pounds, leaving him nearly unable to stand. Xu Xiaofan approached Lu Danning and slapped him again. He despised being called uneducated. Losing his parents at a young age had always been a source of pain for him. You dare to hit me? Lu Danning yelled, cursing back. You think you're tough? In my eyes, you're nothing but a nobody. Try hitting me again, and I'll make you regret it. Xu Xiaofan delivered another slap, disfiguring Lu Danning's mouth. Now tell me, who are you? Lu Danning was stunned. He had expected Xu Xiaofan to be frightened by his presence, but instead, the latter pressed his advantage. Sensing the situation turning against him, Lu Danning hastily fled from Tang Hor's home, leaving behind a threatening remark. This matter isn't over, Xu Xiaofan. You'll regret this. Xu Xiaofan pretended to pursue Lu Danning, but when Lu Danning saw that Xu Xiaofan was gaining ground, he fled, even forgetting to pick up his shoes. With the crisis averted, Tang Hor looked at Xu Xiaofan with gratitude, her eyes sparkling. Xiaofan, thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, I might have been sullied by that bastard Lu Danning. Xu Xiaofan signaled for her not to worry and promised, Hor, as long as I, Xu Xiaofan, am around, you will never be bullied again. Xiaofan, you are so kind to me, Tang Hor replied, touched. After saying that, she hurried to close the door, frustrated that the good moment had been interrupted by Lu Danning. Once the door was shut, she spontaneously embraced Xu Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you saw what happened. If I don't have a child with you, my in-laws will find someone else. You wouldn't want to see me fall into someone else's hands, would you? Hor, rest assured, I will not let you down. After saying that, Xu Xiaofan took the initiative and lifted Tang Hor up, leaving her astonished. How can Xiaofan be so strong? She thought, recalling the force he had displayed when confronting Lu Danning. That masculine aura was enough to enchant any woman. Xu Xiaofan swiftly carried Tang Hor into the room, and passion ignited between them. An hour later, as the storm subsided, Tang Hor wore a satisfied expression. Today was indeed a good day. She felt certain she would conceive. The thought of her child inheriting Xu Xiaofan's intelligence made all the sacrifices worthwhile. Xu Xiaofan, having tasted the sweetness of love, felt a newfound freedom after receiving the legacy of the golden toad. He resolved to embrace his true nature and pursue his desires unabashedly. Hor, open the door quickly. Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. Tang Hor's in-laws had returned. Oh no, my in-laws are back. Xiaofan, quickly put on your clothes and jump out the window. We can't let them find you. Tang Hor rushed to the ground and tossed Xu Xiaofan his clothes while she hastily dressed herself. Xu Xiaofan put on his pants and, without a moment's hesitation, jumped straight out of the window, disregarding the 4-meter height. Splash. Normally, an adult jumping from such a height would suffer some impact. But Xu Xiaofan felt as if he were walking on solid ground, displaying no signs of distress. The legacy of the golden toad was indeed remarkable. He felt as though he had become a martial arts master from a television drama. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to escape quickly. If that shrew, Meng Xia, caught up with him, it would be difficult to see her again. As he dressed and ran, he suddenly collided with something soft, blocking his vision. Instinctively, he pushed it aside. Ah! A sharp scream followed. Xu Xiaofan, you scoundrel! He looked up to see a woman around 24 years old, covering her impressive assets, glaring at him. You shameless pig! Tell me, was that intentional? Did you mean to bump into me there? Xu Xiaofan, taken aback, realized it was Zheng Ro, a stunning girl from the village who had often followed him around as a child, even vowing to marry him when they grew up. But as they matured, Zheng Ro had become hostile towards him, forgetting her childhood promises. What do you mean, Zheng Ro? I was just getting dressed and didn't see you. Are you trying to draw my attention by bumping into me? Xu Xiaofan replied with a grin. Zheng Ro, furious, pointed at him. Running around bare-chested in the village during the day, are you trying to seduce some widow? Xu Xiaofan, I knew you were up to no good ever since you peeked at me bathing when we were kids. Just admit it. Xu Xiaofan was speechless. How could Zheng Ro still remember such trivial matters? It had only happened a few times when she was 18 years old. Was it really necessary to hold a grudge? However, he felt a twinge of concern. If Zheng Ro blabbed and attracted Meng Xia, it would all be over. So, with a mischievous grin, he teased her. Zheng Ro, a mere glance is not a crime. But should you dare to pluck my eyes from their sockets, that would indeed be unlawful. Beware, for I might cling to you for a lifetime. Xu Xiaofan remarked with a playful smile. Your annoyance is palpable, Zheng Ro, nearly driven to exasperation. Xu Xiaofan waved dismissively, stating, I must return home. I cannot afford to have the villagers think I am shamelessly pursuing you. That would be an unbearable embarrassment. Zheng Ro stood there, utterly flustered. How could Xu Xiaofan be so brazen? As a dignified young lady, the thought of others perceiving him as her suitor was mortifying. Upon arriving home, Xu Xiaofan had scarcely settled when Meng Xia stormed in with her husband, Chen Hai, seeking trouble. Xu Xiaofan, did you strike Lu Danning? Meng Xia pointed accusingly at him without hesitation. Lu Danning had just reported to them that not only did Tang Hor reject him, but he also suffered a beating from Xu Xiaofan. If the situation remained unresolved, he intended to recoup the 70,000 yuan. Meng Xia, upon hearing this, nearly fainted from anger. How could Tang Hor refuse? It was merely a matter of opening her legs. Now look what you've done. Lu Danning is furious and wants his money back. The money that had entered her pocket was hers to keep. She would not allow 70,000 yuan to slip away. Xiaoni, did you not see that Lu Danning was trying to bully Hua? If I didn't step in to teach him a lesson, would I save it for the new year? Xu Xiaofan retorted. Alas, Xiaofan, you have truly turned a good deed into a bad one. Chen Hai interjected. You do not understand. Lu Danning promised us that if we handled the matter well, he would take our rotten melons. Now, after your interference, he has begun to renege. He no longer wants the melons and seeks to reclaim his money. Xu Xiaofan comprehended their vested interests, yet he could not allow Tang Hor to be cast into the fire. Uncle Hai, Hor has suffered enough. Do you wish to burden her further? Where is your conscience? From Xu Xiaofan's words, the couple sensed a deeper meaning. In their village, such matters were common. Yet to speak of them openly in front of others was a source of great shame. As Meng Xia's loud voice summoned neighbors, she hesitated to discuss the matter with Xu Xiaofan. However, considering her potential loss, she sternly declared, since you have ruined my good fortune, you must take responsibility. You shall purchase my 14,000 gene of melons at 2 yuan per gene, or I shall refuse to leave your home. With that, Meng Xia plopped down on the ground, nearly throwing a tantrum. Chen Hai was at a loss for words. His wife was being rather unreasonable. Originally, their melons fetched 1 yuan per gene, and now Xu Xiaofan was being asked for 2 yuan, truly outrageous. Xu Xiaofan was equally speechless. Meng Xia was relentless when she kicked up a fuss, and there was little he could do about it. After all, she had borne a fine son. Xu Xiaofan, have you made up your mind? Meng Xia continued to flail her legs on the ground. You must buy my melons, or I shall create a scene that will disrupt your peace. Hurry up. Weren't you quite confident just now? What has made you so timid all of a sudden? Xu Xiaofan had not anticipated Lu Danning's arrival. He was currently enjoying the spectacle. What a pretentious fool. How could someone without any prowess attempt to show off? What a farce. Now he finds himself struck by the consequences of his hubris. Lu Danning mocked. At this moment, a crowd of villagers gathered, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Villagers were particularly fond of gossip. Ladies and gentlemen, Xu Xiaofan is obstructing me from purchasing your melons. From this day forth, I shall be more discerning regarding the melons from your village. If Xu Xiaofan can resolve this matter satisfactorily, I might consider overlooking it. Lu Danning's words dripped with veiled threats. Upon hearing this, the villagers became agitated, fearing their melons would rot in their hands. Very well, I will purchase your melons. But you must agree to one condition. Xu Xiaofan said through gritted teeth. Chapter 6. Appearing to lose, yet ultimately gaining upon hearing this. Meng Xia sprang up from the ground. If she could perform a backflip, she would have gladly done so. With a grin, she said, Xiaofan, I have always believed in you. You are not the type to shirk responsibility. The crowd looked on in disdain at Meng Xia, who could change her demeanor as swiftly as flipping a page in a book. One moment, she was fierce and unyielding. The next, she was fawning. Even Chun Hai felt embarrassed, but he chose to remain silent to facilitate the sale of their inferior melons. Xiaofan, do not propose just one condition. Even if it were 10 or 100, I would agree, Meng Xia boasted, patting her chest. Though she was over 40, her charm was undeniable. With a bit of polish, she could be the belle of the ball. Ani, you know I do not possess that much money, Xu Xiaofan said cautiously. What? No money? Meng Xia's expression darkened immediately. How can you buy my melons without any funds? This is disastrous. The melons will rot in the field. Xu Xiaofan, can't you borrow some money? Lu Danning chimed in. Meng Xia suddenly had a revelation and grasped Xu Xiaofan's hand. Yes, Xiaofan, borrow from your neighbors. You are the village doctor, and you receive a steady salary each month. Once you have saved enough, you can repay them. She lamented, you struck Lu Danning. And now he refuses to buy our melons. If you do not buy mine, they will surely rot in the field. Surely. You do not wish for all of my hard work this past year to go to waste? Xu Xiaofan rolled his eyes. While the village doctor did have a fixed salary, it amounted to only 800 yuan a month, barely enough for his own sustenance. Saving enough to repay relatives was entirely out of the question. Moreover, he felt too embarrassed to approach his neighbors for assistance, having already owed them so many favors. Ani, how about I sign an IOU with you? Xu Xiaofan offered. With the inheritance of the golden-toed immortal, earning money was no longer a challenge for him. Given sufficient time, he could earn enough to repay Meng Xia. What? Meng Xia's face soured even further. An IOU from Xu Xiaofan was assuredly a bad debt. What was she to do? Very well, let us proceed with the IOU, Lu Danning interjected. However, for those 14,000 gene of melons, you will owe 30,000 yuan. Meng Xia's mood lightened considerably at the prospect of extracting an additional 2,000 yuan. Yet, she feared that Xu Xiaofan might never earn 30,000 yuan in his lifetime. Let it be done, Xu Xiaofan agreed. Wait, why the rush? Lu Danning pondered a malicious scheme. The 30,000 yuan you owe must be paid to Chun Hai and his wife within 3 months. If the time elapses and you cannot produce the funds, you shall either sell yourself into servitude or resort to selling your organs to repay the debt. I say, Lu, that is a rather vicious notion. How could Xiaofan possibly gather 30,000 yuan in 3 months? Are you not bullying an honest man? Indeed, Xiaofan has grown up with no support, relying on the kindness of strangers. You cannot be so unreasonable. The onlookers began to voice their disapproval of Lu Danning's cruelty, accusing him of taking advantage of an innocent person. Otherwise, you can all contribute to gathering 30,000 yuan for Xu Xiaofan. Otherwise, do not complain from the sidelines. Lu Danning glared at the crowd. Upon hearing this, the villagers fell silent. It was not that they did not wish to help, but Lu Danning had them in a chokehold. Furthermore, they were mere common folk. Where could they possibly procure 30,000 yuan? Even if they managed to scrape it together, how would they afford their children's education or daily expenses? Oh, poor Xiaofan, the crowd murmured, shaking their heads in pity, expressing their helplessness. Xu Xiaofan was left to bear this burden alone. The one most delighted was Meng Xia, who, upon hearing Lu Danning's ill-conceived idea, felt reassured by the new approach. Xiaofan, can you manage this? Meng Xia gazed at Xu Xiaofan with a smile, as if envisioning a delectable feast. All right, Xu Xiaofan acquiesced. Had he not purchased Meng Xia's cantaloupe, one could only speculate what absurd scheme she might concoct to thrust Tang Horror towards Lu Danning. Knowing Meng Xia as he did, it was certain she would devise something. In no time, the agreement was inked, and before the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Xiaofan inscribed his name with a flourish. Xiaofan, those 7 acres of cantaloupe are yours now. From this moment on, you can eat or sell them at your leisure, however you please. Meng Xia chuckled heartily, her spirits soaring. Then, her expression shifted. However, you must repay me within 3 months, she added, giving Xu Xiaofan a friendly pat on the shoulder, leaving onlookers to assume they shared a close bond. Rest assured, I, Xu Xiaofan, am not the type to default on debts. I will ensure you receive your money within 3 months, he replied. With such ambition, I eagerly await your good news, Meng Xia said, giving his shoulder another pat before raising her voice to the crowd. Dear relatives and friends, you all have witnessed this. I hope you will serve as witnesses to prevent any claims that I am bullying an honest person. The crowd averted their gazes, well aware of Meng Xiao's character. Yet with a signed agreement, none dared to protest. All right, Meng Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Since that's settled, everyone disperse. Those who should guard the melons, return to your posts, and those who need to eat or rest, do so. With that, she swayed her ample figure over to Chunhai, declaring, Old man, the show is over. Let us go home for dinner. Her mood was exceedingly buoyant. Hee, now you are firmly in my grasp. Amidst the dispersing crowd, Lu Danning's sharp gaze fixated on Xu Xiaofan, and he directed one of his subordinates. Relay this order. No one in Longjiang Town or Anyang County is to accept Xu Xiaofan's cantaloupe. Anyone who does will have to answer to me, Lu Danning. A lackey nodded in compliance. Boss Lu, I will make arrangements immediately. Let us head to the hall, Lu Danning declared. Feeling a surge of satisfaction after dealing with Xu Xiaofan, as the throngs dissipated, a figure entered Xu Xiaofan's abode. Xu Xiaofan, aren't you usually quite tough? How is it that you've stumbled this time? A peal of laughter followed. Zeng Ro, dressed in a white short-sleeved top that accentuated her alluring figure, appeared before him. Xu Xiaofan retorted, Zeng Ro, you know nothing. This is merely a strategy. Luring them all in. It seems I'm at a loss, but in truth, I stand to gain immensely. Zeng Ro was taken aback. This fellow was indeed a real-life embodiment of a cunning player. Chapter 7. Shall I leave the door open for you tonight? She chuckled. Haha, you must be dreaming. Zeng Ro replied. Xu Xiaofan, you are merely a fool, getting duped while counting the money for others. My father grows cantaloupes, and I have dealt with them all my life. I know exactly what can fetch a good price and what cannot. Those cantaloupes from Meng Xiao's field are as ugly as you. Even at a market price of 1 yuan, no one would want them. Only someone like you, untouched by the harshness of life, would see them as treasures. To be frank, those melons are destined to rot in your hands, and 30,000 yuan will be wasted. Understand? Xu Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. Zeng Ro's every word seemed to rattle him, her presence a constant provocation. Thus, he pondered a wager. Is that so? Since you were so confident, why not bet on it? Zeng Ro placed her hands on her hips. What are we betting on? Xu Xiaofan grinned. If I sell the cantaloupes and make a profit, will you grant me a wish? His fiery gaze fell upon Zeng Ro's proud demeanor. Her cheeks flushed as she stepped back, covering her chest in indignation. Xu Xiaofan, you are incorrigible. How dare you think of such a scheme? No wonder you've been tricked out of your pants. Oh, are you afraid? Xu Xiaofan grinned. Aren't you confident in your judgment? Why not wager with me? Moreover, you have reached the age for marriage. Hurry up and find a husband, or you might face dire health issues. Zeng Ro's face burned. You aren't even married. What gives you the right to say that? And stop cursing me. That won't happen. Xu Xiaofan replied earnestly. I am a practitioner of traditional medicine, well versed in such matters. You would do well to heed my words. Zeng Ro paused, taken aback. Really? Of course. Traditional medicine does not speak in jest. Xu Xiaofan asserted, thumping his chest. Then what happens if you lose? Zeng Ro asked cautiously. Xu Xiaofan waved dismissively. If I lose, I will fulfill one of your conditions. Zeng Ro's eyes sparkled with mischief. If you lose, you must work for my family, helping us harvest cantaloupes for 5 days. How does that sound? She secretly rejoiced, seeing Xu Xiaofan as a source of labor. Agreed, Xu Xiaofan replied, casting a sidelong glance at her beauty. But if you lose, you won't tea back out of the deal, will you? Zeng Ro stood tall. I, Zeng Ro, am a woman of my word. When have I ever gone back on my promises? Xu Xiaofan rolled his eyes. What about that promise you made as a child? You seem to have forgotten it entirely. But never mind, that was just childish talk, not to be taken seriously. One must admit, Zeng Ro had indeed transformed. Who would have thought that the small girl from before would grow into such an impressive figure? A slight smile crept onto his lips. This time, he was certain of his victory. Zeng Ro was bound to falter. Very well, prepare yourself for defeat, for I am destined to win. Xu Xiaofan declared with a grin. Humph. Zeng Ro shot back defiantly. Who wins and who loses is yet to be determined. With that, she stormed out. However, just as she reached the door, she hesitated. She had initially intended to ask Xu Xiaofan if Meng Xiao's cantaloupes could be sold through her father, even at a slight loss, to avoid them rotting away. Yet upon seeing Xu Xiaofan's arrogant demeanor, her irritation flared. Such a self-assured individual ought to experience the harsh realities of life to temper his edges. Yet, she could not fathom why she felt a twinge of desire to assist Xu Xiaofan. Calm down, Zeng Ro. You must remain composed. You are merely feeling pity for a fellow villager being deceived, she muttered to herself before vanishing from Xu Xiaofan's sight. No sooner had Zheng Ro left than Tang Hoi arrived at Xu Xiaofan's residence. Xiaofan, did my mother just sell all the cantaloupes in the field to you? Yes, he replied. Why on earth did you spend 30,000 yuan to buy them? Those 14,000 gene of melons would be lucky to sell for 10,000. Tang Hoi exclaimed, incredulous at his folly. Having just returned home, Meng Xia had bragged to Tang Hoi about the sale, prompting her to confirm the details with Xu Xiaofan. Yet she was shocked to find him so easily duped. Sister Hua, it's all right, Xu Xiaofan reassured her. It's not all right. That's 30,000 yuan, not 3. Tang Hoi retorted vehemently. If I hadn't purchased them, who knows what other ridiculous schemes your mother might devise, perhaps even bundling you and the cantaloupes to Lu Danning, leading you to a life of hardship. Tang Hoi felt a surge of gratitude, touched by Xu Xiaofan's concern for her welfare. Her admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights, vowing to repay his kindness in this lifetime. Xiaofan, I know you care for me, but this is too much. Sister Hua, rest assured. I will ensure you live a happy life, Xu Xiaofan promised, drawing her into an embrace. Xiaofan, stop it. Tang Hoi protested playfully. Xu Xiaofan gently whispered in her ear, Sister Hua, look at our country's manned space program. It requires countless experiments to succeed in landing on the moon, right? Obtaining a monkey follows the same principle. Tang Hoi found his reasoning compelling. Moved by Xu Xiaofan's sweet words, she obediently complied. Half an hour later, Tang Hoi's voice resonated in the room. Xiaofan, you've made such significant contributions today. I'll cook dumplings for dinner. You must come. Sister Hua, there's no need. I'll just make myself a simple bowl of egg noodles. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. He feared that if Meng Xia discovered their closeness, she would undoubtedly berate him mercilessly. Moreover, he had important matters to attend to. With the remaining time, he planned to check on Meng Xia's hami melons, hoping to sell some before nightfall and establish a market presence. All right, Tang Hoi replied, slightly disappointed, not expecting Xu Xiaofan to decline her kind offer. She pondered that it might be due to his apprehension of his mother-in-law's sarcastic remarks. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Xiaofan, should I leave the door open for you tonight? Xu Xiaofan nearly stumbled. Tang Hoi was indeed quite daring for the sake of the monkey. Chapter 8. Selling melons. Xu Xiaofan chose not to have Tang Hoi leave the door open, believing there would be ample opportunities in the future. His priority was to settle his debts first. After bidding farewell to Tang Hoi, he took 2 snakeskin bags and rode his scooter toward Meng Xia's hami melon field. As a village doctor, owning a scooter greatly facilitated his travels, which he had purchased for 4,000 yuan. Before long, he arrived at Meng Xia's 7-acre hami melon farm. Upon seeing the melons, Xu Xiaofan's lips curled in disdain. How could the Chun couple grow such melons? They varied greatly in size and shape. Even pigs might refuse to eat these misshapen fruits. Xu Xiaofan shook his head in despair. Without the inheritance of Jinshan Daxian, he would have likely faced a complete loss. As he contemplated, he began to perform hand seals, softly reciting the mantra of the Li Hua formation. Suddenly, he noticed a few melon seedlings in front of him, and they began to grow at an astonishing rate. Not only that, but the hami melons on the branches swelled like balloons. The previously oddly shaped melons transformed into plump and vibrant fruits, their weight skyrocketing from around 2 pounds to an astonishing 10 pounds. These were undoubtedly the finest melons in the world, far superior to those from Xinjiang or Japan. Xu Xiaofan hurriedly picked them, placing them orderly into the snakeskin bags. Just 7 large melons filled one bag entirely. A total of 14 hami melons filled both bags. Hee, Lu Danning, you think I'll be the subject of your ridicule? If I don't leave you with a swollen face, I won't bear the surname Xu, he declared, placing one bag beneath him and tying the other to the back of his scooter, setting off toward the county town. Although their village had gained access to a secondary road 3 years ago, it remained unpaved, still a sandy path. He had to be particularly cautious while traveling. A single misstep could lead to a fall, and serious accidents could happen, just like Chun Dashan's fate. Once he left the sandy road and reached the concrete road in town, travel became much easier. After approximately 40 minutes, Xu Xiaofan arrived at Anyang County. Without a second thought, he drove his scooter to the wholesale fruit market in the county town. It was a bustling time, with vendors shouting through loudspeakers to sell their fruits. Others shouted prices, creating a lively atmosphere. Xu Xiaofan quickly maneuvered into a crowded area. Come, fellow villagers. Here are freshly harvested hami melons, sweeter than first love. Come take a look. At that moment, Lu Danning spotted Xu Xiaofan and approached mockingly. Isn't this the village doctor from Taohua village? Why are you selling melons here instead of seeing patients? You must be quite idle, unlike us, who toil daily just to earn 1,000 yuan. Lu Danning, are you here to provoke or to insult? I'm not in the mood for your nonsense. If you want to buy melons, come. If not, get lost. Don't make me resort to violence, Xu Xiaofan retorted. Oh, quite fiery, aren't we? How much are you selling those deformed melons for? If you don't set a good price for those 14,000 pounds, you won't even earn 30,000 yuan. Lu Danning intentionally raised his voice, then shouted, listen up, everyone. This guy's Hami melons are unsightly and tasteless. I wouldn't pay 50 cents a pound for them. Don't fall for his tricks. He smirked slyly. If you want good melons, come to me. I guarantee you'll get more than enough, and they'll taste great. The crowd chuckled. Xu Xiaofan found Lu Danning exceedingly annoying. His behavior was nothing short of repulsive. He wanted to confront him, but Lu Danning had already fled. Villagers, listen to me. Do not be deceived by Lu Danning, that unscrupulous merchant. He is quite shady. Xu Xiaofan continued his pitch. If you buy my melons and find them unsatisfactory, I won't charge you a penny. A middle-aged man with a flat haircut chimed in. Lu Boss says your melons are just a bunch of deformities. Do you really expect to fool us? We may have money, but we're not foolish. You're a village doctor, and yet you're selling melons instead of practicing medicine? Clearly, you're trying to engage in side business. Likely picking up the leftovers no one wants. The crowd chattered, drowning Xu Xiaofan in a wave of voices. At that moment, an idea struck him. Since they were all skeptical, he needed to win them over with taste before discussing sales. He thought that letting them sample for free would change their minds. Come. Can someone kindly lend me a watermelon knife? Xu Xiaofan looked around the crowd. Young man, stop struggling in vain. Lu Boss has already declared your melons are unworthy. It's impossible to change your selling fate, a kind-hearted uncle remarked. I see you've offended Lu Boss. Anyone who does so here is practically destined for bankruptcy. You might as well buy a few cigarettes and apologize to him. Otherwise, your melons will rot in your hands. Despite this, the uncle still handed Xu Xiaofan a watermelon knife. After all, being a melon farmer was tough. Any help was appreciated. Accepting the knife, Xu Xiaofan took a large Hami melon from his snakeskin bag and placed it on the wooden table. Hey, this melon doesn't seem as unappealing as Lu Boss claimed. Its appearance was plump, rivaling even the fruits from Baiguoyan, making Xu Xiaofan question if Lu Boss had made a mistake. However, mere appearance was not enough. The taste needed to be exceptional to qualify as a good melon. You're right. With a swift motion, Xu Xiaofan sliced the Hami melon in half. Instantly, the fragrant aroma filled the air. Wow, this Hami melon smells divine. It's simply intoxicating. The uncle's eyes lit up. As an experienced melon farmer, this was the first time he had encountered such a fragrant Hami melon. Judging by the scent, both the taste and sweetness must be superb. Xu Xiaofan skillfully cut the roughly 10-pound Hami melon into 16 slices. Uncle, give it a try and see how it tastes. He offered a piece to the kind-hearted uncle. The uncle carefully took it and took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The moment the Hami melon entered his mouth, he was overwhelmed by its sweetness, accompanied by a rich fragrance. It could easily be proclaimed the best melon in the world. What do you think? Someone asked anxiously. It's delicious. The uncle devoured the first slice and skillfully reached for a second piece from the table. Is this fellow a scammer? Some skeptics took it upon themselves to bite into a piece of Hami melon, and suddenly, they were jolted. What a delightful melon. Chapter 9. High Price Buyback Goodness. Having lived for 40 years, today I have tasted the finest melon of my life, sweet, fragrant, and juicy. The man exclaimed excitedly. Subsequently, more individuals began to sample the Hami melon on the table. After tasting, they were all astonished. It was simply exquisite. Brother, may I have a slice? I want one too. What? They're all gone. In the end, all 16 pieces of Hami melon vanished in an instant, leaving many disappointed. Damn it. That Lu Danning tricked us. He is truly a rogue businessman. How infuriating. I nearly missed out on this delicious Hami melon. I swear I won't buy melons from Lu Danning again. Brother, how much is your melon per pound? I want to buy some. Yes, indeed. What is the price per pound? I'd like to take some home for the kids to enjoy. I want some too. In no time, the audience that had previously ignored Xu Xiaofan's melons now flocked to his stall. What price should I set? This was a conundrum for Xu Xiaofan. It was his first time selling melons on the street, and he seemed rather unfamiliar with such market dynamics. However, he knew he could not price them lower than ordinary Hami melons, as they were comparable to those from the renowned Wangguoyan. Speaking of Wangguoyan, Xu Xiaofan had an idea to match their prices. Just as he pondered on how to price his melons, two exquisite figures approached him. Sister, in previous years, Boss Lu would deliver Hami melons directly. Why must we come out to find them ourselves? Tang Yu complained, dressed in formal attire. Her alluring figure attracted the attention of many. In such a chaotic place, who knows if those unscrupulous vendors will sell us inferior melons? We should just head back. Oh, you. Tang Shui gently tapped Tang Yu's head. Don't underestimate these inconspicuous spots. Often, the best melons are hidden here. Tang Shui, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and jeans, appeared both capable and fashionable. Look, there is quite a crowd over there. Let us go check it out. At that moment, Tang Shui noticed a bustling market with many people gathered around a stall, her instincts telling her there must be something extraordinary there. Oh, Tang Yu replied dismissively. In her mind, the offerings in such places would never be worthy of attention, merely a waste of time. With the sun blazing down, she thought it better to return to Wang Guoyan for the air conditioning. Soon, the two arrived at Xu Xiaofan's stall, where they saw numerous people inquiring about his Hami melons. Excuse me, young man, I'm terribly sorry for missing the tasting time. May I sample your melon? Tang Shui asked. Xu Xiaofan looked up at the woman before him, his eyes lighting up. Though she was simply dressed, she possessed an air of nobility, undoubtedly of affluent status. However, what left him even more astounded was how the blue jeans she wore accentuated her figure. Xu Xiaofan's first impression was that such a woman must be quite fertile. Wow, the owner of Wang Guoyan, Tang Shui, is here. Someone exclaimed, recognizing her. And that's Tang Yu, the general manager of Wang Guoyan, another added. Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a mere display would draw out two significant figures from Wang Guoyan. Hello, I'm Tang Shui, the owner of Wang Guoyan. May I taste your Hami melon? If it is as everyone claims, we could potentially collaborate in the future for mutual benefit. What do you think, young man? Tang Shui inquired politely. However, Tang Yu appeared somewhat impatient, feeling it unnecessary to waste time at such a stall. Are the Hami melons here even as good as those from our store in Xinjiang? Those are the king of melons, selling for 10 yuan per pound. Of course. Xu Xiaofan replied with a slight smile. He picked up a Hami melon from the burlap sack, placed it on the table, and swiftly cut it into 16 pieces with a knife. Upon inhaling the rich aroma of the melon, Tang Shui's expression shifted. Her first impression was that it was indeed a fine melon. Tang Yu also became less impatient, equally astonished by the remarkable Hami melon from this unassuming roadside stall. Ladies, please have a taste. Xu Xiaofan offered 2 slices to them. Everyone else, if you haven't tasted yet, you may come here. We have limited pieces for 14 people. As Xu Xiaofan finished speaking, many began to crowd the street, clamoring for a piece of Hami melon. Delicious, someone exclaimed in joyful praise. Tasting this melon is truly a fulfillment of life's desires. I have no regrets. Another person expressed with delight. At that moment, Tang Shui, having tasted the Hami melon, was utterly astonished. As a fruit vendor, she had sampled countless varieties of Hami melon, from Xinjiang to Japan to India, yet none compared to Xu Xiaofan's melons, which effortlessly surpassed them. Tang Yu was left speechless. She couldn't believe such a delectable Hami melon existed. She felt as though she had just tasted a heavenly fruit. Brother, I'll take the remaining melons. I'm worried about being outbid, so let us do this. Don't sell any to others. I'll buy everything from you. Just name your price, and I'll take them all. Tang Shui was resolute. Wow, Boss Tang, everything should be first come, first served. Isn't this a bit excessive? Someone voiced their discontent. Exactly, that is not fair. Another added in agreement. If that is the case, let us have the highest bidder win, someone suggested. I'll offer 4 yuan per pound. In Anyang County, ordinary Hami melons typically sold for around 35 yuan. I'll bid 5. Another shouted. This is already a fair price for a medium quality melon. I'll bid 7. Just then, Tang Shui made her move. Seeing her wealth, the others hesitated to continue bidding. At that moment, Lu Danning returned, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Tang Shui. Tang, I didn't know you were here. I went to Wang Guoyan looking for you, and found out you were here at the market looking for melons, Lu Danning said with a smile. What good melons could possibly be here? Let us head back and discuss our collaboration. I've already secured the best Hami melons in Longjiang town. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Boss Tang, 7 yuan is a bit low, isn't it? Just then, Xu Xiaofan interjected, expressing his dissatisfaction with the price. Lu Danning was taken aback. How could Tang Shui be purchasing Xu Xiaofan's inferior melons for 7 yuan per pound? Boss Tang, what are you doing? Xu Xiaofan's melons are all subpar. I wouldn't even pay 1 yuan per pound for them. Have you been bewitched? Lu Danning, unaware of what had transpired in his absence, tried to dissuade Tang Shui, fearing she would be deceived by Xu Xiaofan. Chapter 10. Toying with Lu Danning enough. Tang Shui admonished sharply. If you continue to spout nonsense, don't blame me for being unkind. Lu Danning, sensing her ire, promptly fell silent. He never imagined that Xu Xiaofan could have so thoroughly captivated Tang Shui. What a bunch of inferior melons, unfit even for feeding pigs. Why was Tang Shui not more discerning? Yet, he could not voice his thoughts. Tang Shui was one of his key partners. Losing her cooperation would result in significant financial loss. Oh, does Boss Tang have a partnership with Lu Danning? Xu Xiaofan squinted, examining Tang Shui. Tang Shui immediately sensed tension in the air. Isn't that obvious? Who doesn't know that in Anyang County, I am Lu Danning's key supplier? Lu Danning boasted, pointing at Xu Xiaofan with arrogance. Who do you think you are? Lu Danning sneered, looking at Xu Xiaofan with disdain. You think you can challenge my position? He laughed heartily, believing Xu Xiaofan was utterly out of his depth. Now that you've said that, if I don't make a move, wouldn't that be too disrespectful? Xu Xiaofan replied with a playful smile. What do you think, Boss Tang? The pressure has now shifted to Tang Shui. Although Lu Danning is a commendable supplier, providing exquisite fruits annually, he pales in comparison to Xu Xiaofan. With this thought, she found her resolution. Boss Lu, our collaboration ends here. Please do not bother me anymore. Upon uttering these words, the room fell into a profound silence. No one anticipated that Tang Shui would truly abandon her long-standing partnership with Lu Danning for Xu Xiaofan. Lu boss, we used to work well together. Why the sudden change? I have not supplied you with inferior products. Lu Danning exclaimed anxiously. He was perplexed by Tang Shui's behavior, resembling a fool. Naturally, he attributed this situation to Xu Xiaofan. Suspecting him of instigating discord. How detestable. Tang Shui turned to Lu Danning and inquired. But your cantaloupe cannot compare to my young brother's. What makes his melon so special? Lu Danning retorted, no longer willing to concede, knowing that failing to compete would mean losing a lucrative opportunity. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan chuckled and raised his voice to the onlookers. Dear neighbors, please tell Lu Danning, is my melon not exceptional? Dream melon, incredibly sweet, the best in the world. The audience's remarks were quite discerning, rallying in support of Xu Xiaofan, leaving Lu Danning feeling isolated. I don't believe it, he declared, shaking his head. Xu Xiaofan, cut the melon now, I want to taste it. He aimed to publicly humiliate Xu Xiaofan. Apologies, Lu Danning, but my melon will not be open now. I intend to sell it for a high price. Xu Xiaofan refused. Lu Danning was nearly driven to madness with rage. There is some leftover melon flesh. Someone suddenly exclaimed. Following the gaze, Lu Danning indeed spotted remnants of cantaloupe, and it appeared quite substantial. Was this what he remembered as a subpar fruit? Skeptical, he lowered himself and picked up the leftover piece, consuming it. In that moment, as he bit into the cantaloupe, the juice burst forth, filling his senses with a delightful sweetness. Having spent his life as a merchant, he recognized that this melon was no ordinary specimen. Casting aside the rind, Lu Danning incredulously looked at Xu Xiaofan. Is this your melon? Xu Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Is there any doubt? If you are uncertain, you may ask the uncles and aunts present. Their judgment is impeccable. Lu Danning surveyed the crowd. Lu boss, this cantaloupe is indeed from my young brother. You misjudged him. I must say, Lu boss, are you really attempting to tarnish our reputation by denying us such exquisite fruit? Someone exclaimed in indignation. Lu Danning, feeling overwhelmed, sought to regain composure. He turned to Tang Yu. Miss Tang this. He believed she would not speak falsely. It's true, Lu boss. Tang Yu confirmed with a nod. Lu Danning gasped in disbelief. How could such splendid melons grow in Mengxia's fields? Is it some sort of sorcery? If that's the case, I would have suffered a significant loss. Resolving to maintain his standing with Tang Shui, he plastered on a grin and said, Tang Zong, if I had such high-quality cantaloupes, would you reconsider our partnership? We shall discuss that later, Tang Shui replied. Lu Danning's mind churned with ideas as he approached Xu Xiaofan, saying, I acknowledge my previous mistakes. And I apologize. How about I offer you 6 yuan per pound for your melons? What do you think? Lu boss, Tang boss has already offered 7 yuan per pound. If you only offer 6, isn't that taking advantage of a good-natured person? Someone protested, rolling up their sleeves to confront Lu Danning. Embarrassed, Lu Danning chuckled awkwardly. Well then, Xu Xiaofan, what price would you be willing to accept? With Tang Shui's offer at 7 yuan, it was evident that Xu Xiaofan's cantaloupes were still profitable, and Lu Danning was determined to procure them. Lu boss, your words hardly reflect your usual character, Xu Xiaofan remarked with a smile. Weren't you certain that I would end up losing everything? Lu Danning quickly interjected. Xu Xiaofan, are you still holding a grudge over today's events? I was merely trying to motivate you. With flattery, Lu Danning sidled up to Xu Xiaofan. Please, let me have your melons. I promise to introduce you to a wonderful partner in the future. Such amiability might lead one to believe Lu Danning was a benevolent elder. If you wish to buy my melons, it is not impossible, but only if you agree to one condition. Upon hearing this, Lu Danning's eyes lit up. There was a chance. He casually draped his arm over Xu Xiaofan's shoulder, feigning camaraderie. What is it, my good friend? Call me Grandfather Su and let me hear it, Xu Xiaofan suddenly stated. Lu Doning's expression darkened immediately. Xu Xiaofan, don't push your luck. What? Unwilling? Xu Xiaofan teased with a smile. Very well, then you may leave, if you desire my melons. You shall not have them. Lu Daning gritted his teeth. Having played the predator all his life, he found himself outmaneuvered today. However, he had no choice but to concede. Losing Tang Shui as a client would be far costlier. Very well, Grandfather Su, Lu Daneng proclaimed loudly. Now can we proceed with the sale of your melons? Good grandson. Xu Xiaofan grinned. But the waters are too deep for you. For your own good, I cannot sell them to you. The crowd erupted in laughter, reveling in Lu Doning's predicament. Chapter 11. Feeling stifled, help me take a look. Xu Xiaofan, are you seeking death? Lu Daning fumed, raising his fist to strike. Yet, Xu Xiaofan sidestepped effortlessly, causing Lu Daning to tumble to the ground in utter disgrace. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, and Lu Daning felt utterly humiliated as he dashed away, fleeing from the crowd's gaze. Nevertheless, his animosity towards Xu Xiaofan would not be so easily resolved. All right, young brother, can we resume our business now? Tang Shui inquired. Boss Tang, I appreciate your sincerity, Xu Xiaofan replied. Sensing the underlying meaning, Tang Shui encouraged, young brother, if there is anything unsatisfactory, feel free to express it. Xu Xiaofan was candid, stating, I believe my melons are worth far more than 7 yuan. The implication was clear. 7 yuan was far too low. He deserved more. Tang Shui directly asked, how much do you want? Xu Xiaofan held up a single finger. 8 yuan per pound. Tang Yu interjected, to be honest, that might be a bit high. It would leave them with little profit, but we could just about manage. Xu Xiaofan shook his head. I am asking for 10 yuan. What? The crowd stared in disbelief. A wholesale price of 10 yuan for cantaloupes? This was unprecedented. Are you out of your mind? 10 yuan per pound? Are you trying to rob us? An outspoken Tang Yu scolded. Silence, Tang Yu. Tang Shui reprimanded. When I negotiate with the young brother, you must not interrupt. Oh, Tang Yu muttered, lowering her head like a defeated rooster. Young brother, I can offer you 10 yuan, but I have one condition. Tang Shui turned to Xu Xiaofan. What condition? Xu Xiaofan inquired. From now on, your exceptional cantaloupes can only be supplied to me, and we must sign a contract. How does that sound? Tang Shui stated plainly. I accept your terms, Xu Xiaofan replied without hesitation. Excellent, Tang Shui smiled. Let's weigh your remaining cantaloupes, and I'll give you the payment. Once I stabilize the market, I will return to procure more from you. Xu Xiaofan had harvested 14 cantaloupes, shared 2 with the crowd, and now had 12 left. Excuse me, could I borrow your electronic scale? Xu Xiaofan inquired of the uncle beside him. Oh, please, young man, feel free to use it, the kind-hearted uncle replied. To his astonishment, Xu Xiaofan managed to sell the cantaloupe for such a staggering price, leaving many envious. Subsequently, he placed a bag of cantaloupe on the scale with one hand. Upon witnessing this, Tang Shui was momentarily taken aback. This young man is indeed as strong as an ox, she thought. 120 pounds, neither more nor less. At that moment, the scale displayed the weight of the cantaloupe. Tang Shui nodded, lifting her exquisite face to look at Xu Xiaofan. Would you prefer cash or electronic payment? Electronic payment is safer. Let us go with that. Xu Xiaofan replied. Beep. At this point, Xu Xiaofan's old phone vibrated, indicating that he had received a payment of 1,200 yuan from Tang Shui. Thank you, Boss Tang. Xu Xiaofan said. Oh, why call me boss? It sounds so strange. Tang Shui feigned a stern expression. I'm 30 years old, and you've just graduated from university. If you don't mind, you can call me sister. Sister Shui, Xu Xiaofan said, a bit shy as he adjusted his address. That is more like it. Tang Shui smiled sweetly, truly captivating. She then pulled out a business card, saying, take this card. If you need anything, just give me a call. Naturally, they exchanged contact information. In the end, Xu Xiaofan rode his scooter home, leaving behind a crowd of astonished onlookers. No one had expected such an outrageous cantaloupe transaction price to emerge in Anyang County. Perhaps one day, Xu Xiaofan would become a renowned melon king. Selling for 1,200 yuan was indeed fantastic. All the way home, Xu Xiaofan felt elated, confident that he would soon earn 30,000 yuan, enabling him to rescue Tang Horror from dire straits. Upon returning to the village office, he spotted the sneaky Zeng Ro, who was occasionally tiptoeing and glancing toward the office where Xu Xiaofan usually worked, hiding herself now and then, fearful of being noticed. Zeng Ro, what brings you here? Xu Xiaofan suddenly asked, startling her. Seeing this, Xu Xiaofan stifled a laugh. Sneaking around, are you trying to find me for a clandestine rendezvous, worried about being discovered? Zheng Rou's temper flared. Xu Xiaofan, what wicked thoughts are you harboring? Always thinking of such unwholesome things. How shameless. Oh, so it's not a secret affair? Xu Xiaofan smirked. Does that mean there's someone else? Zheng Rou hurriedly shook her head. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one else. For some reason, her heart raced. Xu Xiaofan squinted. If it's not for a secret rendezvous, what are you sneaking around for? Let us go inside and talk, Zheng Rou said softly. Out here. I'm afraid others will overhear. It would be so embarrassing. Just so you know, don't take advantage of me when I'm not paying attention. I can't afford to lose face. You understand? Xu Xiaofan teased. Xu Xiaofan, can you please stop filling your mind with such unhealthy thoughts? Have you studied properly these years? Are you living up to your family and friends? Zheng Rou's chest rose and fell, quite enchanting. Come in. Xu Xiaofan opened the consultation room door, allowing Zheng Rou to enter. He usually treated patients there, diagnosing and providing treatment. What's the matter? Xu Xiaofan asked. Noticing Zheng Rou's nervous demeanor as she tightly clenched her fists, her face slightly flushed. One could not deny her beauty. How wonderful it would be to fulfill childhood dreams with her. Alas, it seemed unrealistic. Close the door, Zheng Rou said softly. What? Zheng Rou? You don't mean to close the door tightly and then forcibly claim me, do you? Although I'm the unattainable man for you, you can't resort to such despicable methods. Xu Xiaofan remarked with a playful smile. You say my mind is filled with unhealthy thoughts, but I see yours is filled with rather unclean ones. In the village, he had often taken advantage of Zheng Rou, so he was not surprised. Xu Xiaofan, you're utterly shameless. I came to see you for a consultation, and you accuse me of foul play. How disgraceful. Xu Xiaofan grinned widely. Oh, a consultation for what ailment? I feel a tightness in my chest. Can you examine me? Xu Xiaofan's eyes brightened. Examining her chest was something he particularly enjoyed, hoping to touch and feel. Xu Xiaofan. Zheng Rou stamped her foot in anger. Why do you look at me with such wicked eyes? She felt that Xu Xiaofan had ulterior motives, wondering if he would seize the opportunity to take advantage of her under the guise of treatment. With Xu Xiaofan's character, there was nothing he wouldn't do. See how deep your misunderstanding of me runs, Xu Xiaofan said sternly. As a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, I rely on observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. If I don't examine you, how can I uncover the root of your ailment? Really? Zheng Rou asked cautiously. Of course, Miss Zheng, you mustn't doubt my expertise. Hurry, let me take a look. I still need to help you with your meridian flow, Xu Xiaofan said, gazing longingly at the nearby hillside, swallowing hard. Such a bountiful capital indeed. Carrying 8 pounds of weight on my shoulders daily is no small feat, Xu Xiaofan. I think you only want to take advantage of me. So, you are that kind of person. Zheng Rou wore a shrewd expression. Did you get expelled from school for trying to take advantage of a female teacher during your practicals? Hey, Zheng Rou, that is quite the misunderstanding. Am I really that kind of person? Those fools expel me purely out of jealousy for my talent. They don't even comprehend the colossal force they're dealing with. One day, they will regret it, Xu Xiaofan insisted passionately. Zheng Rou suddenly thought of another plausible explanation. Or were you caught flirting with a nurse in the hospital by the authorities, leading to your ban and subsequent expulsion from school? Xu Xiaofan raised a finger to the sky. Zheng Rou, you must trust me. Even if I were to flirt, it would never be with those scoundrels. You. Zheng Rou was infuriated. Why did he always manage to bring her into his conversations? Come on, don't be angry, Xu Xiaofan said cheerfully. Sit down. Take off your top, and let me see how serious it is. I'm not going to look. Zheng Rou felt as if she had entered a den of thieves. If Xu Xiaofan examined her, wouldn't it mean he would devour her completely? Ah, why won't you listen to the doctor? Health is no joke. Be serious. Xu Xiaofan scolded, then continued to tease. You never know. If you're careless, even a deity couldn't save you. Humph. Zheng Rou was unconvinced and walked towards the door. However, she felt dissatisfied leaving like this. She was determined to take revenge on Xu Xiaofan. Hey, Xu Xiaofan. I just heard Uncle Wang from the village say you sold some melons. You must have made quite a bit of money, right? She smiled slyly. Of course. Have you forgotten who I am? How could I not make a handsome profit? Xu Xiaofan replied proudly. Hee, you're still putting up a front. I bet you couldn't sell a single melon and ended up tossing them off a cliff to feed the wild animals on your way back. She didn't believe Xu Xiaofan could sell those deformed melons. Zheng Rou, are you here to see a doctor or to ridicule me? Xu Xiaofan asked with a dark expression. Humph, I came to mock you. What are you going to do about it? If you're not satisfied, come at me. After saying that, she playfully stuck out her pink tongue and ran away. If Xu Xiaofan caught her, she would truly have nowhere to hide. Consider yourself lucky to have run fast. Xu Xiaofan grumbled. Otherwise, if I catch you, I'll surely have to rip your clothes off. After Zheng Rou left, no one came to see him for treatment. So Xu Xiaofan locked the clinic door and went home. However, as soon as he arrived, a delightful figure appeared before him. It was Tang Hor. She had just donned a delicate pink jumpsuit, her alluring figure igniting a surge of excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Xu Xiaofan was eager to make his move, albeit clumsily in broad daylight. Tang Hor, playfully swatting Xu Xiaofan's hand, inquired, "Xiaofan, did you just return from selling melons? And did you have a good sale? Oh, Sister Hor, how did you know?" Xu Xiaofan was compelled to admire Tang Hor's keen awareness. "I just overheard Lu Danning on the phone with my mother-in-law, claiming your melons are exceptionally sweet and fragrant, selling remarkably well. He even wishes to reclaim that patch of cantaloupe from you." Boom. Before Xu Xiaofan could respond, the door to his home was thrust open. In hurriedly entered Meng Xia and Shen Hai. "Xu Xiaofan, return my melons at once," Meng Xia proclaimed without preamble, her tone laced with malice. "Aunt Xia, are you out of your mind? That melon patch is now mine. What melons do you still have?" Xu Xiaofan replied with a smile. "And we have it in black and white." A chill of defiance crossed Meng Xia's face as she retorted, "I've changed my mind. I'll give you the IAU. And from now on, those cantaloupes are mine." The commotion drew the attention of several villagers, who began to gather and observe. "Aunt Xia, isn't this bullying the honest folk?" Xu Xiaofan raised his voice. "We reached an agreement in front of witnesses. Now you wish to backtrack. Do you not bear some responsibility?" Tang Hor, feeling empathetic towards Xu Xiaofan, sensed the unfairness of her in-laws' actions, but felt powerless to resist them. The crowd continued to swell, and Meng Xia, feeling the pressure, was visibly troubled. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan smiled slightly. "If you truly wish to reclaim your melons from me, it is indeed possible. We wrote it down clearly. I purchased your 14,000 gene of melons for 30,000 yuan, as everyone knows." Upon hearing this, Meng Xia waved her hand dismissively. "We'll compensate you 30,000 yuan. That should suffice, right?" She had already learned from Lu Danning that 30,000 yuan would allow her to profit. "That won't do," Xu Xiaofan shook his head. "If you want to take them back, you'll need to pay at least 100,000. What a joke. Are you trying to extort me?" Meng Xia exclaimed angrily. "Aunt Xia, when you pressured me to sign the agreement, did you ever consider whether you were being unreasonable? Now that I wish to sell my melons at a price I deem fit, you dare to criticize me? Let me tell you, I am indeed setting this price. These are my melons, and I have the right to decide. If you have the money, you may buy them back. If not, you cannot compel me otherwise." Xu Xiaofan asserted. The crowd murmured in agreement. "Meng Xia, do not take advantage of Xu Xiaofan's perceived vulnerability, should you attempt to forcefully reclaim them. See if we stand idly by," they urged. "Indeed, how can you act so shamelessly, showing no regard for credibility?" Overwhelmed by the tide of public opinion, Meng Xia started to relent, saying, "Xiaofan, let us negotiate. I'll raise the offer to 50,000 yuan for the melons from that patch. How does that sound?" This was a plan she had already discussed with Lu Danning, who suggested they could sell them for 10 yuan a gene. With 14,000 gene, they could potentially earn 140,000 yuan. She was determined to reclaim the patch. "Aunt Xia, I regarded you as family. Yet you treat me as if I were a fool," Xu Xiaofan replied, visibly displeased. "Perhaps the villagers are unaware, but when I was out selling melons, I sold them for 10 yuan a gene, and now you wish to reclaim my melons for 5? Do you think I am so easily manipulated? How dare you?" Meng Xia entertained such an idea. Xu Xiaofan continued, "Based on your calculation of 14,000 gene at 5 yuan a gene, that amounts to 70,000 yuan, which you could then resell at 10 yuan a gene for a profit of 70,000. It is clear you are driven by greed. Meng Xia, did you think you could exploit the goodwill of the villagers? You truly bring us shame. I am offering you the chance to reclaim them for 100,000 yuan, allowing you to still profit 40,000. How can you not appreciate such generosity?" Tang Hor also felt that her mother-in-law was being excessively unreasonable. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune while pretending to be innocent is disgraceful. Shen Hai also felt ashamed, knowing that this scheme originated from his mother-in-law and Lu Danning, which had led to this unfortunate situation. "One word, give me 100,000, and that patch of watermelons is yours. If not, then kindly leave," Xu Xiaofan gestured dismissively. Meng Xia gritted her teeth, "Wait a moment," and stepped outside to call Lu Danning. The call connected quickly. "Boss Lu, this isn't working. This guy is insatiable, demanding 100,000 yuan. I offered him 50,000, and he refused. What does he want?" Lu Danning inquired, unfazed, clearly having anticipated this turn of events. 100,000 000. Meng Xia responded. 100, 000. Lu Doning's tone grew serious as he pondered. Right, not a single cent less. He is crazed for money, Meng Xia added, fanning the flames. All right, tell him I'll provide the 100, 000. He can rest easy. Though 100, 000 was a modest profit, it would allow him to sustain a steady income. With Meng Xia's plot of land, he could negotiate confidently with Tang Shui in the future. After contemplating, he felt a thrill of greed. Oh, I'll inform him. Boss Lu, please send someone over with the money quickly, Meng Xia urged. Huh, who still engages in complicated arrangements? I will send it directly to you, Lu Danning replied. His mood visibly lifted. Ding. Within 30 seconds, Meng Xia received 100,000 yuan on her phone. Ecstatic, she rushed back into Xu Xiaofan's house, declaring, Here is your 100,000. From now on, do not dream of harvesting melons from that patch. Impatiently, she said, Bring out your payment code, once I transfer the money. I'm off to sleep. Without hesitation, Xu Xiaofan opened his payment code and promptly received the 100,000 yuan from Meng Xia. Now it's clear. Regardless of what happens in the future, there shall be no reneging. To ensure clarity, Meng Xia had the neighbors witness the arrangement. I see the only one who might renege is you. Do not drag Xu Xiaofan into this. We are all aware. Let us burn that agreement, they suggested. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, Meng Xia burned the IOU, then swayed her hips as she returned home to sleep. Lu Daneng had gained a windfall of 40,000 yuan. Surely he would share a portion with her. A pie from the sky, she had indeed caught it. Gazing at the long string of numbers on his phone, Xu Xiaofan could hardly suppress a smile. He had effortlessly earned 100,000 yuan, with no challenge at all. However, Lu Daneng and Meng Xia would surely lament their misfortune. Without his fiery heart technique, that plot of land would be unworthy even for feeding pigs. Xiaofan, Tang Hooer stepped forward to console him. I sincerely apologize for my mother-in-law's behavior. I will ensure you are compensated. Xu Xiaofan's eyes brightened at this prospect, eager for recompense. However, Tang Hooer decided to head home, leaving Xu Xiaofan to ponder the matter for another day. Soon, as the spectacle concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Yet, when Xu Xiaofan looked up, he noticed one person lingering. Zheng Ro, why have you not left? Are you waiting to share a room with me? Such a fool. Zheng Ro shot him a disdainful glance. If you possessed such splendid melons, why not use them to attract customers? You could earn far more in the future. Instead, you sell out for a mere 100,000, thus severing your future prospects. Truly, what a waste of your education. Oh, how do you know I have severed my future prospects? Xu Xiaofan retorted sharply. Didn't I recall someone boasting before me that I would be left with nothing after this? And now you speak of my future? His gaze narrowed sharply at Zheng Ro. Do you still remember our wager? Upon finishing his words, he rubbed his face against the air, as if contemplating the use of facial cleanser. Zheng Ro's complexion turned crimson. How could she not remember? Xu Xiaofan, what sort of nonsense is this? Zheng Ro took 3 steps back, asserting that on the surface he had won, yet in reality, he had lost. According to the wager, he owed her. Hey Zheng Ro, you're just a stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat, aren't you? Xu Xiaofan retorted angrily. He never expected Zheng Ro to be so shameless. I don't care, in my eyes. You've lost. If you wish for me to concede, wait until you've earned more money, Zheng Ro declared before hurriedly fleeing. What if Xu Xiaofan forced her? He was capable of anything. You, woman, lacking in integrity, deserve to remain unmarried. Do not let me see you again. I wouldn't want others to think you were trying to foist yourself upon me, Xu Xiaofan said, growing impatient. Not being able to use the facial cleanser truly made him feel his joy was in vain. Meanwhile, in Anyang County, at the fruit orchard, Tang Shui instructed, Xiaoya, cut a cantaloupe and set it aside as a sample, then begin selling. Sister, I've arranged everything, but how much should we sell it for? Tang Yu asked, somewhat perplexed. The purchase price was 10 yuan, and she had no idea how much to mark it up. She hoped just to break even. 18 yuan and 80 fun. Tang Shui decided. Sister, that seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Cantaloupes are roughly 19 yuan per gene. That's rather pricey. Let us list it at this price and see how the market responds, Tang Shui insisted, and Tang Yu could only nod. Soon, a family of 3 entered their shop, all dressed in fine clothing, clearly of a respectable status. Dad, it's my birthday tonight. I want to share this cantaloupe with my friends. The little boy pointed at the sliced cantaloupe. The middle-aged man in a black suit smiled and replied, All right, Dad will buy it for you. Thank you, Dad. The little boy exclaimed, ecstatic. Boss, how much is this cantaloupe per gene? The middle-aged man inquired. 18 yuan and 80 fun. Tang Yu responded. What? The man was taken aback. Where do you source these melons? Why are they so expensive? He asked. Tang Yu replied with a smile. Sir, this is a new product. There is a reason for the price. I assure you, my melons will not disappoint. As for the origin, that's a secret. The man's expression darkened. It was absurd how a merchant could justify such inflated prices so charmingly. Sensing his displeasure, Tang Yu smiled and said, Sir, mere words are insufficient. You must experience it for yourself. Try a piece, and if it doesn't suit your taste, we can discuss further. A nearby elegant lady grew increasingly displeased. Feeling that Tang Yu, with her cunning ways, was attempting to seduce her husband. She contemplated confronting her, but decided to observe the situation first. At that moment, Tang Yu offered a small slice of cantaloupe to the middle-aged man. He accepted it, his gaze fixed, eager to discover the reason behind the high price. Suddenly, he was captivated by a rich aroma. Swallowing hard, he took a gentle bite. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Delicious! What variety of cantaloupe is this? It's exquisite. The elegant lady could no longer contain herself. She was astonished that her husband had fallen for Tang Yu's simple trick. She knew she had to intervene, otherwise, their marriage would be in jeopardy. Humph. She approached Tang Yu and scolded, Miss, is it amusing to deceive my husband in such a manner? What are you talking about? Dear? The man was bewildered, sensing a tension in the air. Yet, it did not detract from the cantaloupe's flavor. Are you pretending again? The lady was furious. Oh, dear, you misunderstand. This cantaloupe is genuinely delicious. You must try it. The man hastily corrected himself. Welcome to try. Tang Yu maintained her cheerful demeanor. After all, earning money was not easy. The customer is king. The lady took a slice and gently placed it in her mouth. Oh dear, what a marvelous melon. This is truly the best melon in the world. She beamed, quickly apologizing to Tang Yu. See, I didn't deceive you, did I? Tang Yu smiled. No. The lady shook her head repeatedly. Such a melon is worth 19 yuan. Let me have 20 of them. My son is turning 5 tonight, and I want our friends to taste it. So many? Tang Yu was taken aback. Is there a problem? The lady inquired. Since it's a new variety, we haven't stocked up too much. We only have 11 cantaloupes available, Tang Yu said awkwardly. Hee, boss, with such excellent fruit, you should stock more. I believe once people try it, they'll rave about it, the lady laughed. Then let us take all 11. We'll buy them all. Tang Yu quickly weighed the 11 cantaloupes, totaling 110 jin, and announced, that will be 2,068 yuan, but I'll make it 2050 for you. Wow, what a kind boss. The lady laughed, scanning the QR code. Tonight, I'll promote your shop to my friends, encouraging them to visit. Thank you. Upon receiving the payment notification, Tang Yu wore a beaming smile. In an instant, the 11 cantaloupes were sold. After deducting the 1,200 yuan spent today, they had earned 850 yuan, a profitable endeavor indeed. At that moment, Tang Shui arrived. Sister, the dream cantaloupe has sold out. We need to restock immediately. Tang Shui exclaimed excitedly. Sold out already? Of course. Let us contact Xu Xiaofan right away. Just then, Tang Shui's phone rang, displaying Lu Danning's number. Initially reluctant to answer, she felt compelled to pick it up. Hello? Tang boss, when will you collect the melons from here? Lu Danning's arrogant voice came through. Lu boss, I'm currently only interested in Xu Xiaofan's melons. Yours, huh? Xu Xiaofan's melons are already in my possession. If you want to buy his melons, you'll have to do business with me. What? Is that true? Tang boss. After working together for so many years, have I ever deceived you? Well then, when are you free? I'll come collect the melons. If you travel from the county to Taohua town now, you might still gather about 1,000 jin of Tianjiao black. Otherwise, you can come right away. What do you say? Tang Shui was thrilled. I'll head over now. See you in Taohua village. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan was at home cleaning. As many visitors had come earlier, leaving a fair amount of dust. Suddenly, a melodious voice called out, Xiaofan, are you home? His eyes lit up. Lin Furong had arrived. Sure enough, as he looked toward the door, he saw Lin Furong in a simple dress. At 30, she wore a fitted, modest gown that accentuated her graceful figure. With a waist so slender it seemed poetic. Her long legs reflected beams of pure white light, captivating Xu Xiaofan's gaze continually. Moreover, her proud stature stirred a powerful flame within him. Lin Furong was also a woman of misfortune. After marrying into Taohua village from the neighboring village and giving birth to a daughter, her husband went to Angola, Africa, to mine. For the past 5 years, he had neglected both mother and daughter, seemingly severing all contact. Lin Furong could only manage her life while caring for her father-in-law. Each time Xu Xiaofan tutored Yaya, he would notice Lin Furong discreetly wiping away tears in the kitchen. Her life was indeed arduous. Sister Furong, once I finish sweeping, I'll come over to help Yaya with her studies, Xu Xiaofan said, feeling a bit shy, as if he were taking up her time. Xiaofan. Yaya has not yet finished school. Lin Furong smiled sweetly and expressed her thoughts. I just heard Aunt Xia discussing with my grandfather that you sold many melons at a high price. I wonder why our melons have been lukewarm in sales. Could you possibly take a look for me? Upon hearing this, Xu Xiaofan understood the situation. Of course. I'll take out the trash first, then I'll help you check. Such trivial matters are no trouble at all. Lin Furong seized the trash can from Xu Xiaofan's hands. Although her hands bore numerous calluses, when she touched Xu Xiaofan, he still felt a jolt of electricity that resonated deeply within him. He gazed intently at Lin Furong. Xiaofan, what's wrong? Lin Furong asked, noticing his somewhat dazed expression. Furong Jia, you are exceptionally beautiful, he blurted out. Ah, Xiaofan, when did you become so eloquent? She replied, her heart warming. All right, the trash is taken out. Let us head to the melon field. With a charming smile, Lin Furong felt a glow of warmth. Xu Xiaofan truly knew how to please a woman. Chapter 15. Harvesting Lin Furong's melons soon. Xu Xiaofan accompanied Lin Furong to their family's melon field. From a distance, they spotted Lin Furong's grandfather, Chen Fu, sitting in the melon shed, smoking a pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke, visibly troubled. Uncle Fu. Xu Xiaofan greeted as he approached. Xiaofan, Chen Fu replied, tapping his pipe with a friendly demeanor. I've heard about your endeavors. Well done. You are indeed living up to the title of our village's first prestigious university student. Thank you, Uncle Fu, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. Observing Chen Fu, Xu Xiaofan noted how much older he appeared since his son had ceased communication with the family and with the poor melon sales. He seemed to have aged even further. Are these all your melons? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Chen Fu nodded yes. We have cultivated 7 acres of cantaloupes and 8 acres of watermelons. In previous years, the harvest was quite good, earning us several tens of thousands. But this year he sighed heavily. It seems the heavens have turned against us. The melons are not thriving, and our family faces numerous issues. As he spoke, tears of helplessness streamed down Chen Fu's face. Lin Furong, standing nearby, felt equally powerless. Natural disasters and personal misfortunes had left their family in turmoil. She longed to work and contribute to the household, but as a fragile woman, what could she possibly do? Moreover, with young children and the absence of paternal love, how could she bear to deprive them of maternal affection, casting their childhood into shadow? Uncle Fu, everything will be all right, Xu Xiaofan reassured him. Here, give this a try, Chen Fu said, handing Xu Xiaofan a slice of cantaloupe. Xu Xiaofan tasted it and immediately discerned its shortcomings. It lacked juice and sweetness. With such flaws, it would hardly fetch a good price. If these melons don't sell, this year's efforts will be in vain. The watermelons fared even worse. Although they were ripe, the flesh remained pale, and the rinds were exceptionally tough. Chen Fu lamented, I just had Lu Danning come by. He said he could only offer 50 cents per pound for the cantaloupes and 20 cents for the watermelons. He filled his pipe with tobacco again, lighting it in an attempt to alleviate his worries. Uncle Fu, how did you sell your melons in previous years? Xu Xiaofan inquired. In past years, 7 acres of cantaloupes yielded around 30,000 pounds, selling for about 50,000, while 8 acres of watermelons produced around 50,000 pounds, fetching roughly 40,000. Chen Fu sighed. This year, we might only have 20,000 pounds of cantaloupes and 30,000 pounds of watermelons, which may very well rot in our hands. After deducting costs and labor, there would be nothing left. Upon hearing this, Lin Furong burst into tears. The plight of farmers is truly heartbreaking. How about I buy all your melons? Xu Xiaofan proposed. What? Chen Fu exclaimed, as if struck by a miraculous revelation. I'll buy your melons. Xu Xiaofan reiterated. Is that true? Chen Fu and Lin Furong asked in excitement. Why would I lie? Xu Xiaofan assured them, thumping his chest. That would be wonderful. Chen Fu exclaimed, taking a deep puff from his pipe, choking slightly, but feeling the clouds of despair lift from his head. Xiaofan. Lin Furong interjected. I appreciate your intentions, but you cannot afford to buy our melons at a loss. Your money isn't just falling from the sky. Xu Xiaofan smiled. Furong Jia, you've seen how I managed to sell the imperfect melons from Meng Xia's field for such a high price. You need not worry. I have my methods. Xiaofan, please don't deceive me, Lin Furong said, her eyes welling with tears of gratitude. Xu Xiaofan's integrity shone through. He was truly a loyal friend, concerned for her welfare. Furong Jia, when have you seen me suffer losses? You can trust me completely. His heart warmed at her kindness and gratitude. It was indeed rewarding to help. Xiaofan, are you really willing to take this batch of melons? Chen Fu asked, still in disbelief. Of course, Uncle Fu, Xu Xiaofan confirmed. I will offer you $2 per pound for the cantaloupes and $1 per pound for the watermelons. What do you think? What? Chen Fu nearly stumbled from the shock. That is a high price. 20,000 pounds of cantaloupes at $2 per pound totals 40,000. 30,000 pounds of watermelons at $1 per pound makes 30,000. Together, that is nearly 70,000. After all expenses, you would still have a profit of 40,000. In other words, even with a poor harvest this year, Xu Xiaofan's generous offer would ensure their income remained on par with previous year's bounties. Chen Fu felt elated, as if he could wake from a dream smiling. But Xiaofan, won't you suffer a loss with such high prices? Chen Fu asked, concern etched on his face. If it came to that, he would prefer to let the melons rot rather than sell them to Xu Xiaofan, as he did not wish to build his happiness on another's suffering. Uncle Fu, I worry more about you not selling to me if my offer is too low, Xu Xiaofan replied, waving his hand dismissively. And remember, if I manage to sell them for a good price, don't feel like you've lost out. Chen Fu shot him a knowing glance. I want to be like some people who go back on their word when they see others prosper. Rest assured, even if you sell for hundreds per pound in the future, I won't feel envious. In fact, I would gladly cultivate melons for you. The kindness of rural folk is truly remarkable. Even a modest profit can bring them joy for an entire year. Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but reflect that once he stabilized his own situation, he would endeavor to elevate the living standards of his fellow villagers. Let us agree on this, Xu Xiaofan said with satisfaction, then added, Uncle Fu, I only have my phone on me. Can I pay you through it? Chen Fu nodded eagerly, of course. He then turned to Lin Furong. Furong, please use your phone to receive the payment. My phone is an old model and lacks a payment code. Xu Xiaofan swiftly transferred the funds to Lin Furong's account. Dad, the 70,000 has been received. Lin Furong announced. Wonderful, wonderful. Chen Fu nodded repeatedly. Then look, Meng Xia boasted about her melon field, pointing ahead. Just 50 meters away is my melon patch, Boss Tang. You can rest assured and take a look. She felt a surge of joy within. Lu Danning had just hinted that once a partnership with Tang Shui was established, she would simply sit back and collect money in the future. Although Lu Danning was typically unyielding, this time he was exceptionally generous. Meng Xia believed she was fortunate to have his support. Soon, the group arrived at the melon field. However, upon seeing the oddly shaped Hami melons lying there, Tang Shui furrowed her brow. These were not the melons of her dreams. Boss Lu, this doesn't look right, she said, displeased. Lu Danning insisted confidently, no, this is indeed the right patch. The taste and texture you experienced back then can be found here as well, though they may look a bit off. It doesn't affect the quality. Meng Xia continued to chatter on. Indeed. That sly Xu Xiaofan bought Hami melons from me at a low price and sold them to you at an exorbitant rate. It was utterly unscrupulous of him. Now that I've finally retrieved them, you can trust me, Boss Tang. Seeing the deformed melons, Tang Shui hesitated to ask her staff to pick them. After a moment's thought, she decided to take a chance. Boss Lu, since we are all in business, why don't we try one and see if it lives up to your claims? Lu Danning chuckled, absolutely. Let us pick a Hami melon and cut it open right here for you to taste, Boss Tang. Tang Shui, being a significant business figure, was exceptionally cautious. Nevertheless, she thought, real gold fears no fire, and allowed the tasting. Lu Danning had ulterior motives. If Tang Shui was pleased, he could raise the price. After all, good melons were plentiful for a big boss like her. At that moment, Chun Hai went to the melon field, carefully selecting a melon that looked decent, and cut it open before everyone. Tang Shui's frown deepened as she could not detect the fragrant aroma. Furthermore, the flesh of the melon was pale, lacking the vibrant yellow she expected. It was evident this melon was unripe. Come, Boss Tang, do try a slice. It will surely open your eyes. Meng Xia offered a piece of Hami melon to Tang Shui. Tentatively, Tang Shui took a bite, but her expression soured instantly. Haha, Boss Tang, isn't it delicious? This patch was cultivated through a year of hard work by my husband and me, Meng Xia boasted. However, before Lu Danning could utter a word about pricing, Tang Shui spat the melon out in front of everyone. Boss Lu, do you take me for a 3-year-old? How dare you present such inferior Hami melons to me? Tang Shui exclaimed angrily. Lu Danning shook his head. No, Boss Tang, this is truly a genuine dream melon. Are your taste buds malfunctioning? How can melons from the same patch taste so different? Exactly, Boss Tang. These melons are guaranteed to ripen. Just take another bite. You'll soon savor their sweetness. Meng Xia chimed in. Tang Shui took another bite, but without chewing, she spat it out again. This melon is bland and lacks juice. It's unripe and not what I desire. How could this be? Lu Danning and Meng Xia exclaimed in unison. Don't you have mouths? Tang Shui retorted, glancing at them. You can find out by trying. In a flurry, Lu Danning and Meng Xia took a piece of melon from Chen Hai. But as soon as they bit into it, they spat it out in disgust. It was utterly inedible, leaving them both in shock. What could possibly be the reason for this? Were they cursed? At that moment, Xu Xiaofan approached with a playful smirk. Boss Lu, how is the melon selling? Lu Danning glared at Xu Xiaofan. What on earth happened here? Is this your doing? Oh, I'm merely passing by. I'm bewildered by your interrogation. Xu Xiaofan feigned innocence. Hey, Snow Sister, you're here too? Xu Xiaofan greeted Tang Shui. Yes, she replied with a smile. Xu Xiaofan asked, so, how are the melons selling? Thanks to you, they sold out instantly. I came here to collect more since the store is out of stock, Tang Shui replied. Then turned to Xu Xiaofan. Were the melons you sold previously picked from here? Xu Xiaofan nodded, indeed. Tang Shui was puzzled. Why are the two batches so different? This doesn't make sense. Don't deceive me. It's true, Xu Xiaofan insisted, glancing at Meng Xia. If you don't believe me, ask Aunt Xia. Meng Xia lowered her head, unwilling to speak. However, the difference in taste was undeniable. Oh, I see. My melons have an owner. Naturally, they are of better quality. Just like my character, Xu Xiaofan quipped, striking a nerve. You. Lu Danning felt a wave of frustration. How about you pick one yourself, and see if it impresses Snow Sister? Xu Xiaofan suggested. Lu Danning swallowed his pride. He didn't want to embarrass himself further in front of Tang Shui, fearing it would ruin future business. Snow Sister, you should be buying melons from me. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? Tang Shui smiled awkwardly, feeling a pang of guilt. Xiaofan, the Hami melons sold so well that I didn't consider thoroughly. I lost my judgment momentarily. Please forgive me this once. I won't make the same mistake again. Tang Shui hurriedly apologized. Xu Xiaofan nodded. Next time. Just remember not to be deceived by those with ulterior motives. Tang Shui nodded. Then turned to Lu Danning. Lu Danning, I won't be taking your melons anymore. Take care of yourself. Lu Danning felt as if he had fallen from grace. Losing Tang Shui as a partner meant a loss of at least 200,000 a year. Alright, Snow Sister, since you're here, why not have a look at the melons I just harvested? They're still warm. Xu Xiaofan pointed towards the nearby melon field. Let us go take a look. Tang Shui followed behind. Damn it, what kind of trick is Xu Xiaofan playing? His melons must be inferior too. Let us go see for ourselves, Lu Danning grumbled, feeling dissatisfied. Chapter 17. Another lucrative deal. Snow Sister, this is my melon field. How does it compare to the others? Xu Xiaofan gestured to the vast expanse of melons. Tang Shui gazed at the plump Hami melons lying on the ground, her appetite instantly ignited. Meng Xia frowned, feeling unfairly treated. Snow Sister, I'll go pick one for you to taste. In business, both parties should be willing for it to last. While speaking, Xu Xiaofan casually picked a 10-pound Hami melon and sliced it into 10 pieces using a watermelon knife from the shed. Here, give it a try. Lu Danning, skeptical, picked up a piece and bit into it, suddenly exclaiming, what the hell? What is wrong, Boss Lu? Is it not good? Meng Xia asked, her tone laced with disdain. I told you Xu Xiaofan wouldn't impress, she thought. Is it good? You'll find out if you try. Lu Danning shot back at Meng Xia, feeling aggrieved. Meng Xia grabbed a piece of Hami melon and took a hefty bite. Oh my goodness, this is fantastic, she exclaimed, praising the melon. She vowed she had never tasted such sweet and delicious Hami melon. It was indeed her dream melon. Suddenly, she realized it was Xu Xiaofan's melon, and she suppressed the excitement bubbling within her. Seeing this, Tang Shui was nearly convinced it was indeed a good melon, but she still needed to try a piece herself. With just a gentle bite, the sweet juice burst in her mouth, the rich aroma tantalizing her taste buds, delivering an exquisite experience. The flavor was identical to the one she savored at noon. This was indeed the melon of her dreams. How is it, Snow Sister? Xu Xiaofan inquired eagerly. Xiaofan, this melon is extraordinary. Tang Shui joyfully inquired about the quantity of Hami melons, which amounted to approximately 40,000 gene, all of which she purchased. After employing the fire array heart technique, not only did the sweetness and texture of the melons reach a sublime level, but their weight also experienced a remarkable enhancement. Tang Shui, in a state of exhilaration, declared her intention to transfer the payment. The actions of the affluent are often swift and decisive. Wait, Xu Xiaofan interjected, raising his hand. What is it? Tang Shui asked, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Could it be that Xu Xiaofan was attempting to raise the price? Alas, she lamented the recent hurt she had caused him. If he indeed raised the price, it would be justified. Sister Shui, I also have watermelons. Would you like to purchase them? Xu Xiaofan's unexpected question caught her off guard. If you do, we can settle the payment together, he added. Watermelons? Tang Shui queried. Her curiosity piqued. A sigh of relief escaped her. It appeared her worries were unfounded. Xu Xiaofan was not attempting to increase the price, but rather seeking to sell watermelons. However, Her store was already brimming with watermelons of exceptional quality, leaving no room for another variety. Nevertheless, in a bid to alleviate her indebtedness, she decided to assist Xu Xiaofan in a minor way, agreeing to purchase a token quantity of 1,000 gene. Noticing Tang Xue's reluctance, Xu Xiaofan smiled gently. Sister Xue, wait a moment. I'll pick one for you to taste before making a final decision. Lu Daning and Meng Xia observed Xu Xiaofan curiously. Could his watermelons also be extraordinary? Swiftly, Xu Xiaofan sliced the watermelon into 16 pieces, handing a slice to Tang Xue. Sister Xue, do give it a try. Upon receiving the slice, Tang Xue was enveloped by its intoxicating aroma, invigorating her senses. As she bit into the watermelon, the sweet, succulent juice and rich flavor brought her immense pleasure. It's exquisite, Tang Xue exclaimed, trembling with delight. The Black Beauty, Iron General, and Black Qilin from our store pale in comparison. Is it truly that delicious? Lu Daning, skeptical, picked up a piece and took a bite. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Goodness! The watermelon was plump, juicy, and delectably sweet, surpassing any variety he had ever tasted. Meng Xia also sampled it, exclaiming, Heavens, this watermelon must be divine. She couldn't resist indulging in several more slices. Well, Sister Xue, what do you think? Xu Xiaofan observed her reaction, feeling a sense of conclusion. Sister Xiaofan, how many gene of watermelons do you have? Tang Xue asked eagerly, planning to upgrade her store's offerings and gradually phase out lower-end brands in favor of high-end products. Approximately 50,000 gene, Xu Xiaofan replied. Perfect. Tang Xue beamed. I'll take both the 40,000 gene of Hami melons and the 50,000 gene of watermelons. The price for the watermelons is slightly lower than the Hami melons. I can offer you 8 yuan per gene. What do you think? That works, Xu Xiaofan readily agreed. With 40,000 gene of Hami melons at 10 yuan per gene, he would earn 400,000 yuan. The 50,000 gene of watermelons, at 8 yuan per gene, would also yield 400,000 yuan. Together, that amounted to 800,000 yuan. Xu Xiaofan shook his head in disbelief. Finding it surprisingly easy to earn such a sum in a single day, provided there were melons to sell. Ding! Your bank card number XXX9527 has received a deposit of 800,000 yuan. Hearing this, Lu Daning seethed with resentment. This fortune had originally been his. Now disrupted by Xu Xiaofan, Meng Xia trembled with fury, envious of Xu Xiaofan's sudden windfall. As they left in a huff, Tang Xue smiled at Xu Xiaofan. From now on, these watermelons will belong to me. My store can't handle such a large quantity all at once. I'll have to sell them gradually. Do as you see fit, Xu Xiaofan replied with a grin. I will guard the melons for you. You are truly kind, Tang Xue expressed her gratitude. All right, let me call my relatives to help you load the truck. How much do you need to take back? Tang Xue instructed her driver to bring a 4-2-meter Isuzu. 1,000 gene of Hami melons and 1,200 gene of watermelons, she specified. Understood, Xu Xiaofan nodded, then began messaging friends and family for assistance in harvesting the melons. Before long, a young man in his mid-20s, with a dark complexion, arrived alongside a beautiful woman. Brother Feng, Sister Ru, please weigh the melons and load them onto the truck, Xu Xiaofan instructed. All right, Xu Xiaofeng and Li Ru responded, beginning to work diligently in the fields. Joined by the driver, totaling 3 people. In less than half an hour, everything was ready. Sister, I'm heading back now. When I have time, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal, Tang Xue declared, eager to return. Sure, Sister Xue, please remind the driver to be cautious on the rural roads, Xu Xiaofan advised. I will, she assured him. Soon, Tang Xue boarded her Maserati, while the driver departed in the Isuzu, leaving Taohua village behind. Ah, Xiaofan, what's this? As Xu Xiaofan attempted to transfer 400 yuan to Xu Xiaofeng, he refused. Brother, please accept it, Xu Xiaofan insisted. This is a trivial matter. How could I accept your money? Xu Xiaofeng waved his hand. The couple relied on their 8-acre fish pond for their livelihood, occasionally taking on odd jobs, such as helping neighbors harvest melons or carrying bricks, earning about 100 yuan a day, with meals included. Xu Xiaofan naturally thought of them for help. Xiaofan, it's too much to offer us money for such a small favor, Li Ru agreed. The couple often supported Xu Xiaofan during his school days with food and clothing. He felt a deep sense of gratitude toward them. Brother Feng, Sister Ru, why are you both so stubborn? Xu Xiaofan asked, his tone serious. Xiaofan, you've just started making money. How can you give us so much? Is your money just falling from the sky? Xu Xiaofeng replied, genuinely concerned. Save your money for future needs. especially for when you marry and carry on the Xu family name, Li Ru added. Brother Feng, Sister Ru, to be honest, I'm making significant money now. My future will improve, so you need not worry about me. Just accept the money, Xu Xiaofan explained. Really, Xiaofan? You're making a lot of money? Xu Xiaofan asked, astonished. For the past few days, the oppressive heat had kept them tied to the fish pond, unaware of the happenings in the village. Indeed, I've been trading watermelons and hami melons, and I've made quite a profit, Xu Xiaofan confirmed. Xu Xiaofan frowned. He had just learned about Xu Xiaofan's melon dealings, but he doubted the earnings. That is hard-earned money. You can't take money from us. Xiaofan, you work hard for your money. If I take it, I wouldn't be human. Brother Feng, it's not difficult. Just recently, I made a casual trade and earned 800,000 yuan, Xu Xiaofan revealed without hesitation. What? Xu Xiaofan exclaimed, thinking he had misheard. Did you really earn 800,000 yuan? Li Ru looked at Xu Xiaofan in disbelief. Yes, indeed, 800,000 yuan, he confirmed, eager to alleviate their concerns about accepting the money. Ah, Xu Xiaofan shouted. It's really 800,000. Li Ru danced with joy, exclaiming, Xiaofan, you've made it big. You're the pride of the Xu family. Now you can hold your head high. 400 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for me now. Please accept it, brother and sister, Xu Xiaofan insisted. Grateful for their past support. Despite this, Xu Xiaofan remained firm. Even so, I can't take your money. Save it wisely. There will be many opportunities to use it in the future. He exchanged a glance with Li Ru, who nodded in agreement. Xu Xiaofan seemed to have made a decision as he addressed Xiaofan, saying, Brother, there is something I would like to ask of you. Xiaofan, feigning difficulty, replied, Well, Brother Feng, you should collect the money first before we discuss anything. Ah, Xiaofan, you're quite the character, Xu Xiaofan said. Ultimately accepting the 400 yuan for the greater good. That is more like it. I must say, Brother Feng, there may be many tasks ahead that will require your and sister's assistance. Just call on us when the time comes. Xu Xiaofan agreed. By the way, what was it that you needed help with? Xiaofan inquired. Sighing, Xu Xiaofan glanced around to ensure no one was listening before mustering the courage to speak. Xiaofan, you must help me. This concerns my future. Xiaofan's eyes narrowed. What could be so important? Brother Feng, please elaborate. Xu Xiaofan said earnestly, Xiaofan, you know I have been married to sister for 5 years, and she has not conceived yet. I would like you to assist us. Xiaofan understood. Brother Feng, leave this to me. It shall be no trouble at all. You truly agree? Xu Xiaofan looked at Xiaofan with excitement, having expected reluctance. It's not difficult at all. Xiaofan replied with a smile. One day when I go for herbs and help sister with her condition, everything will work out naturally. With the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, he saw no insurmountable ailments. Xu Xiaofan realized Xiaofan had misunderstood his intention. Xiaofan, this isn't about your sister. It's about me. Xiaofan scrutinized Xu Xiaofan's face, noting his vibrant spirit, and wondered what could be the issue. By the way, do you remember the dog that chased us when we were young? Xu Xiaofan nodded vigorously. Brother Feng, you were so brave. Without you, I might have been bitten to death. When the mad dog had cornered Xiaofan, Xu Xiaofan had become his savior, driving the beast away at the cost of his own injury. To this day, Xiaofan remained deeply grateful. Xiaofan, you don't know, since that incident, I have completely lost my ability to conceive. The revelation struck Xiaofan like lightning. Li Ru felt similarly devastated. 5 years of marriage had deprived her of such exquisite experiences, leaving her feeling like a mere shell of herself. Had Xu Xiaofan treated her poorly, she might have left long ago. Brother Feng, Xiaofan had heard from the villagers that Xu Xiaofan had recovered under the doctor's care. Is that true? Li Ru confirmed. Brother Feng, rest assured. My medical skills are unparalleled. There is nothing I cannot achieve. Xiaofan felt a pang of guilt. It's futile, Xu Xiaofan choked. The root is gone. What? Xiaofan was astonished. If the root was indeed lost, even the greatest powers would be powerless to help. It was taken by the dog and consumed. Xu Xiaofan's spirit was crushed. Brother Feng, I am truly sorry. Xiaofan expressed deep remorse. Xiaofan, this is not your fault, Xu Xiaofan continued, sharing his thoughts. My parents are aging and yearning for a successor to carry on the Xu family name. Thus, I thought of you. Perhaps you could share a night with sister. Though they were from different fathers, they shared the surname Xu, which would honor their ancestors. Xiaofan, please don't feel pressured. This was agreed upon after discussion with your sister. Xiaofan, please help us. This unfortunate couple, Li Ru wept. Seeing Xiaofan hesitate, they both knelt before him. Xiaofan, if you refuse, we shall remain here in front of you. Kneeling. Brother Feng, Sister Ru, Xiaofan sighed. Please, have mercy on us. Agree to this, they implored. All right, get up quickly, I agree. Chapter 19. Xiaofan cannot Xiaofan. Thank you so much. Xu Xiaofan was moved to tears. The issue of his infertility had always been a source of pain for him, an enduring burden he carried wherever he went. However, now there was hope, a chance to hold his head high among the villagers. Brother Feng, don't mention it. Xiaofan felt overwhelmed with guilt, knowing he had played a significant role in Xu Xiaofang's plight. He vowed to see this matter through to fruition. All right, Xiaofan. We are brothers. Let's not stand on ceremony. Xu Xiaofan looked at Xiaofan, saying, I have already discussed this with your sister. Today is an auspicious day. Let us proceed. What? Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. At least allow me some time to prepare. He anticipated things would progress so swiftly. Today is the optimal time for your sister. Please bear with us. Li Ru blushed as he beheld Li Ru's graceful figure and her captivating beauty. Xiaofan felt a stir within him. Though she may not possess the allure of Tang Huer, she had her own unique charm. Just then, Lin Furong arrived. Xiaofan, dinner is ready. Spotting Xu Xiaofan and his wife, she warmly invited them. Xiaofan, Rumei, come to my house for a meal. Haha, Sister Furong will pass. My father has prepared pig's trotters at home. Xu Xiaofan declined politely. Oh, Xiaofan, we are all family. Why be so formal? Lin Furong chided. Sister Furong, it's true. You can invite Xiaofan, but we shall head home for dinner. Xu Xiaofan chuckled. Seeing she couldn't persuade them, Lin Furong relented. Very well, I shan't insist. All right. Sister Furong, Xiaofan, we shall take our leave now, Xu Xiaofan said, taking Li Ru's hand, their affection evident. As they walked a distance, he paused, glancing back at Xiaofan, clearly reluctant to leave him behind. Xiaofan, I overheard that Xiaofan was asking for your help earlier. What does he need? Lin Furong chatted with Xiaofan as they strolled. Oh, it's nothing. Xiaofan fabricated an excuse. If he revealed the truth to Lin Furong, how would he face Xu Xiaofan afterward? Although such matters were not uncommon in rural areas, it still required immense courage to act upon them. Ah, Xiaofan, keeping secrets from your sister, are we? Lin Furong suddenly turned to him, her delicate finger tapping his forehead. Her perceptive nature had sensed something amiss. She was certain he was hiding a secret. Sister Furong, truly. There's nothing to hide. Xu Xiaofang's fish pond is preparing to sell fish soon, and he asked for my help, Xiaofan explained, knowing he needed a plausible reason to deter her probing. Is that so? Lin Furong muttered. I haven't heard anything about Xu Xiaofan selling fish soon. However, since Xiaofan had said so, she took it to be true, for he was not one to deceive. She turned to walk ahead, but as the light dimmed, she accidentally stepped on a pebble. Ah! Lin Furong gasped, her body leaning forward toward a sharp stone. In that moment, her mind raced with a single thought. This is the end. Yet just then, she felt a soft sensation around her waist, and a force pulled her back. Before she knew it, she found herself in Xiaofan's embrace. Xiaofan. She looked directly into his eyes. Be careful, he warned, holding her slender waist. Her exquisite beauty now mere inches from him, igniting a fire within. He instinctively leaned closer, his lips drawn to Lin Furong's face. Caught in the aftermath of her narrow escape, Lin Furong was unprepared for his advance. Xiaofan, you mustn't. Ultimately, reason prevailed, and her finger gently pressed against Xiaofan's heated lips. Sister Furong, Xiaofan stammered, feeling an awkwardness similar to the aftermath of a storm with Tang Huer. Lin Furong playfully attempted to ease the ambiguous tension, teasing Xu Xiaofan. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Should Xu Xiaofan have succeeded just now, she might have found herself utterly ensnared. For it had been 5 long years since she had last been with a man. A parched earth, how desperately it craves a torrential spring rain. How long does he intend to carry me? Lin Furong lightly chided, jesting that if he liked her so much, he should simply marry her. All right then. I shall carry you home right now, Xu Xiaofan audaciously replied, taking advantage of the moment. Xu Xiaofan, I consider you a brother. Yet you genuinely wish to treat me as a wife. Lin Furong laughed, then gazed seriously at him. Xiaofan, you have grown up. It is time for you to find a wife. Perhaps I was enemies with the god of marriage in my past life. He must despise me, for he has yet to connect me with a red thread. Xu Xiaofan's eyes suddenly brightened. Then how about you introduce me to someone? Perhaps from your village or anywhere else. Lin Furong rolled her eyes. I think Zheng Ro would be quite suitable. You two have a couple's resemblance. Her? Xu Xiaofan was at a loss for words. If I were to marry Zheng Ro, it would be better for me to meet my end. Why do you say that? Lin Furong inquired. She constantly targets me, finds me displeasing. Wouldn't being with her drive me mad? Xu Xiaofan sighed. Moreover, Zheng Ro comes from such an affluent family. How could she possibly consider a loser like me? Lin Furong fell silent, recognizing the truth in his words. Yet she held a favorable view of Zheng Ro. However, given Zheng's family's lofty standards, it was unlikely they would consent to such a union. But don't lose heart, Xiaofan. You are gradually improving, and soon, everyone will see you in a new light, she encouraged. Ah, your words are so pleasing, Furong. I relish them immensely. I don't ask for much. If I could marry a wife as virtuous and beautiful as you, I would wake up smiling every day. Lin Furong shot him a playful glare. You are taking advantage of me again. At that moment, she suddenly blushed and said, Xiaofan you. Xu Xiaofan, caught off guard, realized that in their light-hearted banter, he had forgotten to release Lin Furong, and he quickly let go. How annoying. Lin Furong playfully pouted, her heart racing as she had just felt a solid presence against her. Chapter 20. Xu Xiaofan is stolen a kiss upon entering Lin Furong's home. Xu Xiaofan noticed Chen Fu had already set 2 glass cups and opened a bottle of chilled beer, sitting at the square dining table. He had arranged portions of freshly butchered chicken on a flat plate, the golden exterior steaming and fragrant. Come, Xiaofan, take a seat, Chen Fu warmly invited, pleased with the profits from their recent harvest despite the poor yield. Where's Yaya? Xu Xiaofan glanced around, not spotting the mischievous girl. Usually, when he visited, she would cling to his leg, pleading for help with her homework. As the only university student in the village, his status among the children was unparalleled. Oh, Yaya said she was feeling a bit unwell and is resting in her room. Chen Fu smiled. She specifically instructed me to wake her if you came by. Chen Fu turned to Lin Furong. Furong, could you go call Yaya for dinner? Dad, it's not good. Yaya has fainted. Lin Furong's anxious voice echoed from the room. What? Chen Fu abruptly set down his chopsticks and rushed to see what was wrong, with Xu Xiaofan following closely behind. Oh dear, this child is burning up. We need to get her to the town hospital immediately, Chen Fu exclaimed as he checked her temperature. But Dad, it's pitch dark outside. How can we go? Lin Furong fretted. Chen Fu was equally at a loss. Let me take a look. Xu Xiaofan stepped forward. Yes, let Xiaofan have a look. He might be able to help. Chen Fu, in his panic, had momentarily forgotten that Xu Xiaofan was the village doctor. Furong, this heat is unbearable. The child must be suffering from a fever, Xu Xiaofan deduced, observing the old fan in the room blowing hot air. After tomorrow, you should buy an air conditioner. It would be better for Yaya and for you all. But an air conditioner costs thousands of yuan. Lin Furong hesitated. Chen Fu wore a troubled expression. In these times, earning money was arduous, yet spending seemed effortless. He had considered it, but their family finances were too tight to justify such an expense. Furong, you need not worry about the money. I will buy one and gift it to you tomorrow, Xu Xiaofan assured. No. Xiaofan, you can't. You shouldn't waste your money. Lin Furong quickly declined, insisting that Xiaofan's earnings were hard-earned. It matters not. Today, I sold your melons and made a good profit. Surely, I should share a portion of it with you. Xu Xiaofan gently patted her hand, solidifying his resolve. Xiaofan, you are truly wonderful to both me and Yaya. Lin Furong remarked, her eyes glistening with tears. Your family has helped me in the past. Now it is my turn to assist you, he replied. Then thank you. Lin Furong conceded, no longer hesitant to accept his generosity. What about Yaya's ailment? Chen Fu inquired. Do not worry, a little bloodletting will suffice. Xu Xiaofan stated as he retrieved a porcelain bowl from the kitchen, shattering it to procure a sharp piece of glass. Now, I shall proceed with the bloodletting. Approaching Yaya, he gently pinched the skin at her temple and made a small incision. Soon, dark blood began to flow. Oh dear, the heat has turned her blood black. Chen Fu exclaimed, astonished. As Xu Xiaofan continued to draw out the dark blood, Yaya regained consciousness within 5 minutes. Mom, I'm hot, was her first utterance upon waking. Yaya, do you feel better? Lin Furong asked, her heart aching. Mom, I don't feel as dizzy anymore, Yaya replied softly. Yaya, if you feel unwell in the future, you must tell Grandpa ahead of time, do you understand? Lin Furong, relieved that it was nothing serious, cautioned her daughter. Okay, Mommy, Yaya nodded, suddenly noticing Xu Xiaofan. Xiaofan Gij. She rushed into his embrace. Tomorrow, Xiaofan Gij will buy you an air conditioner, so you won't have to suffer from the heat anymore. With that, Yaya gave Xu Xiaofan a peck on the cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, Xiaofan Gij. The evening culminated in a joyful dinner filled with laughter. Celebrating his first earnings, Xu Xiaofan felt elated and enjoyed a bottle of beer. However, the refrigerator's cooling was inadequate, leaving the beer less than chilled. Clearly, Chen Fu's refrigerator was aging. He resolved to purchase a new one for them as well. Furong, Uncle Fu, thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now. As Xu Xiaofan descended the stairs, Lin Furong suddenly called out to him. What is it, Furong? Lin Furong, having enjoyed the evening and imbibed a glass of beer. Blushed as she approached him, her heart racing. She lightly kissed him, saying, "Thank you," before hurriedly fleeing. Xu Xiaofan stood momentarily stunned. He had just been kissed by Lin Furong. Yet, could she not be more generous? A second kiss would have sufficed. Meanwhile, at Chunhai's home, Meng Xia exclaimed, "This time, you have caused me great harm." Lu Dan sat on the sofa, seething like an enraged leopard. Not only had he foolishly given Xu Xiaofan 100,000 yuan, but he had also lost a critical business partner. The losses were staggering. "Lu boss, you cannot blame me for this," Meng Xia retorted, equally furious. "If it weren't for Xu Xiaofan's interference, we would not be in such a predicament." "Humph." Lu Dan glared at Meng Xia, demanding, "Return my money to me." "Lu boss, you cannot act this way." Once the 70,000 yuan entered Meng Xia's pocket, she had no intention of relinquishing it. At that moment, she concocted a rather dubious plan. "Perhaps she could compel my daughter-in-law to bear a child for you, and consider the 70,000 as future nourishment for the mother and child?" For the sake of money, she was willing to go to great lengths. "Meng Xia, I am already in such dire straits that I have nothing left, and I am counting on that 70,000 to make a comeback." Lu Danning bellowed, "I will count to 3. If the money is not returned, I will end you tonight." Terrified, Meng Xia felt a jolt of panic and hastily transferred the 70,000 yuan to Lu Danning via WeChat. Now, her melons remained unsold, and Lu Danning retrieved his 50,000 yuan for nourishment, leaving him with nothing to show for it. After receiving the money, Lu Danning rode his Suzuki 125 motorcycle back to town. "Husband, go speak to Xu Xiaofan and insist that he must take our melons. Otherwise, we will not let this go," Chunhai ordered. "Look at you, at your age, with such a fiery temper. Can't you speak to others calmly?" Chunhai scolded. "What do you want me to say?" "Listen to me this time, and you'll surely sell the melons," he insisted. "What brilliant idea do you have?" Meng Xia inquired. Chunhai whispered in her ear, causing her to smile mischievously. "All right, you go take care of it." Chapter 21. To your room, I chuckled with delight as Xu Xiaofan hummed a tune on his way home. However, he soon discovered that it appeared a thief had entered his house. He distinctly remembered leaving the door ajar, yet now it stood wide open, the lights illuminating the interior. He hurried inside to investigate. It turned out that Zheng Ro had arrived. Xu Xiaofan frowned and said, "Zheng Ro, what brings you to my home at such a late hour? If someone were to find out, my reputation would be tarnished." "Humph, Xu Xiaofan, I came to brighten your dreary abode, and you should feel fortunate." "I cannot believe you are so ungrateful," Zheng Ro retorted, her anger appearing quite endearing. Coupled with the subtle rise and fall of her trembling bosom, Xu Xiaofan found himself captivated. "Speak, what is your purpose in seeking me?" He replied curtly. "I heard that you struck a deal with a big boss from the city today?" Zheng Ro inquired amiably. She had ventured out late at night, risking misunderstandings, solely to uncover the truth. Yet, this fool had the audacity to lament about his tarnished reputation. Frustrating indeed. "It was somewhat mediocre," Xu Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. "How much did you earn?" Zheng Ro asked, her curiosity piqued. "Zheng Ro, it seems you have been rather attentive to me lately. Confess. Do you harbor a secret crush on me?" Xu Xiaofan teased, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. Zheng Ro's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly waved her hands, stammering, "You are speaking nonsense. How could I possibly have a crush on you?" For reasons unknown, Xu Xiaofan's question set her heart racing. Could it truly be so? She shook her head internally. Xu Xiaofan was insufferable, having often teased her during childhood, and she despised him. "Then why do you keep bothering me? Don't you have anything better to do?" Xu Xiaofan snapped, adding, "If those gossips tell your father, he might think I've abducted you." "Humph," Zheng Ro scoffed. "I simply wanted to know how much you earned. Tell me, and I will leave." "No comment," Xu Xiaofan replied, further igniting Zheng Ro's curiosity. "Come on, Xu Xiaofan. Just tell me, it won't cost you anything." "No, what if you take advantage of me when I'm not looking?" Xu Xiaofan countered. Zheng Ro placed her hands on her hips, declaring, "I don't need the money. Why would I rob you?" "Then I still cannot tell you, otherwise I will always be uneasy." Xu Xiaofan remained resolute. "Just tell me," Zheng Ro insisted, adopting a playful demeanor. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. "I can tell you, but you must adhere to our wager." "What wager?" Zheng Ro inquired. "You promised that when I made a fortune, you would let me use your facial cleanser. You haven't forgotten, have you?" Suddenly, Zheng Ro recalled something, her face turning beet red. "Fine. As long as you truly earn a fortune, I will concede," she agreed. "Do not go back on your word," Xu Xiaofan cautioned. Zheng Ro replied seriously. "Going back on your word is for little dogs." Xu Xiaofan felt confident about this deal. If he could use Zheng Ro's facial cleanser, it would be a delightful experience. He was eager. All right, hurry and tell me how much you earned from that big boss, Zheng Ro urged. Xu Xiaofan gestured with his hands, indicating a figure. 80,000. Zheng Ro scoffed. Is that really a significant amount? She looked down on it. 800,000. Zheng Ro nearly choked at that moment. A single deal worth 800,000 was equivalent to her father's income over several years. Truly, some businesses take years to flourish, but when they do, they yield bountiful rewards. She could hardly believe Xu Xiaofan had suddenly become so formidable. Now, do you concede? Xu Xiaofan grinned at her. Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Zheng Ro asked warily. Look for yourself, Xu Xiaofan said, handing over his phone for her to verify. For the sake of using the facial cleanser, he was willing to overlook everything else. Wow, it really is. Upon seeing the lengthy string of Arabic numerals on the screen, even if Zheng Ro wanted to contest it, she found it impossible to do so. Fine, I concede, she admitted. To gamble is to accept defeat. And that makes a good child, Xu Xiaofan smirked mischievously. Now, hand over your facial cleanser. Zheng Ro appeared somewhat embarrassed. How should I give it to you? Don't you know to take it yourself? Let the girl be the one to take the initiative. You truly lack romantic understanding. However, she softly murmured, just take it yourself. Xu Xiaofan rubbed his hands together and gradually moved closer to Zheng Ro. Wait, she suddenly called out. Xu Xiaofan's expression soured. Zheng Ro, you wouldn't be reconsidering, would you? We agreed to be honest with each other. Zheng Ro stamped her foot, exclaiming, who is reconsidering? What do you mean by this? To your room, Zheng Ro said, her cheeks flushed. In the spacious outdoor area, she felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of many eyes. I'm going, Xu Xiaofan thought, a flame of excitement igniting within him. Was Zheng Ro inviting him into the lion's den? Splendid. Once inside the room, they could lock the door, leaving her without any recourse. Well done, you've thought this through. Let us proceed, he said, preparing to pull Zheng Ro into the room when suddenly footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a voice. Xiaofan, are you home? Your Uncle Hai has come to see you. Damn, Xu Xiaofan exclaimed. Chen Hai, your timing is truly unfortunate. Upon hearing the arrival of another person, Zheng Ro quickly turned and exclaimed, you have missed your chance. Then she fled. Hey, Xiao, are you here to see Xiaofan for something? Why are you running so quickly? Uncle Hai would not harm you. Be careful not to trip. As the words fell, Chen Hai approached Xu Xiaofan, noticing his glum expression. Did Xiao upset you? Xu Xiaofan was furious, thinking, Chen Hai, you have ruined my opportunity. You owe me. However, he suppressed his anger, remembering that Chen Hai was indeed Chen Dashan's father. Chen Dashan had shown him great kindness, and he couldn't bear to face Chen Hai with a scowl. Uncle Hai, what brings you here? Chen Hai hesitated, looking somewhat embarrassed as he replied, Xiaofan, I truly apologize for today's incident. It was my fault. Uncle Hai, what's done is done. I won't hold it against you. If there's nothing else, I'd like to rest. After all, he couldn't remain angry with Chen Dashan's father. Wait, Chen Hai interrupted. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? He guessed that Chen Hai's purpose for visiting was likely related to the melon selling situation. Xiaofan, what do you think of her? Chen Hai cast out the bait. Big sister her? She is quite wonderful, Xu Xiaofan replied casually. Although he had been candid with Tang Hoyer and his affections for her were evident, he could not allow such feelings to manifest in front of Chen Hai. Otherwise, Chen Hai would surely be infuriated. Xiaofan, what if, hypothetically, I invited Hoyer to your room to spend the night? Chen Hai inquired tentatively. Uncle Hai, I regard Hoyer as my own sister, and Dasha as my brother. You would be leading me into a grave injustice, Xu Xiaofan replied, waving his hand dismissively, clearly indicating that he could not agree to such a proposition. Oh, Xiaofan, if Dasha knew he had such a good brother as you, he could die in peace. Chen Hai sighed, dropping all pretense. Dasha left this world too early, without leaving behind a son or daughter. Xiaofan, in light of Dasha's unfortunate fate, please consider Uncle Hai's suggestion and leave a legacy for him. Uncle Hai, this would be unfair to Hoyer, Xu Xiaofan asserted, though inwardly he was overjoyed. This arrangement would allow him to date Tang Hoyer openly in the future. Naturally, he would still maintain a respectful distance in public to avoid gossip that could jeopardize Hoyer's reputation. Rest assured, my friend, this matter is well within our capabilities. Chen Hai confidently declared. We will gently guide her, and all will be well. Xu Xiaofan thought to himself that indeed they had nearly sent Tang Hoyer to Lu Doning's bed. Very well, Uncle Hai. If you can communicate clearly with Hoyer, I shall assist you. He feigned exhaustion. If there's nothing more, I shall retire for the night. Wait a moment. Don't rush off, Chen Hai interrupted with a playful grin. Actually, there is a prerequisite condition. Xu Xiaofan immediately sensed that there was no such thing as a free lunch. However, he asked graciously, what is this prerequisite condition? Uncle Hai? Chunhai rubbed his hands together. Xiaofan, you see, due to this situation, Lu Danning has opted not to purchase our melons. After a year of hard toil, we cannot allow our sweat and blood to go to waste. How about this? You provide us a token compensation, and then your good fortune with Hoyer will become a reality. With keen eyes, Chunhai proposed, a sum of 70,000 will suffice. Xu Xiaofan frowned. Uncle Hai? This is quite unreasonable. Do you take me for a fool? Chunhai hesitated. Xiaofan. Remember Lu Danning initially agreed to buy our melons for 20,000 and promised an additional 50,000 for nutritional expenses, which is why we consented to let Hoyer be with him. Surely, you cannot offer less than Lu Danning. Xu Xiaofan was left speechless. The Chun couple truly seemed blinded by greed. Yet, knowing that refusing could drive Tang Hoyer back into another perilous situation, he resolved to comply. After all, with the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, earning money was a trivial matter for him. Uncle Hai, I can agree to your terms, but I have a condition, he stated. Chunhai's eyes lit up. What condition? From this point onward, you must not cast your eye upon Hoyer again. Can you abide by that? Of course. Chunhai nodded without hesitation. Very well, I will transfer the funds to you now. Upon receiving the money, Chunhai excitedly told Xu Xiaofan, Xiaofan, wait here. I will fetch Hoyer immediately. Tonight, do not hold back. Work as diligently as an ox in the fields, for that is how bountiful harvests are reaped. With that, he hurried away. Soon after, Tang Hoyer appeared before him. Xiaofan, why did you agree to my father-in-law's demands? She asked, clearly aware of the unfolding events. Even without the financial incentive, she would have acquiesced. If he had refused, they would have devised some bizarre scheme to profit from him. Xu Xiaofan sighed in resignation. Tang Hoyer was at a loss for words. Her in-laws were indeed driven by profit. Without yielding to their demands, they would resort to any means necessary. She felt indebted to Xu Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you are so kind to me. I must repay you properly, she declared. Hoyer, wait for me in bed while I take a shower, she replied, clad in a stunning white silk dress that showcased her perfect figure. The next day, Xu Xiaofan set off on his scooter towards town, intent on purchasing air conditioners, one for Lin Furong's home and one for his own. The previous night, he had found the heat unbearable while bonding with Tang Hoyer, and he yearned for a more comfortable environment to nurture their blossoming relationship. As he rode, his thoughts drifted to their enchanting night, but suddenly he lost focus, and his tires skidded on the sandy road. Damn it, he exclaimed, narrowly avoiding an accident. This road had been in disrepair for years, and it was evident that the local authorities had neglected the needs of the community. Xu Xiaofan grumbled to himself. Perhaps it was time to invest in a proper vehicle. Riding a scooter felt too precarious for someone now capable of earning a living. He soon arrived at town and entered a Gree furniture flagship store. Hello, how may I assist you today? A polite young saleswoman greeted him as he stepped inside. I wish to purchase 2 air conditioners and 2 refrigerators, Xu Xiaofan stated boldly. Xiaofan, why are you wasting your money? He heard a familiar voice chime in, grating on his ears. Zhengro, why do you follow me like a shadow? It's quite peculiar to encounter you everywhere, he retorted, bemused. Zhengro, dressed in a snug purple top and white jeans, displayed her enviable figure. Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but steal a glance. Had Chunhai not interfered the previous day, Xu Xiaofan had long since discerned the truth. Indeed, in this world, wealth confers authority, while the impoverished are relegated to subservience. Could you kindly introduce me to something? Xu Xiaofan inquired, devoid of anger. A young woman, forcing a smile, guided Xu Xiaofan to the entry-level section for selection, with the highest price capped at 2,000. She believed this to be Xu Xiaofan's limit. Excuse me? Xu Xiaofan expressed his dissatisfaction. Miss, this seems somewhat amiss. The young woman smirked, amused by his pretensions. Did he aspire to play the role of a wealthy patron? Alas, her discerning eye had already seen through his facade. Oh, what do you mean? She raised her finely sculpted chin. I have no interest in such inferior goods. Xu Xiaofan gestured towards a 3-door refrigerator in the distance. Recently purchased by someone named Zheng Ro. How much is that refrigerator? The young woman replied coldly. That one is last month's model, priced at 6,000. You might want to consider something else. The implication was clear. That was far too expensive for him. He should settle for the cheapest option. 6,000? Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow. That hardly aligns with my status. Enough. She waved her hand impatiently. Stop pretending. Is it amusing? I've taken the time to introduce products to you, and yet you seem to presume too much. Her irritation mounted, feeling Xu Xiaofan was wasting her time. Miss, is it not a bit too cold to treat a client this way? How can you assume I cannot afford it? Xu Xiaofan retorted icily. Humph. Perhaps you should look in the mirror. Do you truly believe you can afford such expensive furniture? The young woman showed no mercy. Very well. If I can indeed purchase it, what then? Xu Xiaofan asked with a sly smile. Don't even think about it. Even if you could afford that 6,000 refrigerator, I would unlock any position for you tonight, she boasted arrogantly. Without further ado, Xu Xiaofan decided to show these condescending souls the true measure of a person. He approached the counter and scanned the payment code with his phone. Keep pretending. The young woman scoffed, hands on her hips, curious to see what this clown would do next. Ding. At that moment, a notification chimed. 40,000 yuan received via WeChat. The young woman's jaw dropped in disbelief. It was genuine. Real wealth was often concealed. Reflecting on her previous cold demeanor towards Xu Xiaofan, she lamented missing the opportunity to converse with a wealthy patron. 2 air conditioners, 2 refrigerators, averaging 10,000 each, far more than she deserved for her troubles. Xu Xiaofan promptly jotted down his address in the ledger. Tonight, I wish to enjoy the air conditioning and relish some chilled beer. Is that agreeable? The young woman, now in a flurry, quickly assured him it would be arranged. Her demeanor transformed. May I add you on WeChat? She asked sweetly, her attitude a stark contrast to before. If Xu Xiaofan were interested, seduction would not be an issue. Not a chance, he declined. Despite her decent looks, her evident materialism repulsed him. Feeling dejected, the young woman lamented the missed opportunity with a promising client. Simultaneously, she pondered why the wealthy so often feigned poverty to toy with her. Upon exiting the store, Xu Xiaofan prepared to start his scooter, but was astonished to find the air had been let out of both tires. Which scoundrel dares to deflate my tires? Just then, several figures came into view. Leading the pack was Lu Danning, strutting with arrogance. Look who it is, the wealthy scion from Peach Blossom Village, Brother Fan. Did you do this? Xu Xiaofan asked coldly. Indeed I did. And what of it? Lu Danning replied defiantly. You're the one who cast Tang Shui aside, causing me irreparable losses. Today, not only will I vent my anger, but I shall also seek blood. Your admission simplifies matters, Xu Xiaofan smirked. Lu Hansen stepped forward. You seem eager to settle scores, don't you? Suddenly, a fist appeared before Lu Hansen, followed by a swift kick that sent him flying 5 meters, breaking 2 ribs. You think I'll wait for an auspicious day to deal with you? Xu Xiaofan remarked coldly. Brothers, take him down, Lu Danning shouted. However, what happened next left Lu Danning in shock. Within 5 seconds, all his companions lay on the ground, defeated by Xu Xiaofan, a college student. It was an unfathomable sight. The local ruffians of Longjiang town bested so easily. Brother Fan. Lu Danning knelt before Xu Xiaofan, realizing he had misjudged the situation. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Xu Xiaofan's expression turned serious as he slapped Lu Danning across the face, dislodging a gold tooth in the process. What about my tires? Lu Danning bowed his head repeatedly. I'll compensate. I'll compensate. He was at a loss for words. Having been robbed of business by Xu Xiaofan, he hadn't anticipated retaliation would result in such humiliation. How about 100 yuan? Lu Danning asked cautiously. Xu Xiaofan responded with another slap. Do you take me for a beggar? 1,000 then. Surely that is reasonable? Another slap rang out. Are you mocking me? Despairing, Lu Danning pleaded. What about 10,000? That must suffice. Now we're getting somewhere. Xu Xiaofan nodded, then added, but don't harbor any ill intentions, or I shall be even less forgiving. Brother Fan, I assure you there will be no next time, Lu Danning promised, suppressing his anguish. Spending 10,000 to repair his tires was no small feat. I hope you honor your word. Xu Xiaofan patted his shoulder. By the way, where can I get them fixed? I know a place. A bystander with yellow hair raised his hand. My family repairs motorcycles. I'll take you there. Xu Xiaofan frowned at the thought of someone with such potential choosing a life of crime, feeling pity for their parents. In Longjiang town, the art of motorcycle repair is indeed a skilled trade. During prosperous times, one can earn upwards of 10,000 yuan per month after expenses. For the rural populace, this constitutes a substantial income. However, in the context of a bustling metropolis, it may seem trivial. Soon, the young man with yellow hair began to push Xu Xiaofan's motorcycle toward the repair shop, with Xu Xiaofan following closely behind. Upon witnessing Xu Xiaofan's departure, Lu Danning was overcome with sorrow, weeping bitterly. With the additional 10,000 yuan, he was at a loss as to how much he had lost due to Xu Xiaofan. Shall we find someone else to deal with him? Lu Hansen suggested, unwilling to concede defeat. Dealing with him? You saw it yourself. Xu Xiaofan is clearly a seasoned practitioner. Are you suggesting I waste more money? Lu Danning retorted. I am not afraid to tell you that I know a powerful figure, a former special forces soldier, quite formidable. Just a small fee, and he can certainly help you with this troublesome individual, Lu Hansen stated, mimicking the act of counting money. Enough. Lu Danning shook his head in resignation. Who knows if he's reliable? In the end, we might find ourselves in a worse predicament. If Xu Xiaofan pursues the matter, 10,000 yuan will hardly suffice to resolve it. At that moment, a mocking voice rang in Lu Doning's ear. Isn't this our esteemed Lu de boss? Not out harvesting melons, but instead enjoying a leisurely stroll? The speaker was Lu Doning's childhood friend, with whom he had always been in competition, vowing to outdo each other in wealth. Although both were traders, they operated in different spheres. Lu Daneng built his fortune on melons, while his friend Lu Dagan prospered through lychees and mangoes. Both were renowned fruit merchants in Longjiang town. Dagan, have you finished harvesting your lychees? If you don't sell them soon, they'll spoil, Lu Daneng remarked coldly. Haha, Lu Daneng, I never imagined you would remain so stubborn. Who still sells goods by mere shouting these days? It's the information age. We must rely on the internet, Lu Dagan replied with pride. What do you mean? Lu Daneng inquired. I mean through online shopping, Lu Dagan said, pulling out a phone and navigating to a platform called Douyin. Clicking on the profile of a streamer named the one who doesn't eat cilantro. Impressive, Lu Daneng exclaimed. His admiration was not for the lychees, but for the alluring female streamer clad in revealing attire, promoting products during her live broadcast. What do you think? I spent 10,000 yuan this month hiring her to help promote my products, Lu Dagan boasted. Lu Daneng scoffed. While that may attract attention, people aren't foolish enough to buy your merchandise just like that. Look at you, always envious since childhood, and still the same, Lu Dagan sneered at Lu Daneng. He then showed Lu Daneng the back-end statistics, revealing that within a short time of starting her broadcast, they had sold a staggering 1,000 orders. 1,000 orders? Lu Daneng gasped. Each order ranging from 10 to several hundred yuan. That's nearly 50,000 yuan already, Lu Dagan declared triumphantly. Goodness, Lu Daneng was filled with envy. As long as you find a beautiful host to promote your products, you need not worry about sales. Dagan, could you teach me? Lu Daneng asked urgently, desperate to find a way to turn his fortunes around. I've been thinking, why don't we join forces to strengthen the fruit industry in Longjiang town? Together, we can soar to great heights, Lu Dagan proposed. Really? Dagan, do you truly believe this plan can work? Lu Daneng was suddenly hopeful. Otherwise, why would I share such a monumental secret with you? All right, let us go back and strategize, and embark on the journey of live streaming commerce, Lu Daneng said, placing an arm on Dagan's shoulder. The shadows of his financial losses dissipated, and with newfound prospects, he vowed to take revenge on Tang Shui and Xu Xiaofan. Chapter 25. The melons are hot in Anyang County. At the Baiguoyan store, Tang Yu was, as usual, preparing samples of the watermelons and cantaloupes collected the previous day for her customers. After a lucrative day, her spirits were high. She had applied light makeup, enhancing her already striking appearance. Welcome. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Oh, aren't you the gentleman from last night? Tang Yu exclaimed, surprised to see the man who had swiftly purchased the cantaloupes. The middle-aged man smiled. Boss lady, I'm back. After my family and friends tasted your melons yesterday, they couldn't stop praising them. 11 melons weren't enough to satisfy everyone. He glanced at the counter and pointed. Are these yesterday's melons? Tang Yu replied with a smile. Of course. You can try them again. The man sampled the fruit and, upon finishing, displayed a look of satisfaction. Indeed, it's the same melon. The more you eat, the better it gets, and it has wonderful diuretic properties. Boss lady, please weigh out 10 for me. Tang Yu promptly complied, and soon, 100 jin of cantaloupe were delivered, totaling 1,880 yuan. If you receive any new melon varieties, could you please inform me? Your melons are simply too delicious and miraculous. Both the elderly and children adore them, the middle-aged man requested. Certainly, Tang Yu replied with a smile. It would be foolish not to seize an opportunity for profit. The man produced a business card from his pocket, which read Guo Fengchuan in bold letters. You are Director Guo? Tang Yu gasped in astonishment. You know me? Guo Fengchuan asked, surprised. I've heard of you, Tang Yu replied awkwardly, recalling how she had stumbled upon his name while listening to news from the county. It seemed he was indeed the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Anyang County. She never expected to meet him in person. If their melons could thrive in such esteemed circles, it would be a tremendous boon. Director Guo, you mentioned wanting to be informed about new varieties? Tang Yu inquired. Guo Fengchuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that you have new melons? Tang Yu nodded with a smile. We received a batch of new watermelons yesterday. You must try them. Oh, I must taste them. Guo Fengchuan replied eagerly. Soon after sampling, he exclaimed, Boss lady, I need 10 of these as well. This watermelon is simply too delicious. I can't resist. He hurried to make a purchase, resulting in another order of 160 jin of watermelon at 16 yuan per jin, totaling to 560 yuan, which was promptly received. On the very first day of opening, Tang Yu had already secured 2 substantial orders, filling her with joy. Boss lady, your products sell well. Sir, take care. Guo Fengchun placed 2 large bags of cantaloupe and watermelon in his trunk and drove off towards his workplace. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a large conference room bustling with attendees, though the meeting had yet to commence. Our county's Cultural and Tourism Bureau must focus on improvement. Other counties have surpassed us by a decade, someone began to discuss. The development of cultural tourism can significantly boost local economies, garnering the attention of higher authorities. At that moment, a leader tasted a lychee and exclaimed, "What is this? So many bugs. What is the procurement department doing?" A lady from the procurement department bowed her head in silence, mortified at being called out during the meeting. If cultural tourism were to flourish, serving such subpar fruit to visitors would undoubtedly bring disgrace to their ancestors. "Remove this immediately," the leader commanded, waving his hand. "These apples are rotten. Take them away. These mangoes are overripe and mushy. Remove them." The procurement department is becoming increasingly irresponsible. Upon hearing the order, certain staff members hurried to clear the fruits from the conference room, while the procurement lady felt utterly humiliated. During the upcoming meeting, a lack of fruit caused concern among the attendees. "What are we going to eat when the higher-ups arrive?" One leader inquired with evident displeasure regarding the arrangements made by his subordinates. "Why are you so upset, Lao Su? If the leaders are thirsty, they can just drink mineral water," Guo Fengchun interjected. Sighing, Su Mao responded, "Old Gua, we are receiving city officials, and we should present them with something more respectable. If we offer them these inferior fruits, how can we hope to advance our cultural tourism industry?" Guo Fengchun considered this and remarked, "Lao Su, I just bought some melons. Shall I bring them as a substitute?" Su Mao frowned, cautioning, "Old Gua, don't get me into trouble. If the leaders are unhappy, we won't enjoy the fruits of our labor for years." Guo Fengchun assured him, "Don't worry, Lao Su. I've tasted these melons, and they are excellent." "Very well. If you let me down, you'll owe me 3 drinks tonight," Su Mao warned sternly. After handing over his car keys to the staff, Guo Fengchun instructed them to cut the melons into small pieces and bring them to the conference room. Soon, the melons arrived, and the delightful aroma of the Hami melon filled the air, greatly enhancing everyone's appetite. Su Mao was impressed by the watermelon as well, exclaiming, "Where did you buy these melons?" Guo Fengchun replied, "At the Bai Gui Yuan." Su Mao, puzzled, responded, "I frequent that place but have never come across such exceptional fruit. Surely, they must be expensive?" Guo Fengchun confirmed, "About 20 yuan per jean." Su Mao nearly choked in disbelief, exclaiming, "Old Gua, you're really extravagant." Guo Fengchun chuckled, "Lao Su, it's worth the price. Once you taste it, you'll understand." Su Mao retorted, "I'll be the judge of that. If it's not as good as you claim, you can forget about receiving funding for your cultural tourism department this year." After sampling the fruit, Su Mao's initial frustration dissipated, replaced by sheer delight. "Quick, everyone, try this." Soon, the entire room was captivated by the exquisite flavor. Procurement department, ensure we order 1,000 jean of Hami melons and watermelons daily from Bai Gui Yuan. If you cannot manage that, prepare your resignation letters, Su Mao commanded. "Old Gua, bring out the rest of the melons to entertain our guests. I will allocate whatever funding your cultural tourism department requires this year." Chapter 26. A call from Tang Shui. Meanwhile, the melons gained popularity in the county, unbeknownst to Xu Xiaofan, who lay in a repair shop waiting for Huang Mao to check his scooter. Frustrated by a recent malfunction, he vented, "Is the craftsmanship these days that poor? I bought this scooter less than a month ago." "Brother Fan, I've identified the issue," Huang Mao said. "A mouse chewed through the wires, and replacing the entire set will cost 300 yuan. Though hesitant, he added that it would be free since it was Brother Fan's vehicle. Xu Xiaofan, irritated, protested, "Do I look like someone who dines and dashes? Fix it quickly. My time is valuable, and every second counts." Just then, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he answered, "Hello, Sister Shui." "Hi, Xiaofan. Are you home? Can you come to the county?" Tang Shui's voice was filled with urgency. "My scooter is broken and being repaired on the street," Xu Xiaofan replied. "Oh, are you in Longjiang town? Send me your address. I'll pick you up, and we can discuss everything in person." "All right," Xu Xiaofan agreed, pondering what might be so urgent. He assumed it was good news and decided to take the opportunity to check out a vehicle dealership in the county. Half an hour later, a red Maserati pulled up outside Huang Mao's repair shop, catching Huang Mao's attention. "A Maserati worth over $1 million. A wealthy person," he exclaimed. Then, a stunning young woman stepped out of the car, leaving Huang Mao in disbelief. What could she want? He wondered, briefly considering if his earlier thoughts about Xu Xiaofan speaking to a woman were true. "Get in, Xiaofan. Let's South talk as we drive," Tang Shui said. "Okay." Xu Xiaofan replied, entering the car, which was filled with a pleasant fragrance. It was his first time in a Maserati, and he admired the emblem, recalling how it was a dream car for many boys during his school days. As the Maserati roared to life, they quickly disappeared from Huang Mao's view. What a model of success. I've taken so many wrong turns in life, Huang Mao thought in admiration. Inside the car, Xu Xiaofan asked, Sister Xue, what is going on? Xiaofan, your melons have become a sensation. As soon as I opened the shop earlier, last night's stock was completely sold out. The head of the county's procurement department even tried to buy some, but couldn't find any. Your melons are now in high demand. And I wanted to discuss our next steps for collaboration, Tang Xue explained excitedly. The previous wave of buyers, friends and relatives of Guo Fengshan, had been completely enamored after sampling the melons. Following their enthusiastic recommendations, many flocked to buy Guo Yuan to ensure they could purchase the coveted fruit. Wait, you mean the collaboration could have been discussed over the phone? Xu Xiaofan replied, somewhat displeased. But since you're here, let us proceed. They soon arrived at Bai Guo Yuan, where Tang Yu greeted them warmly. You've come, she exclaimed, her fondness for Xu Xiaofan growing with each interaction. Just now, a large group of people came to buy melons, but left disappointed, Tang Yu added. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback by the thriving business. Observing the prices, 188 yuan per gene for Hami melons and 16 yuan per gene for watermelons, he thought, this is quite lucrative. If I sell them back at a profit, I could earn much more. Tang Xue, noticing his contemplation, said, Xiaofan, we can't just sell one type of fruit. We should diversify. How about this? I will purchase all the fruits you gather at a premium, she proposed. Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Now we have more than just Hami melons and watermelons. There are also mangoes, lychees, and plums available. Though those fruits were not grown in his village, neighboring villages produced them, particularly Tang Huer's village, known for its abundant lychee trees. He felt a surge of excitement, realizing that if he could ripen a variety of fruits year-round, he might soon become a billionaire. Sister Xue, I have agreed to your request, Xu Xiaofan said. That's wonderful. Tang Xue's eyes sparkled, already envisioning the money beckoning her. Are we collecting the melons as planned? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Collect as many as you can. Tang Xue replied with a smile, fearing Xu Xiaofan might not be able to supply enough. Understood, Xu Xiaofan nodded slightly. Thus, upon returning to the village today, he would begin gathering melons from the villagers and then proceed to other villages. Sister Xue, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Xu Xiaofan stood up to say. Xiaofan, let's have a meal first. I have a good friend who just opened a restaurant. I'll take you to taste it, Tang Xue insisted, holding on to Xu Xiaofan. Sister Xue, perhaps next time. I need to buy a car first. It feels awkward to trouble you for rides every time, Xu Xiaofan joked. Why say such things? Is this a small matter I can't handle? Really? Tang Xue shot him a glare. Sister Xue, next time. After I buy the car. I still need to gather melons. While I'm young, I should earn more money to marry a wife. Xu Xiaofan laughed. Giggling, Xiaofan is truly sensible. Tang Xue's eyes suddenly lit up. How about I introduce someone to you? Who? Xu Xiaofan's interest was piqued. A man without a wife is a fool. Tang Xue pointed to Tang Yu at the front desk. Her? Xu Xiaofan shook his head. If Sister Xue was to recommend herself, I would surely accept. You little rascal. Taking advantage of your sister. Tang Xue maintained a facade of sternness while secretly delighted. All right, Sister Xue, let us leave it at that. I'll go check the car at the dealership. Contact me on WeChat when you have time. Xiaofan, be careful on your way, Tang Xue said as he departed. Afterward, she arranged for a large vehicle to fetch the remaining melons from Taohua village. Opportunities for profit wait for no one. Chapter 27, The High School Goddess in Anyang. At the Cadillac dealership. The economy is sluggish. Cars are indeed hard to sell, a young saleswoman lamented. It's not that cars are hard to sell, but our high-end brands are struggling. Many domestic brands are emerging, and people's perceptions have changed drastically. They no longer take pride in buying joint venture cars. Another young female salesperson sighed. This month, we haven't sold a single vehicle. If someone were to place an order, I'd be willing to treat them to supper. No business means only a base salary of 2,000. In this materialistic era, 2,000 is hardly enough for a meal. It's quite challenging. Xiaoxi, are you really that desperate for money? A beautiful girl beside her remarked. I don't possess such noble virtues. With a sick mother and a brother in school, I can only look to money, Xiaoxi responded. Oh, we have a customer. Xiaoxi excitedly rushed to greet. Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan, her enthusiasm waned. Given his attire, he is probably just here to enjoy the air conditioning and sip free coffee. Welcome, handsome. Xiaoxi still managed to present a charming smile. Though she doubted his purchasing power, he could potentially be a client. I wish to buy a Cadillac Escalade, Xu Xiaofan stated directly, impressed by Xiaoxi's service. The escalade? Xiaoxi was taken aback. She hadn't expected the seemingly ordinary Xu Xiaofan to throw out such a bombshell. My goodness, are even the wealthy young masters so low-key now? If she had initially looked down on him, she would have missed a significant sale. Yes, the escalade, Xu Xiaofan affirmed, nodding vigorously. He had always been captivated by the escalade's imposing presence, believing he might never drive one in his lifetime. Now that he had the means, he wanted to experience it. Sir, we just received a black escalade, this year's model. It's priced at 700,000, and we can handle everything for you, Xiaoxi explained. Black? Xu Xiaofan stroked his chin. Isn't that a bit ostentatious? Sir, a black escalade paired with you is like a fierce warrior on a magnificent steed, unmatched in the world. Xiaoxi flattered him. With such praise, Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. He found her words delightful, striking a chord within him, and he promptly made his decision. All right, I'll buy it. Please handle the paperwork for me. Sir, wouldn't you like to test drive it first? Xiaoxi asked, aware that letting a customer experience the vehicle would secure the sale. If he changed his mind, she would incur a significant loss in commission. That's it. I'm buying it outright. Just take care of the paperwork. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand grandly. Xiaoxi was instantly charmed by Xu Xiaofan's extravagant demeanor, sparking her interest. Please have a seat. I'll prepare the order for you right away. She led him to the VIP seating area and personally brewed a cappuccino for him. As she leaned down to place the coffee, she subtly revealed a hint of allure. Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened. This lively young woman exuded a vibrant charm and vitality. After Xiaoxi went to process the paperwork, a stunning figure brushed past Xu Xiaofan. When she caught sight of him, she paused. Xu Xiaofan, a melodious voice called out, followed by a waft of fragrance. Ah, it's really you. The beautiful woman approached, her face lighting up with joy. Class monitor, is that you? Xu Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. The striking woman before him wore a black suit, her pear-shaped figure exquisitely elegant, with a manager's badge hanging from her neck. She was Xu Xiaofan's high school class monitor. Xiaofan, we haven't been in touch since high school graduation. Who would have thought we'd meet here? You seem to have grown taller and more robust over the past 4 years, Xinxi remarked as she appraised him. Of course, there were unspoken words she refrained from saying, feeling they might be inappropriate. Class monitor, you've changed so much, Xu Xiaofan replied with a smile. Once a natural beauty. Even without makeup, Xinxi was undoubtedly the school flower. Now, with heavy makeup, she appeared enchanting and alluring, exuding an aura that could bring nations to ruin. Furthermore, her figure had evolved, boasting a significant enhancement that held a potent allure for men. Xinxi gently sat opposite Xu Xiaofan, and naturally, there was a flurry of polite conversation. Ah, if one fails to keep pace with the changing times, they will be left behind, Xinxi mused, then smiled and asked. Xiaofan, I heard you were accepted into a key university in XXX province. You must have graduated by now and found a good job? She thought to herself that he could afford a Cadillac. It must be a good job. Xu Xiaofan smiled wryly, shaking his head. Life has its twists and turns. Oh, Xinxi responded, puzzled. Xu Xiaofan then recounted his experiences of being blacklisted by the hospital and expelled from school, though he omitted the reasons behind these events. Sharing too much might lead others to view him as a pitiful figure. What a pity, Xinxi sighed. She had once believed Xu Xiaofan would achieve great things. But it seemed not everything had gone smoothly. So, why are you at the Cadillac dealership then? Are you just here for the air conditioning and free coffee? The warm gaze she had previously held suddenly turned slightly frosty. What about you, class monitor? How have you fared in these 4 years? Xu Xiaofan asked. He had been infatuated with Xinxi back in high school. The pure goddess, crowned as the school flower, had been the subject of his dreams. Yet, he understood that he could not express his feelings before graduation. Otherwise, they would never be able to remain friends. After graduating, he finally mustered the courage to message her. But he received no response, which he interpreted as failure. To prove himself, he had dedicated the past 4 years to relentless study and self-improvement. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not alter his fate. After being ostracized by the hospital and expelled from the school, he returned to his village to work as a doctor, believing he would never encounter the goddess of his past again. Yet, under the orchestration of fate, they serendipitously crossed paths once more. Sighing deeply, Xinxi lamented the trivialities of life. During her university years, she had a boyfriend who, after graduation, arranged for her to work as a sales manager at a car dealership. Hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a sharp pang in his heart. He had not anticipated that Xinxi was already in a relationship. Alas, it is indeed a case of unrequited feelings amidst the flow of time. What about you? Are you in a relationship? Xinxi inquired. Chapter 28. See you, I like you. Xu Xiaofan shook his head, unsure if he was still in kindergarten or perhaps yet to be born. Shen Siyu smiled, suggesting that perhaps fate had not yet brought them together. And if he worked a bit harder for a few more years, it might happen. She suddenly asked, Xiaofan, are you here to buy a car? Without overthinking, Xu Xiaofan readily replied that he was indeed looking to purchase a vehicle for commuting. Oh, Xiaofan, I can tell you are destined for success. What are you doing now? Shen Siyu remarked with a smile. Her superficial flattery concealed a sense of disdain. A commuting vehicle would cost around several 100,000 yuan. A far cry from her boyfriend's luxury Mercedes-Benz worth 400,000 yuan. I'm just running a small business, Xu Xiaofan replied. Oh, that's impressive. You've become quite the entrepreneur if you can afford a Cadillac for that, she teased. Considering her boyfriend's family wealth, which was in the millions, she mused that he must be driving something even more extravagant, perhaps a Cadillac Escalade, the pride of their showroom. Not at all, Xu Xiaofan humbly replied. Xiaofan, my boyfriend has come to take me out for lunch. Please take your time, and we can chat later, she said. Just then, a man in flashy summer attire, sporting slicked back hair and sunglasses, strode into the dealership with an air of superiority. You should go, Xu Xiaofan said, feeling a twinge of heartache. Witnessing the woman he once longed for now being the object of another man's affection was painful. At that moment, Xiaoxi arrived. Hey, everything is sorted, she said, handing Xu Xiaofan all the receipts. She informed him that he would receive the license plate information soon, and for now, he could use a temporary plate. No problem, Xiaoxi said, adeptly adding Xu Xiaofan on WeChat, feeling quite pleased. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Payment, selection of a license number, and delivery of the car. Safe travels, brother Fan, she said as Xu Xiaofan prepared to leave the dealership. Xiaoxi leaned down by the window, showcasing her attractive figure. Xu Xiaofan felt a rush of desire and swallowed hard before replying. Thank you. I'll await your message about the license plate. Brother Fan, since you've placed such a large order, can I invite you to dinner sometime? Xiaoxi asked coyly. Why the formality? You provided me with such excellent service. I should be the one treating you, Xu Xiaofan replied, his gaze lingering on Xiaoxi's alluring figure. It's a deal then, Xiaoxi exclaimed excitedly, her cheeks flushed. On the day you treat me to dinner, can I sit beside you in the driver's seat and experience the power of the Escalade? Of course, Xu Xiaofan replied readily. Acknowledging Xiaoxi's intentions, he no longer felt the need to restrain himself. With the legacy of the Golden Toad, if he could not live freely, it would be a disservice to his inheritance. All right then, brother Fan, let us look forward to that day, Xiaoxi smiled. Outside, in a black Mercedes-Benz C-Class, Shen Siyu fastened her seatbelt and said to Wu Renjia, let us go for Western cuisine. Who was that guy you were chatting with earlier? Wu Renjia asked, his expression sour. He had seen Shen Siyu laughing and chatting with Xu Xiaofan outside, sensing that their relationship was more than just casual. A high school classmate. We haven't seen each other in 4 years. Just exchanged a few pleasantries, Shen Siyu replied honestly. An ex-boyfriend? Wu Renjia probed suddenly, sensing the jealousy. Shen Siyu quickly clarified, Renjia, what are you talking about? There's nothing complicated between us. Wu Renjia, with a confident smile, thought to himself that a woman as vain as Shen Siyu would never find interest in someone so unkempt. By the way, did he come to your dealership just to enjoy the air conditioning and coffee? Wu Renjia teased. Not at all, Shen Siyu scoffed. He came to buy a commuting vehicle. Something around 100,000. Such a facade, Wu Renjia sneered, to pretend to be wealthy, using car brands to bolster his image. If only he could be as low-key as me, despite having millions, still driving a 400,000 yuan Mercedes. Just then, a black Cadillac Escalade passed by them. Wow, an Escalade! Wu Renjia exclaimed, his eyes filled with envy. That was the car of the wealthy, a dream he longed to drive, but was not financially equipped to do so. However, Shen Siyu felt a sudden shock as she recognized the familiar figure behind the wheel, Xu Xiaofan. Oh my god! Xu Xiaofan bought an Escalade instead of a shabby Cadillac worth just over 100,000. She was astonished by how deeply he had concealed his true self. Compared to the Escalade, her perception of the 400,000 yuan Mercedes diminished significantly. Stealthily, she took out her phone and searched for Xu's contact. Indeed, his name appeared. Clicking on the chat, she noticed their last conversation dated back to June 9th, 4 years ago, at 8 a.m. See you, I like you, was his final message to her, which she had regrettably overlooked. She confidently typed a new message, Xiaofan, I'm sorry, today was so rushed that I couldn't catch up properly. Let me treat you to a meal sometime. She speculated that, over time, the message might have been automatically deleted due to system updates, rendering any guilt over 4-year-old messages unnecessary. Haha, see you, did you see that Escalade? It's so flashy, Wu Renjia remarked, unaware of Xun Xiu's distraction. I didn't TC, she replied, gripping her phone tightly, hoping for a swift reply. However, 30 seconds passed, and Xu Xiaofan had yet to respond. Such a pity. Wu Renjie exclaimed, patting his thigh. I'm starving. Let us go for Western cuisine. Soon, they entered a renowned local Western restaurant. Although Wu Renjie selected dishes that Xun Xiu loved, steak, beef, and pasta, she found them tasteless, her mind elsewhere. What's wrong? Wu Renjie asked, noticing her sullen demeanor. Is the food not to your liking? No, I'm just feeling a bit unwell, Xun Xiu murmured. Just then, her phone vibrated, and upon seeing Xu Xiaofan's name, a sweet smile spread across her face. She began to devour her remaining food with vigor, leaving Wu Renjie bewildered. What's with this woman? She changes like the weather. Yet, he felt no anger. After all, Xun Xiu was the woman he cherished. Chapter 29. The pervert walking down the street. Xu Xiaofan clutched his old phone. His eyes fixated on the cracked screen. Upon reading Xun Xiu's reply, he opened the message. And his thoughts drifted back to that morning when he had painstakingly crafted his confession, pressing the send button only after countless edits and simulations. Regrettably, after a minute of hopeful waiting, he received no response. He remained expectantly hopeful, but 5 minutes passed, then 10, half an hour, still no reply from Xun Xiu. Xu Xiaofan sought solace in the belief that Xun Xiu must have been preoccupied and forgotten to check her phone. However, after a day, 2 days, and 3 days had passed, he ultimately came to the painful realization that Xun Xiu was conveying a clear message. She did not accept his confession. After a day of sorrow, he resolved to put the matter behind him, focusing instead on his studies, aspiring to alter his fate and earn Xun Xiu's admiration. Yet, as fate would have it, she suddenly sent an invitation, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. Overwhelmed by emotions, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. What man could refuse the call of his first love? Even after enduring heartache, she remained an irreplaceable part of his youthful memories. Deciding to set aside his feelings, Xu Xiaofan prioritized purchasing fresh ingredients to host a gathering for relatives and friends, as he had just bought a car. In rural traditions, failing to treat loved ones after acquiring a vehicle could lead to being labeled stingy. It was an unspoken rule that anyone who bought a new car would host a meal. The number of car owners in his village was scarce. For instance, Zheng Rou's father, Zheng, bought a Toyota Corolla a decade ago and held a banquet with 3 tables. Unfortunately, Xu Xiaofan missed that feast due to his studies. Just as he finished placing all the groceries in his trunk, he heard a frantic cry behind him. Turning around, he saw a young woman in distress. Her friend collapsed beside her. Is there anyone kind enough to call 120? My best friend just fainted, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. A crowd began to gather, their expressions a mix of curiosity and skepticism. What if it's a scam? One person mused. In this day and age, you never know, better not get involved. As the onlookers hesitated, Han Ruoxue called out, Is there a doctor present? Please help my friend. If you can save her, I will reward you with 100,000. The mention of a large sum piqued some interest, while others cautioned against being taken advantage of. Amidst the commotion, Xu Xiaofan stepped forward. I am a doctor. I can help, he declared. Despite the crowd's attempts to dissuade him from intervening for the sake of money, Xu Xiaofan remained steadfast, approaching Han Ruoxue. She looked relieved. You're a doctor? This is my friend, Guotiantian. Please, you must help her. Han Ruoxue insisted, promising the reward once more. Xu Xiaofan scrutinized her serious expression, wondering if young people were indeed so affluent these days, especially given her luxurious attire adorned with designer accessories. He assessed Guotiantian's condition and quickly diagnosed her with low blood sugar. After pinching her acupoint to revive her, he began performing CPR. Miss, I'm saving your friend. Do you understand? He stated towards Han Ruoxue, concerned about any potential misunderstandings. With a sweet smile, Han Ruoxue replied, You're quite traditional, aren't you? Just focus on saving her. I'll explain later. With her encouragement, Xu Xiaofan continued administering chest compressions. After a minute, Guotiantian finally opened her eyes, slowly regaining consciousness. Though she struggled to stand. Does anyone have some sugar? He asked the crowd. As the tension dissipated, someone offered him 2 candies. He unwrapped one and placed it in Guotiantian's mouth, and soon she was able to rise to her feet. Thank you, she whispered weakly. You're welcome, Xu Xiaofan replied. At that moment, the crowd erupted into applause, acknowledging his good deed. Thank you, big brother, Han Ruoxue said, extending her hand for a handshake. It was a small matter, Xu Xiaofan said as he shook her hand, but then his brow furrowed. Please, just keep your money for medical expenses, he added abruptly. What? Han Ruoxue was taken aback. You're unwell and need treatment. Ignoring it could lead to dire consequences. She chuckled lightly. Big brother, your jokes aren't funny. I feel perfectly fine. Yet Xu Xiaofan remained serious. All right, if you insist I'm ill, then tell me what it is, and I'll go get checked out. He pointed at her chest. You have a tumor there. If not addressed promptly, it could be fatal. Pervert. Han Ruoxue shouted, her ire flaring. She had initially viewed him as a gentleman, but was now infuriated. It's true, Xu Xiaofan insisted. The tumor is already 2 centimeters. It's malignant, and will grow to 3 centimeters if you don't act fast. I don't believe you, she retorted defiantly. Young lady, good advice is often unwelcome. You shouldn't take this lightly, he urged. Please go to the hospital for a checkup before it's too late. Han Ruoxue glared at him. You must be a plant from the hospital, trying to trick me into unnecessary treatments that will bankrupt me. I'm merely the village doctor from Taohua village. Not some con artist. If you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do, Xu Xiaofan said, turning to leave. Wait, aren't you going to accept any reward? She called after him. No need. It was a minor issue, not deserving of such a high reward, he replied. Then drove off in his new car, leaving her astonished. My goodness, he drives a luxury car. Han Ruoxue exclaimed. Indeed, that is Xu Xiaofan. He recently struck it rich selling melons, someone in the crowd explained, recalling their previous encounter with him. He seems genuine. You should listen to him and get checked out. Another encouraged. Right, Ruoxue, he doesn't seem malicious. We should consider it, Tian added. Humph, he better not be deceiving me, otherwise. I'll go to that so-called Taohua village and tear down his sign. Han Ruoxue vowed. An hour later, at Anyang County People's Hospital, in the CT room. Miss Han, you have developed a tumor approximately 2 centimeters in size in your breast, and regrettably, this tumor is malignant with an increasing tendency. A doctor in a white coat scrutinized the examination report before relaying the results to Han Ruoxue. What? Both Han Ruoxue and Tian stood up in astonishment, realizing that Xu Xiaofan's words had indeed come true. Is it serious, doctor? Han Ruoxue asked, her heart pounding with trepidation. She had not felt any adverse reactions in her body. How could she possibly have a malignant tumor? It seemed too dire. The malignant tumor will allow the cells to proliferate indefinitely, putting your life in jeopardy, the doctor stated solemnly. Miss Han, given the strength of the Han family, you can easily find a top-tier hospital in the country to have this tumor excised. If you doubt my words, once you return to the provincial capital, you may go for another examination. However, I urge you to act swiftly. Early decisions are crucial as this ailment cannot be delayed. It could cost you your life. Han Ruoxue nodded, feeling a weight in her heart. Thank you. I will remember your advice. As the two exited the hospital, they entered a pink Panamera. Tian, I don't want to have it removed, Han Ruoxue said, gazing at her dear companion with sorrow. Ruoxue, at this point, why ponder so much? Your life is paramount. Tian replied. Tian, do you think Xu Xiaofan could discern my illness? Is there a way he could cure it? Han Ruoxue suddenly inquired. Oh, that is hard to say, Tian mused. Why don't we go and ask him directly? Han Ruoxue shook her head. First, I should inform my parents in the provincial capital, and then we can go for another checkup. Perhaps it was a misdiagnosis. Tian nodded in agreement. You're right. It could genuinely be a misdiagnosis. Shall we head to the expressway towards the provincial capital? Yes, let us go. At this moment, in Peach Blossom Village, Xiaofan. I never imagined you would spend 700,000 on a luxury car. Truly, you have showcased the audacity of youth to our elders. From a young age, I recognized Xiaofan's intelligence. He was destined to earn great wealth. And look, he has already acquired a luxury vehicle. This is how one should live. The older relatives at the dining table continuously praised Xu Xiaofan, leaving him feeling somewhat bashful. Dear uncles and aunts, my achievements today are thanks to all of you. I hope you will support me in the future, he said, raising a glass of chilled beer. Come, let us drink to that. Humph. Just earned some money and already spending it extravagantly. Be cautious, or you might find yourself in dire straits, Zheng Ro interjected, unable to tolerate Xu Xiaofan's lavishness. After all, no one could remain prosperous indefinitely. If he did not save money, how would he ever marry her? Marry. Beside her, Zheng Baiwan was conspicuously absent, clearly disapproving of Xu Xiaofan's ostentatious spending after his sudden fortune. Such individuals, with their short-sightedness, could never achieve greatness. Moreover, with Zheng Baiwan's wealth in the millions, he only drove a Corolla worth over 160,000, while Xu Xiaofan dared to flaunt a $700,000 Cadillac, utterly eclipsing him. Zheng Baiwan felt humiliated, fearing he would be subject to mocking remarks from others. On the other side, Lin Furong and Tang Hor were chatting and laughing, believing Xu Xiaofan's success would lead to a better life. Particularly, Lin Furong was thrilled that Xu Xiaofan had gifted her an air conditioner and refrigerator, each worth 10,000 yuan, and she was uncertain how to express her gratitude. The couple Xu Xiaofan watched from a corner, enjoying their meal but secretly plotting to ensure Xu Xiaofan would share a bed with Li Ru in the coming days. Xiaofan, could you share the secret to your wealth with your uncles and aunts? After several rounds of drinks, an older uncle inquired. Yes, Xiaofan, you've struck gold. Don't forget us, bring us along. Another chimed in. We have melons that 1T sell. Could you perhaps buy them from us? It's quite distressing to hold on to them. At this point, Xu Xiaofan seized the opportunity, since you all have mentioned it. I will buy all your melons at the same price as Uncle Fu's, and I can also offer you extra labor costs when I come to collect. All right, that sounds splendid. A drunken uncle remarked. Xiaofan, what about the pricing? Yes, how much should we charge? You sell at such high prices. Surely you wouldn't offer us just a couple of yuan per pound? Indeed, Xiaofan, we have watched you grow up and have supported you. You must be aware of this. Xu Xiaofan surveyed the room and calmly stated, Dear uncles and aunts, the price I will offer you is the same as that which Uncle Fu receives. When I help collect the melons, I will also pay you additional labor fees. Chapter 31. Taking advantage of Zheng Ro. No, Xiaofan, you cannot be serious. 2 yuan for a pound of hami melon and 1 yuan for a pound of watermelon? The drunken uncle suddenly sobered up, finding it hard to believe. Why would it be so? Shouldn't there be a markup? Xu Xiaofan was making several times the profit. Shouldn't he be more considerate of his uncles and aunts? Xiaofan, this purchase price seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Another voice interjected. You truly are insatiable. Chen Fu, who had remained silent for a while, finally spoke up. 2 yuan per pound for hami melon and 1 yuan for watermelon is already double what Lu Danning offers. Do you really want to sell your melons to him for a mere 1 yuan a pound for hami melons and 30 cents for watermelons? Someone retorted, Chen Fu. But Xiaofan is making several times the profit. Doesn't he feel a twinge of guilt? Wang Shulang, the ability to earn a profit is Xiaofan's skill. If you have the ability, take your inferior melons and sell them yourself. Let us see if you can manage to sell them for 2 yuan a pound. Chen Fu pointed at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had nothing to say in response. All right, uncles and aunts, if you wish to sell at the price I just mentioned, I will naturally buy. If not, I won't force anyone. Let us not let this affect our good relations, shall we? Xu Xiaofan interjected. You are correct. A certain Aunt Wang remarked. I have about 10,000 pounds of hami melons and 20,000 pounds of watermelons. I need to sell them before the school season starts. Then she remembered something. I also have 3,000 pounds of lychee. Will you buy those? Aunt Wang, I will take them. For lychee, I can offer a few cents more than others. Overall, I will ensure the payment is made to you by tomorrow, Xu Xiaofan replied. Wonderful. Thank you, Xiaofan. Aunt Wang exclaimed, clapping her hands. I have some too. I want to sell. Others eagerly chimed in. After all, holding on to fruit for too long is not ideal. All right. I will buy whatever you have, Xu Xiaofan assured them. Xiaofan, I will sell too. Wang Yuan gritted his teeth. Indeed, as Chen Fu had said, he felt a bit greedy. As the discussions continued, many expressed their desire to sell their homegrown fruits. Fine, I will send someone tomorrow to tally everything. And you can expect your payments then. Soon, the feast concluded. With the assistance of Tang Hou'er and several young women, Xu Xiaofan's home was finally tidied up. With the guests departed, he reclined on a lounge chair, stretching his body. He had consumed no less than 20 bottles of beer and felt slightly tipsy. Normally, such consumption would leave him thoroughly intoxicated. Yet with the inheritance of the golden-toed immortal, he could now expel alcohol from his system by channeling his internal energy. It could be said he had achieved the true meaning of being impervious to intoxication. At that moment, he heard an irritable voice. It was undoubtedly Zheng Ro once again. I say, Zheng Ro, why do you keep coming to my house so frequently? Others might think we have some sort of relationship. Xu Xiaofan sighed. I cannot afford to lose face like that. Zheng Ro's blood pressure surged. Xu Xiaofan, what do you want to say? Speak quickly, I need to sleep. Xu Xiaofan retorted with annoyance. You, with your sharp tongue, will eventually suffer great losses. Zheng Ro, unfiltered, continued. You earn a little money and spend it extravagantly. Unaware of the importance of saving for interest, even the simplest business venture would be far more prudent. Shut your mouth, Xu Xiaofan scolded. With such stringent demands, one might think you are my wife. Xu Xiaofan, you shamelessly take advantage of me. Have you harbored improper intentions towards me all along? Zheng Ro stamped her foot, her exquisite figure shaking, a sight to behold. Zheng Ro, have you looked in the mirror? With your fierce demeanor, you hardly resemble a normal woman. Coupled with your volatile temper, Any man who marries you would surely be cursed with misfortune, Xu Xiaofan mocked. You speak nonsense, Zheng Ro retorted angrily. I see you are merely sour grapes. Well then, Zheng Ro, I would like to taste those grapes and see if they are sour or sweet. Will you let me have a taste? Xu Xiaofan replied with a playful smile. Conversing with Zheng Ro felt audacious, especially since she could not retaliate. You. Zheng Ro blushed with indignation. You are utterly shameless. She shielded her pride, fearing Xu Xiaofan would seize her metaphorical grapes, for this man showed no fear. Enough of this banter, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. I've had a bit too much to drink. Come help me to my room to rest. You drunkard, Zheng Ro murmured. She had indeed seen Xu Xiaofan consume a considerable amount of beer, even out-drinking the older men. Her purpose for being there was not only to remind him to spend wisely, but also to ensure he was not too intoxicated. Seeing that Xu Xiaofan still had the energy to argue, she realized her worries were unfounded. If he had reached the point of drunkenness, what harm was there in helping him back? Thus, Zheng Ro approached Xu Xiaofan without reservation, bending down to assist him. Unbeknownst to her, Xu Xiaofan's eyes were already captivated by a beautiful sight, and he was thoroughly enjoying it. Suddenly, with a gentle push, Zheng Ro found herself pressed against Xu Xiaofan's forehead. He finally understood the meaning of brainwave patterns. Zheng Ro squealed, feeling compromised. Xu Xiaofan, you did that on purpose. She quickly recoiled, clutching her chest. I did not deny it, Xu Xiaofan replied with a grin. You rogue. A big rogue. Zheng Ro playfully punched Xu Xiaofan's chest. Just then, Tang Hor arrived. Seeing her, Zheng Ro hastily fled to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Hor, what brings you here? Xu Xiaofan inquired, catching sight of Tang Hor, who wore a form-fitting white silk dress, and he could hardly contain himself from pulling her onto a nearby chair. Tell me honestly, did you buy Sister Furong a refrigerator and an air conditioner? Tang Hor interrogated. Indeed, Xu Xiaofan nodded. Tang Hor pinched Xu Xiaofan's arm. I let you enjoy yourself. Yet you wouldn't even spare a thought for me. Indeed, once a man has a woman, he ceases to cherish her. I promise to buy you one next time. But tonight, you must enjoy the air conditioning with me. Saying this, Xu Xiaofan swept the alluring Tang Hor into the room. With the air conditioning on, her dress fluttered, making for a delightful evening. Chapter 32. Merchandising. The following morning, Xu Xiaofan was awakened by the shrill ring of a telephone. He had spent the night discussing an import-export trade with Tang Hor until 5 in the morning and had only just managed to catch a little sleep. Nevertheless, he answered the call. Xiaofan, do you have any melons left? Tang Shui's anxious voice came through. Have you sold out of the melons you collected yesterday? Xu Xiaofan, now fully alert at the prospect of business, responded, Not enough. There's simply not enough. Tang Shui exclaimed with excitement. The melons from yesterday were ordered by many institutions, schools, hospitals, upscale clubs. We have already reached a collaboration agreement, and we need to supply them on time every day. What I collected is far from sufficient. She continued urgently. If you have melons available, please send a truck over immediately. Xu Xiaofan confirmed that he still had approximately 25,000 pounds of Hami melons and instructed her to send someone to pick them. That is wonderful. Tang Shui said joyfully. I will send someone right away. Please arrange for a few workers to help pick the melons. Leave that to me. Just ensure your people come to collect, Xu Xiaofan assured her. Xiaofan, thank you. The business is booming, and I owe much of it to you. Tang Shui expressed her gratitude. What are you saying? There's no need for formalities between us. Besides, I'm not giving you the melons for free. Let us not waste time on pleasantries. If you ever need anything, just ask. I would go through fire and water for you, Tang Shui declared. All right, send your people to collect the melons. After hanging up, Xu Xiaofan received a transfer of 250,000 yuan from Tang Shui. The melons from Meng Xiao were proving useful. Xu Xiaofan chuckled. Although he had spent 70,000 yuan to acquire them, it appeared that Meng Xiao had made a considerable profit. However, he was still the one benefiting the most. With a beautiful woman warming his bed and money rolling in, it was a double triumph. Reflecting on Tang Hor's uninhibited self-expression the night before, Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of melancholy. Shaking off those thoughts, he focused solemnly. Today, he would arrange for a few people to harvest the melons from Meng Xiao's field, and then have Horror go around the village to check on the vendors. With a plan in place, Xu Xiaofan messaged Lin Furong, indicating that Chen Fu should accompany Xu Xiaofeng and his wife to the field for harvesting. He also transferred a labor fee of 200 yuan to Lin Furong. Upon receiving Xu Xiaofan's courteous gesture, Lin Furong contemplated refusing. But Xu Xiaofan feigned anger until she agreed. Suddenly, Lin Furong sent a message asking what Xu Xiaofan liked. He promptly replied, I like Sister Furong. Lin Furong was flustered and chose to ignore him. Chen Fu agreed. and Xu Xiaofan reached out to Xu Xiaofan and his wife. Unsure of what Xu Xiaofan was preoccupied with, he received no response, so he messaged Li Ru instead. Sister Ru, could you and Brother Feng come to help with the melon harvest at Anxia's field? Li Ru replied instantly, okay. Xu Xiaofan sent a 400 yuan red envelope. Li Ru accepted it and typed, Xiaofan, can you come to my house now? Let us develop our relationship first. She added a shy emoji. Xu Xiaofan felt a headache coming on, recalling his promise to Li Ru and her husband. He replied, Sister Ru, let us do it tonight. I need to prepare for the harvest now. Li Ru responded, all right, I'll go to the fish pond and call Brother Feng. Also, I'll be waiting for you tonight. She sent another shy emoji. Haha, Sister Ru is something else. Xu Xiaofan chuckled silently, shaking his head. They were truly committed to their desires. However, since he had made a promise, he needed to fulfill it. Now, it was time to urge the melons to ripen. Xu Xiaofan thought to himself. Before long, he completed all arrangements. The once misshapen melons from Meng Xia had all become plump and full. Originally 14,000 pounds of melons had swelled to approximately 25,000 pounds after his efforts. Satisfied, Xu Xiaofan brushed off the dust from his clothes and headed towards Tang Hore's home to see if she was awake, as he needed her assistance with the harvest. He entered Tang Hore's house and found Chun Hai seated in the living room, engrossed in his phone. Uncle Hai, is Hore awake? Perhaps Chun Hai was so absorbed in his phone that he had lost track of time. Unbeknownst to the visitors at home, Xu Xiaofan called out again, Uncle Hai. At that moment, Chun Hai regained his focus. Uncle Hai, what drama has captivated you so? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Ah, Xiaofan. The trend of live streaming sales on Douyin is truly booming. Lu Danning has already ventured into this lucrative domain, Chun Hai replied. Oh, Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Let me see. Chun Hai handed his phone to Xu Xiaofan, showcasing Lu Danning selling melons and lychees on the platform. According to Aunt Xia, it's quite profitable. She has already invested in him. Chun Hai chuckled. I heard that shortly after starting his broadcast, he made tens of thousands already. He's dreaming of wealth falling from the sky while sitting at home. Xu Xiaofan gazed at the streamer on the screen, astonished. Those melons are enormous. However, as he noticed the female streamers dressed in revealing outfits, he found himself less concerned about the quality of the melons and more captivated by the view. You see? Chun Hai laughed heartily, then suddenly remembered something. Xiaofan, would you like to invest? I heard Lu Danning is looking to expand and is actively seeking partners. Chun Hai patted his chest. If it weren't for our relationship, I certainly wouldn't have thought to invite you. Uncle Hai, I think I'll pass. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. I'm worried about the platform cracking down on such borderline sales. What if it leads to losses that leave me with nothing? He expressed his concerns, noting that sales on these platforms often involve deception. If anything goes awry, the compensation could be a hefty sum. Chun Hai dismissed his worries with a laugh. Xiaofan, you needn't fret about that. Lu Danning personally oversees these products, and I've inspected their quality. It's impeccable. The profits are silent yet substantial. Uncle Hai, one must remain vigilant. You know Lu Danning's character. If he leads you astray, it would be disastrous. Before Xu Xiaofan could finish his warning, Meng Xia appeared before him with a dark expression. What do you mean by leading astray? I've already earned nearly 5,000 this morning. Don't malign Boss Lu. She turned to Chun Hai. Dear, let's withdraw our capital of 100,000 and invest more. That way, we can secure a 30 stake. Sure, my love, I was just thinking the same. Chun Hai chuckled and went to fetch the cash. By the way, Xiaofan, if you're looking for Hore, she is still in her room and hasn't woken up yet. Regarding Chun Hai and his wife investing in Lu Danning's sales, Xu Xiaofan felt uneasy but said nothing. He decided to find Tang Hore and ask her to tally the village's melon production. However, upon entering the room, he found her still asleep, clad in alluring lace, exuding a captivating charm. Xu Xiaofan smiled faintly and deftly slipped under the covers beside her. Ah! Tang Hore was startled awake. Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan, she exclaimed, Xiaofan, keep it down. Go away, I just fell asleep. Who told you to provoke me? Half an hour later, Tang Hore huffed, Stinky Xiaofan, remember to buy me an air conditioner. I'm drenched in sweat. She had been fixated on Lin Furong acquiring an air conditioner. Next time, I promise. Xu Xiaofan helped her wipe away the sweat, marveling at her delicate skin. If you don't buy it, you'll never get to touch me again, understand? All right, I got it. Xu Xiaofan nodded repeatedly. Sister Hore, you promised me yesterday to register the villagers' melon fields. Oh, I completely forgot. Tang Hore shot him a glare. It's your fault for keeping me up until 5 a.m. You've muddled my mind. Sister Hore, that's rather ungrateful, considering you were the loudest last night. Tang Hore kicked Xu Xiaofan playfully. Get lost. I have to go door to door to register the fruit counts. Uncle Hai, I'm off. As Xu Xiaofan passed through the hall, he noticed Chun Hai engrossed in watching beautiful women sell products, nearly drooling. Xiaofan, hurry and invest. Chun Hai urged excitedly. In just half an hour, we've sold over 1,000 units. We're raking it in. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. He hadn't expected such sales methods to yield substantial results. Forget it, Uncle Hai. I'll pass, he waved dismissively. You're a fool if you don't make money. Chun Hai shook his head helplessly. Do as you wish. But don't blame me later. All right, I'm heading back. Just then, Meng Xia approached Chun Hai, her face stern. Old man, are you trying to rope Xiaofan into investing? Yes, Chun Hai replied. Meng Xia retorted angrily. I don't approve. Why not? She tapped his forehead. The more investors, the smaller our share, understand? Chun Hai looked conflicted but replied, no buts. Just listen to me. I just made another 10,000. I'm thinking of borrowing some money from relatives to invest more. Then we 1T have to grow melons and can just wait for the dividends. All right. We'll do it your way. After Xu Xiaofan exited Tang Huer's house, his phone buzzed incessantly. Who could it be? He pulled out his phone and saw it was a WeChat call from Xiaoxi. She must be calling to register. Upon answering, he immediately heard Xiaoxi's excited voice. Brother Fan, are you free now? You can come to register. Just a moment. I'm on my way, Xu Xiaofan replied. Okay, Brother Fan. After hanging up, Xu Xiaofan headed toward where he had parked. Just then, he noticed Zheng sneaking around his Cadillac, seemingly intent on scratching it. What are you doing, Zheng? Xu Xiaofan rushed over. After last night's incident, he feared she might take her anger out on his car. A scratch could cost thousands. However, contrary to his fears, Zheng was not attempting to damage his vehicle. No. Zheng waved her hands, like a child caught in wrongdoing. Xu Xiaofan smirked. Were you hoping to take a sneaky photo of my car to boast about it on social media? Nonsense. I would never. Zheng blushed and denied it. In truth, she had just taken a photo. Good, Xu Xiaofan said, sliding into the driver's seat. Where are you going? Zheng asked, pursuing him. Xu Xiaofan teased. To buy the Yellow Emperor's bath supplies. Where else? Of course, I'm heading to the foot spa in town. Zheng irritation flared. You can't go. Xu Xiaofan laughed. Oh, Zheng, you're not my wife. Why do you care so much? It's dirty there. You might catch something. Zheng said softly, her face flushed. Xu Xiaofan started the engine and sped away. Humph. Zheng watched the Cadillac drive off, frustrated. They worry about you catching something dirty. Yet you treat me like a fool. I hope you suffer. As she was about to utter the last part, she covered her mouth. You infuriate me. She stomped her foot and began uploading the photo of the Cadillac on her social media, captioning it with, if only I could sit in the passenger seat. What a pity. Meanwhile, as Xu Xiaofan drove down the village South Sandy Road, he spotted a black Rolls-Royce slowly entering the village. Wow, whose wealthy relative is this? That's a 5 million Rolls-Royce. Xu Xiaofan exclaimed, marveling at the opulence. He didn't linger and continued on his way. Uncle Han, this is Taohua Village. The black Rolls-Royce parked behind the village's office building, and Guotiantian emerged from the back seat. The roads in Taohua Village are terrible. If it weren't for a purpose, I wouldn't come here even if you paid me. As she spoke, a man in a suit exited the driver's seat, exuding an air of authority befitting a high-ranking individual. Dad, remember, we're here to seek medical help. When we meet Xu Xiaofan, please keep your temper in check. I don't want to lose any of my flesh. Han Ruoxue also stepped out from the back seat, dressed in a stunning dress that accentuated her graceful figure. They had just returned from the best hospital in the provincial city, where they confirmed the diagnosis of a malignant tumor. Today, I brought Han Tang and a highly esteemed expert from the provincial capital to visit Xu Xiaofan. Dear niece, I believe it is unnecessary for you to venture to this remote mountain village in search of such a faint glimmer of hope. Your ailment can be addressed at our hospital, Zhang Jing remarked dismissively, casting a contemptuous glance at the village's office building, which appeared exceedingly rudimentary. Uncle Zhang, let us first ascertain the situation here. If there truly is no alternative, I will reluctantly accept the surgical procedure, Han Ruoxue replied. Zhang Jing sighed. Very well then. You do not seem like villagers. Whom are you seeking? Just then, Zheng arrived and greeted the unfamiliar faces. Hello, we are here to see Xu Xiaofan. Guotian responded. Looking for Xu Xiaofan? Zheng pointed into the distance. He has already left. Do you know where Xu Xiaofan has gone? He went to a nightclub for a foot massage, Zheng retorted sharply. Han Ruoxue and her companions were taken aback. Going to a nightclub in the daytime? How outrageous. Han Tang exclaimed. Ruoxue, observe the character of the person you seek. Does he merit being a doctor? She continued angrily. Dad, doctors are human too. What is wrong with having a hobby? Do you not have any particular interests? Han Ruoxue countered. Ultimately, her father believed such a doctor could not be truly skilled. Let us return quickly and have your Uncle Zhang arrange for the surgery, Han Tang insisted, her brow furrowed. Your illness must be treated promptly. Niece, your father is correct. Xu Xiaofan is merely a charlatan. We should hasten to the provincial city, Zhang Jiang urged. I refuse, Han Ruoxue shook her head. You claim he lacks skill, yet yesterday, with just a handshake, he discerned the tumor within me. Is that not remarkable? Humph. Han Tang scoffed. That was merely a lucky coincidence. Regardless, unless I see him, I will not go to the provincial city. If you wish to go, you may do so without me, Han Ruoxue declared resolutely. Han Tang was on the verge of exasperation. Having spoiled her for so long, she could not comprehend her daughter's defiance. Do you wish to consult Xu Xiaofan for treatment? Zheng Ro inquired cautiously. Miss, do you know him? Han Ruoxue nodded. To be honest, he diagnosed my tumor yesterday while I was out on the street. And today I came to see if he has a solution. Zheng Ro's expression shifted to understanding, but then she frowned. I advise you to heed your father's counsel and seek treatment at the provincial hospital. Han Ruoxue's demeanor changed. Why do you say that? Zheng Ro explained. While Xu Xiaofan may possess medical knowledge, he was once ostracized by the hospital and expelled from his school. How skilled could he truly be? If his abilities were exceptional, would the hospital not be eager to retain him? Would the school take pride in him only to expel him? Entrusting your life to someone like him is a grave mistake. See, even this young lady concurs. How much longer will you insist on this? After revealing Xu Xiaofan's dubious background, Han Tang spoke to Han Ruoxue with frustration. She became increasingly convinced that Xu Xiaofan was a mere opportunist, unfit to treat tumors. I will wait to see him before making any decisions, Han Ruoxue insisted. Han Tang was exasperated. Miss, life is not to be trifled with. Please listen to your father and seek treatment promptly, Zheng Ro urged. I have made up my mind. There is no need to discuss this further. Han Ruoxue waved her hand dismissively. Where can I wait to see Xu Xiaofan when he returns? Zheng Ro, perceiving Han Ruoxue's stubbornness, indicated a nearby building. You may wait there. Once he returns, you will be able to meet him. Tian, come with me to wait for him, Han Ruoxue said. Pulling Tian away from Han Tang, ignoring him entirely. Han Tang sighed helplessly and followed, for she had only this one daughter. Fan Gu, the cards have been set. Can you take me for a spin and let me experience your prowess in one-handed driving? Xiaoxi inquired, leaning close to Xu Xiaofan, her delicate fragrance invigorating. Especially in her form-fitting dress, her alluring figure stirred Xu Xiaofan's heart. Shall I take you to Shirpo to watch the sunrise? Xu Xiaofan smiled. Let us go? Soon. They arrived at the mountaintop. A Cadillac had been parked in motion mode for an hour. Fan Gu, you are the most remarkable young man I have ever encountered. Xiaoxi said, her face flushed with delight. Your one-handed driving skills are exceptional, and your Cadillac conquers the slopes with such power. Xu Xiaofan smiled gently. Indeed. Young women appreciate the beauty of a Cadillac. Xiaoxi must have experienced quite a few luxury cars to have such discerning taste. Fan Gu, I am a bit hungry. Shall we have some spicy hot pot? Xiaoxi said in a husky voice. Hot pot. I will take you to a Western restaurant, Xu Xiaofan declared grandly. Wonderful. Xiaoxi exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Before long, they arrived at the most renowned Western restaurant in Anyang County. Just then, a couple entered. Taking a seat at the table opposite Xu Xiaofan. Xiaofan, it was Shun Si who recognized him. What a coincidence to meet you here while dining on Western cuisine. Class monitor, Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, encountering the woman who had once captured his heart, only to see her with another man. Manager, Xiaoxi whispered. Shun Si found it hard to believe that her employee was with Xu Xiaofan. After some inquiry, she learned that Xu Xiaofan had taken Xiaoxi to register the car, and in gratitude, he had invited her to dinner. This revelation lightened her mood somewhat. Oh, you are also dining on Western cuisine? Wu Renjie remarked with a smirk. Living on a meager salary, you dare indulge in such extravagant tastes? Renjie, refrain from speaking so. Shun Si gently tugged at his hand. Haha, you enjoy your meal. Wu Renjie began to unfold his napkin, dressed in Armani, preparing for the meal. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan and Xiaoxi would never need a napkin. For Wu Renjie believed their financial capabilities could only afford 2 bowls of Italian fried noodles and a salad. Sir, your white sturgeon caviar has arrived, a young waiter announced, placing a bowl of caviar before Wu Renjie. Esteemed guest, please enjoy and have a pleasant dining experience. Renjie, did you order caviar when you made the reservation? Shun Si asked, astonished. How surprising that you would choose caviar today. This could cost nearly 200 per gram. Isn't this bowl worth over 10,000? What has gotten into Renjie today? Shun Si thought, yet she felt a thrill at the prospect of finally tasting the exquisite caviar she had long desired. I did not order it, Wu Renjie replied, bewildered. Only a fool would order something so expensive. It's neither delicious nor worth the cost. Why waste money? Shenxi's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. If you did not order it, then who did? She pressed. While she longed to try it, they had not ordered it. And consuming it could lead to complaints, which was a trivial concern compared to the risk of being blacklisted by the owner. Wu Renjie shrugged his shoulders helplessly and remarked, I really do not know. At that moment, a manager approached with a bottle of champagne, apologizing, Sir, Madam, I sincerely apologize for the mix-up. Due to the new staff's unfamiliarity with the seating arrangements, the wrong dishes were served. To express my sincere regret, I will provide a 20% discount on your entire bill. Wu Renjie's eyes brightened at the unexpected fortune. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a generous offer. Haha, it's quite all right. After all, everyone makes mistakes, especially new employees. Please do not be too harsh with them. Times are tough, Wu Renjie stated with great magnanimity. The manager was impressed by his demeanor and praised. You truly possess remarkable grace. He then served caviar, encouraging them to enjoy their meal. As the manager glanced at the order, a smile crept across his face. Who could be the one who ordered such expensive caviar? Wu Renjie inquired, having caught a glimpse of the exorbitant price on the receipt, over 8,000 after the discount. He had never indulged in such lavish caviar in his life. I have no idea. Shenxi shook her head, following the manager's direction with her gaze. Suddenly, her eyes widened in disbelief as the manager approached Xu Xiaofan and his companion, saying, Sir, Madam, I apologize for the wait. Here is your caviar and champagne. He explained that there had been a minor issue with the service and hoped Xu Xiaofan would not hold it against him. Xu Xiaofan smiled and reassured him that it was no trouble at all. The manager, understanding the nuances of social etiquette, stayed to open the champagne himself. This is your French foie gras, delicately seared and paired with black truffles, melting in your mouth. Please, do sample it. This is Hokkaido-grade scallops, to be enjoyed with caviar. An exquisite delight. This is the finest steak, air-freighted from Japan, guaranteed to satisfy. And this is the French roasted pigeon, crispy and delectable, a true delicacy. As the manager continued to introduce the array of culinary masterpieces, the table before Xu Xiaofan and his companion became laden with an abundance of visually stunning dishes. Please, enjoy your meal, he said politely before departing with a smile. My goodness, this meal must cost no less than 20,000. Is that guy out of his mind? For the sake of appearances, he is willing to spend his savings on an extravagant dinner, Wu Renjie muttered under his breath. Shenxi, in a less than pleasant mood, watched as Xiaoxi incessantly snapped photos of the scrumptious dishes with her new phone, inadvertently fostering a deep-seated resentment. Speaking of the new phone, Shenxi furrowed her brow, recalling that Xiaoxi had previously used a different model. A glance at Xu Xiaofan revealed he too possessed the same model, and suddenly, everything clicked into place. The pair had evidently purchased matching phones. Xu Xiaofan was being rather biased. Xiaoxi had merely taken him to register the phone. Was it necessary to treat her to such an expensive meal and a phone costing over 7,000? Her keen intuition sensed something amiss. Quietly, she texted Xu Xiaofan. Is Xiaoxi your girlfriend? Xu Xiaofan, noticing his phone buzz, quickly opened the message to find Shenxi's inquiry. He had refrained from upgrading his phone previously, waiting for Shenxi's response, but upon passing a Huawei store earlier, he had changed his mind. Now that he had the means, why should he wait for an auspicious occasion to purchase a phone? He bought one for himself and one for Xiaoxi, especially since she had treated him like royalty. He couldn't let her feel shortchanged. Xu Xiaofan replied in the chat, No, we are just ordinary friends. Shenxi's mood brightened as she sent a smiley face. Oh, is that so? Xiaofan, when will we have a meal together? I have so much to discuss with you. Xu Xiaofan hesitated. How about this Friday? I'll prepare a few dishes at my place, and we can catch up over a drink. Is that a good idea? He pondered, concerned that dining at Shenxi's home might lead to misunderstandings. What is wrong with that? She countered, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Are you saying you dislike me and don't want to eat and chat with me? No, that is not it. I'm just worried about bothering you, he quickly responded. You're being too formal. We've known each other for 7 years. Just like that, it's settled. I'll text you on Friday, she insisted. All right then. He relented, pocketing his phone and returning to dine with Xiaoxi. Meanwhile, Wu Renjie noticed Shenxi engrossed in a conversation. Feeling a pang of unease but hesitated to inquire further, fearing it might disrupt the moment. Perhaps she was chatting with family. Asking now would seem abrupt and might provoke an unwelcome reaction from her. See, the dishes are served. Let us eat, he urged. True to form, he ordered steak and turkey, and for the first time, he indulged in a large shrimp, not wishing to waste the discount. Oh, you go ahead. I need to respond to a message, she replied. The last message she received read, I'll be wearing black stockings waiting for your arrival this Friday. However, after a prolonged wait for Xu Xiaofan's response, her mood soured once more. See, who are you chatting with? Wu Renjie inquired. Just a friend, she replied without hesitation. A male friend? He probed. What do you mean by that? Shen Xi's expression darkened ominously as she questioned him. Nothing, Wu Renjie tactfully evaded the topic, aware that pursuing the matter might lead to a public confrontation. I'm not hungry anymore, Shen Xi declared, abruptly rising and leaving without a backward glance. Wu Renjie hurried after her, grasping her hand and repeatedly apologizing until they vanished from the restaurant's view. Thank you, Fanggu, Xiaoxi exclaimed, rubbing her stomach with a look of pure bliss, savoring the exquisite meal. Are you full? Xu Xiaofan asked. Xiaoxi stuck out her tongue. Even if you stuffed me now, I couldn't take another bite. Xu Xiaofan noted a hint of ambiguity in her words, but chose not to dwell on it. Xiaoxi, let us swing by the pharmacy later. You should pick up some herbal candies, he reminded her, concerned that she might fall ill after being caught in the rain without an umbrella. No need, Xiaoxi waved her hand dismissively. I already had some before meeting you. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Xu Xiaofan silently commended her foresight, impressed by her preparedness. At that moment, his phone vibrated again, revealing a call from Zheng Ro. Xu Xiaofan, have you perished in the woman's embrace? Why haven't you returned? Someone has been waiting for you for 2 hours. As soon as he answered, he was greeted by her scolding voice. Chapter 36. Do you have a medical license? At this moment, Han Tang and Zhang Jing were growing impatient at Xu Xiaofan's home. Were it not for their consideration of Han Ruoxue's feelings, they would have left long ago. For them, time equated to money. Every second lost was a monetary loss. After 3 hours, how much had they forfeited? Just then, Tang Hua returned from checking on the villagers selling melons. Noticing guests at Xu Xiaofan's home, she hurried to the field to pick a cantaloupe for reception. Upon reaching the melon patch, she found it utterly barren, devoid of a single melon. It then dawned on her that Xu Xiaofan had mentioned earlier that Tang Shui would send someone to collect the melons. However, she had been preoccupied with their conversation and hadn't paid much attention. How embarrassing, Tang Hua thought, her face flushing red. Am I to receive guests without any melons? Fortunately, she discovered one overlooked cantaloupe in a corner and quickly snatched it up. My apologies, Tang Hua returned home, washed the melon, sliced it into 16 pieces, and presented it to the guests. There isn't much to offer in the countryside, just this cantaloupe. Please make do. Han Tang and Zhang Jing exchanged glances filled with disdain. It would have been better to serve them some tea, they mused, though they soon reconciled themselves to the rural custom of not drinking tea. Upon revisiting this room, one could aptly describe it as bare and desolate, hardly conducive to receiving esteemed guests. Reluctantly, the two individuals picked up slices of cantaloupe to consume. Ah, this melon is remarkably sweet, exclaimed Zhang Jing in astonishment. He had never anticipated that melons cultivated in the countryside could possess such exquisite sweetness. It was his inaugural experience savoring such a delectable cantaloupe. Holding the cantaloupe, Han Tang furrowed his brow. Old Zhang must be quite famished if he can find such delight in a melon. It was no surprise. After 3 hours without a drop of water, any sustenance would undoubtedly taste far more delightful than usual. At that moment, Han Tang gently brought the cantaloupe to his lips, and upon inhaling its fragrant aroma, he immediately felt invigorated. This melon is truly aromatic. As he took a bite, the sweet juice flooded his mouth, leaving him with an enduring aftertaste. Furthermore, the agitation that had previously enveloped him dissipated significantly after swallowing the first morsel of cantaloupe. Does this melon possess such remarkable qualities? He mused. Miss, did you cultivate this melon? As a businessman, Han Tang quickly sensed a lucrative opportunity to introduce these delightful cantaloupes to the provincial city. At that moment, he momentarily forgot his original purpose for being there. It is grown by my family, but has already been acquired by Xiaofan and sold out, Tang Hua explained. Oh, all sold out. Han Tang's expression turned slightly regretful. Then who should I approach to procure such melons? Ah, this melon resembles those from Baiguoyan. It seems the owner of Baiguoyan sources his melons from here, interjected Guotiantian. The melons her father, Guofengchun, purchased from Baiguoyan were indeed identical to those before them. You are quite correct, young lady, Tang Hua chuckled. The owner of Baiguoyan collaborates with Xiaofan. All the fruits are sourced from him. Only those from Xiaofan's hands possess such delightful flavor. Sir, if you wish to purchase melons, you can inquire with Xiaofan when he arrives. Tang Hua kindly informed Han Tang. If I were to acquire such fruits, what would be the price? Han Tang asked. 10 yuan per jean, Tang Hua replied. Hmm. Han Tang nodded, unfazed. He was not astonished, for these cantaloupes were undeniably unique. In upscale neighborhoods of the provincial city, they could command a retail price of 20 yuan per gene, and there would still be buyers. Xiaofan, you finally returned. I trust you didn't fall into a pit? A voice from outside interrupted their conversation. It was Zheng Ro, having learned of Xiaofan's return. Hey, aren't you the little girl from yesterday? Upon entering the house, Xiaofan spotted Han Ruoxue gazing at him with eager anticipation. Without a second thought, he sat beside her. So, is there a tumor? Han Ruoxue nodded repeatedly. Yes. It's exactly as you described. You're truly remarkable. Han Tang and Zhang Zheng exchanged awkward glances, as Xiaofan appeared to disregard their presence. You've come here. It's obvious you seek my treatment, right? Xiaofan addressed Han Ruoxue. Grasping his arm, she implored, Xiaoshani, you must have a way to save me, right? She had an unwavering pursuit of perfection and absolutely did not wish to resort to surgery, especially in such an aesthetically sensitive area. Of course, Xiaofan affirmed confidently. If I can diagnose your condition, I certainly possess a method to treat your ailment. Just then, Zheng Ro interjected, Xiaofan, could you please be serious and refrain from boasting? This group appeared to consist of individuals of considerable wealth, with Xiaofan's rudimentary medical skills. If he were to cause any complications, they would undoubtedly see him imprisoned. She had no desire to visit someone in jail. Be quiet, Xiaofan retorted, pointing at Zheng Ro. Adults are speaking, children should play elsewhere. I won't bother with you, Zheng Ro huffed in irritation. Young man, I've heard you haven't even graduated from medical school and likely lack a medical license, Zhang Jing interjected. That piece of paper is irrelevant to me, Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. What patients truly seek is a cure, not a mere piece of paper. Zhang Jing's expression darkened, feeling that Xiaofan was excessively arrogant. However, he cautioned, practicing medicine without a license is illegal, you know? Xiaofan scrutinized the middle-aged man before him, finding him somewhat familiar, yet unable to place him. What of it? I can cure her tumor without surgery. Ask those with medical licenses if they can achieve the same. Upon hearing this, Han Ruoxue felt a surge of excitement. Could Xiaofan genuinely cure her tumor without the need for surgery? The shadow of despair that had loomed over her began to lift. Young man. You certainly have grand ambitions. Pray tell, which medical school do you attend? Zhang Jing inquired. The medical schools merely churn out self-important individuals who, under the guise of benevolence, engage in heinous acts. It is best not to speak of them, Xiaofan replied calmly. Since you are reluctant to disclose, I shall not press you further. Without a medical license, I cannot allow my niece to receive treatment from you. If that is the case, then depart as you came, Xiaofan stated bluntly, gesturing towards the exit. Chapter 37. Recognizing money over people. Uncle Zhang, Han Ruoxue signaled for him to cease his objections. She was already resolute. Niece, a life is at stake. This is no jest, Zhang Jing stated solemnly. You are of noble birth. Should anything happen, even imprisoning him for a lifetime would not restore your life. Enough, you may leave, Xiaofan interjected, growing increasingly displeased. Old Han, let us go. Zhang Jing was not one to tolerate nonsense either. I suggested a surgical procedure in the provincial city, yet you insisted on coming to this remote mountain village. He shook his head. If we were to hurry to the provincial city now, those esteemed surgeons would likely be off duty. You all may leave. I will stay here for treatment from Xiaoshani, Han Ruoxue declared. Good heavens. Zhang Jing was on the brink of despair. Niece, do you not consider the conditions here? Can they truly provide you with adequate care? I suspect your intentions are not genuine. The desire for your wealth is all too apparent. Quickly, return to the provincial city. I will summon a good friend to personally perform the surgery. Xiaofan observed Han Ruoxue with amusement, eager to see how she would respond. Uncle Zhang, I want Xiaoshani to treat me. Please cease your arguments, Han Ruoxue insisted. Very well, let him treat you. Han Tang's temper flared as he turned to Xiaofan. Speaking firmly, can you truly cure my daughter? Zhang Jing pulled at his sleeve. Old Han, do you genuinely wish for a young man without a medical license to treat her? I have no choice. The girl is obstinate, and I can only hope for a miracle. Zhang Jing admonished. Old Han, if Ruoxue does not comprehend the gravity of the situation, does that mean you do not either? Malignant tumors are no trifling matter. They can be fatal. Han Tang's response was cold. Should anything happen to Ruoxue, he would not emerge unscathed. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan narrowed his eyes. You can truly cure her? Zhang Jing found himself at a loss, witnessing the father and daughter both seemingly out of their minds. However, to ensure Han Ruoxue's safety, he inquired once more, can you truly do so? Of course, Xiaofan affirmed. What method will you employ for the treatment? As a renowned physician himself, Zhang Jing was well aware of the intricacies surrounding tumors, and sought to discern Xiaofan's approach. Acupuncture, Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Nonsense. Zhang Jing exclaimed. How can acupuncture eliminate a tumor? Are you trifling with a life? What you cannot achieve does not imply I cannot. Would I speak so frivolously without any expertise? Having inherited the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, all ailments appeared to Xiaofan as mere matters of inserting a few needles. You jest, Zhang Jing retorted. I am a top professor at the XXX hospital in the provincial city. Are you implying that I lack skill? Oh, Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with interest. He had indeed recognized the old man as someone familiar. The professor from the hospital where he interned had crossed paths with him a few times. Professor Zhang Jing, you claim to be a top professor at the provincial hospital, yet you cannot even cure your own minor ailment? Xu Xiaofan's lips curled slightly in amusement. What are you talking about? Zhang Jing's eyelids twitched suddenly, as if Xu Xiaofan had seen through him entirely. You have psoriasis on your thigh, in the heat. It irritates your skin, and even when you scratch until it bleeds, you cannot stop. At night, it torments you to the point of insomnia. Am I wrong? Xu Xiaofan inquired with a smile. How do you know? Zhang Jing was taken aback. As a top professor, he had never disclosed this minor issue to anyone, fearing embarrassment. Yet, Xu Xiaofan had discerned it instantly. If the truth were not known, others might think Zhang Jing was merely pretending. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. From your facial features and complexion, I have already grasped everything. Xu Xiaofan smiled gently. Zhang Jing lowered his head. Indeed, as you said, this psoriasis has tormented me for 40 years. It is unbearable. Old Zhang, is this true? Han Tang looked at Zhang Jing in astonishment. Alas, old Han. Had I not been exposed on the spot, I would have preferred to take this ailment with me to the grave, considering my personality. How can I hold my head high among all the doctors with such a trivial ailment? Zhang Jing sighed. Old Zhang, you are truly sacrificing your dignity for the sake of appearances. It is utterly ridiculous, Han Tang remarked. Upon hearing Zhang Jing's admission, Zheng Ro unconsciously pressed her hands against her chest, as she had been feeling short of breath lately. A few days prior, Xu Xiaofan had mentioned she had an issue, prompting her to take it seriously. She thought to herself that once they were alone, she would certainly show Xu Xiaofan, who was young and vibrant, and could not simply fade away. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan stood up, looking at Zhang Jing, and said with a smile, "Look at you. Unable to treat even a minor ailment. What good is your medical license?" Zhang Jing felt utterly humiliated. It was indeed a great embarrassment. Xu Xiaofan continued, "However, with me, a few herbal remedies can cure you. Tell me, which is more important, your medical qualification or eradicating your ailment at its root?" You can cure it? Zhang Jing's eyes lit up. Of course, Xu Xiaofan replied coldly with a smile, "But I do not possess a medical license. Do you wish for me to treat you?" Zhang Jing chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had inadvertently stepped on his own toes. However, hearing that his long-standing affliction could be eradicated, he could not concern himself with it any longer. "Young man, if you can cure my psoriasis, I will offer you a generous job. How does that sound?" Zhang Jing proposed enticingly. "There is no need for a job offer." Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. "Cure your ailment, and I want a payment of 1 million. How about that?" Zhang Jing was taken aback. He had not expected Xu Xiaofan to raise the stakes so high. What? A top professor, plus engaging in some unsavory dealings, earns at least 10 million a year. 1 million is merely a drop in the bucket for you. Xu Xiaofan remarked with a sardonic smile. Zhang Jing squinted his eyes, sensing deeper meaning in Xu Xiaofan's words. Nevertheless, his priority was to alleviate the psoriasis. "Fine. I will grant you 1 million, Zhang Jing agreed. "Payment up front, treatment afterward. That is my rule," Xu Xiaofan said, presenting Zhang Jing with the payment code. The crowd was astonished. They had not anticipated Xu Xiaofan to be so principled. Beep. Zhang Jing scanned the payment code. Soon, Xu Xiaofan received a notification on his bank card. He entered the room and wrote out a prescription, handing it to Zhang Jing. "This is the antidote. Return home and follow the dosage accordingly. The method is provided. If it does not work in 3 days, come find me." Then he turned to Han Tang. "As for treating your daughter, the price will be significantly higher. So what do you say? Do you wish to proceed?" Now, he was all about the money and not concerned with personal connections. "Old Han, let us treat her," Zhang Jing signaled to Han Tang. "How much do you want?" Han Tang inquired. Xu Xiaofan held up a hand. 5 million. Han Tang was taken aback. "Expensive medicine is for the affluent. This 5 million is worth it for your daughter's value, is it not?" Xu Xiaofan stated nonchalantly. Had they previously discussed treatment options politely, everything would have been negotiable. However, these individuals had always belittled him due to their perceived superiority, so there was no room for negotiation. "Pay to be treated, or leave. Can you guarantee it?" Han Tang's voice was low, teetering on the edge of explosion. Rest assured, anyone treated by me will not relapse, Xu Xiaofan assured confidently. Payment received. Thank you for your patronage. After receiving the 5 million from Han Tang, Xu Xiaofan smiled broadly while Han Tang seethed with rage, wishing to strike him. Unfortunately, his daughter's life was in another's hands, leaving him with impotent fury. You've given me the money. Now it's time for you to prove your abilities, Han Tang challenged. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? Xu Xiaofan entered the room and called for Han Ruoxue to come in. Initially, Zheng Ro, out of curiosity, followed him inside, but Xu Xiaofan promptly shooed her away. I am treating a patient. What are you doing here? If you wish to be treated, come back tonight, and I will personally attend to you. Zheng Ro grumbled. Who understands your intentions? You lecher, sneaking around with young girls? After dismissing Zheng Ro, Xu Xiaofan swiftly closed the door and retrieved a box of silver needles from the drawer. As a competent practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, he always kept silver needles on hand. Lie down, please, Xu Xiaofan instructed softly. Han Ruoxue was taken aback. What do you mean, If you do not undress, how can I insert the needles? Xu Xiaofan replied impatiently. Okay, Han Ruoxue responded softly, obediently lying down and gradually removing her clothing. It must be said that Han Ruoxue, hailing from a noble family, possessed substantial assets. However, Xu Xiaofan had no intention of appropriating anyone else's wealth. He was focused solely on treating the ailment and needed to maintain unwavering concentration. Whatever happens, do not move, otherwise, all will be in vain. And we will have to start anew, Xu Xiaofan cautioned. I understand, Han Ruoxue murmured, then slowly closed her eyes. Seeing the opportune moment, Xu Xiaofan began to employ his intricate needle technique according to the principles of the Medicine King's secret. As the first needle was inserted, Han Ruoxue let out a pain moan. Although her body felt discomfort, she sensed a warm flow entering her chest, beginning to battle the tumor. Do not lose focus. Bear with it, Xu Xiaofan instructed as he inserted the second needle. This time, Han Ruoxue gritted her teeth. The third needle, the fourth needle. And only after the ninth needle did Xu Xiaofan cease. The technique for treating cancer with the Medicine King's secret involved precisely these 9 needles. Upon completing the 9 needles, a powerful force surged into the patient's body, annihilating the cancer cells within. In truth, Han Ruoxue felt it too. After the 9 needles were inserted, she sensed a fierce battle raging inside her chest. The feeling was quite mystical. Approximately half an hour later, that sensation began to dissipate, ultimately returning to tranquility. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan began to remove the silver needles. Upon extracting the 9 needles, he skillfully pinched them, confirming that the tumor had indeed been eradicated. You may feel it now. There is no longer that sensation, is there? Xu Xiaofan glanced at the blushing Han Ruoxue. She replied softly. She reached out to touch, and indeed, there was no longer the discomfort she had previously experienced. It was utterly soft. Your ailment is cured. When you return home, for the first month, eat light meals and refrain from alcohol and smoking, Xu Xiaofan instructed. Thank you, Han Ruoxue said, blushing as she dressed. No need for thanks. I am treating you, and you are compensating me. It is mutually beneficial. No need for pleasantries. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. After Han Ruoxue finished dressing, Xu Xiaofan opened the door, and the two walked out. Is she already cured? Han Tang looked at Xu Xiaofan. In merely half an hour. That was astonishingly swift. Yet, could one be deceived? If there are any reservations, a re-examination could be conducted. As I mentioned, having accepted your payment, I shall take responsibility for you. Should any issues arise, feel free to approach me, Xu Xiaofan remarked nonchalantly. Well then, we shall take our leave, Han Tang said without further pleasantries. No need to see me off, Xu Xiaofan replied with an air of indifference. Soon after Han Tang and the others departed, Zheng Ro leaned closer to Tang Hor. Did you earn 6 million? Had they not witnessed it themselves, they would hardly believe it. What is the fuss? It's merely a routine operation, Xu Xiaofan retorted dismissively. Xu Xiaofan, do not be so arrogant, Zheng Ro said, unable to tolerate his smug demeanor. Be honest with me. Did you use some trick to fool them? You know their background is formidable. If they discover they've been deceived, you might find yourself in deep trouble. Tang Hor nodded in agreement, finding Zheng Ro's concerns valid. Zheng Ro, do you still see me as that person who teased the female leader and was expelled from school and ostracized by the hospital? Can't you view me from a developmental perspective? I am quite exceptional, you know. Xu Xiaofan countered. Zheng Ro rolled her eyes. Exceptional, my foot. You are just the one who teased the female leader, was expelled, and swindled their money. Sooner or later, you'll have to return it. Xu Xiaofan contemplated giving her a gentle kick, but Zheng Ro evaded with quick reflexes, sticking out her pink tongue playfully. See, I struck a nerve, and you're flustered. She teased. Leave, I don't wish to see you. Go away. Xu Xiaofan pointed toward the door, feeling a bit weak. He hadn't anticipated that the acupuncture technique would require such considerable strength. Yet, it was understandable. Such a domineering technique could not be executed without effort. Fine. I shall take my leave. Zheng Ro turned with a flourish. Giggling, Tang Hora remarked. You and Zheng Ro resemble a bickering couple. Nonsense, she merely irritates me. Xu Xiaofan replied grumpily. I think Zheng Ro isn't too bad. Why don't you consider marrying her? Tang Hora suggested earnestly. Huh. Anyone who marries her will be doomed for generations. Xu Xiaofan spat, giggling, but I sense she harbors feelings for you. Tang Hora added. She likes me. Xu Xiaofan paused, slightly taken aback. It's a blessing that she doesn't despise me. By the way, did you really cure Han Ruoshua's tumor? Tang Hora changed the subject. Let us go inside. I will explain everything in detail, Xu Xiaofan said. Annoying. Are you a dog? Chapter 39. Lin Furong falls ill. Old Zhang. How credible is Xu Xiaofan? Han Tang inquired as the Rolls-Royce traversed the sandy road. Rest assured, if he deceives us, I will go to great lengths to have him imprisoned, no matter where he may flee, Zhang Jing stated with stern conviction. Ruoshua, how are you feeling now? Han Tang asked again. Dad, I feel quite well. There shouldn't be any major issues, right? Han Ruoshua responded. It's hard to determine at this moment. We must return to the provincial hospital for further examination before drawing any conclusions. Han Tang's face revealed a grim seriousness. He had better not be lying to me, or the consequences will be dire. At this point, he had completely forgotten about the melon incident. Xiaofan, could you refrain from being so disgusting next time? Tang Hora expressed her distaste for Xu Xiaofan's ideas, puzzled as to why he would come up with such repugnant concepts. Sister Hora, you are really being unreasonable. Just now, Xu Xiaofan teased, looking at her knowingly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tang Hora's face flushed red. Recalling that embarrassing scene, she felt a mix of shame and anger. However, it was quite thrilling. By the way, have you tallied the numbers? Xu Xiaofan patted his stomach. Don't worry about a thing when I'm on the job, Tang Hora replied cheerfully. This is Uncle Wang Yuan's melon, weighing 20,000 gene and 30,000 gene of watermelon. This is Aunt Gui's melon, 10,000 gene and 20,000 gene of watermelon. As she continued to recite the figures, the final tally amounted to 300,000 gene of melons, 500,000 gene of watermelons, and 3,000 gene of lychees. Peach Blossom Village is renowned for its melons, with comparatively fewer other fruits grown. Let me calculate how much that comes to. Xu Xiaofan began to add up the figures. 300,000 gene of melons at 2 yuan per gene equals 600,000 yuan. 500,000 gene of watermelons at 1 yuan per gene equals 500,000 yuan. 3,000 gene of lychees at 1 yuan per gene equals 3,000 yuan. Have all these been confirmed? Xu Xiaofan inquired once more. Rest assured, it's all accurate. Tang Hora assured him, patting her chest. All right, I'm going to transfer the money to them now. He began to input the names into WeChat and transferred the funds accordingly. Before long, 103,000 yuan was successfully transferred to various accounts. Uncle Wang Yuan, thank you. I received the money. Aunt Gua, oh Xiaofan, you are truly a good person. Now the little one doesn't have to worry about school fees. Uncle Wang, work hard and lead Peach Blossom Village to new heights. I want to say more. I must head to town now. Seeing the messages of gratitude, Xu Xiaofan felt immense joy. However, he was still in the initial stages and could not provide the maximum benefit to the villagers just yet. Once he became more powerful, he would ensure that everyone's lives improved significantly. Ding! At that moment, Tang Hora's phone chimed. She checked and was surprised to find an additional transfer from Xu Xiaofan. And the amount was quite substantial, 5,000 yuan. Xiaofan, why are you giving me money? She asked, somewhat taken aback. Clearly, she hadn't sold any fruits and was now unexpectedly receiving funds, leaving her at a loss. This is your hard-earned commission, so accept it. Xu Xiaofan explained. Tang Hora waved her hands repeatedly, insisting, no need, no need. I merely went door to door to register. It was hardly any effort. You don't have to pay me. She felt rather embarrassed. Had she known Xu Xiaofan would pay her for merely registering, she would have outright refused to help. Sister Hora, this is an advance on your salary. When it's time to collect the melons in the county, you'll be overseeing it, so this is only fair. Today alone, The medical treatment yielded 6 million, combined with the 250,000 yuan just transferred by Tang Shui and the remaining few thousand from the previous days, amounting to approximately 3 million yuan. After deducting the recently transferred 1 million, he had around 2 million on hand. Giving Tang Hui 5,000 yuan was intended to hire her for managing certain affairs. This is all too much. It's unnecessary, Tang Hui protested. Noting that wages in the county barely exceeded 800 yuan, with provincial city wages around 500 yuan. Xu Xiaofan was indeed being overly generous. Xu Xiaofan shot her a glance. You are now my woman. What is wrong with me giving you some money? Accept it, or I shall be displeased. I truly don't need it, Tang Hui insisted. Quickly accept it, or I shall resort to force, Xu Xiaofan said with a hint of seriousness. Only then did Tang Hui relent and take it. From now on, I shall pay you 5,000 yuan each month to help me manage some small matters, including meals. Tang Hui nodded. This is a trifling matter. It's quite simple. Suddenly, she remembered something. Xiaofan, it's been quite a while. Do you think we might have one? For safety's sake, Xu Xiaofan smiled mischievously. Tang Hui blushed. This time, you can continue. Xu Xiaofan shook his head. It's your turn now. Half an hour later, Tang Hui, with a hoarse voice, said, Xiaofan, where did you learn such habits? She was somewhat speechless. What? Am I not capable of self-learning? Xu Xiaofan replied with a slight smile. He certainly wouldn't disclose that it was the little girl from the creek who had informed him. Indeed, one must venture out and learn from the youth to truly experience the joys of life. I'm heading back to take anti-inflammatory medication. Tang Hui kicked Xu Xiaofan playfully and then dashed away. Xu Xiaofan smiled brightly. This was just the beginning. Xiaofan, are you home? At that moment, a melodious voice echoed, and Xu Xiaofan immediately recognized it as Lin Furong's arrival. He hastily rose and made his way to the hall. There, he beheld Lin Furong clad in a cerulean dress, her exquisite figure captivating to behold. Sister Furong, I'm here, Xu Xiaofan exclaimed with a grin, his gaze lingering on her proud curves. Oh, you naughty boy. Lin Furong shot him a playful glare, focusing intently on her sister. You're incorrigible. Sister Furong, spring is in full bloom. How can I be blamed? Xu Xiaofan teased. All right, I forgive you. Suddenly, Lin Furong seemed to recall something. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, Xiaofan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you perhaps take a look? Oh dear, Sister Furong is unwell. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. Come, sit down. Let me examine you properly. This ailment is no trivial matter. Lin Furong remained still, her face reddening like a ripe apple. This type of illness is a bit embarrassing. Can you really help? Embarrassing? Xu Xiaofan was puzzled. What sort of ailment could be so shameful? I'm eager to assist you, so be bold and show me. It's a gynecological issue, Lin Furong confessed shyly. Chapter 40. Xingro is also unwell. Lin Furong had initially intended to visit the county for her ailment. However, she thought that perhaps Xu Xiaofan, being a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, could resolve her issue with a simple herbal remedy. Such ailments could be quite tormenting. Yet, she felt a twinge of embarrassment when it came time to disclose her condition to Xu Xiaofan. Can you really help me? She asked softly. This is no challenge for me, Xu Xiaofan assured her, waving his hand confidently. Lin Furong's spirits lifted. Really? Of course, he nodded. First, please close the door. I fear someone might see, Lin Furong said. Ah, you're right. Xu Xiaofan promptly shut the door, realizing that an unexpected visitor could complicate matters, especially Xingro, who would likely broadcast the incident throughout Peach Blossom Village. Once the door was secured, Xu Xiaofan retrieved a medical flashlight from the room, aiming for a clearer view of her condition. Xiaofan, I'm counting on you, Lin Furong said, her heart racing as this matter was quite private, especially with Xu Xiaofan on the other side. Lie down on the reclining chair and show me, Xu Xiaofan instructed, pointing to a chair nearby. All right, Lin Furong complied, gently reclining. Soon, she shyly removed her garments, revealing her ailment to Xu Xiaofan. Ah, Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Furong would be. However, he quickly focused on her condition. Sister Furong, did you perhaps neglect to disinfect your tools after mining? He inquired, immediately identifying the issue. Oh no. Lin Furong's complexion paled. She hadn't expected to be so easily discerned, and she nodded slightly. Be extra cautious in the future. Ensure everything is properly treated before use, Xu Xiaofan advised. He felt it was a pity. Sister Furong, such trivial matters I can assist with. There's no need for you to suffer alone. Can it be cured? Lin Furong asked, her voice tinged with hope. Xu Xiaofan smiled reassuringly. Such a minor issue is no trouble for me. I will prescribe you a remedy that, after a couple of days, will alleviate the discomfort, and by the third day, you shall feel as good as new. That's wonderful. Lin Furong beamed with joy. However, Sister Furong, do be cautious. While you're recovering, refrain from engaging in those activities, Xu Xiaofan cautioned. Her smile vanished, and she nodded. Cheeks ablaze. Her husband had been in Angola for 5 years, leaving her to endure nightly torment. Thus, she had resorted to purchasing a toy online to alleviate her loneliness. If I could rely on a man, why would I struggle so? Now, please dress, Xu Xiaofan said, placing the flashlight in a drawer before writing her a prescription. The herbs he had gathered on the mountain were perfectly dried and suited for Lin Furong's use. Xiaofan, here is your consultation fee. Lin Furong handed him 50 yuan. If I were to visit a proper hospital, I would spend at least a few hundred on a full examination. Oh no, Sister Furong, why are you giving me money? This is complimentary. Xu Xiaofan attempted to return the money. That is not acceptable, Lin Furong insisted stubbornly. You've helped me. I must compensate you, or I would feel guilty. Xu Xiaofan found himself at a loss. He couldn't accept Lin Furong's money, knowing her family's difficult circumstances. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Sister Furong, if you truly wish to reward me, you happen to possess something I desire greatly. What is it? Lin Furong inquired. Your kiss. Xu Xiaofan replied. What? Lin Furong's face flushed, finding his request utterly enticing. If you insist on compensating me, I shall gladly accept your kiss in lieu of payment. With that, Lin Furong leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Is that sufficient? Lin Furong knew Xu Xiaofan's character. If he refused, no amount of arguing would change his mind. It was better to indulge his whims. If she could receive a tender kiss from Sister Furong, sleep would likely elude him that night. You're quite the tease, Sister Furong, Xu Xiaofan chuckled, always joking at my expense. She smiled. Next time you treat me, perhaps I'll have a reward for you. All right, enough jesting. I must return to prepare dinner for Yaya, Lin Furong said, shifting the topic. Xiaofan, have you eaten yet? Come by for a meal later. Xu Xiaofan shook his head. No, Sister Furong, I just ate, and am still quite full. Very well, I shall invite you next time. Lin Furong said, gracefully departing, vanishing from Xu Xiaofan's view. Xu Xiaofan felt a thrill at the thought of Lin Furong's kiss. If only I could transform into Wu Song and battle that white tiger on the high ridge of Jingyang, he mused, believing that day was not far off. Just then, a figure stealthily appeared at the door. Zheng Ro, sneaking about, come here. That foolish woman thought she could hide, but her ample figure had already betrayed her. Zheng Ro approached Xu Xiaofan, her head bowed in silence. You, a young lady of stature, constantly visiting a bacheloress home? Have you no shame? If others misconstrue this and tarnish my reputation, you shall bear the responsibility, Xu Xiaofan admonished, pointing a finger at her. But I have matters to discuss with you. Do you think I want this? Zheng Ro pouted. If you have something to say, speak quickly and then leave. My reputation is at stake, Xu Xiaofan retorted. Zheng Ro stamped her foot. Xu Xiaofan, can you not be a bit more civil? I cannot, he replied bluntly. Zheng Ro was frustrated but contained her anger. She had come seeking Xu Xiaofan's help after witnessing how effectively he had treated Han Ruoxue and Zhang Jing. Upon returning home, she had suddenly felt a heaviness in her chest, as if suffocating. Realizing she could not delay further, she sought Xu Xiaofan's expertise privately. Spit it out, Xu Xiaofan commanded. Can you examine me? Zheng Ro blushed, pointing to her prominent features. Lately, I've been feeling short of breath. Could it be a tumor? Xu Xiaofan's eyes brightened. This was within his realm of expertise. He could certainly help her. He warmly guided Zheng Ro to the recliner. Lie down, and I shall examine you now. Zheng Ro felt that Xu Xiaofan's demeanor shifted swiftly, sensing something amiss, yet she complied. Xu Xiaofan, I warn you, be thorough in your examination. If anything goes awry, I will not let you off easily. Zheng Ro asserted. You doubt my professionalism, do you? He replied. Now, hold still. I am about to commence your treatment. With that, Xu Xiaofan extended his hands, ready to wield his expertise. Chapter 41. Assisting Xu Xiaofan at that moment. Zheng Ro inadvertently caught sight of Xu Xiaofan raising an umbrella against the sun. In a flurry of panic, she kicked him and then fled in fright. Ouch! Xu Xiaofan exclaimed, clutching his groin. Zheng Ro, that was a bit excessive, don't you think? I was merely trying to help you with your ailment. Yet you seem intent on taking my life. He yearned to seize her and exact a fierce retribution, but she had vanished without a trace. Zheng Ro, remember this. Next time, I shall ensure your lips swell. Xu Xiaofan winced in pain, tears welling in his eyes. What is happening? Do you intend to visit that scoundrel's home again? Upon returning home, Zheng Baiwan cast a glance and sternly remarked, I'm going to find him regarding a matter. Zheng Ro replied, a matter? Zheng Baiwan scoffed. A mere trifle of business, and he has already extended his hand toward my daughter. Dad, don't speak nonsense. There's nothing between us, Zheng Ro hurriedly clarified. Rest assured, he is unworthy of you. A father will not allow a toad to consume swan flesh, Zheng Baiwan declared with pride. Then, a slight smirk danced upon his lips. He has just begun to flourish and yet wishes to devour all the fruits of the village. Is he not afraid of bursting? Dad, what do you mean? Zheng Ro asked, perplexed. This morning, he went from door to door collecting melons, having already gathered several 100,000 pounds from the village. Zheng Baiwan replied. What? Zheng Ro gasped, covering her mouth, astonished that Xu Xiaofan could consume that much. How glorious he is now. Soon he shall find himself in utter disarray, Zheng Baiwan mocked. Dad, could you not lend him a hand? Zheng Ro asked quietly. He carries himself with such arrogance. Without experiencing hardship, he shall never comprehend the perils of society, Zheng Baiwan replied solemnly. I purchased a vehicle for 160,000. He acquires one for 700,000. Truly remarkable. I shall see how long he can prance about, Zheng Baiwan commented, a look of confidence upon his face. Zheng Ro felt a chill run down her spine. Contemplating turning back to discuss this with Xu Xiaofan, but remembering her recent kick, she decided against it. In the provincial city, at XXX Hospital, Dr. Zhang held a CT scan, disbelief etched upon his face. Old Dong, what do you say? Zhang Jing's expression grew serious. Fearing that the tumor within Han Ruoxue had not been eradicated, the Han family's father and daughter stood nearby, equally tense. Doctor, could there be an issue with the equipment? Dong Zhuo still struggled to accept the reality before him. Yesterday, the tests indicated a malignant tumor, yet it had inexplicably vanished today. His first thought was that there must be a malfunction. Old Dong, my niece's breast tumor has not been eliminated, correct? Zhang Jing questioned through clenched teeth. That's Xu Xiaofan. His arrogance has gone too far. If I do not bring him to justice, I shall not bear the Zhang name, he vowed. Prepared to leverage his connections to capture Xu Xiaofan. Han Tang also seethed with anger. How dare he deceive me out of my money? Just wait. I shall burn it for you. Han Ruoxue frowned, sensing something amiss. Isn't it as you imagined? Dong Zhuo shook his head. The results I obtained indicate that the 2-centimeter tumor has vanished entirely. I suspect an issue with the equipment. Here's what we shall do. Old Zhang. Go register again for another examination. What? Zhang Jing's expression darkened. Old Dong. Could you not deliver your message all at once? Han Tang sighed in relief. It seemed they had misjudged Xu Xiaofan. Old Zhang. Time is of the essence. Quickly pay the fee for registration and proceed as necessary, Dong Zhuo urged. No need. Old Dong. Zhang Jing waved his hand dismissively. What? Dong Zhuo exclaimed in shock. Are you giving up? That shouldn't be the case. Given Han Tang's financial situation, this operation is far from an option to abandon. Was Han Tang losing his mind? Reluctant to spend money to save his daughter? My niece's tumor has been completely cured. Zhang Jing clarified. Old Zhang, have you lost your senses? Dong Zhuo was bewildered. Any discerning individual can see that Han Ruoxue has yet to undergo surgery. Does he think I am blind? Old Dong, it is not as you perceive. Zhang Jing recounted the events. What? Dong Zhuo was utterly astonished. Is there truly such a miraculous individual? He believed that traditional medicine could never hold a candle to modern techniques. Without a doubt, Han Tang affirmed. If you cannot detect that tumor, it indicates it has been eradicated. Quickly, provide me with the contact of this remarkable individual. I shall invite him to our hospital as a professor. Dong Zhuo exclaimed excitedly. This time, our hospital shall thrive. Old Dong, in your haste. I did not obtain his contact information, Zhang Jing admitted sheepishly. Old Zhang you. Dong Zhuo shot him an incredulous glance. Such an excellent opportunity to profit. And it slipped away so easily. What is the name of that miraculous doctor? I shall have someone investigate the records. Perhaps he has an internship history with us. Dong Zhuo inquired. His name is Xu Xiaofan. Han Ruoxue replied with a smile. Xu Xiaofan. Dong Zhuo's jaw dropped in disbelief. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan lay on a recliner. Zheng Ro's kick had indeed been rather harsh. Xiaofan, are you at home? Just then, Xu Xiaofan appeared. Ah, Xiaofan, there you are. Seeing Xu Xiaofan broke into a satisfied grin. Brother Feng, is there something you need? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Xiaofan, regarding the promise you made to me. Xu Xiaofan wore a knowing expression. Huh. Brother Feng, Xu Xiaofan stammered. It is still broad daylight. Should we not wait for nightfall? Xiaofan, you know. If I do not have a child, I will forever be unable to hold my head high before others. Hence, I am in a hurry, Xu Xiaofan explained. I have already instructed Ru Jie to prepare for your arrival. Hurry along now. With that, he took Xu Xiaofan's hand and led him toward their home. Xu Xiaofan felt helpless. Since he had made a promise, he naturally had to fulfill it. Soon, They arrived at Xu Xiaofan's residence, which was located beside a fish pond. Perhaps due to favorable conditions, he had built a 3-story Western-style house, and upon exiting, one could see an expansive 8-acre fish pond. At present, during the sweltering heat, 5 aerators in Xu Xiaofan's pond were working tirelessly to supply oxygen. As is well known, summer poses significant challenges for aquaculture. Floods threaten fish loss. Scorching heat risks oxygen depletion, and dense farming raises fears of disease. Farming is truly arduous. Brother Feng, you have been raising fish for quite some time. Is it profitable? Xu Xiaofan asked. Hee, quite well. Actually, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. If you're interested in fish farming, I can share some experience with you. Xu Xiaofan stroked his chin, pondering whether his fire elemental technique could be beneficial for fish farming. He was eager to experiment. Chapter 42. Xiaofan, do I look good? Now, let us focus on the matter at hand. Xu Xiaofan pointed toward a closed room. Without a doubt, Li Ru was inside, anxiously waiting. Just then, Xu Xiaofan's phone rang. Brother Feng, please hold on for a moment. It's a call from a business partner. Xu Xiaofan chuckled softly, pleasantly surprised that Xu Xiaofan was now doing well and busy with business negotiations daily. Hello, Sister Xue, have the melons sold out again? Xu Xiaofan spoke on speakerphone. Surely not. The freshly harvested cantaloupes are gone. Xiaofan, the melons are not yet sold out. Tang Xue replied, slightly embarrassed. Customers say the melons are delicious. But eating only melons feels a bit monotonous. Can you source some other delightful fruits? If that's the case, I actually have 3,000 pounds of lychee, Xu Xiaofan responded. Oh, that is fantastic. I'll send someone over around 5 p.m. to collect them. How does that sound? Tang Xue exclaimed excitedly. All right. I'll arrange for a few villagers to help you pick them, Xu Xiaofan said, intending to hang up, but Tang Xue spoke again. Xiaofan, there's one more thing I would like to ask for your assistance with. Tang Xue said gently. Sister Xue, rest assured. I will expedite the process for the other fruits in the coming days. He believed that Tang Xue was concerned about the supply issues of other types of fruit. Xiaofan, you have misunderstood my intention, Tang Xue corrected him repeatedly. Oh, what is it then, Sister Xue? If it's within my capacity, I will certainly assist you. Xu Xiaofan replied, squinting slightly. Tang Xue spoke elaborately. Last time, I mentioned that I have a good friend who runs a restaurant, didn't I? Xu Xiaofan nodded. Yes, you did mention it. What is the matter? Tang Xue explained. She wishes to create a signature dish primarily featuring organic produce from the countryside. Could you help me source some? Sister Xue, that might be a bit challenging. Where can we find so much organic produce these days? Xu Xiaofan replied candidly. Tang Xue smiled awkwardly. That is indeed true, but you possess remarkable abilities. Just keep an eye out, and if you happen to come across any, do let me know. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Sister Xue, what about fish raised in the countryside? How does that sound? The feed is provided. But you can taste it first, and if it meets your standards, you can contact me later. All right. Make sure to get a few fish tonight, so I can show them to my friend, Tang Xue responded. Understood, Sister Xue. Let us leave it at that for now. Xiaofan, you are doing me such a tremendous favor. I am at a loss for how to repay you. How about I offer myself in return? Xu Xiaofan jested. You tease, always looking to have fun at your sister's expense. Tang Xue's voice was gentle on the phone. All right, Sister Xue. I won't joke any further. I have to get busy, Xu Xiaofan said before hanging up. Xiaofan, impressive. Xu Xiaofan, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The once timid Xiaofan was now exuding the demeanor of a burgeoning boss. Brother Feng, I have an idea. Can I discuss it with you? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Xiaofan, we are family, no need for formality. Just speak your mind. Xu Xiaofan said, his character straightforward and generous. Thus, Xu Xiaofan shared his thoughts with Xu Xiaofan, proposing to sell the fish they raised to hotels at a good price. That sounds like a splendid idea. Xu Xiaofan responded joyfully, but his expression suddenly changed. However, those restaurant owners may not be interested in our fish. Brother Feng, when can you sell the fish from your 8-acre pond? Xu Xiaofan looked thoughtfully at the fish swimming leisurely on the water's surface, considering it was about time to sell. A few days ago, a fish trader came to check and said he could buy them anytime. However, I'd like to keep them for another month to grow larger, potentially fetching over 10,000 yuan each. Xu Xiaofan revealed his thoughts. But if we could collaborate with those hotel owners, selling them wouldn't be out of the question, as the purchase price from hotels is slightly higher than retail. Raising fish also incurs feed costs. While a month might yield an extra 10,000 yuan, the expenses are frightfully high, and the actual profit may be less than 2,000 yuan. Leave this matter to me. I will first send a few fish for them to taste, then await their response. The fish are mainly grass carp and silver carp, right? Xu Xiaofan nodded. 70% grass carp, 30% silver carp. Understood. Xu Xiaofan smiled slightly. Please catch 4 fish for me to take back. I will deliver them to them tonight. No problem, Xu Xiaofan agreed. Xiaofan, you go inside and chat with your sister Ru. I will catch the fish and wait for you. Xu Xiaofan ushered him into the room, gently opening the door and then firmly closing it behind him. Inside, the room was illuminated. Li Ru sat on the edge of the bed, dressed in a fitted black silk dress, awaiting Xu Xiaofan's arrival. Her expression conveyed both a hint of nervousness and a touch of anticipation. Come here, Li Ru beckoned. Sit beside me. Xu Xiaofan approached gently and sat on her left. Li Ru felt a flutter of anxiety. Although she had rehearsed this scenario countless times, the reality made her feel somewhat restrained. Additionally, she was still a young woman of virtue. Xu Xiaofan caught a delicate whiff of Li Ru's perfume, which subtly drew him closer. Observing her alluring figure, he felt as though his very soul was captivated. Xiaofan, do you think I am beautiful? Li Ru asked softly. Beautiful, Xu Xiaofan responded. Then would you lift me up, please? Li Ru shyly requested. Xu Xiaofan, well accustomed to such gestures, lifted her effortlessly, ready to whisk her away on a journey to paradise. Li Ru's heart raced as she gazed into Xu Xiaofan's handsome face, enchanted by his features. If their child inherited his looks and intellect, she would consider herself immensely fortunate. With that thought, she relaxed and began to request more from Xu Xiaofan. Their passion ignited, ready to unfold. However, at that moment, the lights in the room suddenly went out. Oh no, a power outage! Li Ru exclaimed in panic. What happened? Sister Ru? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Xiaofan, let us put our plans on hold for now. With the power out, the aerator in the fish pond will stop working. And if we don't find a solution, the 20,000 pounds of fish could surface, Li Ru said urgently. Then hurry and assist Brother Feng. We can discuss our matters later. We cannot let our hard-earned efforts go to waste, Xu Xiaofan urged. With that, he and Li Ru rushed out to help, relieved they hadn't taken the highway, as the losses in the fish pond would have been significant. Chapter 43. Assisting Lin Furong with her troubles. After Xu Xiaofan and Li Ru burst out of the room, they saw Xu Xiaofeng frantically starting the diesel generator to power the aerators. After some time, 5 aerators finally resumed normal operation. For fish farmers, a power outage can be fatal, as a moment's negligence could lead to losing all the fish. Xu Xiaofeng, drenched in sweat, finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the aerators functioning properly. Xu Xiaofan smiled slightly, recognizing the hardships of farming. All right, Xiaofan. Everything is fine now. You may continue, Xu Xiaofeng urged. Brother Feng, I think it's best to call it a day. A client is coming to collect lychees soon, and I need to arrange personnel, Xu Xiaofan replied. The sudden power outage had diminished the fire within him. Primarily, he needed to perform the fire array heart technique on the lychee trees. Otherwise, if the lychees did not meet Tang Shui's taste requirements, they would lose a significant business opportunity. All right, Xu Xiaofeng conceded. Having heard Xu Xiaofan's earlier phone conversation, they decided to set aside personal matters for now. Brother Feng, have you caught the fish yet? Xu Xiaofan asked. I've caught them. I was just aerating them when the power went out. Xu Xiaofeng pointed to a corner of the room. Great, I'll take them back for tasting. If they like them, wait for my message, okay? Deal. Xu Xiaofeng replied, and with that, Xu Xiaofan took the 4 fish, each weighing around 7 pounds, totaling over 30 pounds with the water. Dear, do you think Xiaofan can give us a baby? Xu Xiaofeng suddenly asked Li Ru. Husband, he should be able to, Li Ru responded. Although she had not yet experienced it, she had sensed a powerful vigor emanating from Xu Xiaofan, undoubtedly capable of fulfilling their wishes. That is wonderful, Xu Xiaofeng exclaimed, as if a heavy weight had lifted from his shoulders. On the other hand, after returning from Xu Xiaofeng's home, Xu Xiaofan set the fish aside and proceeded to improve the lychees. Not long after, he completed the enhancements and tasted a lychee, feeling satisfied as he returned home. This flavor surpasses all. The lychee king and the feisty smile are mere trifles compared to mine. My lychee is the best in the world, Xu Xiaofan declared confidently. I need to find a few people to help pick the lychees, Xu Xiaofan pondered, thinking first of Chun Hai and his wife. Thus, he went to pay them a visit. Upon entering, he found Chun Hai still engrossed in a live stream, seemingly having watched Lu Doning's promotional stream since the morning. Uncle Hai, I have a client coming to pick lychees, and I would like to ask for your assistance. In a moment, I'll offer each person a remuneration of 200 yuan, as suggested by Xu Xiaofan. Hearing this, Chun Hai waved his hand dismissively, saying, Xiaofan, I have already earned a considerable fortune. Such trivial jobs are no longer something you need to seek me for. There was an indescribable frustration in his tone. What do you mean? Xu Xiaofan asked, puzzled. Just then, Meng Xia emerged from the room, her ample figure swaying as she walked. You may not know, she said with a triumphant smile, we invested 200,000 yuan with Lu Danning, and in less than a day, we've already made 12,000 yuan. She pointed to the transaction volume in the live broadcast room for Xu Xiaofan to see. Look at this, thousands of orders. Who would have thought? Meng Xia felt that 200,000 was insufficient and desired to invest further. Unfortunately, having already borrowed from relatives and friends, she found no one else to turn to for money. At that moment, her flirtatious gaze landed on Xu Xiaofan, and an idea struck her. Xiaofan, lend me some money, she said, mimicking the action of counting cash. Chen Hai's eyes brightened, thinking Meng Xia's approach was quite clever. Meng Xia fantasized about borrowing 200,000 yuan to reinvest, believing that soon money would fall from the heavens while she slept at home. In less than 20 days, I will surely return it to you. If I invest 400,000, wouldn't I earn 20,000 a day? Be careful, Xia. There is no such easy money in the world. You might end up in trouble. Xu Xiaofan kindly warned. Meng Xia's expression darkened immediately. If you don't want to lend, forget it. We were going to invest together. But since you don't recognize a good opportunity, it's fine. We don't need that 200 yuan. My husband and I would prefer to stay home counting money. Chen Hai chuckled in agreement. At that moment, Tang Hor walked out. Xu Xiaofan called her aside. My in-laws have invested all their assets in live streaming sales, claiming it's a lucrative opportunity that must not be missed. Tang Hor said helplessly, adding that she had borrowed from every relative she could to increase their capital. Aren't you afraid of going bankrupt? Xu Xiaofan questioned, sensing pitfalls in the business. However, when he mentioned this to Meng Xia, she ignored his concerns. Let them be. Tang Hor shrugged. Anyone who tries to advise them will surely face a tirade. Xiaofan, could you take me back to my parents' home tomorrow? My mother sold lychees and wants me to help them weigh it. Tang Hor suddenly asked. Sure, Xu Xiaofan replied, already planning to visit her village after finishing with the local fruits. With her invitation, he felt obliged to accept. You're so kind, Xiaofan. Tang Hor smiled happily. Oh, don't be so polite with me, Xu Xiaofan said lightly. You go to Aunt Wang's house and wait. They will arrive in 5 minutes. I'll head over to Sister Furong's house to bring Uncle Fu and the others to help. All right, Tang Hor said, and Xu Xiaofan made his way to Lin Furong's house. After explaining his purpose to Chen Fu, he was more than willing to assist, especially since there was substantial money to be made. You go ahead. I will send the money to Sister Furong, Chen Fu said. Okay, I'll be on my way, Xu Xiaofan replied. Upon reaching Lin Furong's residence, he gently called out. Sister Furong, where are you? Is it Xiaofan? Came her sweet, shy voice from inside. Yes, he replied. Hurry in and help me with something. Lin Furong opened the door, her cheeks flushed and exuding an irresistible charm. What do you need help with, Sister Furong? Xu Xiaofan inquired. I need assistance cleaning some areas that I'm hesitant to touch, she admitted bashfully. Xu Xiaofan's thoughts raced. Lin Furong was asking for help with a sensitive issue. How could he refuse? Come, Sister Furong, I will help you. Soon, Lin Furong lay down, resembling an exquisite piece of art, awaiting Xu Xiaofan's assistance. However, as he proceeded with the cleaning, he found his thoughts wandering. Lin Furong's reactions were too intense, igniting an unbidden flame within him. He was tempted to take advantage of the moment, but considering her condition, he realized that such actions could lead to irreversible consequences. Chapter 44. A plea for help. Xiaofan. Thank you. Your treatment has been incredibly effective, Lin Furong said, her face flushed. When my symptoms flared up earlier, I couldn't help but touch it. But after your medicinal cleaning, it has improved significantly. Please don't, Xu Xiaofan quickly interjected. There are many germs on our hands. If you touch it, the infection could worsen. Lin Furong still felt a sense of dread, realizing the extent of harm that had been caused. I must dispose of it, she resolved. Xu Xiaofan smiled. Sister Furong, if you ever want to chat, feel free to call me. I'm quite the conversationalist. Lin Furong paused, then smiled back. Xiaofan, honestly, what do you think of me? Xu Xiaofan suppressed his urges and replied, Sister Furong, you are truly beautiful, fair, and radiant. Lin Furong felt shy, pleasantly surprised by his compliment. However, she was already married. If it weren't for that, perhaps she would consider rewarding him. All right, enough of that. What brings you here? Lin Furong redirected the conversation, aware that they might not be on the same path. Xu Xiaofan remained unhurried, understanding her thoughts. He knew that when the time was right, he could take decisive action. He then revealed his purpose for visiting. Your father-in-law is quite generous, accepting your money so readily. He even bought us an air conditioner and refrigerator. I can't accept this money, Lin Furong said with a hint of annoyance. You don't need to worry. I will explain it to your father-in-law later. Sister Furong. That won't do. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. I'm paying for your efforts, and there will be many opportunities in the future. Please don't feel awkward. Lin Furong hesitated, but before she could finish, Xu Xiaofan cut in. If you don't accept, then give me a wet kiss, and we can take things further. Lin Furong shot him a glare. You rascal, always joking around. Then she suddenly changed her tone. Perhaps one day, if I'm in a good mood, I might just agree. Xu Xiaofan's heart leaped with excitement. Since Lin Furong had opened the door, it indicated her willingness. Once that notion was planted, everything else would fall into place. Ultimately, Xu Xiaofan gathered 3 more individuals, making a total of 5 to pick lychees. Adding Tang Shui's driver, they became 6. As for Tang Hor, she would handle the counting. Soon, Tang Yu arrived with the truck at Taohua village, and under Tang Hor's guidance, they enthusiastically began harvesting lychees at Aunt Wang's house. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan was engaged in performing the Li Hua formation technique on the fish in his bag. It worked, he exclaimed as he observed the fish becoming lively and energetic. He realized that the Li Hua technique was also beneficial for fish, opening yet another avenue for wealth. After about an hour, as Tang Yu and the others finished picking lychees and prepared to return, Xu Xiaofan presented the fish to them. Boss Tang, take this fish back and let them taste it. Since he wasn't familiar with Tang Yu, he addressed her formally. Xiaofan, you're younger than me. If you don't mind, you can call me Yuejia. Tang Yu smiled. Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Younger? Where? He considered himself quite mature. Nonetheless, he politely replied. All right, then it's settled. Well then, we'll head back now. Once we reach the county, I'll deliver it to them for a taste, she assured him. Sounds good. And with that, Tang Yu disappeared from his sight. At that moment, his phone vibrated, revealing an incoming call from Xiaoxi. Brother Fan, she said tearfully once he answered. What's wrong, Xiaoxi? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Fan, could you lend me some money? I am in urgent need. Little she is crying heavily and feels very distressed because her mother has fallen ill and is hospitalized. What happened? Xu Xiaofan inquired again. My mother is suffering from appendicitis and has undergone minimally invasive surgery, which costs 20,000 yuan. I currently do not have enough funds. I am still short a few thousand, little she said truthfully. In which ward? I will go visit, Xu Xiaofan asked. At XX Hospital, XX Department, room 302, she replied. All right, wait for me. Xu Xiaofan quickly arrived at the room little she mentioned. The moment he pushed open the door, several doctors were already gathered around little she's mother's bed. Young lady, if you cannot afford such a high-level surgery, you should have opted for a conventional one. A middle-aged doctor said indignantly. He wore black-rimmed glasses and had a dignified appearance, evidently the head of the department. Dr. Dong, I sincerely apologize. At that time, I did not think much of it, believing I could borrow the money, but unfortunately, I could not. Little she cried helplessly. And have you borrowed it now? Doctor? Dong asked with an irritated expression. If you haven't, we will have to reoperate on her. It was clear he had a strong disdain for patients who could not afford their medical bills. You can just call for a loan. Xu Xiaofan stepped beside him. How much is still owed? I will pay it. Dr. Dong squinted his eyes, fixating on Xu Xiaofan. Who are you to her? He asked, his tone harsh. Xu Xiaofan retorted, you only need to acknowledge the payment. Is it necessary to know who I am? Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan's arrival, little she seemed to find her anchor and grasped his arm. Moments ago, she had been pressured by those doctors as if they were debt collectors, even suggesting she sell something to cover the medical expenses. Don't worry, I am here, Xu Xiaofan reassured her with a pat on her back. Noticing Xu Xiaofan's intent to act as a savior, Dr. Dong's demeanor shifted, and he arrogantly stated, there is still 5,000 owed. Are you sure you want to pay for her? Xu Xiaofan scanned the payment code on the bed. Beep. The hospital confirmed the receipt of 5,000 yuan. I have already paid for her. Can you leave now? Xu Xiaofan looked at Dr. Dong with indifference. After Dr. Dong left with several nurses, one of them asked, who was that man? He spoke to you in such a tone. A nurse was indignant, feeling that Xu Xiaofan was far too audacious to offend their director. Whoever he is, if he has crossed me, he shall not have a pleasant outcome, Dr. Dong replied coldly. I will have a few thugs keep an eye on him, so he can understand the harshness of this world. Dr. Dong is so handsome. Dr. Dong is so domineering. Dr. Dong smiled with satisfaction. As long as you all comply with me, you will enjoy a prosperous life in this hospital. Chapter 45. The Divine Doctor Saves Me Fan. Thank you. You truly are my mother's savior, little she said while sitting beside her mother, tirelessly adjusting her bedding. The hospital's air conditioning was a bit too cold, and she feared her mother might catch a chill. Once I receive my salary, I will repay you immediately, she added after tidying up. Xu Xiaofan glanced at the woman on the bed. Though she was unconscious and somewhat haggard, It was apparent from her features that she bore a striking resemblance to little Xi. In her youth, she must have been a stunning beauty. However, Xu Xiaofan was puzzled as to why someone undergoing a minimally invasive procedure would remain unconscious for such an extended period. Out of curiosity, he symbolically checked little Xi's mother's pulse. As he did, his brow furrowed. Little Xi, are you certain your mother underwent an appendectomy? After conducting a thorough examination, he realized something significant was amiss. He noticed that the small organ at the end of her appendix had not been removed. Rather, one of her kidneys was gone. Yet, he needed to clarify first. Yes, Fan, it is still here, little Xi said, handing Xu Xiaofan the examination report. As a doctor, he confirmed without a doubt that an appendectomy had been performed, but what had happened to the missing kidney? Your mother did not undergo an appendectomy. She had a right nephrectomy. Little Xi gasped in shock. What? My mother's right kidney was removed? I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and after checking her pulse, I discovered that her right kidney is missing, Xu Xiaofan stated calmly. What? Little Xi felt the world spin around her. After regaining her composure, she asked, Fan, could it be that you are mistaken? Xu Xiaofan shook his head. Possessing the inheritance of the golden-toed immortal, he could restore life to the dead and uncover the hidden organs within the body with the utmost ease. A gentle touch revealed the truth. Woo woo woo. Little Xi cried, trembling. Fan, what should we do now? The only course of action she could think of was to report it to the authorities. These scoundrels. Xu Xiaofan clenched his fists. Not long ago, he had reported the existence of organ trafficking at a hospital in the provincial capital and had faced severe repercussions. Now, encountering a similar situation filled him with profound sorrow. If no one spoke out, innocent people would continue to suffer. But how could he expose it? The report he made in the provincial capital made him realize that in the face of such a colossal entity, his feeble strength was insignificant. They had layers of protection, forming a formidable umbrella. Revealing the truth could provoke retaliation, while silence would only result in more victims falling prey. Little Xi, call the police first, Xu Xiaofan urged. Okay, Fan, I will follow your advice. After Little Xi reported the incident, officers arrived on the scene shortly thereafter. At that moment, a poised young female officer asked them, Did you report this? The woman, named Zhou Na, had just graduated from a prestigious university in the capital and was assigned to work in Anyang County. Accompanying her were two burly officers, Niu Dali and Zhao Taizhu. It was Little Xi, she replied. Zhou Na, with a stoic expression, asked, What prompted you to call the police? Little Xi then recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhou Na. Zhou Na squinted at Xu Xiaofan. You are a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and you could determine that the patient has lost a kidney just by feeling the pulse? The two accompanying officers burst into laughter, finding it utterly absurd. If it were truly that remarkable, why would they need Western medical instruments at all? Xu Xiaofan nodded. I will not believe your claims based solely on your word. Zhou Na's face displayed a hint of displeasure. Making such a reckless report places a responsibility on us to investigate. I am telling the truth, Xu Xiaofan defended himself. Prove it to me, Zhou Na challenged. Raising her hands, she found the situation quite ridiculous, yet something in Xu Xiaofan's gaze told her he was not fabricating stories. All right, I will give you a chance. Identify a few ailments in me. If what you say is true, I will take on this case, Zhou Na declared. Then I must offend you. Xu Xiaofan deftly took her pulse, carefully observing her physical condition. Well, have you discovered any issues? Zhou Na asked with a smug smile. Are you joking? Your current physical state is at its peak. There should be no problems, he replied. Miss, I say there is a tumor in your liver. Do you believe me? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Na slapped him, but he caught her hand. Why is your temper so volatile? You asked me to examine you. And now that I have found something, you are displeased. You cannot just make wild claims. Zhou Na fumed, her chest heaving with anger. If you do not believe me, you may get a checkup. If I am wrong, you are welcome to take action against me, Xu Xiaofan said nonchalantly. Zhou Na frowned, looking at Xu Xiaofan. She sensed he was not joking. Could it be that I truly have a tumor in my liver? A sudden wave of discomfort washed over her abdomen. Just wait. Zhou Na stormed off in anger. Boss, where are you going? Her two subordinates inquired. Humph. Zhou Na, filled with anger, declared. I need to get a checkup, and I will make sure to slap that scoundrel's face. What about us? One person inquired. You stay here and keep a close watch on him. Do not let him escape, or you will be the ones to answer for it. With that, Zhou Na stormed towards the radiology department. Hey, brother, why are you spouting nonsense? Zhao Taizhu looked at Xu Xiaofan. Is it true? Is it that serious? Zhao Taizhu, skeptical, wanted to see for himself and urged Xu Xiaofan to strike Zhou Na's foe. You can't stand for long, suffering from kidney deficiency, night sweats, and hemorrhoids. Xu Xiaofan listed Zhao Taizhu's ailments in quick succession, causing him to spit out the hot water he had just consumed. Old Zhao, is that true? Niu Dali asked in shock. Observing Zhao Tieju's expression, it seemed highly likely. Old Niu, not a single detail is off, Zhao Taiju affirmed. If you don't believe me, just try it. Initially eager to give it a go, Niu Dali hesitated, recalling his own chronic issues. Old Niu, you wouldn't happen to have some embarrassing illness, would you? Zhao Taiju questioned. If that's the case, you really ought to check. Who knows, it might be curable. Old Zhao, what are you babbling about? Niu Dali flexed his impressive muscles, proudly stating, look at me, I'm so strong. How could I have any problems? You have erectile dysfunction. Niu Dali's prideful demeanor vanished instantly as he dropped to his knees before Xu Xiaofan, exclaiming, Divine Doctor, save me. Wow, old Niu, you boast about being a stud. But turns out you're just a coward. Zhao Taiju said, quickly kneeling as well. Divine Doctor, please cure my hemorrhoids. It's unbearable. Chapter 46. The Touch Stream. Not long after, Zhou Na hurriedly entered Ward 302 with the report in hand. Upon seeing Niu Dali and Zhao Taiju kneeling before Xu Xiaofan, she coldly inquired, What are you two doing on the floor? Boss, our weakness has been exposed. We can't stand up, Niu Dali lamented. Zhao Taiju added, Only Divine Dr. Su can ensure that we have a brighter tomorrow. Zhou Na tightly gripped the report, her lips slightly biting. The results were in, indeed. There was a tumor on her liver. However, the doctor assured her it was benign and would not obstruct blood vessels. She was advised to eat and drink well. I told you it was nothing to worry about, Xu Xiaofan smiled. Just sheer luck, Zhou Na retorted dismissively, twisting her alluring waist as she approached Xu Xiaofan. So, Xu Xiaofan gazed intently at Zhou Na. Boss, it is our duty to punish the wicked and promote virtue. We cannot let any criminal escape justice. Zhao Taiju and Niu Dali felt hopeless, realizing that if Zhou Na did not take on this case, their conditions would remain hopeless as well. I will take on this case, Zhou Na exhaled, but to gather sufficient evidence, I must have the patient undergo another examination. Is that acceptable? Since you are in charge, you can certainly seek justice for them, Xu Xiaofan replied, casting a glance at Zhou Na. Furthermore, the doctor who provided you the results is mistaken. The tumor will grow. Just not immediately. You should return for another checkup in a month. What? Zhou Na was taken aback. Believe it or not, Xu Xiaofan said with nonchalance. It is your choice to heed my words or disregard them. Humph. Zhou Na scoffed. Dali, take the patient for the examination. Taiju, you stay here to protect the family. An hour later, Zhou Na returned to Ward 302, her expression grave. To her astonishment, just as Xu Xiaofan had predicted, the appendectomy had resulted in the removal of the patient's kidney. This is utterly atrocious. Go apprehend Dong Xiangfeng and bring him in for questioning, Zhou Na ordered. At that moment, in the office of the XX department, Dong Xiangfeng was preparing to discuss ergonomics with a young nurse. Lily, I promise my offer for you to be promoted to head nurse next month is genuine, he said, his confidence palpable. If you nod, I will fulfill all your desires immediately. Dong Xiangfeng, I am unwavering in my promises. You can rest assured, he added, massaging his own confidence. But will you really keep your word? Lily questioned, her trust wavering. Look at you, Dong Xiangfeng. With a stern face, you seem displeased. Look at Chin XX in our department. Under my guidance, she is now a stable attending physician. And XXX from the nurse's station, even without any connections. As long as I speak, she can secure that coveted position. My father is the director of XXX hospital in the provincial capital. Do you still doubt my credibility? Oh, Dong Xiangfeng, I never doubted you. Hurry in. 30 seconds later. Dong Xiangfeng, we have a deal, Lily said shyly, though internally she was quite exasperated. This is all happening too quickly, she thought, feeling the thrill but unexpectedly experiencing a power outage. Rest assured, you will undoubtedly become head nurse next month, Dong Xiangfeng said, his confidence unabated. Am I impressive, or what? You are indeed remarkable. No man compares to your prowess, Lily thought to herself, feeling nauseated. I need to head to the restroom soon. Haha, Lily, your words are enchanting. I truly enjoy them. Just then, the office door swung open. Who is Dong Xiangfeng? Niu Dali and Zhao Taiju burst in, dressed casually. Dong Xiangfeng, slightly annoyed, replied, I am Dong Xiangfeng. Do you need something? If there's nothing, then scram. He intended to resume his flirtation with Lily, but was interrupted by Niu Dali's announcement. Dong Xiangfeng, we suspect you of serious criminal behavior and are formally arresting you. Dong Xiangfeng froze. Where on earth did you come from to make such absurd claims? Zhao Taiju produced his identification. This is our identification. Do not attempt to resist, or your situation will worsen. Dong Xiangfeng glanced at the credentials and, finding them legitimate, quickly attempted to refute. You must have mistaken me. I am a good person. Niu Dali sneered, If you are a good person, then there are no bad people left in the world. He scolded Dong Xiangfeng. You are engaging in sexual acts with women during work hours. That alone is enough to charge you with coercing women into sexual relations. And you could even face charges of sexual assault. We consented. Dong Xiangfeng blurted out in a panic. Whether it was consensual will be determined at the station. Niu Dali said as he produced handcuffs and without further ado apprehended Dong Xiangfeng. Please don't arrest me. My father is the director of XXX Hospital in the provincial capital. Have mercy. Dong Xiangfeng attempted to play the family card, believing his father's connections would sway the officers. Dong Zhuo? Zhao Taizhu retorted coldly. You forcibly removed a patient's organ. If this involves organ trafficking, even if you were the son of a deity, it would be of no consequence. Dong Xiangfeng's anger flared. You two fools. Do you not understand the weight of Dong Zhuo's reputation? I demand to speak to your superior. Bring your supervisor to me. Once you enter the station, you will naturally meet our superior, Zhao Taizhu replied sternly. Old Neo, take him away. You two bastards. I will make sure your superior sends you to the border to herd pigs. Soon, the three vanished, leaving Lily in stunned silence. Damn it, was I just played? Lily cursed, feeling as though she had fallen into an endless abyss, her spirits plummeting. In Ward 302, Fangu, thank you. Without you, we would still be in the dark. She sobbed as she embraced Xu Xiaofan. Do not cry. I trust the police will provide you with a satisfactory response. They are merely gathering more evidence. Please be patient, Xu Xiaofan reassured her. All right, Fangu, Xiaoxi nodded. Just then, her phone chimed, revealing a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Xu Xiaofan. Fangu, she asked in astonishment. Buy some nutritional supplements for your mother and take good care of her. Thank you, Fangu. I will surely repay your kindness in the future, Xiaoxi said, deeply touched. Chapter 47. The Wayward Son's Troubles, Old Dong. Is it true that Xu Xiaofan interned at our hospital? In the office of Dong Zhuo at the provincial hospital, Zhang Jing was enjoying tea and conversation. Dong Zhuo took a sip of tea and sighed. Ah, that was a month ago. He recounted the events to Zhang Jing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing was taken aback. Old Dong, how could such a blunder occur? How did he uncover it? Dong Zhuo, feeling vexed, lamented. Who would have thought that an intern could be so astute and find the underlying issues? I was too lenient with that wayward son. Affong. Zhang Jing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, he was the mastermind behind it, and he acted without my knowledge. By the time I realized it, it was too late to redirect him. That's why I assigned him to the remote area of Anyang County to reform himself, hoping to bring him back once the matter was resolved. The more Dong Zhuo spoke, the more frustrated he became. A month ago, Xu Xiaofan had discovered a clue and reported it to the higher-ups. I had to navigate through numerous connections to suppress this matter, ensuring that all hospitals blacklisted him and the school expelled him. Zhang Jing nodded silently. Old Dong, your actions were justified to protect our hospital's century-old reputation. Dong Zhuo replied helplessly. It's a pity to lose such talent. Otherwise, our hospital's prestige would have soared even higher. Zhang Jing remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. At that moment, Dong Zhuo's phone vibrated. Noticing a special number, he answered without hesitation. Hello? What? Suddenly, his expression turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. Old Dong, what happened? Zhang Jing inquired. If the usually composed Dong Zhuo was flustered, the situation must be serious. The wayward son is in trouble. What? Zhang Jing's expression grew grave. Fachunju, Schwer, I never expected you to meet someone so influential in your life, leading to such rapid success. I am truly envious, Ying Huan said with a playful laugh. She donned a pink qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, with a slit revealing her fair legs, inciting curiosity about the scenery within. She and Tang Shui sat at a round table, chatting and laughing like two exquisite flowers, captivating in their beauty. Huan, to be honest, since I met Xiaofan, my business has improved 100-fold. I'm planning to shift strategies, phasing out mid-range products and focusing entirely on high-end offerings, Tang Shui confessed. Ah, Schwer, isn't that a bit rash? Ying Huan asked with concern. Huan, you need not worry. The elite of Anyang County visit my shop daily, and they're spreading the word about our fruits to friends in neighboring counties. I believe that soon, I will dominate the high-end fruit market, Tang Shui assured her. Schwer, you are increasingly exuding a queen-like aura. I wonder when I will achieve success like yours, Ying Huan remarked, her expression darkening with envy. Huan, you will do well. Tang Shui comforted. Did I not bring you some fish? I had Xiaofan select them from the countryside. Their quality should be excellent. Perhaps this signature dish will elevate your status. Ying Huan's expression dimmed. Schwer, such fortune is rare. Market expansion requires long-term accumulation. A single fish dish. How much attraction can it truly generate? Guests may enjoy it the first time, but by the second or third, they might grow weary. Huan. Let us not dwell on that. Once the chef serves the dishes, we can taste them, Huan suggested. Just then, a young waitress brought out a beautifully prepared dish of sauerkraut fish. At that moment, 4 burly men entered the establishment, their attire suggesting they were not ordinary patrons. They settled at the table adjacent to Tang Xue. I'm tired of delicacies. Let us have some rice bran to cleanse our palates, one of the rotund men remarked. Adorned with 10 gold rings and a hefty gold chain, exuding an air of extravagance. The men surrounding him were similarly ostentatious, dripping with wealth. Guanggu. This place seems to have just opened, right? One of them commented, observing the lackluster business. Haha, this restaurant is destined to fail, Li Daguan said brazenly, completely oblivious to Huan's darkening expression. Yet, she suppressed her anger and forced a smile as she approached. After all, customers are paramount, and as the proprietress, she must not neglect them. Welcome, what would you like to eat? She asked, urging Tang Xue to begin with the dishes to handle this group. Oh, such a beautiful proprietress. I must admit I was blind, Li Daguan remarked, his gaze unabashedly filled with possessiveness. His subordinates exchanged knowing glances, amused. Looks like this beauty is destined to be taken. For Li Daguan, anything he desired could be obtained with money, regardless of the cost. Just yesterday, a female internet celebrity feigned innocence, only to succumb to his advances for a hefty sum. They believed Huan would meet a similar fate if she resisted. They would simply offer more money. What would you like to eat, madam? Huan inquired cheerfully. Boss lady, could you come over and recommend some dishes? Li Daguan asked with a grin that masked his ulterior motives. Of course, Huan replied, swaying her alluring form as she approached him with the menu. Sensing her enticing fragrance, Li Daguan nearly succumbed to temptation. However, he restrained himself, planning to nitpick the dishes after they arrived, and then find a way to making Huan apologize. With several dishes ordered, including sauerkraut fish, seasonal vegetables, steamed buns, and poached chicken, Li Daguan had requested 10 items in total. All right, I will have the staff arrange them, Huan instructed, then returned to sit beside Tang Xue. Oh, earning money is tough, and dealing with these customers is exhausting, Huan sighed, then turned to Tang Xue in surprise. Xue, why haven't you started eating? I was waiting for you to join me, Tang Xue smiled, offering Huan a piece of fish. As the proprietress, the first bite should be yours. Huan felt deeply moved by Tang Xue's support and sampled the dish, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Wow, she exclaimed, her surprise evident. Chapter 48, The Fish's Reception. Guanggu. Look here, even the proprietress is criticizing the flavor. This restaurant is truly doomed, one of Li Daguan's subordinates whispered. Heh, if they can't even get sauerkraut fish right. Who gave them the audacity to run a business? But that figure is indeed exquisite. If I could have a taste, I'd willingly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Li Daguan smirked, plotting his next move. You 3, just wait, he said sinisterly. Soon, I'll dissect her every flaw, make her serve drinks in apology. And then we'll take our turn with her. He wore a knowing grin, and his 3 subordinates responded with laughter. Meanwhile, Tang Xue noticed Huan's unusual expression and asked cautiously, Huan, is something wrong with the dish? She hadn't anticipated such a strong reaction from her friend. It seems Xiaofan's selection had missed the mark this time. Huan remained silent, continuing to sample the second piece of fish, while Tang Xue's smile faltered slightly. The woman, clearly not fond of fish, why does she force herself so? Xue, this flavor is absolutely amazing, Huan exclaimed excitedly. With every bite, the fragrance and freshness of the fish tantalized her taste buds, leaving her utterly enchanted. To be honest, it was her first time savoring such delectable pickled fish. She wouldn't even trade it for abalone. Huan, are you alright? Tang Xue worriedly thought that perhaps Huan was unwell and merely putting on a brave face. Meanwhile, Li Daguan and others were already laughing to the point of pain. Only Huan could exaggerate her product so outrageously. Xue, you must try this. Trust me. It's quite good, Huan insisted, pointing to the large platter of pickled fish. Reluctantly, Tang Xue picked up a piece and cautiously placed it in her mouth. Wow, truly. Tang Xue's expression mirrored an indescribable bliss. Perhaps only after experiencing such exquisite flavors could one display such a reaction. At that moment, Li Daguan could no longer contain himself. He approached the 2 women. I say, can you 2 stop being such obvious shills? I can't bear to watch. He had initially planned to wait until all the dishes were served to pick apart Huan's claims. But seeing Tang Xue's poor acting while praising the unpalatable fish was unbearable. Is it really necessary to elevate this pickled fish to the status of shark fin? It's misleading. Li Daguan, who lived in Fish Village and made his fortune selling fish, certainly knew better. Try it. Tang Shui tossed a pair of chopsticks in front of him. If it truly is worthless as you claim, I will apologize. Li Daguan grasped the chopsticks, scoffing. I want to see how long you can keep this up. However, as he took his first bite, all skepticism melted away, and he exclaimed, my goodness, what kind of water raised this grass carp? It's simply outrageously delicious. He continued to eat, unable to stop, finishing an entire platter of pickled fish right in front of Tang Shui and Ying Huan. Boss lady, do you have more? He had completely forgotten that he came to debunk the dish, only to find himself as a counterexample. But this is simply too delicious. The surrounding young men couldn't bear to watch. They thought Li Daguan's manners were quite unseemly. Moreover, what kind of pickled fish could possibly captivate the discerning palate of someone like him? What now? Tang Shui placed her hands on her hips, gazing at Li Daguan. Her delicate face raised. Do you still dare to call us shills? Not at all, not at all. Li Daguan shook his head. It truly lives up to its reputation. It's so delicious that I will definitely come back every day. He found the fish delectable, with the broth even more so, leaving a lasting impression. Just then, the waitress brought out all 10 dishes at once. Li Daguan, disregarding everything, rushed to his seat and began to compete with his 4 subordinates for the food. Wow! What kind of seasoning is in this pickled fish? The broth is so fresh. Before long, the table was cleared, and they completely forgot about their earlier plans to nitpick. Boss lady, let's settle the bill. Li Daguan rubbed his round belly, having indulged immensely, especially enjoying the fish. 450 yuan. Just give me 400, Ying Huan stated. Ding. A notification came through, WeChat payment of 500 yuan. To their surprise, Li Daguan generously paid an extra 50 yuan. To lower the price on such delicious food would be an insult. Li Daguan let out a satisfied burp. I want to reserve a table here. I will come every day and prepay 100,000 yuan for a membership. Ying Huan's eyes sparkled. Unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon a generous customer. She immediately instructed the waitress to set it up and even offered him 5,000 yuan in vouchers. All right, I'll be on my way. Li Daguan was quite satisfied with Ying Huan's service. He then left with his 3 subordinates, climbing into a BMW X7. Brother Guang, can we still pursue her? One of the men asked quietly. Pursue what? Li Daguan retorted angrily. Who made this delicious pickled fish for me? He calmed himself down, his keen eyes gleaming. I see this restaurant will surely flourish in Anyang County. Shuer, hurry up and contact that Xiaofan you mentioned. I want as many of his fish as possible. After Li Daguan left, Ying Huan excitedly told Tang Shui, her intuition telling her that this fish could bring boundless wealth. Huan, that is possible, Tang Shui replied hesitantly. But have you thought about the purchase price? Such delicious fish must have been raised in prime water and grass, and the price would certainly be higher than normal. Oh, Shuer, I hadn't considered that. She had initially thought to acquire it at market prices, but after hearing Tang Shui's words, realized it was simply impossible. Shuer, since you have dealt with Xu Xiaofan, you understand price positioning. Can you help me draft a price? Ying Huan thought of a solution. What is the usual purchase price for you? Tang Shui inquired. Grass carp is 12 yuan per gene, and silver carp is around 8 yuan, Ying Huan replied. Tang Shui estimated before responding. If we're purchasing, the grass carp should be no less than 17, and the silver carp no less than 12. To be safe, we should start at 18 and 13 yuan. Can you accept that? Yes, absolutely. Ying Huan eagerly replied. Shuer, please call him quickly. I'm afraid someone else will snatch this opportunity. Chapter 49. A familiar encounter at this moment. Xu Xiaofan had just left Ward 302 and was heading to the underground parking lot. With such significant events unfolding, he couldn't draw any conclusions just yet. He had just learned from Yo Dali that Dong Xiangfeng was temporarily detained at the bureau and would face investigations from various agencies over the following period. Only after gathering all evidence could the court officially charge him. Notably, to ensure Xiao Shi's safety, Neo Dali and Zhao Taizhu had been assigned for 24-hour protection. Xu Xiaofan found this gesture quite heartwarming. Once everything seemed secure, he bought some daily necessities for Xiao Shi and prepared to return home. The day was getting late, and he had to head back to Taohua village. Tomorrow, he was scheduled to visit Tang Huer at her family home. Just then, Xu Xiaofan's phone rang. It was a call from Tang Shui. Hello, Sister Shui, he answered. Xiaofan, the fish you caught today was truly amazing. My best friend is very satisfied. Tang Shui's excited voice came through. The exquisite taste of the fish indicated sister. How should I repay you? Xu Xiaofan jested. Then I shall offer myself in devotion. Pooh. He playfully teased his sister again. Tang Shui quickly interrupted, saying, Xiaofan, let me tell you, my best friend has an incredible figure, even better than mine. I assure you, When you meet her, you will surely be smitten. Xu Xiaofan smiled and replied, in my heart, Sister Xue is the most beautiful. Tang Xue was taken aback. She never anticipated that Xu Xiaofan viewed her in such a light. Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? Gradually, the icy peak of Tang Xue's heart began to melt into a trickle of warmth. Xiaofan, stop joking with me, Tang Xue said, suppressing her excitement and redirecting the conversation to more pressing matters. What I mentioned earlier is indeed serious. Xu Xiaofan, unashamed, retorted, as long as the conversation is enticing enough. I am confident that fish will bite. Tang Xue playfully warned, Xiaofan, if you continue, I shall ignore you. All right, you speak, Xu Xiaofan smirked. Is this little bit too much for you to handle? Sooner or later, Tang Xue would relent. Xiaofan, starting tomorrow, my friend will come to your place to collect fish. How does that sound? Tang Xue resumed her serious demeanor. Certainly, I will have someone catch fish first thing in the morning, Xu Xiaofan replied. Then, a thought struck him. But is there enough space for so many fish that your friend will be collecting? Not really, Tang Xue replied awkwardly. Then you can collect several hundred pounds a day and come to get more whenever needed, Xu Xiaofan suggested. Really? Xiaofan, is that truly feasible? Wouldn't it be a hassle for you? Tang Xue was taken aback by the unexpected offer. Sister Xue, I have tens of thousands of pounds of fish. If you cannot process them in time, it would be a significant loss, Xu Xiaofan explained. Would that affect the fish farmers' breeding schedules? Tang Xue expressed concern. I will discuss it with them. Just follow my lead, Xu Xiaofan assured, secretly formulating a plan to utilize Xu Xiaofang's 8-acre fish pond as a storage facility, persuading him to abandon breeding in favor of selling second-hand fish, contingent on getting him on board. Xiaofan, your proposal is excellent, Xu Xiaofang stated confidently over the phone. After years of fish farming, he felt it was time to change strategies. Well then, let's agree on this model, and we shall split the profits evenly, Xu Xiaofan proposed. No, this is all your achievement. You deserve more. I will take only 30%, Xu Xiaofang replied, recognizing that all the opportunities were gifts from Xu Xiaofan. 18 yuan per pound for grass carp and 13 yuan for silver carp was indeed a fortune. All right, this matter will proceed as I have stated. No more debate. Xu Xiaofan concluded decisively. Xu Xiaofang understood Xu Xiaofan's character and did not press further. Henceforth, he would have Li Ru and his parents manage the fish pond at home while he focused on sourcing fish. Finally, he hesitantly asked, are you at home? Perhaps you could come and chat with your sister Ru? He hinted. Xu Xiaofan smirked. Brother Feng, I am still in the county discussing business with partners. Let's postpone that for another day. Xu Xiaofang chuckled. All right then. Xu Xiaofan resumed his busy schedule. As he made preparations to leave, he heard a melancholic voice from the corridor. Last time you promised to go buy a bag with me tonight, but you didn't show up. Do I not hold a place in your heart? Or have you run off to some temptress? I don't care if I don't see that bag tonight. You can forget about visiting me again. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan felt a fragrant breeze approach and instinctively glanced out the window, only to find the newcomer gazing back at him. You are Xu Xiaofan? The woman asked in surprise. You are Chowing, Xu Xiaofan exclaimed, equally astonished. He could hardly believe how the once unremarkable tomboy had transformed into such a charming and alluring woman. Chowing had been his classmate in high school. Then, sporting a boyish face and short hair, her undeveloped physique led many to mistake her for a delicate boy. After 4 years apart, her transformation was remarkable. She now had flowing, wavy hair, a figure that had blossomed remarkably, clad in a black bodycon dress that accentuated her curves, with strikingly white thighs that caught the eye. The once tomboyish girl now radiated both charm and sensuality. Their reunion was marked by customary pleasantries. Wow, Xiaofan, I didn't expect you to be doing so well, Chowing remarked, her eyes sparkling as she learned of Xu Xiaofan's modest business ventures. Upon seeing his luxurious Cadillac worth 700,000 yuan, her breath quickened, and her legs felt slightly unsteady. And you? How have you been? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Oh, it's a long story, Chowing sighed. Summing it up in a few words, Xu Xiaofan smiled knowingly. He could tell she was not faring particularly well. Chowing, I must be heading back now. Let us catch up another time. Just as Xu Xiaofan prepared to leave, Chowing called out, Xiaofan, wait. He paused and asked, is there something else? Chowing, somewhat shy, replied, could you give me a ride home? It's late, and it's not safe for a girl to be out alone. Initially, she had hoped her boyfriend would take her to buy a bag, but being stood up, she was no longer fixated on that. All right, Xu Xiaofan agreed, considering it a simple courtesy between classmates. However, when Chowing slid into the passenger seat, he was struck by her striking beauty. He marveled at how she had transformed over the past 4 years, her skin flawless and radiant. I live at Lianhua Garden, Chowing mentioned. subtly adjusting her already low-cut top. Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but feel that this enchantress had not only changed physically, but had also grown more cunning. As they drove to Lianhua Garden, Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. It was the most luxurious residential community in Anyang County, with properties starting at no less than 1.5 million yuan. His earlier assumption that Chao Ying was struggling was now proven to be a misconception. Xiaofan, let us go, her alluring voice beckoned. Oh, all right, he replied, pressing the accelerator as they headed towards Lianhua Garden. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance, and Xu Xiaofan came to a stop. Xiaofan, why are you stopping? Chao Ying smiled playfully. Let us go inside. Chao Ying, I want to go in. This is far enough, Xu Xiaofan said, waving his hand. Ah, Xiaofan, how kind of you to escort me home. If you don't come in for a glass of water, it would seem rather ungracious of me, Chao Ying said, tugging at Xu Xiaofan's hand, the fragrant aroma enveloping them, causing his heart to flutter. Perhaps another time, Xu Xiaofan declined once more, feeling that visiting a girl's home alone at such a late hour might lead to misunderstandings. Chao Ying, if you don't come inside for a bit, I shall be quite upset, she pouted playfully. Unable to withstand her charm, Xu Xiaofan finally relented. Very well, just for a short while. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Chao Ying's lips, her eyes shimmering with fervor. Soon, they arrived at room 1705 on the 17th floor. After Chao Ying skillfully opened the door, the two of them stepped inside. Unbeknownst to Xu Xiaofan, a narrow gap in the opposite room, 1710, revealed a beautiful woman peering curiously at 1705. Why does that man resemble Xu Xiaofan? Shun Xiyu pondered, having just prepared to take out the trash when she spotted Chao Ying returning home with a man. They were neighbors, both aware of each other's romantic entanglements. Hurry up and leave the trash by the door. I can already sense it. A voice came from behind Shin Xiyu, belonging to Wu Renjia, who was clearly excited. Without a second thought, Shin Xiyu opened her door and placed the black plastic bag outside, knowing it would be collected by the cleaners the following morning. She then closed the door. Come on, Xiyu, hurry and change. Let us indulge on the sofa tonight, Wu Renjia beckoned, patting the space beside him. That sofa, a luxurious European-style piece costing 20,000, was his purchase. All right, Shin Xiyu nodded. As she began to undress, the memory of the earlier encounter lingered in her mind, leaving her somewhat unsettled. Ultimately, she removed most of her attire, leaving only a couple of smaller items. What's going on? Wu Renjia complained. Just a moment ago, I was on fire. And now I feel nothing. Renjia, did you take your medication? Shin Xiyu inquired. She understood his issue, relying on imported drugs to maintain their intimacy, and each time, the effects were tragically brief. It struck her as somewhat absurd. Here she was, a campus beauty with a stunning figure and striking looks, yet in the dead of night. She occasionally needed assistance to endure the long hours. Damn it, I just bought some imported medication online, claiming guaranteed results, and yet it failed within 30 seconds. Wu Renjia fumed. These unscrupulous merchants will stop at nothing for money. I must leave them a scathing review. Shin Xiyu felt utterly exhausted. Another long night awaited her. She had initially thought that with Wu Renjia's assistance, things would be different, which led her to discard her tools. Now, with him faltering at such a critical moment, her frustration simmered. She resolved to retrieve her items once he departed. After all, how could he be so ineffective? Xiyu, why don't you help me? Shin Xiyu's expression darkened as she knelt down. In room 1705, Xu Xiaofan found himself somewhat exasperated. He had just settled down with a glass of water when Chao Ying unexpectedly announced her intention to take a shower, claiming she was feeling a bit sweaty, and requested he wait 3 minutes. Now, she was asking for a towel. He felt the urge to flee but, nonetheless, decided to oblige. After all, one should always extend kindness. However, as he handed the towel to her, she suddenly yanked him into the bathroom. Xiaofan, do you think I'm beautiful? She asked, emerging like a water lily, exquisite and alluring. Chao Ying continued, in truth, I have liked you for a long time, but my insecurities held me back from confessing. Now that fate has brought us together, I wish to express my feelings. Xiaofan, I love you. Chapter 51. Chao Ying's boyfriend blocks the door with that. Chao Ying wrapped her arms around Xu Xiaofan's neck, sealing his lips with hers before he could react. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. Was this the same tomboy he had known? How bold she had become, igniting a flame of passion, true to his expectations. This visit to Chao Ying's home had indeed led him into a web of intrigue. Yet, he had to admit, Chao Ying's physique was remarkable: long, slender legs that gleamed like snow, and a figure that could rival the goddess of fertility herself. Xu Xiaofan seized the moment, lifting Chao Ying from the bathroom and placing her on the sofa, ready to teach her a lesson. To his surprise, Chao Ying was taken aback by his strength. Yet what astonished her even more was that Xu Xiaofan was not easily swayed. This was a new experience for her. Just then, Xu Xiaofan's phone rang, prompting him to set Chowing aside as he answered the call. "Xiaofan, why are you still out so late?" came the anxious voice of Tang Horror over the line. "Ah, Sister Horror, I'm stuck in traffic and want to be home anytime soon." Xu Xiaofan fabricated a reason, as he was currently entangled with Chowing. "Xiaofan, hurry home. You'll be in for an unexpected surprise." Her enticing tone captivated him instantly. "All right, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The encounter with Chowing had escalated far too quickly, and he sensed her irrationality. This situation could spiral out of control if left unchecked. "Chowing, I must return," he stated, gazing at her porcelain-like figure, swallowing hard. "Xiaofan, don't you like it?" she asked, her expression dimming. "Of course I like it. How could I not?" He yearned to savor the beauty before him. Yet, he understood that this desire was not love, but rather primal instinct. However, unable to resist her alluring visage, Xu Xiaofan decided to engage with her further. Chowing, noticing his gaze, swallowed hard. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. "Inger, open up. I brought you a bag," a hurried voice called out. Xu Xiaofan froze. "Who is it?" Chowing's face flushed. "My boyfriend." Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly. Chowing was quite the player. Having a boyfriend while engaging with him was rather awkward. Yet, there was no time for embarrassment. Her boyfriend was blocking the door. How should they respond? "Wait. You can pretend to be a plumber fixing the pipes in my bathroom," she proposed. "All right," Xu Xiaofan agreed. He had often performed such tasks back in Taohua village, so he was familiar with the drill. He quickly dashed into the bathroom to feign repairs while Chowing wrapped herself in a towel and hurried to the door. Before long, a man in his 60s, wearing reading glasses, stepped through the threshold. "Inger, why did it take you so long to open the door?" he demanded. His name was Pu Guochang. Upon noticing the shoes of another man by the shoe rack, he exploded in rage. "You're cheating on me? No wonder it took you so long to answer. Darling, what nonsense are you spouting?" Chowing shot him a fierce glare. "The pipes in the bathroom are broken. I had a plumber come to fix them. You can check for yourself." "Humph." Pu Guochang huffed. "I want to see if that is truly the case." He tossed the new bag onto the sofa. "Wait," Chowing called after him. "The bathroom is leaking badly. You should wait until he finishes fixing it, or you'll get soaked." Pu Guochang coldly replied, "Humph. You're still trying to play innocent. I'll see how long you can keep this up." He rolled up his sleeves and stormed towards the bathroom, determined to confront the supposed intruder. This was infuriating. He had spent 2 million on this apartment for Chowing, only to discover she was potentially harboring a lover within. Some things are simply intolerable. However, when he pushed open the bathroom door, Xu Xiaofan was splashing water everywhere with the faucet, soaking him completely. "What the hell?" Park Guochang exclaimed, instantly cursing. "Why is there so much water leaking?" Beside him, Chowing, elegantly dressed, approached with a graceful sway, reminding him, "I just warned you. You brought this upon yourself for not believing me." Nonetheless, she kindly offered him a towel. "It was my oversight. I was too suspicious," Park Guochang said apologetically, wiping off the droplets. Soon, Xu Xiaofan announced, "Boss, it's fixed." His acting was impeccable, showing no sign of pretense. This was thanks to his frequent plumbing repairs for relatives. Otherwise, he might have slipped up. "Dear, do we have cash to pay him for the service?" Chowing gently patted Park Guochang's shoulder. Yes, he replied, pulling out a black wallet and retrieving 3 red bills. "This young man is quite professional. If I need plumbing help again, I will certainly call you," Park Guochang said with a satisfied smile. "Of course," Xu Xiaofan replied, winking at Chowing as he accepted the 300. "I will take my leave now. Feel free to call me anytime if you need assistance." Chowing understood, flashing a charming smile. "Absolutely." After Xu Xiaofan hurriedly exited, Park Guochang turned to Chowing, chuckling. "Inger, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Shall we converse?" Seeing Chowing's captivating demeanor, Park Guochang was determined to pursue her further. However, Chowing huffed, taking a seat on the sofa and showing him no favor. "Inger, don't be upset," Park Guochang coaxed. "I had a meeting at work tonight. I simply didn't have time to go shopping with you. Please don't be mad." He gestured to the bag beside him. "Look, I went straight to buy it after work." Chowing glanced at the new bag. Though pleased, she maintained a sulky expression. Just moments ago, she had nearly tasted the finest delicacies, but it was interrupted. A mere bag could not compensate for that. "Inger, please don't be angry. How about I take you to buy a necklace next time?" Park Guochang proposed another idea. "Dear, I'm not angry. It's just that you promised before and broke it, which makes me feel wronged," Chowing replied with a pitiful expression. Park Guochang comforted her, explaining, "There is a major event happening at work. I'm also constrained." Chowing raised an eyebrow. "What event?" The county is hosting a fruit exhibition to promote our local varieties, Park Guichong blurted out. Chowing scoffed. What fruit does our county even have worth showcasing? Exactly. Take me to buy a necklace tomorrow. Certainly. Let us go? Chapter 52. The lazy pig awakes. As Xu Xiaofan descended the stairs, he spotted a familiar figure, Shenxi. She was clad in a form-fitting skirt, her long legs encased in sheer black stockings, igniting a spark of desire within him. Xiaofan! Shenxi exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to see him here. At that moment, she recalled the silhouette of the man Chowing had accompanied, a wave of unease washing over her. Could he be involved with Chowing? She found it unacceptable. Xiaofan, what brings you here? Shenxi inquired cautiously. Oh, I'm here to meet a friend. Xu Xiaofan fibbed. I got so engrossed in our discussion that I lost track of time. Shenxi breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her overthinking. How could Chowing dare to encroach upon Xu Xiaofan? She enthusiastically suggested, since we run into each other, let us go grab a drink and chat. Class monitor. Do you live here? Xu Xiaofan asked, surprised. It seemed like the female classmates were doing well. Yes, Shenxi replied shyly. She had secured her place here through Wu Renjia, paying the price of becoming his girlfriend. Otherwise, who would want to be with a coward like him? Xu Xiaofan apologized. Class monitor, once he go up, I need to head home now. I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Remembering the situation with Chowing, he couldn't risk an unexpected encounter with her boyfriend. Shenxi felt a pang in her heart. She hadn't expected Xu Xiaofan to refuse. Xiaofan, don't cancel on Friday, she urged. Xu Xiaofan scratched his head. Just send me a message then. Hearing this, Shenxi felt better. All right, Xiaofan. We'll see each other then, she said, quickly bidding farewell. Having just sent Wu Renjia off, the lingering desire within her remained unquenched. She was off to seek something to satiate it. Goodbye, Xu Xiaofan waved as he walked towards the garage. Upon arriving, he noticed someone taking pictures next to the side door of a Cadillac. Upon closer inspection, it was Wu Renjia. Oh, what are you doing here? Wu Renjia noticed Xu Xiaofan and realized he had seen him posing with the Cadillac. What are you staring at? This is a Cadillac. Is it something you can look at? Get out of my way, don't obstruct my photo. He snapped impatiently. A poor loser like him had no idea of the Cadillac's worth. As he spoke, Wu Renjia began posting a new update on social media. The Emperor of Bathing. Who else but me? The post quickly garnered likes from friends. Jie Xiao is awesome. With an Audi and now a Cadillac. What a ridiculous family background. Wow, Jie Xiao. Room 308, Technician 88, can you arrange that? Observing his friend's astonished reactions, Wu Renjia felt a swell of vanity. He also left a comment, lucky to have met the Cadillac. So happy to take a picture and share. Everyone, don't overthink it, finishing with a grinning emoji. Once he closed his social media, Wu Renjia noticed a fool still lingering. Why haven't you left? Waiting for me to treat you to supper? Xu Xiaofan replied coolly. The road is so wide. Can't you walk around? Wu Renjia shouted. You're blocking my car. Xu Xiaofan indicated towards the black Cadillac. What? Wu Renjia snickered. This Cadillac is yours? Unless it's yours, Xu Xiaofan retorted coldly. Don't joke around. Someone like you dreams of driving a Cadillac, Wu Renjia mocked. Just then, Xu Xiaofan pressed the key fob, and the black Cadillac let out a sound that nearly terrified Wu Renjia. He quickly scurried aside, instinctively creating space for Xu Xiaofan. For some reason, he reacted this way without understanding why. Amidst his shock, Xu Xiaofan's taillights left him with a final glimpse. How is this possible? Wu Renjia slapped himself hard. He couldn't believe a poor loser could drive such an expensive luxury car. Yet the stinging pain on his face forced him to accept this reality. Peach Blossom Village. At this moment, Tang Hora was nestled in bed, wearing sexy black stockings, eagerly waiting for Xu Xiaofan. After nearly an hour of waiting, she began to feel irritated. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she quickly pretended to be asleep. When Xu Xiaofan turned on the light, he discovered a stunning beauty in bed, instantly feeling his blood rush. What a man longs for upon returning home is indeed a warm woman by his side. So, this was the surprise Hoyer had spoken of. Xu Xiaofan was overjoyed. A man's resistance to black stockings is nearly non-existent. He rubbed his hands together, skillfully turned off the light, and swiftly dove into bed. Ah, Xiaofan, you're back? Tang Hora feigned waking up. If Xu Xiaofan discovered she was intentionally waiting for him, wouldn't she be at his mercy in the future? In the dimly lit room, the enchanting voice of Tang Hora echoed. Hey, Xiaofan, what are you doing? Hush, Hora, you have successfully brought me a tremendous surprise. Now, I am determined to reward you lavishly. I refuse your reward. Tang Hora retorted defiantly. Why not? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Because you have not been attentive enough to me. I shall punish you by forbidding you to touch me. All right. He replied. You said I cannot touch you. but you never mentioned anything about other forms of affection. Such a nuisance, she exclaimed, and like oil meeting a match, their banter ignited a fiery evening. The following morning, Xu Xiaofan awoke feeling invigorated. He received a message from Tang Shui, stating her intention to come to Peach Blossom Village to collect fish. Early in the day, he headed to Xu Xiaofang's 7-acre fish pond to employ the Lihua formation. As soon as he executed the technique, the fish within sprang to life, vibrant and energetic, defying the lack of oxygen. Xu Xiaofan silently praised the remarkable legacy of the golden toad immortal. After completing his task, he left a message for Xu Xiaofeng to arrange for fishing and then returned to Tang Hoyer's home to rouse her for their visit to her family. Uncle Hai, is Huer awake? Upon arriving at Chunhai's residence, Xu Xiaofan found Chunhai fixated on his phone, eyes wide and unblinking, evidently entranced by online promotions. Shaking his head, he entered Tang Hoyer's room, where she was still lost in slumber. With a swift slap on her arm, he declared, "Rise, sleepyhead. Xu Xiaofan, it's all your fault. I have only just fallen asleep." Tang Hoyer shot up, glaring at him with wide eyes. Seeing her with dark circles under her eyes, Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but smile brightly. After Tang Hoyer finished her morning routine, they walked together towards the parking area. At that moment, he spotted the sneaky Zheng Ro loitering beside his car. "Zheng Ro, what are you doing here?" Xu Xiaofan asked sternly, still harboring a grudge over her previous actions. "Why do you care so much? Can't I exercise in the morning?" Zheng Ro shot back defiantly. "Oh, exercising in your pajamas, are we? Quite the dedication." Xu Xiaofan scoffed. However, her fitted pajamas accentuated her curves, making her quite a sight to behold. "Can you two not bicker every time you meet? You might end up as a couple someday," Tang Hoyer chimed in. But before she could finish, both Xu Xiaofan and Zheng Ro interjected, "Absolutely not." They exchanged glances, acknowledging a mutual understanding before turning away. "What are you up to so early, Xiaoro?" Tang Hoyer asked playfully. "I'm seeing my dad off," Zheng Ro replied. "Where's Uncle One headed?" Tang Hoyer asked curiously. "He is taking our melons to participate in a fruit exhibition in Anyang County," Zheng Ro explained. "A fruit exhibition?" Tang Hoyer exclaimed, expressing her surprise. "I've never heard of such an event." "Yes, I've heard this event is organized to promote our county's fruits. The chosen fruits can win prizes, along with generous rewards," Zheng Ro added, glancing at Xu Xiaofan with a smirk. "Xu Xiaofan, weren't you bragging about how exceptional your fruits are? Why not participate and bring home a prize?" Xu Xiaofan, unfazed, replied with a dismissive air. "I have no interest in such accolades. However, should I choose to participate, victory would be assured." "Sure, you winning first place? The judges must be blind," Zheng Ro teased. "Do you really doubt my abilities?" Xu Xiaofan retorted, sensing her growing antagonism. "If you enter, I guarantee you'll come in last," she taunted, fanning the flames of their playful rivalry. "If I do win first place, what will you do?" Xu Xiaofan inquired with a mischievous glint in his eye. "If you win, I'll sleep with you," Zheng Ro blurted out, oblivious to the astonished expression on Tang Hoer's face. "Huh, I'd rather sleep with Aunt Wang's pig than with you," Xu Xiaofan quipped sarcastically. "Xu Xiaofan, you've upset me. I won't speak to you anymore," Zheng Ro huffed, feigning annoyance. "Good, serves you right," Xu Xiaofan replied, delighting in her irritation. "Enough of this banter. Xiaofan, let us set off," Tang Hoer interrupted. "Where are you headed?" Zheng Ro asked, intrigued. "To the county for a hotel stay," Xu Xiaofan replied, provoking Zheng Ro's alarm. "Wait, you can't do that," she stammered, unable to voice her concern. Tang Hoer playfully tapped Xu Xiaofan's head, admonishing him, "Stop being ridiculous." Then, turning to Zheng Ro with a smile, she explained, "Xiao Ro, don't listen to him. I just want him to take me to my family home. My mother is selling fruit today, and I want to see how she is doing." Zheng Ro glared at Xu Xiaofan, a wave of relief washing over her. For some reason, the thought of Xu Xiaofan going to a hotel with another woman stirred an inexplicable sense of jealousy within her, as if a precious treasure of hers was being taken away. "Then you two go ahead," Zheng Ro said softly. As Xu Xiaofan climbed into the car and started the engine, he sped away. Behind them, Zheng Ro watched the Cadillac disappear, sticking out her pink tongue in playful annoyance. Approximately 30 minutes later, Xu Xiaofan arrived at Tang Hoer's family village. Tongjia village boasted 500 households, all sharing the surname Tang, hence the name. It was situated 15 kilometers from Peach Blossom Village. Although a cement road had been constructed, driving along the steep cliffs required Xu Xiaofan's utmost caution. Soon, they arrived at a supermarket at the entrance of the village. When visiting one's family, it is customary to bring gifts, otherwise, the relatives would criticize one for lacking manners. Thus, Tang Hoer planned to purchase a case of beer and a pack of cigarettes. "Ah, Hoer, returning to your family today?" A charming woman in the supermarket greeted, recognizing Tang Hor. The woman, Tang Xuelian, appeared to be around 35, with a slightly plump figure and adorned in a floral dress that exuded both sensuality and intelligence. Yes, my mother is selling lychees today, so I came to check in. Tang Hor replied. Ah, you're a bit late, aren't you? An hour ago, Boss Lu drove in with a big truck to collect lychees from Aunt Xiuqin's place. By now, I fear they've already been picked, Tang Xuelian informed her. Tang Hor was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated that her mother would sell the fruit before her arrival, as they had discussed it just yesterday. Nevertheless, she shrugged it off with a smile. Did you sell your lychees, Xuelian? Tang Xuelian shook her head. No, my family has stopped growing lychees in recent years due to low prices. We switched to cultivating grapes instead. Tang Hor suddenly recalled. Oh, how could I forget? At that moment, Tang Xuelian noticed Xu Xiaofan entering and shot Tang Hor a knowing glance. Is this handsome fellow single? Tang Hor shook her head. Not yet. Why do you ask? Do you have someone to introduce? Clearing her throat, Tang Xuelian grinned. What do you think of me? Tang Hor chuckled. I think you two would make a lovely pair. Boss lady, I hear you grow grapes? Xu Xiaofan approached Tang Xuelian with a question. Tang Xuelian glanced at his tall figure, feeling a wave of warmth wash over her. Oh, handsome, please don't call me boss lady. It makes me feel quite embarrassed. She flashed a charming smile. You should call her sister, or you can call me Xuelian. Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This woman was undeniably forward and exuberant. Xuelian, do you have grapes for sale? He inquired eagerly. Tang Xuelian paused, momentarily taken aback, not realizing Xu Xiaofan was a fruit buyer. Seeing her reaction, he clarified, I am a fruit buyer, looking to purchase grapes from your farm. Tang Xuelian was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that the young Xu Xiaofan was a fruit buyer. It was quite impressive indeed. However, the grapes are not yet fully ripe and will not be available for market for about another month. Thus, she regretfully conveyed this information to Xu Xiaofan. Sister Xuelian, it's all right. I'll still take them, and I can offer you an additional 2 yuan per pound. Xu Xiaofan thought that if he could seize the market early, he would surely be able to sell them at a good price. With the Heart Sutra of the Fire Array in possession, hastening the ripening process would be no challenge at all. What? Tang Xuelian exclaimed, her excitement palpable. A pound more than usual by 2 yuan? The usual selling price for their grapes during the peak season was around 8 yuan per pound, and this was when the fruit was exceptionally good. If the fruit vendors were picky and tried to drive the price down to 7 yuan, they would have to grit their teeth and sell anyway. Yet now, Xu Xiaofan was offering 10 yuan per pound, which felt like a dream. With at least 10,000 pounds of grapes to sell each year, wouldn't that mean an extra 20,000 yuan in earnings? Is what you said true? Tang Xuelian inquired cautiously. Absolutely, Xu Xiaofan affirmed with a nod. Tell me how much you have, and I will take it all. Wait a moment, Tang Xuelian said as she pulled out her phone and immediately called her parents. Upon hearing their enthusiastic agreement, she quickly relayed the news to Xu Xiaofan. We're selling. Tang Xuelian was ecstatic. Xiaofan, come, give me your WeChat. When it's time for the purchase, just let me know. Ding. They successfully added each other. Not only did Tang Xuelian finalize a deal, but she also added a handsome young man to her contacts, which further brightened her mood. Ding. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan sent her a deposit of 5,000 yuan. Ah, Xiaofan, you really don't need to send a deposit. Tang Xuelian felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to return it. Yes, I do, Xu Xiaofan insisted. This is business, and we cannot afford any negligence. All right then, I will accept your deposit. If you ever need my assistance, just say the word, and I'll come running, Tang Xuelian declared confidently. Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Sister Xuelian, if you have some spare time, could you help me find out which matchmaking events need grapes? They can contact me, and I'm also interested in other fruits. What? Tang Xuelian was astonished. You also deal in other fruits? Given Xu Xiaofan's young age, she had not expected him to have such a large-scale operation. Of course, Xu Xiaofan nodded. If any villagers want to sell, just let me know. Do you buy mangoes too? Tang Xuelian asked. Does your family grow mangoes? Xu Xiaofan inquired. At this moment, Tang Hor chuckled. Sister Xuelian's family grows quite a few mangoes. They are a major producer in Tangjia village. Tang Xuelian nodded in agreement. All right. Let us get all your mangoes collected, tally them up, and then report back to me. Excellent. Tang Xuelian was overjoyed. She had been fretting about the lack of buyers for mangoes, but now, it seemed both grapes and mangoes could be sold, making this year considerably less burdensome. Sister Xuelian, I'm off to see my mother now. You're busy, Tang Hor said as she left with beer and cigarettes. Wait. I'll cook later. You and Xiaofan come to my house for dinner. She winked, hoping to facilitate a budding romance. Sister Xuelian, let us skip dinner. I'll eat at my mother's place, Tang Hua replied. How could I bring you to another family for dinner after you've come all this way to visit your family? Tang Xuelian said. All right then, she conceded. When she saw the two get into the Cadillac, she exclaimed, wow, the chariot of the great emperor. Xiaofan is truly remarkable. A thought crossed her mind. 2 minutes later, Xu Xiaofan parked the car in front of Tang Xiuqin's house. Hey, whose fancy car is this parked at my doorstep? A young man with bleached hair dashed out. He looked about 22 and was ecstatic to see the Cadillac. Wow, my dream car. Then he spotted Tang Hua climbing out of the passenger seat and exclaimed, Sister? Xiaoan, Tang Hua greeted with a smile. Just then, Xu Xiaofan exited the driver's side. Seeing the young Xu Xiaofan driving his dream Cadillac, Tang Pingan felt a pang of envy. Sister, is this guy your new brother-in-law? Tang Pingan leaned close to Tang Hua and whispered, What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Hua lightly tapped his head. Tang Pingan pressed on. Then who is he? His name is Xu Xiaofan, she replied. Tang Pingan was taken aback. The one whose parents died when he was young and is now a student at a prestigious university? Tang Hua tapped his head again. How can you speak like that? That is so uncouth. Tang Pingan covered his mouth, staring at Xu Xiaofan in awe. Why could someone without parents drive a magnificent Cadillac while he struggled to buy a house or find a wife despite having both parents? Where's Mom? Tang Hua asked. Tang Pingan pointed inside. She's counting money in there. Tang Hua looked up and indeed saw Tang Xiuqin in the living room, counting a stack of red bills. Perhaps the bills were damp, as she was having a hard time counting them and occasionally licked her fingers. After Tang Hua entered, Xu Xiaofan followed closely behind. But Tang Pingan stopped him. Hey, want a cigarette? He pulled out a red Tower Mountain and offered it to Xu Xiaofan, thinking that if he could get in good with him, he could borrow his car to show off later. No, thanks, Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. I don't smoke. At that moment, two figures swaggered into Xu Xiaofan's line of sight. Well, if it isn't my bro Xiaofan. Lu Daneng had shed his usual meek demeanor and was now brimming with confidence. What's this? Are you here to buy lychees too? He laughed heartily. If so, I'm afraid you've come at the wrong time. Beijing and I have already bought up all the lychees in Tanjia village, so you've made a wasted trip. He boasted. You never expected this, did you? I might not be able to compete with you in watermelon sales, but I found my own niche by teaming up with my good partner to buy lychees. Danning, is this the Xu Xiaofan you've been talking about? Lu Dajing scoffed. He doesn't seem all that impressive. Hey, Dajing, you shouldn't say that. Brother Xiaofan is quite capable. He can sell watermelons at sky-high prices. Can you? Lu Danning retorted sarcastically. Cut it out, Lu Dajing shot back, feeling as if his lychees were being underestimated. Today, they were buying lychees at a price of 1 yuan per pound, then using photo editing apps to present them as the most expensive variety on their online store. By hiring a popular live-streaming host to promote them, they had already made a considerable profit. This newfound success made them quite bold. Brother Xiaofan, I'll give you a chance to get rich. Want to invest a little to join our venture? Lu Danning grinned. No, thank you. I'm not interested in those subpar fruits, Xu Xiaofan replied coolly, regarding them as one would a clown. Their reckless behavior would inevitably lead to their downfall. Danning, did you hear that? He looks down on our little operation, Lu Dajing said, pulling out his phone and stepping up to Xu Xiaofan, pointing at the orders displayed on the screen. Look at this, it's 9 a.m. now, and in just 1 hour, we've already sold 1,500 orders, making us several thousand. Xu Xiaofan glanced at the numbers. There was indeed a considerable amount of sales, but he also noticed a significant number of cancellations. Chapter 55. Tang Hua's touching moment. Hey, Brother Xiaofan, you bought a car? Lu Danning exclaimed, noticing the Cadillac beside him. His eyes lit up. Not bad. Looks like you're doing well for yourself. That Cadillac must have cost around 700,000 after the discount. Danning, are you still interested in cars like that? Aren't you embarrassed? Lu Dajing snorted. By the time we sell all the lychees in Tangjia village, you'll be able to buy a luxury Mercedes without any trouble. Lu Danning couldn't help but chuckle. Dajing, you're right. You're absolutely right. After showing off their achievements in front of Xu Xiaofan, the two swaggered into Tang Hua's house to chat for a bit. Xu Xiaofan overheard them advising Tang Xiuqin to count her money carefully and ensure she didn't miss any bills, or else they would not be responsible afterward. After receiving Tang Xiuqin's response, the two individuals walked past Xu Xiaofan with their heads held high, exuding an air of superiority that suggested they regarded Xu as beneath them. Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan slyly tripped them, causing them to tumble to the ground in a most undignified manner. Their teeth struck the floor, and blood flowed freely. Lu Dagan contemplated revenge, but was pulled away by Lu Danning. The memory of their previous humiliation in Longjiang town loomed large, instilling fear in them. Consequently, they fled in disarray, vowing to seek vengeance in the future. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang Pinyin burst into hearty laughter. How many lychees did Lu Danning and his team harvest in Tangjia village? He asked Xu Xiaofan after Lu Danning had departed. Tang Pinyin was unsure of the exact figure, but based on past data, it could be estimated that their harvest was worth no less than 1 million yuan. Moreover, they had enlisted the help of the villagers, eager to sell their fruits. Fools, Xu Xiaofan blurted out, with such a mountain of lychees, aren't they worried about spoilage? Tang Pinyin chuckled in response. I heard they partnered to create a sales channel, shipping thousands of pounds nationwide daily. Just wait for them to go bankrupt. After saying this, Xu Xiaofan stepped inside the house. Tang He's maternal home was a modest bungalow from the 1980s. Though not modern, it was kept impeccably clean. This time, Tang Xiaoqin sold lychees for 30,000 yuan, which brought her much joy. Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan, her first question was whether he had married yet or built a new house, asserting that in this day and age, without a home, one could hardly find a spouse. She urged Xu Xiaofan to work diligently, save enough money, and eventually build a house to marry. Mom, Xiaofan has a car, Tang Pinyin interjected, feeling embarrassed as his mother spoke so candidly in front of others. Having a car is not that impressive, Tang Xiaoqin replied. These days, as long as you can afford the down payment and have the means to repay the loan, you can drive a car home. She pulled out 30,000 yuan from her wallet, saying, Look, Mom just earned this selling fruit. If I had a driver's license, I could go pick up a car right now. Tang Pinyin was at a loss for words. He wanted to explain that Xu Xiaofan's car was a Cadillac, worth 700,000 yuan. However, with Tang Xiaoqin's reasoning, she would likely insist that with a 30,000 yuan down payment and the ability to repay a loan, she could buy a luxury car. Thus, he refrained from arguing. At that moment, Tang Hor was busy cooking in the kitchen, the lively sounds masking the conversation among the three. However, noticing Xu Xiaofan attentively listening to her mother, a faint smile crept across her lips. Mom, Xiaofan, Shaoan, come and eat. Tang Hoyer called as she set the dishes on the table. Where's Dad? She inquired. He went to help third aunt harvest lychees. He'll earn 150 yuan for his labor, Tang Pinyin replied. Fire her, just save some food for him. Let's eat without him for now, Tang Xiaoqin suggested. Soon, the four gathered around the table for lunch. Tang Hoyer prepared a pound of cured meat, half a chicken, and some pumpkin sprouts. Such a meal in the countryside could be deemed quite satisfactory. Many poorer regions might not have meat even once a week, much like Xu Xiaofan's previous circumstances, where he barely managed to make ends meet on a meager monthly salary. Fire her, next month, I want to help Pinyin with the down payment for a house. Tang Xiaoqin suddenly declared during the meal, her intentions clear. Tang Hor hesitated, feeling conflicted. If Chen Dashan were still around, she might have been able to assist. But now, as a single mother struggling to support herself, where would she find the funds to lend for a house? Tang Xiaoqin, troubled, remarked, Fire her, your brother is already 22. If he can't buy a house, he'll be alone for life. Tang Pinyin chimed in, Sister, look at brother 2 next door. He bought a house in the county for 400,000 last month and brought his girlfriend home just a few days ago. He felt aggrieved, saying, Sister, you wouldn't want your brother to live in solitude forever, would you? Mom, Shaoan, you both know my situation. I don't have a single penny. Tang Hor said, her face grim. No money? Tang Xiaoqin exclaimed, astonished. Has that short-lived Chen Dashan not earned a dime in all these years? Did he give all his earnings to your in-laws instead? Tang Hoyer felt a wave of discomfort. Dashan spent all his money. He earns 5,000 a month in the county, and that's barely enough to support the family. The 10,000 in betrothal gifts was all his hard work. Then your in-laws must have some savings, Tang Xiaoqin replied, her expression turning sour. I heard from your mother-in-law that they invested in a project yesterday, with an initial capital of 200,000. Surely they have funds? Mom, they've put all their savings into that. They have no money left. And how could I ask to borrow from them? Are you saying you won't care if your brother is left to fend for himself? Tang Xiaoqin's voice rose sharply. Tears streamed down Tang Hoer's face, feeling deeply wronged. Seeing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a pang of sympathy. Sister, you must help me, otherwise our family will face extinction. Tang Pinyin pleaded, gripping Tang Hoer's hand. Tang Hoer felt overwhelmed. Wasn't he this pushing her towards a dead end? Yet, to spare her mother's feelings, she reluctantly agreed. Mom, I'll do my best. But asking for 100,000 next month seemed impossible. The meal was far from enjoyable. Had Tang Hoer known her mother had already sold the lychees, she wouldn't have returned home at all, as it only added to her worries. Once in the car, she sat silently, not uttering a word to Xu Xiaofan. Just then, her phone vibrated. To her surprise, it was a transfer of 100,000 yuan from Xu Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you. Fire her, This is an advance on your wages, he replied. Touched, she embraced Xu Xiaofan tightly, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Hold on. Let me stabilize the car, he said. Soon, the Cadillac entered a damp tunnel, the engine roaring to life, echoing through the passage. Chapter 56, The Great Business Ding. Suddenly, Xu Xiaofan's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Tang Shui. Answer the call, Tang Hui urged, glistening with sweat. Xu Xiaofan pressed the answer key. Hello, Shuijia? Xiaofan. Tang Shui sounded puzzled. Why does your voice sound so out of breath? What are you doing? Xu Xiaofan, taken aback by her keen perception, adjusted his breathing and replied, Oh, just sawing some trees. Tang Shui chuckled softly. Oh, is that so? Xiaofan, do you know about the fruit exhibition held in our county this morning? Yes, I heard about it from others. What is up? Xu Xiaofan nodded. Tang Shui exclaimed with excitement. I took your fruits to participate in the competition today, and guess what? Xu Xiaofan wore a knowing expression. Did we win an award? Absolutely. Tang Shui chimed, her voice brimming with joy. The watermelon stood out among 200 entries, taking first place. The cantaloupe was exceptional among 300 entries, also securing first. And the lychee dominated among 350 entries with an overwhelming advantage. Tang Shui's voice excitedly rose as she recounted the details. 3 prizes, each worth 100,000. I earned 300,000 in just one morning, and it's all thanks to you, Xiaofan. Congratulations, that is truly wonderful, Xu Xiaofan smiled, feeling proud of their shared accomplishment. It's all due to my Li Huazhan Xinju. Tang Shui continued, Xiaofan. I have now become one of the 3-star fruit ambassadors of Anyang County. The county leaders have asked me to promote a wider variety of fruits. I would like to know if you could assist me with this endeavor. Tang Shui proposed an enticing condition. If she could obtain a new variety of fruit, the county would reward her with 500,000 yuan, and she would personally grant you an additional 500,000 yuan, totaling 1 million. The stipulation is that you must supply exclusively to me, agreed? Xu Xiaofan smiled. Sister Shui, wouldn't that mean you'd have to spend a lot of money? Tang Shui shook her head. Not at all. If you can help me source those star varieties of fruit and establish my brand, it will bring me considerable wealth. In truth, I would be the greatest beneficiary. She spoke candidly. Xiaofan, please don't feel hesitant. This is the compensation you rightfully deserve for your hard work. You must accept it, all right? Xu Xiaofan nodded. Very well, I shall not refuse. There is money to be made, after all. Then Xiaofan, please do go and help me procure those additional fruits. As for the price, I'll settle that later, Tang Shui added. Do you still have any cantaloupes and watermelons at home? Xu Xiaofan was slightly taken aback. Didn't you just receive cantaloupes? Are they already gone? Tang Shui, brimming with excitement after her victory today, replied, they were snatched up immediately. We have no shortage of customers. We just lack the melons. Moreover, I must tell you, our clients have mentioned that some of your fruits have diuretic and detoxifying effects, while others can enhance physical health and lower blood pressure. Many individuals from the upper middle class are now relying on your fruits for their daily meals, and those with better financial means have even started considering your fruits as staples. Really? Xu Xiaofan was astonished. He hadn't anticipated that the heart array incantation would have such miraculous effects after ripening the fruits. Absolutely, Tang Shui affirmed. It is precisely for this reason that the leaders have postponed the originally planned one-day exhibition to 7 days. In the coming days, they will invite representatives from various neighboring counties to participate, demonstrating how much they value this exhibition. Tang Shui, overwhelmed with excitement, said, I have a strong feeling that we can ride this wave and soar to great heights. Let us hope so, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. So, how many kilograms of cantaloupes, watermelons, and lychees do you have? I'll take them all. With the guests and tourists expected over these 7 days, we are likely to consume a lot. The higher-ups have instructed me to prepare stock promptly. Tang Shui's expression turned serious. 200,000 kilograms of cantaloupes, 300,000 kilograms of watermelons. As for lychees, the lychees from Tangjia village have already been snatched away by Lu Danning, Xu Xiaofan reported truthfully. Oh, that Lu Danning. Tang Shui expressed a slight regret. However, with so many cantaloupes and watermelons, it should suffice. Sister Shui, how about grapes and mangoes? Xu Xiaofan inquired further. What? Tang Shui was astonished. You can source grapes? Even early harvest grapes aren't on the market yet. I can't believe you can obtain them. At this time, grapes are priced at over 35 yuan per kilogram. If they are of your quality, they could sell for 50 yuan. Hee. I found some today in Teohuican. If you're interested, I can deliver them to you tomorrow. Xu Xiaofan began to explain. Before he could finish, Tang Shui interjected. Get as many grapes and mangoes as you can. The exhibition is thriving. so there's no need to worry. Then I will pick them for that client and report back to you. Xu Xiaofan affirmed. All right. I'll transfer the payment for the cantaloupes and watermelons now, Tang Shui said as she began the transaction. Ding. Soon, Xu Xiaofan received the payment. 200,000 kilograms of cantaloupes amounted to 2 million yuan, and 300,000 kilograms of watermelons totaled 2.4 million. The total was 4.4 million. Coupled with the 5.1 million he already possessed, he was tantalizingly close to becoming a millionaire. It felt as if earning money posed no difficulty at all. Xiaofan, we have a significant business opportunity. Tang Hua, who had been listening in on their conversation, was utterly astonished by the magnitude of their business dealings. Yes. Sister Shui has asked me to source grapes and mangoes, so I'll have Sister Shuilian start preparing to pick the fruits. Xu Xiaofan said as he sent a message to Tang Shuilian to gather the fruits. Upon hearing that business was coming in, Tang Shuilian promptly replied and called her parents and a few relatives to prepare for the fruit picking, eagerly awaiting Xu Xiaofan's arrival the next day. Xiaofan, you've become so accomplished now. I feel like the distance between us is growing, Tang Hua remarked. The Xu Xiaofan of the past, who once lived a life of hardship, had now risen to prominence. Don't say that. How can our distance be increasing? Look, we are still so close. Xu Xiaofan replied with a smile. Tang Hua blushed, playfully punching his chest. I'm being serious. I'm being serious too. Xu Xiaofan teased as they bickered. Xiaofan, stop fooling around. Focus on the business. Otherwise, it might get delayed, Tang Hua advised. I'll prioritize our big business first. Before long, the two reached a business agreement, and Xu Xiaofan paid Tang Hua several million yuan. With newfound wealth, Tang Hua was radiant and full of charisma. Ding. Just then, Xu Xiaofan's phone rang again. Upon checking, it was a call from Xu Xiaofan. Xiaofan, I've encountered a bit of trouble in your village. Xu Xiaofan's anxious voice came through. What's wrong, brother phone? Xu Xiaofan inquired. I just went to your village to scout the fishing conditions. But upon entering the village, I was confronted. They demanded a compensation fee, threatening to detain my car and me here, he explained. And Xu Xiaofan could hear several people nearby making threatening remarks. Damn it, I must resolve this matter. Xu Xiaofan replied. Brother phone, you're in your village, right? Wait for me there. I'll rush over immediately. Do not agree to their demands. If you encounter any trouble, just lie down on the ground. After hanging up, Xu Xiaofan hurried towards Yuer village. Yuer village, located in Longjiang town, is a large fish farming village, with each household raising several acres of fish to meet the fish supply demands of the entire Anyang County. To succeed in the fish business, acquiring large fish from Yuer village would be the best approach. Sister Horror, I'll take you home now. And then you can wait for Tang Shui's team to collect the melons, Xu Xiaofan said as he pressed the accelerator, heading toward Teotihuacan. Xiaofan. The people in Yuer village can be quite fierce, especially the village bully, Li Daguang, who is notorious for his cruelty. Many have suffered at his hands. Please avoid any conflict with him. If possible, just apologize and return, Tang Horror cautioned. Xu Xiaofan, wanting to alleviate her worries, feigned submission. Now that he possessed the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, he feared nothing. He had no reason to fear a local thug. They better not cross paths with Xu Xiaofan, or he would not let this matter rest. Soon, Xu Xiaofan arrived at Teotihuacan, dropped off Tang Hua, and prepared to head to Yuer village. However, he almost collided with a suddenly appearing Zheng Rou. Zheng Rou, are you blind? If I hadn't braked in time, you would have been in serious trouble, Xu Xiaofan exclaimed in anger. Xu Xiaofan, why are you so fierce? Zheng Rou retorted with a finger raised. Driving so fast in the village, did you buy your driver's license? Xu Xiaofan replied irritably, get out of my way, I have things to do. Zheng Rou chose to stand her ground, blocking his path. Are you going to a nightclub again? Can't you be a bit more ambitious? Xu Xiaofan was about to explode with rage. I'm heading to Yuer village. Don't obstruct me. Zheng Rou softened her tone. What are you going to Yuer village for? A blind date. Xu Xiaofan glared at her. Zheng Rou, you're meddling too much. Or are you feeling jealous seeing me with someone else? Just say it if you have a crush on me. Zheng Rou, flustered, shook her head and blushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Who has a crush on you? Have you looked in the mirror and seen what you look like? Xu Xiaofan exclaimed. Do not obstruct my path. Destroy my happiness, and I shall demand reparation. Wait, my father has business to discuss with you. Zheng Million had just returned from the fruit exhibition, where his melons secured the 10th place, while Tang Shui claimed the first. Zheng Million had hoped to achieve fame through the exhibition and capitalize on the opportunity to sell his melons, but alas, his aspirations were thwarted. With Tang Shui monopolizing the market, nearly 100,000 gene of his melons risked rotting in his hands. Thus, he contemplated leveraging Xu Xiaofan's connection with Tang Shui to promote his melons. Naturally, Zheng Million would not approach Xu Xiaofan directly in a subservient manner. Instead, he sent Zheng Ro to do so. I am busy now, kindly leave. Xu Xiaofan retorted angrily. If you continue to block my way, I shall exit the vehicle and strip you of your garments, he added, casting a meaningful glance. Zheng Ro felt a chill run down her spine. Xu Xiaofan was not one to make idle threats. He had bullied her in their youth, prompting her to hastily retreat. Upon witnessing Zheng Ro's hasty exit, Xu Xiaofan could not suppress his amusement, realizing that despite her bravado, she was quite timid. Soon, Zheng Ro arrived home. What did that rascal say? Zheng Million demanded. Visibly irked, he was taken aback by Xu Xiaofan's audacity to openly reject him, seemingly disregarding his status as a senior figure. Father, could you adopt a more pleasant demeanor? You always behave this way, and it only frightens Xiaofan, Zheng Ro replied. Zheng Million furrowed his brow. I must say, my dear, it appears you have been speaking to Xu Xiaofan rather frequently of late. Does that frog deserve such attention? Father, if you persist in this way, our 10,000 gene of Hami melons will surely rot in our hands, Zheng Ro said, her lips pursed slightly. How about this? Tonight, you shall invite him over, and I will prepare a few dishes and share a couple of drinks with him. Zheng Ro's face lit up with delight. This was the right approach. In Fish Village, Xu Xiaofan found himself surrounded by 20 of Li Dagwan's henchmen. Xu Xiaofan, you have quite the nerve to covet the fish of our village. Do you not know whose territory this is? One of them sneered. Brother Dagwan, this business is consensual. If a deal is struck, why must you make things difficult for me? Xu Xiaofan argued. I am merely here to scout the waters. I have not made any transactions yet, so this seems unnecessary. The customs of Fish Village have always been dictated by Brother Guan. Your ambitions are misguided, a hefty fellow interjected. I shall not say much. Your actions today demonstrate willful defiance against our Brother Guan. If you do not resolve this matter amicably, you shall not leave this village. Do not take such liberties. Xu Xiaofan protested. This is a society governed by law. If you continue, I will report you to the authorities. Laughter erupted among the group. Report? You think we care? You are unaware of how many in the police department owe their allegiance to Brother Guan. They know exactly who they serve. The hefty man scoffed, tilting his chin. Even those in positions of authority will defer to Brother Guan when they see him on the streets. He made it clear that Xu Xiaofan had crossed a line by attempting to encroach upon Guang's business without permission. Their expressions grew menacing, revealing their predatory intent. Let us not be unreasonable, the hefty man continued. Brother Guang is not an unjust man. If you compensate him for his emotional distress, we can consider this matter resolved. Xu Xiaofan thought if he could resolve this issue financially, it would be ideal. How about 10,000 yuan for tea? Would that suffice? The hefty man burst into laughter. Do you take us for beggars? 10,000 yuan to dismiss Brother Guang? He raised a finger. You will pay 100,000 yuan. And only then will this matter be settled. 100,000? Xu Xiaofan was taken aback, as that amount represented 2 years of hard-earned savings. What? You think that is excessive? The hefty man smirked. If you do not comply, we may become violent, and you shall not escape unscathed. Just then, Li Dagwan, who had been silent, spoke up. Has Xu Xiaofan arrived yet? I wish to see which fool dares to encroach upon my territory. The younger henchman surveyed the road, noticing the absence of any approaching vehicles. Boss, that orphan has likely been frightened off by our reputation. How could he dare to show up? One remarked. I heard he has recently been making some business moves, another added. Even so, he has overstepped. Does he not know his place? Their mocking comments made Xu Xiaofan uncomfortable. Silence, he shouted. If you continue to speak ill of Xiaofan, I shall become enraged. The hefty man chuckled. Ah, are you attempting to defend your brother? Does he even care about your well-being? Xu Xiaofan's anger flared. Xiaofan is not that kind of person. Speak carelessly again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. The hefty man laughed. You are quite tough, but tell me, will you pay the 100,000 or not? 100,000? In your dreams. Xu Xiaofan's resolve hardened. The hefty man exchanged glances with Li Dagwan, who offered no guidance, leaving the decision to him. Men, teach him a lesson, he commanded. And several henchmen began to assault Xu Xiaofan. Outnumbered, Xu Xiaofan was soon knocked to the ground. Smash his motorcycle and toss it to the roadside. Let him learn a lesson, the hefty man ordered, and several henchmen discarded the motorcycle into the mountains. Now you understand that some people are not to be trifled with. Xu Xiaofan, the hefty man gloated. Suddenly, a powerful engine roared in the distance, heralding Xu Xiaofan's arrival. Could it be Xu Xiaofan? Someone wondered aloud. Li Dagwan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the approaching black Cadillac. It seems business is booming for you. Your vehicle outshines even that of Brother Guang, he remarked. The hefty man chimed in. Brother, if he steps onto our turf without paying his dues, I shall not rest until he receives his comeuppance. As Xu Xiaofan exited the vehicle and laid eyes on the fallen Xu Xiaofan, his expression darkened, radiating an aura of authority. One of the henchmen sauntered over, still pretending? We've been waiting for you. Come and take your beating. Xu Xiaofan swiftly struck him, knocking him unconscious, leaving everyone in shock. How could he dare? This act was not merely an affront to the henchman, but a direct insult to Li Dagwan. Li Dagwan's face darkened, feeling his authority challenged. Did you not inquire about my reputation before striking my subordinate in my territory? He demanded. What was initially a matter of 10,000 yuan now escalated to a minimum of 200,000 due to Xu Xiaofan's defiance. Xu Xiaofan beckoned. The money is with me. Come and take it if you dare. His words dripped with provocation, igniting Li Dagwan's fury. For the first time, someone had dared to act with such audacity in his presence. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, he shall receive a few slaps before leaving, he declared. Why are you standing there? Show him what we are made of. He glared at his 18 henchmen, with a shared understanding. They clenched their fists and charged at Xu Xiaofan. Lying on the ground, Xu Xiaofan shouted, Xiaofan, run. Li Dagwan wore a triumphant smile, only to realize too late that fleeing was futile. However, in the next moment, his expression froze, for he beheld his numerous subordinates being utterly vanquished by Xu Xiaofan. What was happening? Li Dagwan was taken aback. Were his men so fragile? Normally, they underwent rigorous training and were quite formidable. Yet now they crumbled before Xu Xiaofan like mere chaff. It was no wonder Xu Xiaofan sought to expand his territory. Evidently, he possessed some formidable backing. You little brat. Don't get too cocky. If you have the guts, call for help, and I'll have them knock your teeth out. Li Dagwan spat vehemently. Hurry up and summon them. I haven't even warmed up yet, Xu Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Ever since inheriting the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, his strength had surpassed all expectations, rendering these ruffians no more than ants in his eyes. Xu Xiaofan, witnessing the fallen foes, was astonished. When did Xiaofan become this powerful? Not even warmed up. Li Dagwan was dumbfounded. Such bravado from a youth. Did he think he was Bruce Lee? Given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to summon his most formidable brothers. These men were accustomed to guarding various gambling dens, ruthless and aggressive, some even having tasted blood. They thought Xu Xiaofan was in for a beating this time. Soon, around 40 shirtless men appeared, their bodies adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes, exuding a palpable aura of the underworld. Boss, which blind fool dares to stir trouble in our village? A scar-faced man exclaimed. It's him. Li Dagwan pointed at Xu Xiaofan. He has come to bully us. Today, there's no holding back. If you cripple him, it's on me. If you kill him, I have connections to handle it. Xu Xiaofan's gaze turned icy. This group was indeed merciless. It was necessary to temper their arrogance. Brothers, did you hear that? The scar-faced man bellowed, drawing his weapon. Take out that arrogant little brat. With that, the crowd produced folding knives, gleaming blades that sent a chill down the spine. Xiaofan, run. Xu Xiaofan shouted once more. Even if Xu Xiaofan was formidable, he could not withstand a multitude armed with weapons. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled, one fears the kitchen knife. No need to run. Feng, Xu Xiaofan replied, his demeanor unflinching. Li Dagwan grinned. No need to run. For you lack the ability to do so. Attack. He commanded with a sweep of his hand, and the crowd surged towards Xu Xiaofan. In that moment, Xu Xiaofan moved like a specter, deftly evading their strikes and disarming them of their folding knives. Even more terrifying was the way he incapacitated their limbs with swift precision. Soon, the air was filled with anguished cries, as all 40 men wielding weapons found themselves rendered useless. My heavens! Xu Xiaofan gasped, covering his mouth. How incredible was this? He defeated 40 men without a scratch. Was Xiaofan cheating? Li Dagwan was equally astounded. He never anticipated his most capable subordinates would be so easily dispatched by Xu Xiaofan. Chapter 59. I am Xu Xiaofan. What's the matter? Xu Xiaofan taunted Li Dagwan. Are your men really that weak? Veins throbbed on Li Dagwan's forehead. These were his elites. However, the weight of such humiliation compelled him to ensure Xu Xiaofan paid dearly. Just wait 10 minutes, Li Dagwan declared, pulling out his phone. I'll make you regret crossing me today. Go ahead and call for help. I'll deal with you all today, Xu Xiaofan replied coolly. Hello, third brother. In 10 minutes, bring some brothers over to help me take down a guy. Make sure they are capable. I have a tough nut to crack here. Li Dagwan emphasized the last part. After receiving a response, Li Dagwan turned to Xu Xiaofan with a smug smile. If you want to run, you can do so now. He deliberately provoked Xu Xiaofan, hoping to keep him around for a beating. The score remains unsettled, there's no rush. Xu Xiaofan remained unfazed. After speaking, he helped Xu Xiaofan to his feet. Examining Xu Xiaofang's injuries, he found them to be minor. As for Li Daguan's incapacitated subordinates, they helped each other back to seek medical attention, lest they suffer permanent damage. Soon, several vehicles resembling Chun Haonan's mobile office appeared before them. Li Daguan's eyes lit up with delight. Xu Xiaofan, you're unaware of Lu Hansan, are you? P.S. A powerful thug on the streets. You're in for trouble. Lu Hansan. Xu Xiaofan squinted. I believe I've heard of him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Wasn't he Lu Hansan the street punk that had been beaten up a few days ago? At that moment, Lu Hansan emerged from the van, shouting, Who? Which blind bastard dared to offend Brother Guang? I'm giving you a chance. Cripple yourself, or you'll definitely end up in the hospital today. It's me. Xu Xiaofan replied coldly, facing away from them. Huh. A subordinate beside Lu Hansan felt a shiver run down his spine and murmured, Boss, this voice sounds familiar. Lu Hansan dismissed it. Monkey, you've participated in this kind of activity enough times. Why are you still so timid? Boss, I just feel this voice is reminiscent of someone. The monkey whispered in Lu Hansan's ear. Who? Lu Hansan asked, his eyes narrowing. Brother Fan, the monkey replied. Ah. Lu Hansan shuddered, thinking, it can't be that jinx, can it? As he pondered, he realized that the voice did indeed closely resemble Xu Xiaofan's. Lu Hansan, come here. Xu Xiaofan turned to face the crowd, an imposing aura radiating from him. Gulp. Lu Hansan and his men stretched their necks, paralyzed with fear. Brother Fan. Recognizing him, Lu Hansan dropped to his knees. Brother Fan, I was wrong. Brother Fan, I was wrong. Li Daguan stood in shock. The usually fearless Lu Hansan, a local tyrant in Longjiang town, unexpectedly submitted before Xu Xiaofan. Today, he had kicked a steel plate. A sense of unease began to creep into his heart. Third brother, why are you kneeling? Li Daguan rushed to Lu Hansan, urging him to rise. Get up and handle this. Lu Hansan, terrified, replied, I can't handle it. Why can't you? Li Daguan pressed, bewildered. Wasn't he just an orphan? What power did he possess that instilled such fear? Brother Guang, please stop talking. Brother Fan is not simple. If you keep provoking him, we'll all be in trouble. Lu Hansan was nearly desperate. Li Daguan, who usually treated him like a brother, would resolve any issues. However, he never imagined the person needing resolution was Xu Xiaofan. If he had known it was Xu Xiaofan, he would never have stood up for Li Daguan unless his good brother were present. Lu Hansan, do you wish to break my limbs? Xu Xiaofan asked coldly. Brother Fan, you misunderstood. You misunderstood. Lu Hansan shook his head repeatedly, fear evident in his voice. With a swift motion, Xu Xiaofan crushed his calf underfoot. Is there a problem with me stepping on you? No problem. No problem. Lu Hansan shook his head vigorously despite the pain. Today, misfortune befell him as he crossed paths with the formidable Xu Xiaofan. Should I sever another of your hands? Xu Xiaofan inquired. At that moment, Lu Hansan felt a twinge of reluctance. Brother Fan, I have already faced punishment. Perhaps we could let it go? Let it go? Xu Xiaofan scoffed. You think I would easily allow you to maim me? Suddenly emboldened, Lu Hansan retorted, Xu Xiaofan, do not overreach. I wish to avoid complications for everyone. So I permitted you to vent. I did not expect this to be endless, did I? Do you believe I won't summon my brothers for retribution? Your brothers? Xu Xiaofan's eyes turned icy. Who are they, and what power do they possess? Humph. Lu Hansan snorted. My brother is Neodali, as strong as an ox. With one punch, he could knock you down. Li Daguan's eyes lit up. He had not anticipated Lu Hansan had such an ally. Xu Xiaofan was bound to face misfortune now. No need to summon him. Let him call me, Xu Xiaofan replied coldly. Lu Hansan assumed Xu Xiaofan was aware of Neodali's prowess and sought to confirm. If it truly was Neodali himself, he would leave voluntarily. Thus, Lu Hansan pulled out his phone and called Neodali. Lu Hansan, have you stirred up trouble again? Neodali's agitated voice boomed through the phone shortly thereafter. Haha. Brother Dali, I am facing a minor inconvenience and require your assistance, Lu Hansan replied, sounding like a compliant child before Neodali. Did you mention my name? Neodali then asked. Brother Dali, I did mention your name, but they are not intimidated, Lu Hansan responded. Oh, this is interesting. I must see which fool dares to provoke me. Neodali thundered. I will handle this trouble. Lu Hansan's brows relaxed as he hobbled over to Xu Xiaofan. Brother Dali's on the line. You may speak. I am Xu Xiaofan. What is it? Xu Xiaofan asked, his tone indifferent. Brother Fan. Came Neodali's trembling voice from the other end, clearly terrified. The words Brother Fan struck Lu Hansan like a thunderclap. From Neodali's tone, he discerned that Neodali feared Xu Xiaofan. Lu Hansan was on the brink of collapse. Why was someone as formidable as Neodali afraid of this mere nobody? Li Dagwang's anxious feelings loomed overhead like a dark cloud, his entire demeanor deflated. "Niu Dali, I hear you wish to take on this trouble?" Xu Xiaofan inquired. Niu Dali's cold sweat poured forth as he stammered. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, absolutely a misunderstanding." Xu Xiaofan had him in a vice grip. How could he dare to resist? Damn Lu Hansan. How could he provoke such a powerful figure and drag me into it? Niu Dali wished he could eliminate Lu Hansan. "Is there anything else?" Xu Xiaofan pressed. "Brother Fan, regarding that case, it has become rather complicated, involving significant figures," Niu Dali added. "People have already been dispatched to negotiate with the family." At that moment, Xu Xiaofan's phone vibrated. It was a message from Xiaoxi. The content aligned closely with what Niu Dali had conveyed, asking Xu Xiaofan for assistance. Xu Xiaofan replied with a message, instructing her to wait. "Understood," he said calmly. "Brother, may I speak to Lu Hansan for a moment?" Niu Dali asked cautiously. Lu Hansan, retracting his phone, heard Niu Dali roar, "Do you wish to die? You have crossed Brother Fan's path. I cannot save you this time." Lu Hansan's face fell. "Brother Dali, is Xu Xiaofan really that formidable?" Niu Dali replied seriously. "Formidable is an understatement. He has a grip on those above us. You have crossed him. Consider yourself unfortunate. Remember, whatever he commands, do not resist, or you will meet an untimely end, and we can only classify it as an accident." Lu Hansan, pale as a ghost, hung up. "Brother Fan, my vision was clouded. I deserve this." Xu Xiaofan smiled coldly. "Will you come willingly, or shall I assist you?" Without further ado, Lu Hansan drew a folding knife and plunged it into his palm. Blood flowed profusely, 2 holes puncturing his hand. "Take your men and leave. Should I catch wind of your tyrannical behavior again, you will not be met with such leniency," Xu Xiaofan warned. "Brother Fan, it won't happen again. I will reform." Lu Hansan pleaded repeatedly. "Begone." Lu Hansan and his crew scrambled into a van, speeding away. Meanwhile, Li Dagwang stood alone, terrified to the point of nearly wetting himself. With a thud, Li Dagwang knelt heavily before Xu Xiaofan. "Brother Fan, I was wrong. In the future, you are welcome to collect fish from your village. If you disturb me again, I shall consider you a dog." Having witnessed Xu Xiaofan's capabilities, Li Dagwang wished to switch careers. "Let us not discuss anything else. You assaulted my brother. How shall we settle this?" Xu Xiaofan inquired. "Brother Fan, I will compensate him with 100,000 for medical expenses. How does that sound?" Li Dagwang offered. Slap. Xu Xiaofan struck him across the face. "Do you take us for beggars? Do you look down upon us?" Li Dagwang felt as though he could die from despair. "Brother Fan, 200,000. I offer 200,000. Please do not strike me again." "Humph. If you had been more sensible, you would not have suffered needlessly," Xu Xiaofan retorted coldly. "Rest assured, Brother Fan, I will not engage in foolishness again. You may come and go freely in your village," Li Dagwang grinned. "If you need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Xu Xiaofan recognized Li Dagwang's potential. After all, he had a comprehensive understanding of your village, making the acquisition significantly easier with his help. "Very well. Ensure you assist my brothers to the best of your ability. Rest assured, if you obey, I will not treat you poorly." Li Dagwang expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Fan. Thank you, Brother Fan." He promptly transferred 200,000 to Xu Xiaofan. Though it pained him, he deemed it worthwhile to spend money for his safety. "Brother Feng, let us depart," Xu Xiaofan declared, and the two climbed into a Cadillac, vanishing into the distance. As they disappeared from view, Li Dagwang broke down in tears. "Damn it, that was terrifying. I need to go to Fuchin residence for a hearty meal to calm my nerves. Ugh, that slap was no joke. It will take at least a week to heal." In the car, Brother Feng remarked, "The Yuer village issue has been resolved. In the future, if you encounter any difficulties while collecting fish, feel free to reach out to Li Dagwang. If he is ungrateful, I will deal with him." Xu Xiaofan chuckled. "Little Fan, when did you become so formidable? You truly opened my eyes." Brother Feng, it's a long story. Noticing Xu Xiaofan did not continue, he refrained from pressing further. Ultimately, he felt a strong intuition that as long as he followed Xu Xiaofan, there would be endless opportunities for prosperity in the future. "Brother Feng, let us head into the city to purchase a large vehicle for transporting live fish. It will be of great convenience for future fish purchases or deliveries," Xu Xiaofan suggested. Ding. Just then, Xu Xiaofan's phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find a message from Ming Huan. "Xiaofan, good news." Xu Xiaofan's excitement surged as he smiled. "The owner of Fuchin residence took 500 pounds of fish from us today, and they are already booming. They have sent people to collect more fish now. She is asking if anyone is home." Xu Xiaofan smiled calmly. He had anticipated this outcome. He had long employed the fire array heart technique on his several acres of fish ponds. and surely the small fish and shrimp had transformed into delectable, green delicacies. Brother Feng, let us keep the money from selling fish with you for now. We are uncertain if there will be significant changes in the future, and we may need to utilize it. Xu Xiaofan nodded. Everything will be as you say. At that moment, the conversation shifted. By the way, Xiaofan, what type of vehicle were you considering for transport? Xu Xiaofan felt overwhelmed, having no expertise in this matter. Thus, he looked at Brother Feng and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" Xu Xiaofan contemplated for a moment and decided to purchase a 4x2-meter truck, as it would facilitate our travels in the countryside. All right. Xu Xiaofan nodded. Let us head into the city to buy the vehicle. Let Sister Ru and the others handle the fishing. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan suddenly inquired, Xiaofan, when will you be free? Sister Ru's health is at a critical juncture, and she needs your assistance. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly. He genuinely wished to help with the planting right away, but his current commitments rendered him unable to spare the time. Brother Feng, let us wait a little longer. Hearing this, Xu Xiaofan felt a twinge of disappointment. He yearned to fulfill his long-standing dream, lest he always feel inferior in front of his relatives. Sensing his distress, Xu Xiaofan gently patted his shoulder. Brother Feng, rest assured, I will definitely assist you in completing the task, and not just one, but two. Xu Xiaofan's spirits lifted at these words. Chapter 61. Now sister only trusts you at Fuchunju. Li Dogwan sat in a designated VIP seat, seething with anger. Damn it. After a lifetime of raising eagles, I never imagined I would be pecked in the eye by one. Fatty inquired, Brother Guang. Are we truly going to entrust the fishery of your village to Xu Xiaofan? That is your hard-won territory. Li Dogwan, visibly frustrated, replied, what can we do? You have seen his capability to take on hundreds alone, and even with Neo Dali's impressive background, he still finds himself at a loss before him. The three subordinates sighed. Without your village, your annual losses would be substantial. Li Dogwan felt a sharp sting of pain on his face, pondering the adage, a blessing in disguise. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Brother Guang? Fatty's eyes brightened. Brother Guang, do you have a new idea? Li Dogwan's gaze sharpened. Do you know Linjia village? An eager subordinate exclaimed, I have a distant relative there, and everyone in their village raises eels. Is Brother Guang planning to venture there? Li Dogwan chuckled. Exactly. Since we can no longer conduct business in your village, we cannot afford to sit idly by. We must find ways to make money. But the people there are quite obstinate. It won't be easy. Another subordinate cautioned. Li Dogwan glowered at him. Have you never heard the saying, money makes the world go round? The three subordinates nodded in agreement, praising him. Brother Guang is indeed impressive. At that moment, Ing Huan, accompanied by young waitstaff, approached with their dishes. Bossly, your meals have arrived. Observing Li Dogwan's face, swollen like a pig's head, nearly obscuring his eyes, Ing Huan found it amusing yet restrained her laughter. After all, he was a significant client, and any disrespect could cost them a substantial deal. Boss, your restaurant is thriving. Li Dogwan scanned the room, noting approximately 30 tables occupied, each patron engrossed in their culinary experience. One peculiar observation was that every table featured a fish dish, and they were consumed with remarkable enthusiasm. Thanks to everyone's support. Ing Huan giggled, her alluring figure igniting a fervor in those around her. She had already procured over 400 pounds of fish that day, yet it still fell short of customer demand. Some patrons even requested multiple fish dishes, one prepared as sour fish and the other fried, for the diverse flavors they offered. She felt that the fish supplied by Xu Xiaofan possessed an extraordinary allure. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Li Dogwan abruptly asked, Boss Ing, allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Dogwan, involved in aquaculture, and I believe we could collaborate. Curious, Ing Huan inquired, how do you propose we collaborate? Li Dogwan candidly shared his intention to supply eels to her restaurant. Ing Huan considered the idea favorably, recognizing eels as a highly nutritious aquatic product. If they could partner with Li Dogwan, they might create a second signature dish, as relying solely on one fish product had become rather monotonous. Bossly, your idea is excellent. I agree. Ing Huan beamed, her charming smile enhanced by her pink qipao. However, you must provide a few eels for us to sample first. Only if the taste meets our standards will we finalize the deal. She added. Li Dogwan chuckled, rest assured, Boss Ing. His expression radiated determination. Recognizing the immense potential of Fuchunju, he was confident that with time, he could establish a prosperous venture through eels, ushering in a new chapter of success. Xu Xiaofan's control over Yuer village's fish resources would yield little profit. He was different. With this star establishment backing him, a pound of eels would undoubtedly sell for 2 to 3 times the usual price. At that moment, several individuals dressed in suits entered the restaurant. If Tang Shui were present, she would certainly recognize one of them. Guofengchun. The others were dignitaries and esteemed guests attending an exhibition. Bossly, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to the guests, Ing Huan cheerfully announced. You carry on, Li Daguan replied. Brother Guang, that's Guofengchun from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. It must be lunchtime, and he's brought leaders and guests to dine here. Why aren't they at a 5-star hotel? Fatty remarked in astonishment. It's rare for such high-ranking officials to choose a newly opened restaurant like Fachunju over a 5-star establishment. It seems I underestimated this place's influence, Li Daguan mused, excitement bubbling within him. Come, let us eat quickly. After finishing, we'll investigate the eel market in Linjia village. Wow, this fish is still delicious. I feel my wounds from earlier are slowly healing. Indeed, it seems to have this effect. Bossing, please add 2 more fish dishes, and do it swiftly. Xu Xiaofan interjected. Brother Feng, you should drive the truck home. It will be more convenient for buying or delivering fish later, Xu Xiaofan suggested to Xu Xiaofan, who had just purchased a blue 4.2-meter truck for 100,000 yuan. As for the oxygenation equipment needed for transport, Xu Xiaofang's family was already equipped with it. All right, I will drive it home first, and then head to your village to scout for fish, Xu Xiaofang replied. If any trouble arises, just seek out Li Daguan, Xu Xiaofan advised. Xu Xiaofang nodded and departed for home. At that moment, Tang Shui called again. Hello, Sister Shui, what is the matter? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Xiaofan, do you know any drivers? Mine just quit. Tang Shui's voice conveyed her frustration. The sudden departure of her driver had prevented her from transporting melons to Teotihuacan today, which was infuriating. How could he just leave like that? Xu Xiaofan asked. He complained about the low salary. Tang Shui lamented. 6,000 a month, meals included, with accommodation and 4 days off. He believes that since our business is thriving, he deserves a raise to 10,000, or he won't work. After a few words, he resigned. Xu Xiaofan was equally speechless. It was hard to believe such a person existed. Honestly, a truck driver earning 6,000 a month, with meals and accommodation, and 4 days off, was comparable to salaries in major cities. Xiaofan, I know you have a keen eye. Please help me find a driver, Tang Shui requested. I'll inquire when I head home, or you might consider posting a job online. With such benefits, it shouldn't be hard to find someone, Xu Xiaofan replied. Now, sister only trusts you. Xu Xiaofan sighed. Is it really that good? Chapter 62. Encountering an adversary. Sister Shui, since you insist, I will find you a suitable driver. Xu Xiaofan replied. Tang Shui's voice echoed with excitement. Xiaofan, I knew you were the best. What reward do you wish for in return for this great favor? Xu Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement, revealing a smile reminiscent of Mengda. Sister Shui, just give me a kiss, he playfully said. Over the phone. Tang Shui's enchanting voice echoed. Xiaofan, how would you rate my kissing skills? Mediocre at best, Xu Xiaofan replied with a languid smile. But if you were to truly kiss me, how delightful that would be. By the way, Xiaofan, Tang Shui changed the subject. I heard from Huan that her business is flourishing. Oh, it's thriving? Xu Xiaofan feigned ignorance, though he was already aware of this from Xu Xiaofang. Yes, Tang Shui affirmed. Huan's restaurant has gained quite the reputation in our county. And let me tell you, influential people have been making reservations there over the past week. Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened at the mention of these influential individuals, realizing he had underestimated his dear friend Tang Shui. Indeed, Tang Shui chuckled. If she seizes this opportunity, success is inevitable. Of course, you are a significant contributor to this. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, come now? Flatter me too much, and I might get a swelled head. Hey, Xiaofan, are you in the county? Tang Shui suddenly inquired. Yes, I'm in the county. Planning to visit the hospital, Xu Xiaofan replied. Oh no, are you ill? Tang Shui asked anxiously. Xu Xiaofan shook his head. No, I'm just visiting a friend. Tang Shui sighed in relief, then asked, Xiaofan, I have a gala tonight. Would you accompany me? A gala? Xu Xiaofan frowned, as he was not fond of such gatherings. However, he felt compelled to accept Tang Shui's invitation, not wanting to hurt her feelings. Right, it's a friend's father's birthday celebration, and I must bring a partner. You know my situation, Tang Shui said with an awkward smile. Due to this stipulation, she was initially reluctant to attend, but knowing Xu Xiaofan was in the county made her reconsider. This gala would feature prominent figures, and securing a business deal could ensure a lifetime of comfort. She also wanted Xu Xiaofan to meet some key individuals. Just give me a call when the time comes, and I'll swing by your store, Xu Xiaofan replied. All right, she said before they ended the call. At that moment, a message from Xiaoxi arrived. After glancing at it, Xu Xiaofan made his way to room 302 of the hospital. In room 302, Xiaoxi's mother lay in bed. Her condition improved to the point where she could speak, albeit not very well. Surrounding her were several individuals, including the hospital director and the deputy director of the department. These leaders were visibly anxious, bowing to a particular figure, Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo, a top-tier expert from the provincial capital, had connections with countless dignitaries, many of whom owed him favors. His arrival commanded respect from all hospital officials. Thanks to his extensive network, he had effortlessly arranged for Dong Xiaofan to be admitted to the hospital. However, this troublesome youth had returned to his old ways, engaging in illegal activities. Now, Dong Zhuo had come to mediate the doctor-patient conflict, intending to extricate Dong Xiaofan through underhanded means. Young lady, if you sign this agreement, I assure you that you will be financially secure for the rest of your life, Dong Zhuo said, tossing a prepared agreement in front of Xiaoxi for her perusal. Upon examination, Xiaoxi realized it was a settlement agreement involving compensation of 1 million. For her, that sum felt astronomical. Yet, she could not sign it, for she awaited Xu Xiaofan's arrival. After all, it was he who insisted on reporting the incident to the authorities. Signing a private settlement would undermine his stance. Noticing Xiaoxi's indifference, Dong Zhuo raised an eyebrow. Young lady, what are you hesitating for? That is 1 million, enough for a lifetime for someone from the countryside. With that money, you could secure a better life for your mother. Surely, you must think of that. On behalf of the hospital, we sincerely apologize for this medical incident and hope you can forgive us. Please, sign this mediation agreement. A gray-haired man, Zhao Feng, the hospital director, added. This agreement cannot be signed. Just then, a booming voice echoed from outside, the arrival of Xu Xiaofan. He immediately recognized Dong Zhuo among the crowd. The director of the provincial hospital, he was the one responsible for Xu Xiaofan being ostracized by all hospitals. Realizing that Dong Xiaofan was Dong Zhuo's son, Xu Xiaofan understood that the powerful figure referred to by Niu Dali was indeed Dong Zhuo. It was a case of enemies crossing paths. He scanned the room, noticing that Zhou Na and Niu Dali were absent, likely detained by the authorities. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback by the extent of Dong Zhuo's connections. Xiaofan. Xiaoxi tugged at his sleeve, as if clutching a lifeline. It's you. Dong Zhuo recognized Xu Xiaofan as well. It is I. Xu Xiaofan replied, the animosity palpable. Do you intend to meddle in this matter? Dong Zhuo questioned coldly. It is not just I who will intervene, but countless citizens will stand together, Xu Xiaofan retorted. Are you not afraid I could make it impossible for you to live in Anyang County? Dong Zhuo's piercing gaze radiated threats. In this vast world, I refuse to believe that one man can wield such power to silence all, Xu Xiaofan calmly replied. What do you want? Dong Zhuo asked icily. It is not about what I want, but those who commit wrongs must provide an explanation to the world. Xu Xiaofan responded firmly. Young man, do not push this further. At this moment, witnessing Xu Xiaofan in a state of defeat, Dong Zhuo rose, straightened his posture, and said, Young man, the world of martial arts is not merely about fighting. It involves the intricacies of human relationships. Why must you cling to this matter so tenaciously? He spoke slowly, proposing, let us make a deal. If you cease your pursuit of this issue, I shall not retaliate against you. In fact, I can offer you a prestigious position at the provincial hospital. How does that sound? Zhang Zheng's explanation elevated his regard for Xu Xiaofan's medical skills. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to provide a way for Xu Xiaofan to gracefully withdraw, thereby avoiding further entanglement. His ultimate goal was to have Xu Xiaofan at his disposal. Little she. Accept his offer, he urged. Just then, a faint voice emerged from the hospital bed. She understood that these individuals wield immense power. And even if one were to confront them, the outcome would be dire. It would be wiser to accept the 2 million and return home to a peaceful life. This 2 million was not a trivial sum, one that they could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. Xiaoxi found herself at a loss. Casting a pleading glance at Xu Xiaofan, just as he was about to respond to Dong Zhuo, Zhou Na tugged at his sleeve, advising. This situation is far more complex than it appears. It involves too many people. It would be prudent to heed the family's wishes. Xu Xiaofan shot Zhou Na a glare, causing her to lower her head in shame. She had originally aimed to uphold justice, but now felt guilt for conceding to malevolent forces, betraying her sacred role. To be frank, those who have crossed paths with Dong Xiaofan in recent years have met unfortunate ends. One young woman he forcibly claimed met with a mysterious traffic accident after refusing him. Her boyfriend attempted to sue him, only to suffer a brake failure and end up crushed beneath a large truck. Xu Xiaofan's words pierced Zhou Na's heart like a dagger. She felt she had failed the people. Their methods were exceedingly insidious, and even when their perpetrators were apprehended, they remained silent. She felt utterly powerless. Everything seemed to be in order, and she thought, perhaps it was best to let it go. I promise you, I will provide a satisfactory resolution in the future. Xu Xiaofan was reluctant to compromise. However, considering that Xiaoxi's family were merely ordinary citizens, should he persist, the Dong family's retaliation, as Zhou Na had warned, would be unimaginable. It would be wiser to take a step back, allowing Xiaoxi and her family to remain uninvolved. In due course, he would find a way to eliminate the Dong family. Reflecting on the situation, since Dong Zhuo was willing to offer 2 million, he decided to press for further concessions. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter any longer, but I require you to agree to one condition. Xu Xiaofan fixed his gaze on Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo smiled slightly, inviting him to continue. I do not want the job. I simply require a compensation of 5 million for the victim. Xu Xiaofan raised 5 fingers, insisting that it be resolved promptly in front of Zhou Se and that no trouble would be caused for the family. Dong Zhuo felt a surge of anger, but Zhao Feng interrupted him. Fine, 5 million it is. If money can resolve this issue, then every penny spent is worth it. The lack of media coverage will protect many livelihoods and significantly impact numerous futures. That 5 million is well spent. Agreed, let it be as you wish. Dong Zhuo ceased his haggling. With his son entangled in this affair, it was a thorn in his side that he wished to remove as swiftly as possible. In no time, under Zhou Na's witness, both parties drafted an agreement and fulfilled all their commitments. Xiaoxi's side received 5 million in compensation. Although her mother had lost a kidney for no reason, the compensation was substantial, enough to sustain them for a lifetime as rural folk. On Dong Zhuo's side, he expended nearly tens of millions in hush money and to smooth over connections, ultimately extracting Dong Xiangfeng from his predicament. During the journey back to the provincial capital, he sternly warned Dong Xiangfeng to take heed of this lesson. Yet, Dong Xiangfeng agreed outwardly while internally plotting revenge against Xu Xiaofan. As for Xu Xiaofan, he held the incident close to his heart, vowing to one day uproot this thorn. Soon, the hospital returned to a state of tranquility. Zhou Na departed with a heavy heart. Before leaving, she made a call to the capital. Meanwhile, Xu Xiaofan remained to comfort Xiaoxi, aware that her mother's concession would hurt Xu Xiaofan's feelings, leaving her feeling guilty. Xu Xiaofan reassured her that it was all right. Perhaps for ordinary people, this outcome was not entirely unfavorable. The 5 million compensation would greatly enhance their living conditions. After all, some might sell a kidney and never see such a high price. Wasn't there a story of a handsome young man trading a kidney for an iPhone? Later that evening, Xu Xiaofan received a call from Tang Shui. After prescribing a traditional Chinese medicine formula for Xiaoxi's mother to improve her health, he made his way to the fruit orchard. Upon arriving at the store, Xu Xiaofan was astonished to find the place teeming with customers, all fervently purchasing cantaloupes and watermelons. The business was thriving beyond belief. While he marveled at the scene, he noticed Tang Yu at the front desk, counting money to the point of cramping her hands. Sister, where's Xuejia? Xu Xiaofan inquired. She's upstairs. She asked me to let you know to go find her when you arrive, Tang Yu replied before resuming her counting. The influx of customers left her no choice. Xu Xiaofan departed the front desk and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor hall, Xu Xiaofan called out, Xuejia, I'm here. Hearing his voice, Tang Shui opened the door and stepped out. At that moment, she was clad in a deep red gown, her tall figure adorned in the attire, resembling a passionate rose. For a fleeting instant, Xu Xiaofan was entranced. Xiaofan, do you think I look beautiful? Tang Shui playfully teased, her pink tongue peeking out, radiating a mixture of warmth and innocence. Xuejia is like a celestial being descended to earth, Xu Xiaofan replied. To accompany such a stunning sister on a quest for enlightenment would be a delight of a lifetime. Tang Shui beamed at Xu Xiaofan's compliments, instinctively taking his hand. Chapter 64, A Shield Before Long. Xu Xiaofan and Tang Shui arrived at a private villa. In the dark of night, the villa gleamed like a resplendent palace, exuding an unmistakable aura of wealth. As Xu Xiaofan gazed through the car window, he beheld a 3-story European-style villa sprawling across nearly 1,000 square meters. The beige marble exterior sparkled under the lights, and a uniquely designed fountain danced at the entrance. The expansive courtyard was filled with luxury cars, including Rolls-Royces, BMWs, and Ferraris, leaving Xu Xiaofan in awe. In comparison, Tang Shui's Maserati appeared rather modest. Earlier, for convenience, Xu Xiaofan had ridden with Tang Shui, while his own Cadillac was parked nearby at the orchard. This villa was approximately 10 kilometers from the orchard, situated in the suburbs. Xu Xiaofan noted the freshly paved asphalt roads lined with neatly planted plane trees, and surveillance cameras were positioned every 100 meters, showcasing stringent security measures. Whose affluent estate is this? Xu Xiaofan marveled. He examined the impressive 3-meter-tall bronze lion sculptures at the entrance, their eyes inlaid with reflective gemstones. Although he was not well acquainted with the county, he had heard of various tycoons, yet none seemed to possess such opulence. The fountain, equipped with an automatic lifting mechanism, likely cost as much as an average home. This belongs to the wealthiest man in Anyang, Pu Guchang, Tang Shui introduced. Pu Guchang. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Previously, the old man at Xiao Ying's house, also known as Park Guchang, could it be him? Do you know him? Tang Shui inquired with surprise. Xu Xiaofan shook his head, believing such a coincidence was unlikely. Tang Shui chuckled, stating that he was the big shot managing all the projects in Anyang County, having risen to prominence in the past 2 years. Tonight, he was celebrating his 60th birthday, and to avoid suspicion, he had not invited any colleagues, only friends from the business world. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow, questioning how he could be involved in business, as he technically shouldn't be. Tang Shui laughed, calling Xu Xiaofan naive. He couldn't, but his relatives and friends could. Xu Xiaofan nodded in understanding. Tang Shui softly explained that she brought him along not only as a companion, but also to broaden his horizons. If by chance he connected with a big boss, it could lead to future success. Unbeknownst to Tang Shui, her intention to have Xu Xiaofan as a shield was not explicitly stated. She feared that revealing this might strain their relationship, especially since she had almost jeopardized it before. Furthermore, she hoped that other men would keep their distance upon seeing her with a partner. Xu Xiaofan was touched by Tang Shui's depth of thought. At that moment, his lips twitched slightly as he noticed couples around them adorned in sparkling suits and dresses, while he was merely dressed in casual attire, walking beside Tang Shui like a beauty and a beast. Just then, a handsome man in a red suit approached them. Upon seeing Tang Shui, his face lit up with a mature smile. However, when he noticed Xu Xiaofan standing beside her, the smile abruptly vanished. Xu Xiaofan caught this detail, realizing he was indeed serving as a shield. A headache loomed over him as he anticipated offending many people tonight. However, he could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. After all, he had a reputation to uphold. "Is this your driver?" Park asked bluntly in front of Tang Shui. With a polite smile, she replied, "No, he is my companion for the evening." Park's expression darkened. "Tang Shui, how can you have him as your partner?" He pointed at Xu Xiaofan. "Look at him, exuding an aura of coldness. How can he be worthy of someone as noble as you?" Tang Shui, displeased, retorted, "Enough. I know what I want in a partner, and I like this kind of man." As she spoke, she linked her arm through Xu Xiaofan's, maintaining their intertwined posture. Xu Xiaofan's eyes brightened, and he reciprocated, his hand resting comfortably on Tang Shui's alluring waist, drawing her closer, a display of affection that left Tang Shui blushing. Meanwhile, Park gritted his teeth, frustrated that Tang Shui would lower herself to associate with someone he deemed beneath her. Just then, another figure arrived, Wu Renjia, walking hand in hand with a girl. Xu Xiaofan squinted, recognizing that Wu Renjia's girlfriend was supposed to be Shenxi. "Oh, Brother Wu, you're here?" Park immediately shifted his demeanor, greeting Wu Renjia with a smile. "It's you." Wu Renjia recognized Xu Xiaofan, still reeling from their previous encounter where he had been humiliated. Seeing Xu Xiaofan again made him feel somewhat intimidated. "Brother Wu, do you know that loser?" Park asked with keen interest. "I know him," Wu Renjia nodded, revealing only that Xu Xiaofan's family was involved in some business and seemed to be doing reasonably well, omitting any mention of Shenxi to avoid stirring jealousy in the girl by his side. "Oh." Park's eyes filled with disdain. He had assumed that the type of man Tang Shui would be attracted to would be either a wealthy heir or a high-ranking official's son. But he was surprised to find that she favored someone from a family with a modest business. Anger welled up within Park, despite his wealth and good looks. Tang Shui remained indifferent, and he was determined to seize the opportunity to confront Xu Xiaofan and prove himself to her. "Did that idiot offend you?" Wu Renjia cautiously inquired. "Brother Wu, to be honest, the woman beside him is the one I'm interested in," Park declared solemnly. Wu Renjia gasped, realizing that Xu Xiaofan was daring enough to compete with Park for a woman, which could lead to dire consequences. "Brother Park, it's a long night ahead. Let us make sure he knows that there are people who must be respected, not crossed," Wu Renjia suggested earnestly. "Haha, Brother Wu, that is precisely my intention," Park replied with a grin. At that moment, a group of Park's friends arrived with their female companions, with Wu Renjia's embellishments. They were eager to make an example out of Xu Xiaofan. "Brothers, after my father cuts the cake, we'll deal with him properly. For now, please enjoy the refreshments and dance. Tonight, let us make sure to have a good time, or I won't consider you my brothers." "Haha, Brother Park. You're too kind. We won't rest until we take care of that Xu Xiaofan." In the spacious hall, romantic music began to play, and couples danced gracefully in the center. "Xiaofan, I'm sorry," Tang Shui said, as she and Xu Xiaofan swayed along with the crowd, attempting to dance gracefully. However, noticing Xu Xiaofan's silence, she assumed he was intimidated by Park's threats, a persistent thorn in her heart. Given Xu Xiaofan's intelligence, he must have realized she was using him as a shield. It's all right, Xu Xiaofan replied with a gentle smile, understanding Tang Xue's guilt over the situation with Park. Yet, he remained indifferent to the matter. As he held her waist, immersed in the romantic ambience of the dance floor, all his discomfort seemed to evaporate, with the presence of a woman proving to be a potent remedy for his woes. Xiaofan, please don't be like this, Tang Xue implored, wishing he would express his feelings, as it would ease her own guilt. However, Xu Xiaofan remained silent, deepening her sense of remorse. Those who do not voice their thoughts often bear the deepest wounds. Before coming, she had been aware of Park's intentions behind inviting her, and after much deliberation, she thought to have Xu Xiaofan pose as her shield, believing that Park would take the hint and withdraw upon seeing them together. Little did she know, Park only grew more hostile towards Xu Xiaofan. Tang Xue could swear she had never agreed to anything with Park. It was his unilateral affection. Xiaofan, let me make it up to you. Will you forgive me? Suddenly, an idea struck her. The last time she had unilaterally acquired Lu Danning's fruit, it had led to an awkward situation. Now, having thoughtlessly used Xu Xiaofan as a shield, causing him unnecessary turmoil, she felt compelled to compensate him. Xu Xiaofan's eyes sparkled at the mention of a compensation. Truthfully, dancing closely with Tang Xue had already been a tremendous benefit. Each moment with her was enough to make him forget all his troubles. If there was more to gain, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Snow sister, do you truly wish to compensate? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Indeed, of course, Tang Xue replied quietly. Observing Xu Xiaofan's reaction, it was evident that he had been harboring all the unendurable pain within his heart. Compensation is necessary. Xiaofan, what is it that you desire? Tang Xue asked. Snow sister, what I long for might be beyond your means to provide, Xu Xiaofan responded shyly. Xiaofan, as long as you express your wish, your sister will grant it. Having caused Xu Xiaofan so much emotional distress, Tang Xue felt a profound sense of guilt. She was determined to alleviate the burden in his heart. Snow sister, can it truly be anything? Xu Xiaofan asked earnestly. Your sister speaks with unwavering resolve, Tang Xue answered briskly. She sighed in relief, believing that after receiving compensation, Xu Xiaofan would no longer be so downcast. Suddenly, Tang Xue's eyes widened in shock. Her lips were inexplicably sealed. Upon closer inspection, she realized that at this moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. The compensation she had spoken of was not this. She meant material things, like purchasing a sports car or a house, among various other examples. Yet, here she was, being forcefully kissed. This was her first kiss. Tang Xue blushed, feeling both anger and embarrassment. In the corner, Pu Shi witnessed this intimate scene, his tightly gripped wine glass shattering in his hand. This was utterly intolerable. Tang Xue had allowed a man to kiss her right before his eyes, a blatant affront. Pu Xiao, should I confront him? Ma Han had also noticed, and wanted to stand up for Pu Shi in front of everyone. Brother Ma, the night is long. There's no rush. Let the ball conclude, and at the banquet, we will deal with him thoroughly, Pu Shi declared with determination. He vowed not to rest until Xu Xiaofan was utterly vanquished. After a long pause, Xu Xiaofan licked his red lips and smiled, declaring that Snow Sister's kiss was truly sweet. He had not anticipated that playing the role of a shield would yield such delightful benefits. He felt that even if he were targeted, it was worth it. The distance between him and Tang Xue had significantly diminished, and he felt an overwhelming sense of ease. If given time, he could take her to the west to fetch rice, which would be nothing short of marvelous. It must be said, Tang Xue was indeed enchanting. Clad in a red dress that was both alluring and intellectual, complemented by the warm lighting of the venue, she enveloped him in an atmosphere of tantalizing intimacy, stirring an uncontrollable force within him. Xiaofan, you are bullying your sister, Tang Xue playfully pinched his waist. Snow sister, you are unjustly accusing me. Xu Xiaofan replied with a smile. You were the one who promised to compensate me, claiming anything would suffice. Now, after merely kissing you, you feel wronged, which leaves me quite distressed. Tang Xue's mouth fell slightly open. She had not anticipated that her complaint would evoke such negative emotions in Xu Xiaofan. Would this mean her compensation was in vain? Yet, this was her first kiss, inexplicably taken from her. Shouldn't she have a right to complain? Tang Xue awkwardly smiled. Xiaofan, can you forgive your sister now? Xu Xiaofan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Forgiveness was certainly possible, but there remained a slight knot in his heart. If Snow Sister could provide just a bit more compensation, it would be perfect. Tang Xue felt a pang of regret. Had she known her earlier complaint would lead to this, she would have refrained. However, she decided to go all in, proposing that Xiaofan could kiss her once more as compensation. Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. Indeed, the child who cries receives milk. A scheming man knows how to play the game. Yet, he did not kiss Tang Shui again. Instead, he playfully tousled her alluring hair. Tang Shui's face turned crimson. This fellow was utterly reckless. Yet, considering the immense grievances he had borne today, what was the harm in her allowing him a little indulgence? Damn. Meanwhile, Pusher had already crushed a second wine glass. Tang Shui appeared to be a seemingly innocent, yet thoroughly licentious woman. She repeatedly allowed Xu Xiaofan to take advantage of her, which was infuriating. Pu Xiao, should I deal with him? At that moment, Wu Renjia stepped forward to volunteer. Not yet. Let him revel for a while longer. Pusher waved his hand dismissively. Xiaofan, can you now forgive your sister? Tang Shui asked. Yes, yes. Xu Xiaofan replied with a smile. It must be said, the softness of her touch felt like caressing a cloud. This was undoubtedly an exquisite experience. With that thought, Xu Xiaofan's blood began to boil. Just then, Tang Shui suddenly screamed, Xiaofan, you. Looking at Tang Shui's flushed complexion, Xu Xiaofan was left bewildered. Snow sister, it's just dancing. There's no need for such theatrics. Focus, or you might step on my toes. Tang Shui shot him a sidelong glance. And Xu Xiaofan suddenly realized that Mengda syndrome had reared its head again. Oh, Tang Shui, is that your boyfriend? At that moment, a mocking voice interjected from beside Tang Shui, as a beautiful woman appeared, dancing with a younger man. Xu Xiaofan turned to look. Spotting a striking woman in a black mini-skirt, her long legs clad in black stockings. Her face radiated with endless allure, drawing the attention of men. The woman's companion appeared youthful, around 20, but Xu Xiaofan could see that he was spiritless and lifeless, evidently worn down by the woman beside him. From the tone of the woman's voice, it was clear that she and Tang Shui were not on friendly terms. Xu, have I obstructed your pursuit of men? Tang Shui retorted defiantly. The woman, Su Fong, was a well-known fruit merchant from Anyang County, specializing in high-end fruit sales. She was a prominent figure in the industry. Had it not been for Xu Xiaofan's assistance, she would have looked down on Tang Shui entirely. However, at this fruit exhibition, Tang Shui had surprisingly secured the championship with 3 premium fruit varieties, while Su Fong only managed 2 first places, with the rest being second and third. Although she had not previously participated in a fruit exhibition, her fruits were always regarded as top tier. Now that Tang Shui threatened her dominance, it meant that the profits which once belonged to her would flow into Tang Shui's pockets. How could she remain calm? She swore that once the banquet commenced, she would employ every tactic to engage with the wealthy, leaving Tang Shui with no opportunities. Your boyfriend looks utterly lifeless, practically a lapdog, Su Fong remarked, lifting her chin disdainfully. Little sister, keep your eyes peeled. You must ensure quality, or you may find yourself in a predicament. On the surface, she disparaged Xu Xiaofan's looks, but she was subtly hinting at Tang Shui's fruit being subpar. With her knowledge, how could she not discern Tang Shui's true abilities? There must be foul play involved. She even suspected that to secure first place, Tang Shui had resorted to compromising herself with the affluent. Su Fong was furious. She had not anticipated Tang Shui resorting to such despicable means. Naturally, at the exhibition, Su Fong had not tasted Tang Shui's fruits, for she held them in disdain. Rather, she was brimming with confidence in her own products. If she lacked confidence in her fruits, why would she even vie for first place? Throughout the event, Su Fong had been promoting her own fruits, sampling only those. Upon hearing this, Tang Shui's countenance darkened, musing that the older woman must have some misunderstanding regarding her lapdog. If Xu Xiaofan were truly a lapdog, then all dogs in the world would have perished. She had felt his formidable strength firsthand. He was not only fierce, but also as solid as a rock. Huh, how ironic. Su Fong scoffed, dismissing Tang Shui's taste. You seem to fancy that kind of lapdog. What did you say? Tang Shui retorted, her temper flaring. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Su Fong smirked. Little sister, would you like me to lend you my rugged man? I guarantee you'll soar tonight. The young man beside Su Fong chuckled, Sister Fong. He only has eyes for you. He has no interest in other women. A monthly stipend of 10,000 yuan, inclusive of meals and accommodation, is indeed a lavish affair. However, should he develop an interest in another woman, such privileges would be swiftly revoked. Does he dare to risk it? Behave. Su Fong gently caressed her little puppy, feeling quite satisfied with how he had dealt a blow to Tang Shui. It was worth the free meals and lodging. That wretched widow. Who would covet such a lanky fellow? My man is far more vigorous, capable of bringing me to ecstasy time and again. Just look at the pitiful creature you chose. He appears utterly listless, igniting your desires only to extinguish them moments later. Tang Shui was not to be outdone. she retorted fiercely, momentarily forgetting that she had yet to experience such pleasures herself. In front of Su Fong, she would not concede an inch, whether it be men or business. She was determined to compete. It was at this moment she realized Xu Xiaofan was still by her side, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Xu Xiaofan chuckled softly, surprised by Tang Xue's tenacity. With the atmosphere charged, it would be remiss of him not to showcase his capabilities. How about it, you wretched widow? Is my man not impressive? Tang Xue raised her delicately sculpted chin, flaunting her connection with Xu Xiaofan. Her body instinctively leaned closer to him, displaying an affectionate demeanor. Words may flow easily, yet who knows if he is truly as formidable as he appears. Su Mao interjected with displeasure. Well then, if your lanky fellow can indeed perform, I shall acknowledge his prowess. Tang Xue scoffed in response. Su Mao glanced at the puppy beside him. Sister Fong, I cannot do it. The emaciated man shook his head vehemently, drained of strength and unable to lift the modestly plump Su Fong. With a resounding slap, Su Fong struck the puppy's face in fury. Useless wretch, what good are you to me? Get out of my sight and do not return. The lean man stormed away in indignation. Ah, so your man truly is a coward. Tang Xue mocked Su Fong, reveling in her triumph. At that moment, she felt a rush of heat, an uncomfortable sensation she immediately recognized. Your man is not a coward? Su Fong retorted defiantly. At under 100 pounds, he could certainly lift you. If he is as mighty as you claim, let him prove it by lifting me. Tang Xue hesitated. Truth be told, she was reluctant to have Xu Xiaofan touch that repugnant older woman. Yet, her competitive spirit surged. Xiaofan, could you do me a favor? Tang Xue asked with a hint of guilt. Losing to Su Fong was not an option. Curiously, Xu Xiaofan inquired, Sister Xue, is there some history between you two? She shook her head, clarifying that there was no past grievance. Then what? Xu Xiaofan was perplexed. Their encounters were akin to a clash of titans. Surely there had to be a reason. Her name is Su Fong, the leading seller of high-end fruits in our county. With your assistance, my fruit business could ascend to the high-end market, encroaching upon her territory, hence the rivalry. Tang Xue shared insights about the upcoming fruit exhibition. Understanding dawned upon Xu Xiaofan. It was a business rivalry. Xiaofan, help me just this once, and I promise you a kiss, Tang Xue declared, fully committing to undermining Su Fong. The high-end fruit market in Anyang County was vast, and she was determined to claim her share. Moreover, she aspired to expand beyond the county's borders. Just as her words settled, Tang Xue's lips were captured. Stunned, she realized Xu Xiaofan was taking advantage of her once again. This time, the warmth was unmistakable. It was then that she recalled the promise she had made to him. Closing her eyes, she surrendered to the moment. After a prolonged interval, their lips parted. Tang Xue's face burned with embarrassment, feeling as though she had just committed the most shameful act of her life. In the corner, Pu Shi gritted his teeth, contemplating violence against Xu Xiaofan if not for his father's birthday. This fellow has been challenging our limits. Mahan seethed. Let me take care of him. Wu Renjie feigned outrage, eager to curry favor with Pu Shi. Glancing at his Patek Philippe watch, Pu Shi ordered, gather a few brothers who can hold their liquor. Wait for my signal. Mahan, tonight he will be your prey, understood? Mahan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I will make him understand why flowers bloom so brightly. Pu Shi smirked, confident that opposing him would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Su Fong was growing impatient. Have you proven your man's prowess yet? If not, you owe me a robust man. With her little puppy dismissed, her evening was losing its charm. She viewed Tang Xue as the root of her misfortune. Old widow. Just wait, Tang Xue retorted, as Xu Xiaofan approached Su Mao. Suddenly, Su Fong found herself stepping back, overwhelmed by Xu Xiaofan's formidable presence. Mustering her courage, she faced him. In the next moment, Xu Xiaofan effortlessly lifted Su Fong. She was taken aback by his strength, witnessing a man who seemed to embody her ideal. As she gazed upon him, her heart raced. Leaning close, she whispered, Little man, how much does Tang Xue pay you monthly? She was intrigued, considering a lucrative offer to entice him away. She hasn't paid me anything, Xu Xiaofan replied, noting that despite being over 40, Su Fong showed no signs of aging. Her makeup made her appear as though she were in her 30s. Women of such maturity wield immense allure, offering an intoxicating temptation. She hasn't paid you? Su Fong was astonished. What merit does she possess to attract a man like you without compensation? Her frustration grew. Little man, I will pay you 20,000 a month and buy you a house in Lianhua Garden. Will you be my man? Xu Xiaofan paused, realizing that a house in Lianhua Garden costs around 2 million yuan. Coupled with the 20,000 monthly stipend, it represented a life-changing opportunity. This was what being courted felt like. Had she approached him during his lowest moments, he would have eagerly accepted such a proposition. Yet now he found it unappealing. I must decline, Xu Xiaofan replied firmly. He refused to be beholden to anyone. Su Fong was incredulous. You turned down such an advantageous offer? However, she quickly devised another plan. I can offer you 50,000 a month and the house. What do you say? She was determined to sway him with monetary temptation. Still no, Xu Xiaofan rejected her offer again. If I were to receive something for free, I might consider it. But a financial bond lacks allure. Su Fong was taken aback. What kind of enchantment had Tang Shui cast upon Xu Xiaofan that rendered him so devoted to her? Beauty? Su Fong shook her head. In terms of beauty, she was not lacking either, was she? Could it be that Tang Shui's youth was the factor? Nonsense. She had maintained herself well. Although the years had passed, they had not touched her essence. If they were to compete in attracting clients, who could say who would prevail? Moreover, it was not just age that she had. She had also cultivated her skills in pleasing men. In this regard, she had absolute confidence that she could outshine Tang Shui. Neither of these explanations sufficed. What, then, could it be? Su Fong felt momentarily disoriented. At that moment, Tang Shui approached gracefully, speaking softly to her man. Did she intend to steal him away? How shameless. After finishing her words, Tang Shui pulled Xu Xiaofan close, transforming herself into a wisp of cloud, merging with his presence. This only served to infuriate Su Fong further. Tang Shui, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Fong's thoughts were laid bare, yet she would not concede. There were countless men in the world who would covet yours. Now, her attitude softened somewhat. She ceased to utter disparaging remarks about Xu Xiaofan's docility. After all, she had felt it herself. With her seasoned experience, she understood that such qualities were what women yearned for. Since she could not pry Xu Xiaofan away now, Su Fong did not feel disheartened. There would be ample time ahead. Tang Shui and Xu Xiaofan would inevitably face a rift in their relationship, and at that opportune moment, she would seize the chance to claim Xu Xiaofan for herself. Ladies and gentlemen, the romantic ball is now concluded. After Mr. Park cuts the cake, we shall proceed to the next phase, where we will toast with friends. As the announcement echoed through the venue, couples in the dance floor paused, and conversations ceased abruptly. All eyes turned to the main seat in the hall. There, an elderly gentleman donning reading glasses, radiantly energetic, held a cake knife, slicing it into several pieces. It was truly him. Xu Xiaofan was astonished to discover that Park Guochang was indeed the one linked to Chao Ying's boyfriend. Beside Park Guochang stood an exquisite woman in a low-cut purple gown. Who else could it be but Chao Ying? After cutting the cake, Park Guochang announced the commencement of the wine gathering, and the crowd eagerly headed towards the resplendent bar. The villa, akin to a palace, housed a corner rivaling the finest bars of a major city. Vintage wines from 82, Ace of Spades, Bordeaux, Romanée-Conti, and Matai. An array of prestigious beverages awaited. Beside the bar, delectable snacks wafted enticing aromas, crafted by the chef. As thumping music filled the air, the atmosphere surged to new heights. Xiaofan, why don't you wait at the bar for me? I need to discuss some business with a few clients, Tang Shui remarked. Before she could finish, Su Fong had already dashed towards the clients. Sister Shui, go ahead. I'll take a stroll, Xu Xiaofan replied. In a rare display of affection, Tang Shui planted a kiss on his cheek, seemingly compensating him for something. Xu Xiaofan smiled faintly, reflecting on how increasingly audacious she had become. But her boldness was delightful. If she did not act so, how would she capture his attention? Xu Xiaofan felt that his story with Tang Shui was beginning to blossom with promise. Oh, Xu Xiaofan. Is it? Young Master Park wishes to invite you for a few drinks, Wu Rinjia interjected, his words laced with brazen provocation. Xu Xiaofan pondered for a moment. Having been teased by Tang Shui and Su Fong, he was indeed feeling parched and inclined to indulge. Chapter 68. Young Master Su. Please take a seat in the luxurious villa of Zheng Baiwan. Zheng Rou, and Zheng Rou's mother sat before a lavish spread of food, yet they remained motionless. The atmosphere palpably tense. Zheng Baiwan's countenance was dark, simmering with frustration. This brat, having stumbled upon good fortune, had forgotten who he was. Zheng Baiwan slammed his palm upon the table's edge. As the wealthiest individual in Peach Blossom Village, anyone dining at his table could boast of it for a lifetime. Yet Xu Xiaofan showed him no respect, infuriating. Father, please wait a moment. Perhaps Xu Xiaofan is merely busy, Zheng Rou interjected, anxiety evident in her gaze. She was exquisitely dressed that evening, sporting light makeup and a white short skirt that accentuated her perfect figure, making her comparable to the hottest stars in the country. She had visited Xu Xiaofan's residence 5 times, yet still had not caught a glimpse of him. She had even checked the parking lot, only to discover his car was absent, indicating he had yet to return. Her expression darkened. It was a rare opportunity for her father to connect with Xu Xiaofan. Yet the latter was proving to be utterly unreliable. He must be so full of himself, deliberately trying to vex me. Zheng Baiwan's temper flared. Who did not know that he was a figure of significance in Peach Blossom Village? To receive his invitation for a meal was an honor. Yet this brat had the audacity to disregard it. Truly infuriating. Dear, please do not be angry, chimed in the gentle voice of Lin Xinger, Zheng Rou's mother. How can I not be angry? He is slapping my face. Do you understand? Zheng Baiwan's ire only grew as he reflected on how even the village chief would greet him with respect. This insolent youth was far too arrogant. Calm down. No matter how upset you are, can that 10,000 gene of Hami melons be sold? Lin Xinger remarked. You must temper that foul temper of yours. Were it not for you, our rower would surely have bonded with Xiaofan. Zheng Baiwan shot her a glance, understanding the implication. I ask you not to mention that matter. What is his identity, and what is our rower's background? Do you wish for a frog to dine on swan meat? Dream on. He pounded the table in frustration. Zheng Rou, upon hearing this, could not hold back her tears and fled to her room, which was adorned with photographs of the two of them, innocent yet tinged with an unmistakable intimacy. Look at you, driving our daughter away again, Lin Xinger scolded, glaring at Zheng Baiwan. Zheng Baiwan huffed in indignation. From now on, do not mention that brat in my presence. Otherwise, I shall administer family discipline. Lin Xinger countered. Then what of our melons? Zheng Baiwan straightened his posture. I refuse to believe that without that brat, my melons will not fetch a good price. In his frustration, he opened Douyin, and upon seeing beautiful female streamers promoting products, a smug smile crept across his face. In the opulent villa, as Xu Xiaofan gazed towards the bar, he noticed Park was provoking him. Xu Xiaofan, I advise you not to decline young Master Park's invitation, otherwise, it will be quite difficult for you to leave this venue tonight, Wu Renjie declared with a smug demeanor. Oh, is young Master Park truly formidable? Xu Xiaofan was taken aback at the threat he faced. If he did not teach a lesson, would it not be a loss of face? Hee, Wu Renjie smirked. Whether young Master Park is formidable or not, I cannot say, but I know that offending him will yield no pleasant consequences. He regarded Xu Xiaofan with disdain, as though he were an insignificant insect. It was evident that associating with Park's woman was tantamount to courting disaster. Since young Master Park had extended such a warm invitation, it would be rather inappropriate for me to disregard it, Xu Xiaofan concluded, and made his way toward the bar. Wu Renjie was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Xu Xiaofan's defiance. He was eager to witness whether Xu Xiaofan would remain so resolute after facing the consequences. Soon, Xu Xiaofan arrived at a spacious booth at the bar, realizing that he was personally delivering himself to them. Park and several friends had already uncorked 10 bottles each of Bordeaux, Lafite, Romani Conti, XO, and Matai, all lavishly displayed before him. Young Master Xu, it is a pleasure to meet you. Let us get to know each other better and support one another on the road ahead, Park said, offering a polite greeting. In the eyes of a few friends, it seemed that Purity was merely elevating the seemingly ordinary Xu Xiaofan to great heights before letting him fall hard. That would indeed be quite exhilarating. Purity was genuinely enthusiastic, and Xu Xiaofan wondered if he intended to drown him in alcohol with such a vast array of drinks. Unfortunately, Purity had miscalculated. Please, take a seat, Xu, Purity gestured, embodying the role of a gracious host. Tonight, let us indulge in a little drinking. And I trust you will honor my hospitality, or else I might become quite irate. A few of his subordinates chuckled in response. Is this a modest amount of wine? Purity? Xu Xiaofan feigned fear, exclaiming, my tolerance is quite poor. Ma Han and his companions cast disdainful looks at Xu Xiaofan. They had anticipated him to be a formidable drinker, having devised strategies accordingly, but now, seeing him so timid, they doubted he would last beyond the first round. Why underestimate yourself, Xu? You must have faith in your capabilities, Purity replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. He had already prepared the drinks. And if Xu Xiaofan refused to indulge, he would lose face among his friends. With a sheepish demeanor, Xu Xiaofan replied, You know, Purity, what if I were to get drunk? I would not want to cause you unnecessary trouble. Purity waved his hand dismissively. Come now, Xu, who has never experienced drunkenness. Do you think we are gods of wine? We are merely sharing camaraderie and drinking within our limits. And if you do get intoxicated, there are many empty rooms upstairs in the villa for you to rest. His tone was melodious, making one think he was an exceptionally kind person. Come, sit down. At that moment, Mahan, seated beside Xu Xiaofan, stood up, resting his arms on his shoulders. Since Xu has said so, you should eat and drink heartily, otherwise, it would be a disservice to Purity's good intentions. As Xu Xiaofan turned to glance at Mahan, he noticed a strong scent of perfume emanating from him, coupled with meticulously drawn eyebrows and earrings, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. He accidentally caught sight of small umbrellas in Mahan's pocket. Could he possibly be interested in me? Xu Xiaofan shook his head, dismissing the thought as paranoia. Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's open our hearts and drink. With that, Xu Xiaofan took his seat. Wu Renjie exchanged glances with his friends, a smirk of triumph playing on his lips, as if to say, "Fool. You have no idea what you're getting into. Just wait and see." After everyone was seated, Purity, as the host, began introducing Xu Xiaofan to his friends. "Xu, this is Wu Renjie. He comes from a family of merchants. If you ever have any insights, do share them." With that, Wu Renjie stood up, raising a glass of red wine towards Xu Xiaofan, saying, "Xu, should you have the opportunity to guide my humble self, I would be most grateful." Fearing Xu Xiaofan might refuse to drink, he downed his glass first. In truth, he thought to himself, someone of Xu Xiaofan's stature hardly warrants such advice. Just because he has earned a little money does not mean he should forget his roots, flaunting a Cadillac like a peacock. Purity, this hardly seems fair. Xu Xiaofan sensed a looming crisis. Are you all conspiring against me? Purity waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Xu, you are mistaken. It is customary to introduce one another at first meetings, wouldn't you agree? With a grin that concealed his true intentions, he added, if you feel it is unfair, you could always return the favor with a drink. Good things come in pairs. Xu Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, sensing that Purity had fully regarded him as prey. If that was the case, he decided he would play along tonight. All right, Purity, you make a valid point. Let us drink to our acquaintance. He downed his drink in one go, deciding to defer any reciprocation until they were better acquainted. Laughter erupted among his peers, believing Xu Xiaofan had capitulated. However, they maintained a facade of politeness. Xu, this is Xu Jiayin. His father is in the real estate business. If any promising projects arise, do not hesitate to provide him with guidance. Purity observed Xu Xiaofan with a sense of amusement, deliberately raising him high so that the fall would be all the more satisfying. Xu, come, let us share insights. Xu Jiayin also downed his drink. Naturally, when it was Xu Xiaofan's turn, he would not hesitate either. He swallowed a shot of liquor that felt as smooth as drinking water. Good, good. Purity clapped his hands, exclaiming, what a capacity you have. His praise was superficial, masking the anticipation of witnessing Xu Xiaofan's drunken state. He intended to record it and send the footage to Tang Shui, ensuring she would develop a distaste for Xu Xiaofan. As Mahan moved closer, Xu Xiaofan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that this man might possess peculiar inclinations. Xu, I drink to your health. Mahan winked at him, which only solidified Xu Xiaofan's suspicions. Suppressing the turmoil in his stomach, Xu Xiaofan forced down another glass. Impressive drinking skills. Mahan breathed heavily in his ear, making Xu Xiaofan feel increasingly uncomfortable. Purity continued introducing 3 more affluent friends, and with each introduction, they shared another round of drinks. By now, Xu Xiaofan had consumed 5 glasses, amounting to a substantial quantity of liquor. In the past, such consumption would have left him senseless on the table, but now, empowered by the legacy of the golden-toed immortal, he remained unperturbed. Observing Xu Xiaofan's composed demeanor after 5 glasses, Purity and his companions felt a twinge of unease. This was unexpected. Typically, after consuming such amounts of liquor, one would exhibit signs of inebriation, flushed cheeks, blurred consciousness. Yet, Xu Xiaofan displayed none of these symptoms. They began to speculate. Some individuals could drink without their complexion changing, and Xu Xiaofan appeared to be just such a person. Haha. Purity laughed heartily. Xu, it seems you played us all. You've downed 5 glasses without so much as a change in expression. How ungrateful. He tentatively prodded. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. Purity, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. After those 5 glasses, I feel as if the entire world is swaying. A barely perceptible smile crept onto Purity's lips. This was precisely the effect they desired. To drink over a pound of liquor without any awareness was a feat reserved for gods of wine. Come, Xu. Let us reintroduce ourselves. Purity raised his glass enthusiastically. It seems we may have had some misunderstandings earlier, but after this drink, all will be resolved. I shall drink first. He feigned sincerity, speaking in a manner that would lead an outsider to believe he and Xu Xiaofan shared a close bond. However, in Xu Xiaofan's eyes, Purity's schemes were all too transparent. Very well, Purity, let us proceed as you say, he replied, downing his glass. Upon witnessing this, Wu Renjie smirked in disdain. Xu Xiaofan was truly oblivious, unaware of how he was being toyed with. Did he genuinely believe he was on the same level as Purity? Meanwhile, Mahan intensified his flirtation, already plotting how to ensnare Xu Xiaofan further. As the rounds continued, empty bottles accumulated on the table, discreetly gathered by Ma Han beneath the booth, for empty bottles would only hinder their performance. Haha. Xu, may I inquire what your profession is? Purity resumed his attempts to engage Xu Xiaofan in drink. Perhaps it would be better left unsaid. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, Xu. Such remarks imply a lack of respect for your fellow brothers present, do they not? Everyone has opened their hearts to you. How can you keep secrets? Purity feigned a stern expression. He was fully prepared. As soon as Xu Xiaofan refused him once more, he would immediately interject and impose a penalty drink. Offending him meant that Xu Xiaofan would certainly not leave the villa comfortably that night. However, his expectations were dashed when Xu Xiaofan eventually revealed his background. I am a village doctor. Pooh. The two honest friends nearly spat out their drinks. A village doctor? What on earth? How could such a humble figure sit and drink with them? A village doctor? Pusher was taken aback. He had heard Wu Renjie mention Xu Xiaofan, that he was involved in some business and had even purchased a Cadillac. Did a village doctor possess such means? Could it be that Xu Xiaofan was engaged in some dubious activities? Xu, are you joking with me? Pusher said solemnly. No joke. I really am a village doctor. Xu Xiaofan replied. If you don't believe me, you can visit Taohua village. My photo hangs in the village clinic. Pusher suppressed his anger, subtly implying the treatment. Xu Xiaofan raised his hand, responding, 800, no meals or accommodation, no social insurance. Pusher was dumbfounded, glancing at Wu Renjie. Was this really considered business? This fellow must be involved in something unsavory. Otherwise, how could he afford a Cadillac? Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he could not let Xu Xiaofan escape tonight. Pour the drinks. Pusher commanded. Chapter 70. Everyone drunk, but me at this point. 2 rounds had already passed, and Pusher and his companions felt a bit tipsy. However, to their surprise, Xu Xiaofan remained in his original state. Pusher was astonished. Xu Xiaofan had consumed at least 2.5 gin of alcohol. Yet he still appeared unaffected. Was he merely pretending to be weak? He exchanged glances with Wu Renjie. Xu, come, let us have a drink. There was some misunderstanding in the parking lot earlier. Now, under Pusher's witness, let's resolve it with 3 rounds. Wu Renjie trembled as he stood up and poured 6 glasses of XO. Perhaps his hands were unsteady, as he spilled some of the liquor while pouring. Seeing this, Pusher secretly gave him a thumbs up, admiring his cleverness. If they downed 3 glasses at once, surely Xu Xiaofan, no matter how strong his tolerance, would not withstand it, right? Come, let us drink. Wu Renjie set the example, rapidly downing 3 glasses of strong liquor with remarkable prowess. Ha! After finishing, Wu Renjie laughed and burped, his eyes glazed as he looked at Xu Xiaofan. Xu, it's your turn now. Then I shall drink, Xu Xiaofan said generously. In less than 3 seconds, he downed the 3 glasses as if they were mere drops of water. This was astonishing. Pusher and his friends stared in disbelief. Since they first introduced themselves to Xu Xiaofan, he had consumed 3 times their amount. It is well known that the more one drinks, the harder it becomes. Yet Xu Xiaofan had polished off 3 glasses in under 3 seconds. His capacity could rival that of Bacchus himself. Wu Renjie, witnessing this scene, was utterly shocked. After 8 glasses, he could no longer hold his liquor. Wu, is this how easily you get drunk? Xu Xiaofan chuckled. You useless fool. Pusher glared at the inebriated Wu Renjie. He had intended to bring Xu Xiaofan down, but ended up being outmatched, a truly embarrassing defeat. He signaled to the other 4 brothers, who understood and collectively raised 3 glasses to Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan, unwavering, accepted every toast, drinking as much as they offered without displaying any signs of inebriation, resembling a god of wine. As Ma Han and the others downed 3 more glasses, they felt the world spinning, and Xu Xiaofan appeared to them as if there were multiple images. Pusher, they have all toasted 3 times. Aren't you joining? Xu Xiaofan teased, eyeing Pusher. Fine, Pusher gritted his teeth. If he backed down, wouldn't it harm his reputation? He personally poured 6 glasses. This time, he devised a plan to mix 2 types of liquor to tackle Xu Xiaofan. Anyone who has indulged in alcohol knows that mixing different spirits can result in a powerful after effect. If one isn't cautious, they could become utterly intoxicated without realizing it. Pusher, drinking like this could be dangerous, Xu Xiaofan remarked with a smile. What? Are you afraid? Pusher detected a hint of fear in Xu Xiaofan's voice. Last time we drank, we mixed several types of foreign liquor. This is merely a beginner's level. Bring the bucket. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan called out to the Pu family's servant. What are you planning? Ma Han suddenly uttered something inappropriate, looking at Xu Xiaofan with an aggressive gaze. Xu Xiaofan recoiled. This disgusting man was far too direct. Xu, What trick are you trying to pull? Pu Shi was equally perplexed by Xu Xiaofan's intentions. Young master. A servant approached and greeted them. Pu Shi, I want to play something more thrilling, Xu Xiaofan said with a teasing tone. Pu Shi's eyelids twitched, and his eyes ignited with a spark of excitement. Bring the bucket. Soon, a servant brought a large metal bucket, emblazoned with a red character. Thank you. Xu Xiaofan took the bucket from the servant and gently placed it on the table. Before Pu Shi and the others' astonished eyes, he poured in bottles of liquor, leaving nothing unscathed. By the end, he even added the drinks that Pu Shi had poured. Once all the liquors were combined, a strong scent of alcohol emanated from the bucket, causing Ma Han and the others to shiver. They never anticipated Xu Xiaofan would go this far. Was he seeking a no-holds-barred contest? Pu Shi, this is how we truly enjoy ourselves. Xu Xiaofan filled 6 glasses from the bucket. Pu Shi, 3 glasses each, please. He then toasted first. As they watched Xu Xiaofan gulp down the drink, Pu Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Xu Xiaofan insane? Yet, after finishing 3 glasses, he still appeared unperturbed. Pu Shi found it utterly absurd. Despite consuming so much alcohol, Xu Xiaofan remained as steady as ever, while his group was left dizzy and disoriented. Pu Shi, your turn, Xu Xiaofan reminded him. Humph, do I look like I'm afraid of fish? Pu Shi scoffed, emboldened by the alcohol, and downed 3 glasses in quick succession. However, as he swallowed, he felt his stomach churning, threatening to expel its contents. With great effort, he suppressed the urge to vomit. At this point, Pu Shi was flushed and thick-necked, nearly 8/10 drunk, gazing around the empty hall, feeling dazed and on the verge of collapse. Good, good, good. Xu Xiaofan clapped his hands. Pu Shi, you have quite the capacity. Now it's my turn to toast you. Come, Brother Ma Han. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xu Xiaofan. Let us drink 5 glasses to celebrate our friendship. Ma Han felt a chill run down his spine. 5 glasses. Wasn't he that akin to courting death? Nevertheless, he steeled himself and drank them all. After finishing those 5 glasses, he was completely out of commission. Come, Brother Su Jiayin, 5 glasses for you as well. We're friends, so no need for pleasantries. Let us drink in brotherly spirit. Xu Xiaofan led the way, finishing his drinks first. Su Jiayin hesitated but raised his glass to his lips. After 2 glasses, he was thoroughly intoxicated. By this point, the 3 of them were unconscious. Come. To these 2 brothers, words are futile. Let us down them all at once. Xu Xiaofan employed the same tactic, rendering the 2 men inebriated as well. Pu Shi, now it's just you and me left. I believe you must be quite delighted, right? Come, let us drink. After 3 more glasses, Pu Shi was left reeling. Pu Shi, look at you. You haven't even finished your drink yet, and you're already drunk. Come, finish this glass. And there's 1 more to go. Xu Xiaofan steadied him, and pried open his mouth to pour in the liquor. Come, drink. At that moment, Pu Shi had lost his senses, his eyes rolling back in his head. As the night unfolded, Xu Xiaofan poured another drink for the simple-minded Pu Shi, who, unable to withstand the alcohol, ultimately succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto the booth in a state of complete unconsciousness. Thus, in that booth, 7 individuals consumed an entire array of liquor, leaving no trace behind. Xu Xiaofan, however, remained the only sober soul amidst the drunken revelry, his keen gaze surveying the scene with an air of mastery. A mischievous smile graced his lips, suggesting that the real entertainment was yet to come. Chapter 71, Xiaofan. Take me home tonight afterward. He hoisted 6 intoxicated men to the 2nd floor's reception room, carelessly tossing them onto the large bed before unceremoniously unbuttoning their shirts. Once prepared, he produced a silver needle, targeting a specific acupoint on Ma Han's body that was reputed to enhance virility. Within hours, you shall become invincible. No need for thanks. I am but a humble benefactor, he quipped, leaving behind a bottle of baby oil before locking the door behind him. The very moment Xu Xiaofan secured the entrance, Ma Han roused, the remnants of alcohol still evident on his face. Upon noticing several bare-chested men sprawled on his bed, he felt as if he had stumbled into a realm of hedonism. Soon, the room echoed with feral sounds. Returning to the booth, Xu Xiaofan exhaled deeply. Pu Shi, you may have attempted to set me up, but you underestimated my resolve. I trust you are quite fond of the arrangements I have orchestrated for you. Glancing at the scattered bottles, he mused that after such indulgence, his bladder was nearing its limit. A visit to the restroom was necessary. Sister Xue must still be engaged in business discussions with clients. I shall seek her out once I relieve myself. Surveying the venue, he noticed that the guests were now visibly intoxicated, their faces flushed and voices significantly louder than usual. Where's the restroom? He inquired of a passing maid. It was evident that Pu Shi's family was quite affluent, Even the staff numbered in the dozens, and many were strikingly beautiful young women, likely fresh graduates. The maid politely directed him and offered to assist him if he found himself overwhelmed by the drink. Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but admire her attentive service. However, he felt confident in his sobriety and declined her assistance, mindful that he would not tolerate any further help should he need it later. Such was the life of the wealthy. Though he had a general sense of direction, Xu Xiaofan still took considerable time to navigate his way to the restroom. He soon understood the feeling of Lu Lao entering the Jia mansion. Upon entering the opulent restroom, he gasped, "Is this truly a restroom?" The lavishly decorated space astonished him. Each private stall was as large as a room, furnished with bathtubs, hot water heaters, and an array of disposable toiletries. What left him utterly speechless was the realization that the toilet was crafted from gold. How extravagant! The mere cost of such a restroom could likely build a luxurious villa in the countryside. After relieving himself, he approached the sink to freshen up. "What a handsome man I am. I wonder which lucky girl will benefit from my charms," he remarked to his reflection. At that moment, he noticed a familiar figure in the mirror, Su Feng, who had also come to freshen up. The alcohol had given her a rosy glow, blending allure with intellect, making her irresistibly captivating. "Little man," Su Feng exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she beheld Xu Xiaofan. Ever since she had sensed his allure, she had fantasized about a chance for them to be alone together. Encountering him in the restroom felt like a serendipitous opportunity. She swayed her enticing hips closer to him, emboldened by the drink, and playfully tapped his chin. "What has Tang Shui given you that makes you so devoted to her?" Su Feng mused, recalling how dim the lighting had been in the dance hall, obscuring his full appearance. Now, however, he exceeded her expectations. "Little man, why not come with me? That young thing, Tang Shui, doesn't understand, but I do, and I know how to treat a man well," she said, her smile radiating seduction. Without waiting for Xu Xiaofan's consent, she reached out to touch his abs. The moment her fingers made contact, Su Feng felt a rush of excitement. Xu Xiaofan shot her a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, "You are quite audacious. Are you unaware that you are playing with fire? Do proceed with caution," he warned, his voice low and steady. Su Feng chuckled enticingly. "Is that so? Then I shall see how your flames compare to mine." With her alluring demeanor on full display, she teasingly brushed against his arm, prompting a surge of desire within him. "You have crossed a line," he declared, as the latent energy within him began to awaken. "Oh." Su Feng tilted her delicate face, sensing the charged atmosphere. "If I were to act recklessly, would you punish me?" Her sultry voice and provocative gestures revealed her seasoned experience, easily igniting the suppressed desires of young men. "You are playing with fire," Xu Xiaofan reiterated, attempting to maintain control. Her laughter echoed, "Is that so? I am eager to discover whose flames burn brighter." With a sudden eruption of passion, Xu Xiaofan swept Su Feng into his arms, heading towards an intimate rendezvous. "Little man, tonight we shall revel in this passionate and romantic night," her voice whispered enticingly in his ear. Exuding confidence, Xu Xiaofan embraced the moment, like a legendary hero embarking on a grand adventure. To his astonishment, he found that Su Feng was filled with youthful exuberance, her attire surprisingly revealing. Before long, the restroom door swung open, revealing Xu Xiaofan stepping out, invigorated and refreshed. He adjusted his appearance at the sink, marveling at the allure of older women, akin to fine wine that only improves with age. "Xiaofan," a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. It was Xiaoying, her low-cut neckline drawing his gaze. "Xiaoying, what a surprise to see you again so soon," he greeted her. "Indeed, what a coincidence," she replied with a smile. As their eyes met in the restroom, an awkwardness lingered. Just as Xu Xiaofan prepared to leave, Xiaoying swiftly grasped his hand. "Xiaoying, what are you doing?" he asked, momentarily taken aback. Was she suggesting an intimate encounter in the restroom? He was not a deity of debauchery. "Xiaofan, would you be so kind as to take me home tonight?" Her yearning gaze held his captive. Since their last encounter, she had been unable to shake thoughts of him, often dreaming of the unplayed game between them. "Xiaoying, have you had too much to drink?" he questioned, wary of the implications. "Tonight, my boyfriend is intoxicated and will not return, so you need not worry about any complications," she reassured him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xu Xiaofan felt invigorated. If it weren't for Tang Shui's presence, he would have immediately whisked Xiaoying away for an unforgettable night. "Very well, I shall first drop off a friend before returning for you," he conceded. Xiaoying nodded enthusiastically, her heart racing with anticipation for the unforgettable night ahead. After Xu Xiaofan departed, the restroom door swung open behind Xiaoying. At this moment, an elegant and weary woman slowly emerged from within, her body seemingly fatigued. Perhaps her legs had grown weak, for she nearly stumbled to the ground. Sister Fong, what troubles you? Upon witnessing this, Xiaoying rushed forward to assist, fearing that Su Fong was suffering from some ailment. Thank you, Xiaoying, Su Fong replied. Feeling utterly drained, without Xiao Ying's timely support, she would have surely struck her head against the floor. Meanwhile, a glint of avarice sparkled in her eyes as she mused internally, wondering how there could exist such formidable men in the world. Sister Fong, are you all right? Do you need me to fetch a doctor? Xiaoying inquired, shaking her head. Observing Su Fong's frailty, she surmised that an old malady had resurfaced and that it would be prudent to seek a physician for a quick remedy. My leg has cramped. Just help me outside slowly. Su Fong exhaled wearily. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan, who had been searching through the crowd for quite some time, finally spotted Tang Shui. She was engaged in conversation with a bald man, exchanging drinks as if discussing business. Mr. Tang, your fruits are exceptional, though the price seems rather steep. You know, only I possess the capability to promote them throughout the entire city of XX. The bald man's gaze gleamed with a lascivious intent. How about this? If you can drink this entire bottle of Maotai in one go, I shall assist you in advertising all your fruits and even help in their sale. Tang Shui, her complexion flushed, glanced at the bottle of Maotai, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Having already consumed a considerable amount of liquor that evening in hopes of securing a favorable business deal, she feared that further indulgence would lead to inebriation. The consequences of a young woman becoming drunk in public were indeed dire. Mr. Tang, this is undoubtedly a splendid opportunity. With my support, your future endeavors will surely flourish. He insisted, thumping his chest. He was a prominent entrepreneur in XX City, owning numerous renowned fruit markets and several canned food processing factories. Tang Shui believed that aligning herself with him would ensure the prosperity of her business. However, Mr. Zhang was persistently evasive, urging her to drink more, even casually brushing against her fingers as he poured her another glass. Although Tang Shui felt uncomfortable, she dared not voice her discontent, for she was in need of his assistance. Mr. Zhang, my tolerance for alcohol is limited. If I drink any more, I fear I shall become intoxicated, she politely stated. Hearing this, Zhang's mood brightened. Just this one bottle. If you drink it in front of me, the deal is sealed. If that's too much, even half a bottle will suffice for our agreement. His lascivious gaze fixated on Tang Shui's alluring figure, and he swallowed hard. Young women truly exude an irresistible charm, and he couldn't help but covet her. In this moment of inner conflict, Tang Shui wrestled with her dilemma. Should she refuse and risk losing the business opportunity to that widow, Su Fong? Or should she drink and potentially face the consequences of drunkenness? Just as despair began to settle in, Xu Xiaofan approached her side. Allow me to drink on her behalf, he offered. Tang Shui stared at him in surprise. This man always appeared when she needed him most, providing a sense of security. Who are you? Zhang's demeanor soured. This is not your place to speak. Leave at once. Who am I? I am the one who holds Tang Shui in my embrace. She is my girlfriend, Xu Xiaofan declared boldly. Your girlfriend? Zhang's expression shifted to one of disbelief, astonished that Tang Shui had a partner. Xiaofan. She shot him an admonishing glance, his audacity growing bolder by the moment. What's the matter? Can I drink on her behalf? Xu Xiaofan pressed, eyeing Zhang. If he could finish that bottle of Maodai, the deal would be sealed. Zhang sensed a potential ruse, noting that Tang Shui's gaze towards Xu Xiaofan lacked the warmth typically shared between lovers. This suggested that Xu Xiaofan might merely be a shield for her. Zhang's inner mockery grew. This impudent youth dared to interfere with his plans. Very well, he replied with a deceptive smile. You may drink on her behalf, but it must be 3 bottles. What? Tang Shui gasped, incredulous. 3 bottles of Maotai would surely spell disaster for Xu Xiaofan. You can't mean that. Zhang's grin widened triumphantly. What say you? Do you still wish to play the hero? I ask you, if I drink 3 bottles, will you fulfill your end of the deal? Xu Xiaofan challenged. Zhang regarded him with skepticism. Believing Xu Xiaofan overestimated his own capacity, 3 bottles of strong liquor were no trivial matter. He planned to intoxicate this bothersome fly, and then devise a way to woo Tang Shui. Young man, if you can truly down 3 bottles, I, Zhang, shall honor my word and finalize our agreement, he declared, gesturing towards the bottles of Maotai with a sinister smile. Furthermore, I shall even promote Tang Shui's products in the premier shopping center of XX City at no cost to her. Xiaofan, Tang Shui whispered, tugging at his hand. What are you trying to prove? Don't be reckless. 1 bottle is more than enough. 3 bottles were no laughing matter. Consuming such quantities could wreak havoc on one's health. Each year, many succumb to the folly of overindulgence. Rest assured, this is a challenge I can easily conquer, Xu Xiaofan reassured her, gently squeezing her hand. Once I finish all 3, We shall return home. The mere mention of returning home seemed to cast a spell over Tang Shui, leaving her momentarily dazed. Are you going to drink or not? Zhang grew impatient. If not, get out and let Tang drink on her own. Just then, in front of Zhang, Xu Xiaofan seized a bottle of the white liquor and tipped it directly to his lips. The sound of liquid pouring down his throat echoed like a cascade. Within mere seconds, the first bottle was emptied. With a swift motion, he placed the empty bottle before Zhang, unflinching. Zhang stared at the bottle in disbelief. Had this man truly lost his mind? Was he not concerned about the consequences? Tang Shui covered her mouth, feeling a mix of admiration and concern for Xu Xiaofan, who was enduring such an ordeal for her sake. Simultaneously, warmth flooded her heart. For the first time in her life, a man stood resolutely behind her. In a matter of moments, Xu Xiaofan polished off the second bottle, then reached for the third. You're risking your life, Zhang exclaimed, his tone grave but tinged with respect for Xu Xiaofan's audacity. Among the younger generation, he seldom encountered such bravery. Mr. Zhang, are you having second thoughts? Xu Xiaofan's voice turned cold, an intense glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Should Zhang fail to uphold his promise, Xu Xiaofan had ways to ensure he faced dire consequences. Huh, Zhang chuckled lightly. I am a man of my word. My promise is as solid as a nail. And what does that imply? Xu Xiaofan inquired, his eyes narrowing. Zhang replied, that is top shelf Maotai. 2 bottles are already your limit. Should you attempt a third, you may not see the dawn of tomorrow. He was astonished. Xu Xiaofan had already consumed 2 bottles, yet he remained articulate and composed. Did he truly drink inferior liquor? Zhang shook his head. That was impossible, as he had personally chosen the liquor. Yet, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Xu Xiaofan possessed an extraordinary capacity for alcohol? It was possible, for some individuals made a living by drinking on behalf of others. Xu Xiaofan disdainfully declared, you need not worry about my safety, President Zhang. What you should be concerned about is the matter of the contract. As he spoke, Xu Xiaofan downed the last bottle in one swift motion. Reminiscent of a dragon gulping water, 3 empty bottles of Maotai lay bare before Zhang Kaidi. President Zhang, the liquor has been consumed. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Zhang Kaidi clapped his hands, acknowledging the youth's prowess, and the contract was thus secured. He assured that upon awakening from his intoxication tomorrow, he would personally visit and sign the collaboration agreement with President Tang. Truly, President Zhang was a man of his word, and Xu Xiaofan regarded him with newfound respect. While many might have sought excuses to renege, Zhang Kaidi's integrity was commendable. President Zhang, there is something I am hesitant to express, Xu Xiaofan began. Zhang Kaidi smiled and encouraged him to speak freely. What I must say is rather harsh, and I fear it may upset you. Zhang Kaidi, still smiling, retorted, I am not one to shy away from unpleasant truths. You are on the brink of death. Xu Xiaofan's words struck like lightning. Tang Shui's eyes widened in shock. What was this fellow thinking? How could he utter such words in front of Zhang Kaidi? Was he courting disaster? Zhang Kaidi paused, suppressing his anger, and responded, oh, in 7 days, your time will come. Xu Xiaofan continued, but was interrupted by Tang Shui, who hoped he would refrain from speaking further. However, Xu Xiaofan shot her a glance, signaling her to remain silent. Zhang Kaidi raised a glass and downed its contents. Brother Xu, surely you jest? His expression darkened, for this jest was far from amusing. Xu Xiaofan replied earnestly, as I mentioned, my words may be harsh. It is natural for you to harbor resentment, but I see this outcome etched in your features. Could it be that Brother Xu possesses some miraculous medical insight? Zhang Kaidi scrutinized Xu Xiaofan. Indeed, Xu Xiaofan affirmed with a nod. Tang Shui shot him a disparaging look, thinking him a mere village doctor, puffing himself up, oblivious to the potential for exposure. She felt overwhelmed, but upon Xu Xiaofan's grim diagnosis of Zhang Kaidi's condition, she suddenly regained her composure. Based on your assessment, is there any hope for Zhang? Zhang Kaidi inquired with a playful glint in his eye, curious about where Xu Xiaofan had acquired such audacity. He relished the prospect of exposing this fool. With assets in the hundreds of billions, Zhang Kaidi regularly underwent comprehensive health checks. He was well aware of his own health status. Initially, he admired Xu Xiaofan's boldness among the younger generation, but now it seemed more a trait of reckless bravado. Xu Xiaofan asserted, if I can perceive it, I can surely remedy it. Tang Shui felt faint. Xu Xiaofan's claims grew increasingly outrageous. Had he overindulged in drink? You can see it? Zhang Kaidi nearly burst into laughter. If one could diagnose merely by sight, what need would there be for sophisticated medical equipment? Pray tell, Brother Xu, how might this ailment be treated? Zhang Kaidi continued, playing along with Xu Xiaofan's performance, eagerly anticipating the joy of slapping his face with the truth. I need only to administer 9 needles to cure you, Xu Xiaofan proclaimed. Zhang Kaidi scoffed, dismissing the boast as absurd. He could not believe it. Sensing Zhang Kaidi's skepticism, Xu Xiaofan smiled. I understand President Zhang's doubt, but allow me to assure you, 3 days hence, you will experience chest discomfort. The doctor will inform you it is a common ailment. On the 4th day, you will suffer intense heart pain. And the doctor will advise you it is merely a normal occurrence, easily remedied with painkillers. By the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, you will find yourself ever closer to the gates of death. Very well, since you are so confident in your medical prowess, shall we wager? Zhang Kaidi suggested with a grin. Let us bet on whether I will be alive in 7 days. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. President Zhang, this is a losing bet. You cannot win. Zhang Kaidi, suppressing his fury, pressed. If I am alive in 7 days, what will you do? Xu Xiaofan replied with a smirk. If you survive, I will submit to your wishes. However, I do not wish for you to reach the 7th day. Otherwise, saving your life will be exceedingly difficult. Very well. Zhang Kaidi nodded. Let us await the outcome. President Zhang, I reside in Taohua village. Be sure to remember the address, lest you find yourself unaware of your own demise. With that, he wrapped his arm around Tang Xue's alluring waist and departed. Humph. Zhang Kaidi slammed the table. We shall see. Chapter 74. Xiaofan, can you manage? President Zhang, is it the fault of the servants for your downcast demeanor? After Xu Xiaofan and Tang Xue left, Pu Guochang approached with a raised glass. President Pu, there was a fly nearby just now. Sensing the underlying message, Pu Guochang inquired, which fool dared to provoke President Zhang? Zhang Kaidi poured a glass of alcohol and clinked it with Pu Guochang's, stating, a fellow just mentioned that 7 days from now marks my death. Pu Guochang spat out his drink in disbelief. Which scoundrel is spreading such nonsense? I shall tear his mouth apart. Zhang Kaidi, reveling in the humor of the situation, laughed heartily. Let them speak. We shall continue drinking. Just then, Chowing entered, assisting Su Fong. Inger, what has happened to President Su? Pu Guochang asked, noticing Su Fong's unsteady state. Sister Fong may have had a bit too much to drink, Chowing replied. President Su, would you care to stay and share a few more drinks? Our business is nearly concluded, Zhang Kaidi suggested suddenly. He had perceived Su Fong's earlier hints. Yet, his eyes were only for Tang Xue, dismissing Su Fong entirely. Now that Tang Xue had left, he could only settle for the next best option. Although Su Fong was somewhat past her prime, she remained a catch, and tonight would suffice. President Zhang, I am truly unwell and cannot drink any further. Su Fong replied with a soft, labored voice. She was well aware of Zhang Kaidi's intentions. Had she agreed to collaborate earlier, she might have entertained his advances. However, fortune had favored her, for she encountered Xu Xiaofan in the restroom. After their profound exchange, she vowed never to look at another man again. In Xu Xiaofan, she felt the raw, primal force that drove her to madness, an energy unmatched by any other man. With billions in her bank account, partnering with Zhang Kaidi was merely a bonus. Even without the collaboration, she could manage. Yet, without the exhilaration Xu Xiaofan brought, life felt diminished, nearly unbearable. Thus, she resolved to abandon her fixation on Zhang Kaidi and instead sought ways to entice Xu Xiaofan into her bed. President Xu, are you certain you do not wish to collaborate with me? Zhang Kaidi queried, perplexed by Su Fong's sudden change of heart. He had nearly laid bare his intentions, expecting her to comply. President Zhang, life is about contentment. Perhaps I have been too focused on expansion, neglecting joy. Tonight, I have had an epiphany, Su Fong softly stated. I am sorry, President Zhang, but we must part ways. Chowing, would you kindly escort me out? My driver is waiting outside. After speaking, Su Fong whispered something into Chao Ying's ear. Old Pu, President Zhang, I shall accompany Sister Fong for a moment. You two continue your discussion. With that, Chowing helped Su Fong exit. Su Fong's actions seemed rather perplexing. Observing the departing figures of the two women, Park Guochang could not help but express his thoughts. He was well aware of Zhang Kaidi's intentions. Haha, President Park, there was a time when she came to me on her knees, Zhang Kaidi remarked confidently. Indeed. You speak the truth, President Zhang. Park Guochang laughed heartily, clinking glasses with Zhang Kaidi. Su Fong is merely stubborn, at that time. President Zhang will need to coax her words out. Zhang Kaidi chuckled lightly, then turned to Park Guochang. To be honest, I envy your life, President Park. You have a happy family and a beautiful girlfriend. You are truly a model for our generation. Park Guochang beamed with pride. If you could be like me, it would be easy for you to maintain both a harmonious home and a lively social life, he said. Oh, what is your secret, President Park? Zhang Kaidi inquired with interest. Well, let us just say I have my ways, Park Guochang replied, boasting of his prowess. Zhang Kaidi raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. I admire your stamina. Park Guochang beamed even more. though in reality, he was not as remarkable as he claimed. His encounters with Chao Ying were often brief. And despite his bravado, he could barely last 30 seconds after indulging in American maca. However, he felt compelled to maintain an image of invincibility among friends. After all, putting on a facade was a significant aspect of life. Haha, let us drink. Xiaofan, you shouldn't have said that in front of Zhang Kaidi. It could jeopardize our conversation, Tang Shui gently admonished Xu Xiaofan once they were in the car. She understood that they would encounter many influential figures in the future, and speaking carelessly could lead to serious consequences. Shuijia, Zhang Kaidi is genuinely ill, and if he doesn't seek me out within 7 days, he certainly won't see the 8th day, Xu Xiaofan asserted. Tang Shui shot him a skeptical glance, suspecting that he was merely intoxicated and clinging to his beliefs. Continuing on this topic might lead to discord, and she wished to avoid any rifts between them. Her past experiences had taught her that she could not live without Xu Xiaofan. She decided to change the subject. Do you think Zhang Kaidi will keep his promise and agree to cooperate with me? She asked. I believe he will, Xu Xiaofan replied, nodding. If Zhang Kaidi lacked that ambition, he wouldn't be able to conduct such significant business. Tang Shui found his reasoning sound. Reflecting on the night's accomplishments and the significant deal they had secured, Tang Shui felt a surge of joy. Of course, there were losses to consider. She had lost her first kiss. Yet, she reasoned, what was lost was lost. After all, Xu Xiaofan was not a bad person, and it was a worthwhile exchange. Xiaofan, let us head back, she suggested. Perhaps due to the cool breeze, Tang Shui suddenly felt dizzy, struggling to see the road ahead. And she still had to drive. Shuijia, let me take the wheel. You can sit in the passenger seat, Xu Xiaofan offered. Having initially wanted to drive when they got into the car, but Tang Shui had been stubborn, insisting she could manage. However, after the breeze, the alcohol seemed to hit her harder, and she suddenly felt intoxicated. Hee, Xiaofan, are you up for it? Tang Shui asked, her charming smile revealing her inebriated state. You've had quite a bit to drink. I doubt you can even see the road now, Xu Xiaofan said, his lips twitching slightly. Despite his own vision being clear, he could see a narrow, dimly lit path ahead. Shuijia, trust me to drive, he insisted. Seeing her fatigue, Tang Shui felt her strength waning, almost collapsing in her seat. Suddenly, she leaned over, crossing over the center console, and in a daze, grasped the gear shift. Xiaofan you, she exclaimed, surprised to meet his gaze. Chapter 75. Love me, don't leave. The awkward moment arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Tang Shui settled into the passenger seat, she fell into a deep slumber. To ensure her safety, Xu Xiaofan had to fasten her seatbelt. However, when he reached over to secure it, Tang Shui unexpectedly grasped his hand, pressing it against her chest. Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He prided himself on being a gentleman and had not taken advantage of the situation. It was Tang Shui who had initiated contact. After feeling her warmth, he withdrew his hand and secured the seatbelt. With everything in place, he focused on expelling the alcohol from his system, firmly adhering to the principle of never drinking and driving. Soon, they departed from Park Guochan's villa. When Xu Xiaofan carried Tang Shui through the gates of the Baigui Yuan, Tang Yu was taken aback. My goodness, how did my sister get so drunk? We secured a major deal tonight, so she indulged a bit too much, Xu Xiaofan explained. Really? That's fantastic, Tang Yu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If we land another big deal, Baigui Yuan will surely soar. Xiaofan, could you help me take my sister upstairs? I can't leave the guests. There are so many tonight, Tang Yu requested. Sure, Xu Xiaofan agreed. The venue was bustling with patrons, even at 11 o'clock at night. A testament to the popularity of the fruits he had cultivated using the Li Huizhen Xinju technique. After exchanging a few words with Tang Yu, he carried Tang Shui up to the second floor. Weighing around 110 pounds, Tang Shui felt surprisingly light in his arms. He expertly guided her to the third room, having seen her exit from it earlier that day. As he entered her room and flicked on the light switch, the space brightened instantly. He gently laid her on the bed. The close proximity heightened Xu Xiaofan's awareness. His breathing quickened, and his heart raced. Tang Shui's delicate features, accentuated by subtle makeup, made her resemble a sleeping beauty. As he withdrew his arm from her, he noticed her seemingly developing an attachment, reminiscent of a child clinging to a beloved toy while sleeping. Xiaofan, don't leave, she murmured in her sleep. Xiaofan, I like you. Xu Xiaofan was stunned. The implications of her words weighed heavily on him. Was she merely speaking nonsense due to her intoxication, or did she harbor genuine feelings for him? At that moment, Tang Shui unexpectedly pulled him onto her, their bodies entangled. Was this a jest taken too far? His heart raced at the thought of her alluring figure, igniting a sense of curiosity within him. Xiaofan, you've had too much to drink. I need to leave, he rationalized, determined to maintain his gentlemanly decorum. Xiaofan, don't go. Love me, Tang Xue breathed, her warm breath brushing against his lips. Her innocent yet alluring demeanor ignited a fire within him. He leaned in closer. But to his shock, Tang Xue seemed to have him pinned down, her arms wrapping around him tightly. Xu Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was Tang Xue truly this assertive? At this juncture, to retreat would mean disappointing her expectations. He responded fervently, embracing the moment as he prepared to embark on a wild adventure with her. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Xu Xiaofan abruptly halted, pulling away from Tang Xue. It was Tang Yu, carrying a bucket. Xiaofan, I forgot to mention to place a bucket by my sister's bed, just in case she feels nauseous, she said cheerfully, oblivious to the tension in the room. Yujia, I should be going now, Xu Xiaofan said. Xiaofan, do not be anxious. I have prepared some hangover soup for you. Drink it before we head back. As soon as Tang Yu finished speaking, Xu Xiaofan's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he realized he had not responded to many messages from that evening, including those from Zheng Ro, Tang Hor, Xu Xiaofeng, and Tang Xuelian. The latest message was from Xiao Ying, inquiring, Hello, Xiaofan. Are you alright? You can come escort me home now. I'm waiting for you at People's Square. She even sent a shy emoji. At that moment, a typing indicator appeared, and Xiao Ying sent a picture of her snow-white legs. What a bewitching enchantress. Xu Xiaofan gulped. Feeling the flames of desire he had just suppressed reignite, he hastily replied, Stay right there. I'll be there in about 5 minutes. Xiao Ying quickly responded, Sister Yu. Please take good care of Sister Xue. I'm heading home now. As Xu Xiaofan sent his reply, Tang Yu surmised that family obligations were urging him to leave. So she acquiesced. Xiaofan, drive carefully on the night roads, Tang Yu kindly cautioned. I understand. Xu Xiaofan nodded and departed. At People's Square, Xiao Ying sat beside a flower bed. Dressed in a black low-cut dress and carrying a designer handbag, she resembled a celestial being descending to earth. However, sitting alone at midnight by the flower bed inevitably attracted the attention of some well-meaning men, who approached her but were promptly rebuffed. Hey, look at that beautiful girl. At that moment, a group of yellow-haired youths spotted Xiao Ying. Wow, what a stunning woman. It would be fantastic to spend a night with her. One bolder youth eagerly approached, asking, Big sister, are you waiting for someone? His invasive gaze scanned Xiao Ying, and he was taken aback, astonished that such exceptional beauty could exist in this corner of Anyang County. No matter what, he was determined to pursue his goal tonight. Xiao Ying ignored him, but out of politeness, she nodded slightly. How much? The yellow-haired youth's eyes sparkled with interest. This was a realm he knew all too well. Xiao Ying regarded him with disdain. Get lost. She clearly recognized that he had mistaken her for a fleeting pleasure of the city. Hey, can you speak properly? I'm trying to rescue you from a dire situation. Why are you so irritable? The youth retorted angrily. Get lost. Xiao Ying shouted. Hey, the yellow-haired youth's expression darkened. In Anyang County, his boss, Brother Liang, was a notable figure in this domain, and she did not seem to comprehend the repercussions of her disrespect. Since you refuse to be accommodating, don't blame us for being ruthless, he warned. With that, he lunged forward and slapped Xiao Ying. Here, as for your arrogance. Xiao Ying swiftly dodged, countering with a slap of her own. Chapter 76. Drive your car, play with your woman Fu. Brother Liang exclaimed, holding his cheek. Feeling the sting. I've never been slapped by a woman in this industry. You're the first. He raised his voice, calling to his friends. Brother Liang just got slapped. If she doesn't keep us company until dawn, I'll just lie here and extort her for tens of thousands. His companions rallied around him. Hey big sister, it's just business. Why the anger? In this line of work, the customer is king, and you need to maintain your reputation. If the deal falls through, there's still honor among us. Get lost. Xiao Ying shouted at them. Oh, she's got quite the temper, Brother Liang sneered, lifting his chin. You slapped me. So how do you propose to resolve this? Xiao Ying remained silent, yearning for Xu Xiaofan to arrive and take her home. Seeing her reluctance to speak, Brother Liang continued. Since you refuse to negotiate, I'll lay out my proposal. Let each of my 5 friends have a turn, and then treat us to a bowl of noodles. That will settle everything. What do you say? Xiao Ying still ignored him. Listen, big sister. Brother Liang is a subordinate of Sister Ya. If you offend Sister Ya, you might find it difficult to continue in this industry. One of the yellow-haired youths stepped forward. You'd better resolve this before it escalates. If you provide us with some service, we'll help promote your business. Xiao Ying's anger boiled over. How dare they treat her so disrespectfully? She stood up and slapped another yellow-haired youth. As he clutched his stinging cheek, he was stunned, realizing just how ungrateful Xiao Ying was. Brothers, this is a huge loss of face. Seeing that Xiao Ying was unyielding, Brother Liang commanded, Damn stubborn woman. Since you refuse to comply, Don't blame us for being harsh. With that, he slapped Chowing again. Here as for your arrogance. Smack. Chowing covered her cheek. Enraged. You scoundrels. How dare you hit me? Just wait until my boyfriend arrives. He'll deal with you. The five of them laughed triumphantly. Oh, who would have thought a woman in this line of work has a boyfriend? I assumed all the men she entertained were her boyfriends. Seems like our big sister has unmet desires. Since you claim your boyfriend is impressive, we can't wait to see how formidable he truly is. When he arrives, we'll make sure to stomp all over him. At that moment, a powerful beam of headlights shone brightly as a black Cadillac Escalade slowly approached. Damn it. Who's the idiot driving? Can't you turn off those blinding headlights? You want to blind me? One of the yellow-haired youths cursed. Oh wow, an Escalade. Brother Liang exclaimed, astonished. I think this is the only one in Anyang County. Brother Liang, what is an Escalade? One youth asked, confused. Damn it, as one of us. You don't even know what an Escalade is? You're embarrassing us. Brother Liang shook his head, his eyes fixed on the Escalade. If I could just take it for a spin, that would be perfect. Just then, Xu Xiaofan stepped out of the car, leaving the engine running as he strode toward where Chowing was situated. He noticed her surrounded by 5 yellow-haired youths, seemingly in a heated conflict. Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan's arrival, Chowing rushed into his embrace. One of the yellow-haired youths sensed something was amiss and quietly whispered to Brother Liang, Brother Liang. Could this man be her boyfriend? Brother Liang scoffed, impossible. A man who can afford an Escalade is bound to be a wanderer, living a transient life. Just look at how intimate they are. Could it really be? Brother Liang, perhaps we should apologize. I have a feeling we can't take him on. One yellow-haired youth trembled, observing Xu Xiaofan's imposing figure, likening him to a fierce beast. Why the panic? Brother Liang dismissed. Even if he is her boyfriend, what can he do? We have the advantage in numbers. We have nothing to fear. Brother Liang, he is coming. Another youth cautioned. You hit my woman? Xu Xiaofan had gathered the entire situation from Chowing's words, and he was here to defend her. I say, big brother, you're supposed to be a man of taste. How could you be attracted to a woman of ill repute? Brother Liang blustered. Answer me, yes or no? Xu Xiaofan asked coldly. Yes. Brother Liang nodded. She thinks too highly of herself, refusing to accompany us, and even retaliating against us. We're not against paying. We're simply conducting business. Why the double standards? Bang. In the next moment, a shadow flashed past Brother Liang, and before he knew it, he was sent flying 10 meters away. Ah! A shrill cry escaped Brother Liang's lips as he realized he had been struck. You bastard. You dare hit Brother Liang? I want to let you off. Brothers, get him. As the 4 subordinates clenched their teeth and advanced to engage Xu Xiaofan, they were ultimately feeble and swiftly rendered powerless. Just graduated and already trying to act like a thug, line up properly. Xu Xiaofan admonished. The 4 youths stood in a row, not daring to resist. Except for Tu Liang, who stubbornly refused to heed Xu Xiaofan's commands. You dare defy me? Xu Xiaofan glared. Humph. Tu Liang scoffed. I am Liang Go, a person of some repute in Anyang. Why should I do as you say? Do I not have any dignity? With astonishing speed, Xu Xiaofan appeared before Tu Liang and slapped him across the face. What did you say? Repeat that. Tu Liang, furious, retorted. Do you even know who I am? I'm under Yijia, and if you offend me, you're in for a world of trouble tonight. Xu Xiaofan delivered another slap. What is Yijia to me? Call her here. I will strike her in front of you. Fine, just wait 3 minutes, and I'll call for backup, Tu Liang said through gritted teeth. Pulling out a firecracker from his pocket and igniting the fuse, shouting, an arrow penetrating the clouds, let 1,000 troops come to meet me. With a sense of arrogance, he looked at Xu Xiaofan. You're finished. Just wait. If you can leave here alive in 3 minutes, I'll take your surname. He raised his chin defiantly. I'll drive your car and take your woman. Chapter 77. One-on-one Xiaofan. Will anything happen? Chowing tugged at Xu Xiaofan's sleeve. Shouldn't we leave here? I'm a bit scared. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one can harm you. Xu Xiaofan reassured her, patting her hand. These social miscreants think they are invincible because no one has ever challenged them. Does it hurt? Xu Xiaofan stroked Chowing's flushed cheek. She shook her head. With you here, it doesn't hurt at all. Just then, motorcycles began to converge on the street, a cacophony of yellow and red-haired youths revving their engines, deafeningly loud. Notably, dozens of motorcycles were outfitted with elaborate modifications, their lights blaring. Now do you know fear? Tu Liang grinned. Did you realize that had you known this would happen, you wouldn't have acted so boldly? Soon, dozens of motorcycles surrounded the area, and more than 100 individuals dismounted, streaming towards Xu Xiaofan. Cousin, I've been attacked. Tu Liang called out to a leading young girl, excitement evident in his demeanor. Xu Xiaofan squinted at the so-called Yijia. This girl, around 20, chewed gum. Her black leather jacket askew on her shoulders. Her painted nails twirled a lighter, her gaze a mix of provocation and innocence. Xu Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly. Have you watched too many gang films? Yet, one must admit, this girl had the ability to rally such a crowd, thanks to her substantial family backing, which made her presence undeniably striking. How many times must I tell you? When we're out, call me Yijia? Linya snapped at Tu Liang. I'm sorry. Yijia, he replied, bowing his head in submission. Linya approached Xu Xiaofan, looking up at him. Did you bully my little brother? Tu Liang rushed to Lin Ya's side, embellishing the story. It's him. Not only did he beat us 5, but he also threatened to hit you. Lin Ya narrowed her eyes. And then what? Tu Liang whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing it, Lin Ya's chest heaved with indignation. How dare he? I can't believe Xu Xiaofan has the audacity to think he can lay a hand on me. She glared at Xu Xiaofan. Is what my little brother said true? Indeed. Xu Xiaofan replied, unperturbed. Lin Ya, indifferent, stated, since you admit it, I must severely punish you. Otherwise, how can I establish my authority in front of my underlings? She smiled. Here's the deal. Kneel before me and loudly say Yijia, I was wrong, and I will let you all go. What do you say? Tu Liang was displeased, whispering to Lin Ya, Yijia, isn't that punishment a bit lenient for a grave offense? Lin Ya shot him a glare. Are you teaching me how to do my job? He quickly fell silent, aware that further commentary would earn him a slap. What do you say? Lin Ya turned back to Xu Xiaofan. I say nothing, he replied nonchalantly, dismissing her proposition entirely. Oh, you really have some backbone, Lin Ya remarked, eyeing the 100-strong crowd behind her. Do you think you can stand against my army? You can try, Xu Xiaofan scoffed. In Lin Ya's eyes, he seemed to have lost his mind, believing he could challenge her formidable force alone. However, she admired his resolve. He remained unfazed in the face of overwhelming odds. Rest assured, I won't be so foolish as to let so many attack you at once, Lin Ya said confidently. I offer you a great opportunity. Challenge me one-on-one. If you win, you may leave. If you lose, prepare for a thorough beating. Laughter erupted from her subordinates. Yijia is a black belt, the champion of Anyang in one-on-one fights. Who in their right mind would dare to challenge her? Yet, under the current circumstances, Xu Xiaofan had no better choice than to accept Lin Ya's challenge. Are you sure? Xu Xiaofan queried. The crowd erupted again. Surely he doesn't think he can defeat Yijia. Some people are so short-sighted, they blindly believe in their capabilities. Let me tell you, Yijia is far stronger than you imagine. If you don't want to suffer, just kneel, Lin Ya's subordinates proclaimed. Feeling bolstered by their flattery, Lin Ya raised her chin. Casting a sidelong glance at Xu Xiaofan, I am not one to be trifled with. Fine, you may strike first, Xu Xiaofan said blandly. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Am I dreaming? A fool dares to speak so boldly before Yijia. They wondered if he was aware of her martial prowess, which had reached an extraordinary level. By allowing her to attack first, he would likely regret it before he even realized what had happened. Lin Ya smiled slightly, her voice cold. I've never encountered such a generous offer. Very well, I shall oblige. If you end up battered, it will be your own arrogance that brings you down. Come at me. I'll let you strike first. Xu Xiaofan continued to provoke Lin Ya. In the next instant, Lin Ya lunged at Xu Xiaofan, attempting to execute a powerful shoulder throw. However, Xu Xiaofan stood firm, unyielding, leaving Lin Ya unable to budge him. Lin Ya was taken aback, not expecting him to possess any martial arts foundation, which explained his bravado. Realizing this, she decided to unleash her full skill set. Yet, still, she could not shift him. An amusing scene unfolded as Lin Ya exerted herself, her face flushed from effort, reminiscent of certain late-night dramas. What the hell, am I seeing things? Yijia is using her full strength and still can't toss that jerk away. Who is this guy, and why haven't I heard of him in the underworld? Could he be a recently discharged soldier? At this rate, it seems Yijia is on the defensive. If he locks her down, she might be in serious trouble. Shut up. We cannot reveal this strategy to the enemy. Otherwise, Yijia will surely suffer. The most shocked of all was Tu Liang. He had summoned the strongest backing for support, yet it still proved ineffective. This was simply absurd. At that moment, Xu Xiaofan made his move. He locked Lin Ya in a tight embrace, and despite her struggles, she remained firmly held by his powerful arms. Let go of me, you scoundrel, Lin Ya shouted. Let you go? How naive, Xu Xiaofan retorted with a swift slap to her alluring waist. Chapter 78. Call Me Daddy. Lin Ya felt a mix of anger and humiliation. In her entire life, she had never experienced such a brazen act from a man, especially not in front of so many peers. Did she not have any pride? You rascal, if you have the guts, let go of me, and let us fight 300 rounds. Lin Ya challenged. Xu Xiaofan delivered another merciless slap. If I let you go just because you asked, wouldn't that be quite undignified for me? Linya screamed, don't let me catch you. Or I won't spare you. Did I ask you to call me? Xu Xiaofan slapped down again. At your young age, instead of studying diligently, you choose to emulate thugs. Today, I shall correct the misguided thoughts of you social miscreants. He continued to strike as he spoke. Linya, in pain, cried tears of frustration. What we do is none of your business. Xu Xiaofan, unyielding, responded. It's precisely because your parents have spoiled you that you've become so reckless, thinking the world revolves around you. He adamantly declared, today, I will discipline you miscreants on behalf of your parents. A glance at the group revealed they were all between 18 and 22 years old. This age should be the prime time for learning, yet they squandered it and chose a path of no return. Let our leader go, you despicable coward. Taking advantage of her when she is unguarded. I suggest you face severe consequences. One of them shouted, if you don't release her, we will all come at you and drown you in spit. Xu Xiaofan slapped Linya once more. If you wish to see your leader suffer, feel free to try. I guarantee she'll never sit comfortably again. Linya, frightened, quickly intervened. Everyone retreat. This is a one-on-one fight. If you all join in, wouldn't that be unfair to me? Oh, Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up. I didn't know you had a sense of honor. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Here's the deal. If you agree to one thing, I'll let you go, and we can cease this conflict. Linya felt reluctant, but, humiliated in front of everyone, had no choice but to comply temporarily. What's the condition? Xu Xiaofan raised his chin, call me daddy. Linya, taken aback, felt a surge of fury. How could Xu Xiaofan be so shameless, taking advantage of her in such a way? Absolutely not. She declared, her resolve unwavering. Very well. Xu Xiaofan smirked. I shall see how long you can maintain that stubbornness. He unleashed a flurry of blows, completely exhausting her patience. So, will you call me or not? Linya gritted her teeth, wanting to resist, but the pain was too intense. If she were truly beaten to a pulp, her life would be over. Fine. I'll call you. She finally relented, her voice strained. Speak it, Xu Xiaofan commanded with another slap. As Linya uttered the words, tears of defiance streamed down her cheeks, the humiliation she faced today overshadowing all her past grievances. The onlookers were stunned. They could hardly believe that the once unyielding Linya, known as the toughest girl in Anyang County, was now yielding before an unknown underdog. You should have said that sooner to avoid all this suffering, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. Remember, you must learn to behave and be a decent person. If I see you again, I'll slap you every time. Linya glared at him, but the searing pain rendered her powerless. She could only retreat to recover from her injuries. A gentleman takes his revenge 10 years in the making. One day, she would repay Xu Xiaofan for this humiliation tenfold. Let us go. Linya glanced at her companions. Tu Liang, dissatisfied, approached Linya. Are we really just letting them go? We can't take revenge? He felt their beatings were in vain. Linya slapped Tu Liang across the face. I told you, don't instruct me on how to handle things. Her current predicament was largely due to Tu Liang's provocations. For him to still wish to control her was simply asking for trouble. With that, she limped towards a pink motorcycle, attempting to mount it. However, the lingering pain in her waist made it impossible. Just wait. She shot Xu Xiaofan a glare, gritting her teeth through the agony until she finally managed to ride the motorcycle. With the throttle wide open, she and her companions quickly vanished from Xu Xiaofan's sight. After this encounter, they would surely no longer underestimate him. Meanwhile, Tu Liang spat in frustration, disappointed that Linya had come and accomplished nothing. Suddenly, a slap landed on the back of his head. Still not leaving? Do you wish to stay for a late-night snack? Xu Xiaofan was infuriated. Tu Liang, feeling dizzy, turned to leave with his gang, only to be called back by Xu Xiaofan to apologize before departing. The five of them turned to Chao Ying and simultaneously said, sorry. Big sister, we were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Scram, Xu Xiaofan waved them off. After dispersing the group, he climbed into the Cadillac with Chao Ying. At that moment, her mind was filled with the image of Xu Xiaofan's tall and imposing figure. Xiaofan, I truly thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do, she said, her voice thick with emotion. Just be more careful next time, Xu Xiaofan replied casually. Xiaofan, can you take me home? Chao Ying's enchanting voice made his heart race. Noticing Xu Xiaofan's reaction, she moved closer to the driver's seat. Soon, they arrived at Lianhua Garden. Xiaofan, my legs are weak. Can you carry me up? Chao Ying's soft voice was irresistibly alluring, making any man's heart race. Inger, I think the view in the garage is quite nice. Why don't we enjoy it here? Xu Xiaofan's eyes lit up suddenly. Last time, their plans were thwarted, and he had been worried about encountering more trouble. As Chao Ying's fair legs crossed over to the driver's seat, She took over Xu Xiaofan's territory. Soon, the two began to tussle. Chapter 79. Shenxi discovers Xiaofan's relationship with Chowing Xiaofan. I've realized that from now on, I can't live without you. What should I do? Chowing, slumped in the passenger seat, breathed heavily, her face flushed, exuding immense allure. She was feeling the effects of a strained back for the first time in her life. Xu Xiaofan was taken aback. He never expected that the once tomboyish girl would transform into such a ripe and juicy peach, a true treasure of a girl. What do you mean you can't live without me? Xu Xiaofan smiled, his hand exploring a delightful curve, seemingly intrigued. Chowing was at a loss for words. I can't move anymore. A strained back is a serious condition. If it worsens, I might be bedridden for weeks. Xiaofan, can we postpone this for another day? I can't take it anymore, she said, her face still burning red, waving the white flag in surrender. Xu Xiaofan's movements came to an abrupt halt, as he realized that Chowing had reached her limit. He had not yet fully indulged in the moment. Acknowledging her words, Xu Xiaofan understood the importance of moderation. There would be ample time in the future to spend together. Moreover, it was getting late, and it was time to head home. Xiaofan, once I recover, I will certainly show you my prowess, Chowing teased with a flirtatious glance. Xu Xiaofan playfully swatted her, retorting, whoever is impressive can handle it. Let's see who begs for mercy then. Xiaofan, I'm heading back now. Drive safely, Chowing said as she opened the car door and stepped out slowly. Breathing in the fresh air after being confined in the vehicle for so long rejuvenated her. Just then, her trembling legs suddenly gave way, nearly causing her to topple over. Xu Xiaofan, witnessing this, hurried to assist her and asked with concern, what's wrong? Chowing playfully punched his chest. It's all your fault. After regaining her composure, she managed to walk steadily, though she felt a strange sense of familiarity about the situation. Xiaofan, I can walk on my own now. You should hurry home, she said, planting a kiss on his cheek before limping away. Is it really this late? Xu Xiaofan exclaimed, glancing at his phone, which displayed the time as 1 a.m. Meanwhile, in Shen Siyu's room, she sat before the window in a black outfit, her cheeks flushed as she admired the beautiful scenery of Anyang County. However, a wave of inexplicable emptiness washed over her. Ideally, such splendid moments should be shared with a loved one, yet she found herself alone, accompanied only by a damp pink mining tool on her bed. Wu Renjia, that useless fellow, had not brought her joy in a long time. Indeed, he paled in comparison to the elder beside Chowing. Contemplating the immense hardships that lay ahead, Shen Siyu felt a profound sense of melancholy. Must she truly become self-sufficient to lead a fulfilling life? Xiaofan, what are you doing now? She mused, instinctively pulling out her phone and locating Xu Xiaofan's profile, hoping to reach out for a heartfelt conversation. Yet, fearing he might be asleep at such a late hour, she hesitated, not wanting to disturb his slumber. Her gaze wandered back to the tool on her bed, seeking solace. At that moment, she inadvertently spotted a black SUV glimmering at the bottom of the building. Catching her attention, the sight felt oddly familiar. Upon seeing the license plate ending in 8848, her eyes brightened. Was Xiaofan just at Lianhua Garden? She wondered anxiously. Was he out discussing business with friends at this hour? Reflecting on Xu Xiaofan's success, she compared herself, who had only achieved the position of sales manager through Wu Renjia's connections, to him. Her life should have mirrored his, filled with promise and opportunity. Instead, she felt like a mere shadow, thriving only through the influence of others. Shen Siyu's mood soured as she speculated if he had just dropped Chowing off. The memory of that silhouette lingered in her mind, sending a chill down her spine. Hastily donning a light jacket, she rushed to the door, peering through the peephole, eager to catch a glimpse of Chowing. If she appeared at this hour, it would confirm her suspicions. However, after 2.5 minutes of waiting, when no sign of Chowing emerged, a wave of relief washed over Shen Siyu. Phew, I was overthinking, she reassured herself. How could Xu Xiaofan possibly be involved with Chowing? Suddenly, the sound of the elevator stopping resonated like thunder, shattering her tranquility. Her nerves tensed as she peered through the peephole, hoping it wasn't Chowing. In her heart, she silently prayed to the heavens, wishing for another neighbor instead. Yet, her hopes were dashed as she witnessed Chowing limping toward her door, her delicate hand intermittently rubbing her alluring waist, a pained expression etched on her face. Anyone who had experienced such a situation would know the extent of the wildness and harm she had endured. It was a brutal revelation. Just as Chowing finally reached her door, Shen Siyu swung it open, hoping to create a chance encounter. Chowing, where have you been out so late? She inquired nonchalantly, intent on extracting information from their conversation. Oh, it's you, class monitor, Chowing replied with a charming smile, pulling out her keys to unlock the door. I just attended a social gathering. which is why I'm back a bit late. Is your boyfriend not with you? Shin Siyu cautiously probed. He got drunk tonight and had a friend drop me off. He left as soon as we reached the bottom, Chowing replied, unaware of Shin Siyu's ulterior motives. Your friend seems quite nice, Shin Siyu thought, her suspicions beginning to solidify, though she still needed more evidence. He's not too bad, Chowing smiled sweetly, secretly amused at the thought of Shin Siyu being astonished if she knew that the one who dropped her off was Xu Xiaofan. Their reunion after 4 years had transformed him significantly, particularly in his newfound confidence, which was unmatched by ordinary men. Yet, she was resolute in not disclosing this to Shin Siyu, fearing it would stir her interest. Chowing believed that Shin Siyu, with her strong and vigorous partner, must be living a blissful life, unlike herself, who had been struggling to achieve a breakthrough for over a year and a half. However, after meeting Xu Xiaofan, all her troubles seemed to dissipate. Tonight, she felt liberated enough to discard those mining tools into the trash. Chowing, your friend seems wonderful. You should bring him along someday, so we can all meet. Who knows, we might be able to help each other in the future, Shin Siyu suggested. Testing Chao Ying's reaction, curious if she would refuse, indicating that she had indeed been gaming with Xu Xiaofan earlier. Hee, Chowing smirked slightly, class monitor. My good friend is quite shy and prefers not to meet unfamiliar faces. My apologies. She was determined to keep Shin Siyu from meeting Xu Xiaofan. Shin Siyu had been the undeniable belle of their school during both high school and college. Perhaps Xu Xiaofan had once harbored feelings for her in secret. Suddenly, an idea struck Chowing. What if Shin Siyu had already met Xu Xiaofan? If he were to rekindle old feelings and pursue her again, how would she handle it? She would never share this thought with Shin Siyu. Moreover, given Shin Siyu's nature, seeing Xu Xiaofan thriving would surely entice her. She might even seek to climb into his bed. The mere thought sent shivers down Chao Ying's spine. She wasn't afraid of losing her charm, but rather of the formidable power of first love. Determined, she decided to test Shin Siyu. Class monitor, after high school, we all went our separate ways and lost touch. In Anyang County, it's just the two of us who have crossed paths. Sometimes I lament how vast the world is, allowing many to drift apart without a trace. Other times, I marvel at how small it is, so much so that even when close at hand, we cannot find those we wish to see. What do you think? Chowing waxed poetic, her gaze fixed on Shin Siyu, keenly observing her subtle expressions, eager to see how she would respond. Shin Siyu sighed, you are right. For years have passed, and those who once strove alongside us have vanished without a trace, leaving us wondering how they fare. She gazed at Chowing, reflecting on their solitary encounter, feeling a profound sense of desolation. Chowing's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing that Shin Siyu had not encountered any other classmates. Upon this, she felt a sense of relief. However, how could Chowing's smile possibly escape Shin Siyu's discerning gaze? Did she truly believe that her beauty alone could secure her the position of class monitor? Lacking any ability to read the room, could she truly be deemed fit for the role? From Chowing's deliberate evasion of the subject regarding her friends, it was evident that she wished to avoid a meeting with Shin Siyu. The recent topic she had intentionally stirred only confirmed Shin Siyu's suspicions that this so-called friend was merely an old classmate. It must be Xu Xiaofan. Chowing, your friend, Shin Siyu reiterated. Class monitor, he really is quite shy. I won't introduce him to you. After standing for an extended period, a sharp pain surged through her back. Oh dear, class monitor, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I must take my leave, she lamented. Chowing, is there something wrong with your health? Shin inquired. Shall I assist you in calling an ambulance? Chowing waved her hand dismissively. No. I merely bumped my tailbone in the elevator. It hurts quite a bit. Very well, take care of yourself, and we shall gather when time permits, Shin replied. Certainly. Chowing said as she pushed the door open and dragged her weary body inside, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Shin returned home with a scowl, her mood soured as she tore off her thin outer garment. She had not anticipated that the matter she had been preoccupied with had already been seized by Chowing. What credentials did Chowing possess to compete with her for a man? Shin felt a surge of anger mixed with helplessness. After all, in matters of the heart, both parties were not children. They would each consider the consequences of their actions. If she could engage with him, why could she not? Shin Siyu's gaze was resolute as she regarded her own alluring figure, which was undoubtedly on par with Chowing's. Moreover, Xu Xiaofan had once confessed to her. Strictly speaking, she was still his first love. She decided not to dwell on it further. If she could soar to new heights by associating with Xu Xiaofan, then what did it matter if she played the role of his sidekick? After all, in certain aspects, he was undeniably superior to Wu Renjia. This was evident from the way Chao and carried herself. Gripping her phone tightly, she finally devised a plan for how to communicate with Xu Xiaofan on Friday. At that moment, Shen Xiu heard commotion emanating from Chao Ying's room. It was apparent that Pu Guochang had returned, which further irked her. Shen Xiu stood up and slightly opened her door, eager to eavesdrop on their quarrel. Chao Ying, what is the matter with you? Have you been secretly meeting men while I'm away? Pu Guochang, having just boasted to Zhang Kai, felt exuberant and sought to impress Chao Ying. However, after pacing back and forth, it seemed he had discovered a toothpick lodged in a water tank. The atmosphere was utterly devoid of the previous camaraderie, hence his frustration. Pu Guochang, are you out of your mind? Every time you ignite my fury, you cannot extinguish it, yet you dare to slander me? Are you even a man? Chao Ying's sharp voice echoed throughout the floor. And why? Pu Guochang attempted to question. Has the road in Lotus Garden been inexplicably widened? Chao Ying, understanding his implication, retorted. That's because you're so limp, like a sponge. It's a wonder you even have an experience to speak of. Pu Guochang's face flushed with embarrassment. This woman was excessively ruthless, showing him no semblance of respect. Yet, Chao Ying was not wrong. It must have been a lack of vigor that resulted in such a poor experience. He managed to force a smile. Inger, he said, attempting to placate her. I was wrong. Please don't stay angry, all right? Chao Ying remained silent. Darling, please don't be upset. Tomorrow, I'll take you to buy a Patek Philippe. How does that sound? Pu Guochang thought of a perfect way to apologize, a method that had never failed him before. Old Pu, I'm not angry. I'm just heartbroken. You unjustly attributed something to me that didn't even happen. I simply cannot tolerate such injustice. Chao Ying's talent for rhetoric was remarkable, leaving Pu Guochang momentarily stunned. He expressed concern. Inger, please forgive me. Will you? Pretending to be troubled, she replied, I shall forgive you this time. But do not utter such unrealistic words again. My capacity for endurance is quite limited. Hee, there will definitely not be a next time, Pu Guochang chuckled. Then can I buy you a new phone tomorrow? Just look at the state of mine. Buy. Get whatever you fancy, he added. Old Pu, thank you. I believe you are the most caring man in the world. I feel so fortunate. Shen Xiu slammed her door in frustration. Why did Chao Ying seem to be in a far better situation than her? Although Pu Guochang was older, he was attentive. In contrast, Wu Renjia, though younger, showed no consideration at all, resembling a complete waste. Shen Xiu resolved to exert herself diligently come Friday. She approached her bed, leaping onto the mattress in anger, instinctively reaching for her essential tool. Soon, the room was filled with enchanting sounds. Chapter 81. The deceived Zheng Baiwan. At this moment, Xu Xiaofan had arrived in Peach Blossom Village. After midnight, the village's streetlights flickered like fireflies, tranquil yet warm. After parking his car, he headed towards his home. However, as he approached, he noticed the lights were still on inside. It must be Sister Hua waiting for me, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. Although Tang Hua was not his legally wedded wife, they shared a bond that felt akin to marriage. He still needed to fulfill his task for her, and he was determined to succeed tonight. With a cheerful demeanor, he entered the house. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his joyful countenance immediately froze. The occupant of the room was not Tang Hua but the detestable Zheng Ro. Seeing Zheng Ro ignited a fire within Xu Xiaofan. He vividly recalled the incident a few days prior when she had kicked him in a sensitive area, nearly robbing him of his manhood. Zheng Ro, do you not have any sense of propriety? What does it mean for you to be alone in a bachelor's home at this hour? Xu Xiaofan retorted, his tone harsh. Answer me, speak. He pressed forward, knowing that if Aunt Xia were to witness this, he would undoubtedly become the talk of the town. With rumors spreading to Longjiang town and even Anyang County. Faced with Xu Xiaofan's intimidating demeanor, Zheng Ro curled up in her chair like a sulking child. Moreover, she could smell the strong scent of alcohol on him, indicating he had likely been out enjoying himself at a nightclub. Engaging in a verbal spar with him at this moment would only add fuel to the fire. Zheng Ro felt a pang of hurt. If he wished to revel, then so be it. But why ignore her messages? Did he fear to disturb his good fortune? She felt her standing in Xu Xiaofan's eyes diminishing, even less significant than that of Sister Ferrong. This thought caused her deep distress. Adding to her turmoil was the fact that her father had been swindled out of his assets today, pushing her closer to tears as she sought an outlet for her emotions. Why didn't he respond to my messages? Zheng Ro challenged Xu Xiaofan defiantly. Oh. Xu Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, focusing on Zheng Ro's prominent figure. Zheng Ro, who exactly are you to me? Am I at your beck and call 24/7? He had almost forgotten. Zheng Ro had bombarded him with messages since 8 o'clock that evening, a veritable onslaught. What urgent matter could possibly require his attention? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Could it be that Zheng Ro had finally come to an understanding? He would not agree to that so easily. He still harbored resentment over the kick she had dealt him. Forgiveness would not come easily. Speak quickly, what is it? Xu Xiaofan softened his tone slightly. Why didn't you accept my invitation to dinner at my home? Zeng Ro asked coldly. Hiss, Xu Xiaofan inhaled sharply. What does that even mean? Skipping all the steps. He has already met the parents. Isn't that a bit too fast? He is not the type to rush into things, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. Such discussions should be reserved for the future. I'm busy and have no time to read messages, Xu Xiaofan said indifferently. Do you know that because you didn't reply to my messages, my family encountered a crisis? Do you understand? Zeng Ro cried, her emotions in turmoil. A crisis? Xu Xiaofan was slightly taken aback. What could have possibly happened? He wondered if Aunt Lin had gotten into a confrontation with Zeng Baiwan to push him and Zeng Ro together. Xu Xiaofan was well aware of Zeng Baiwan's disdain for him, and the idea of marrying Zeng Ro off to him was ludicrous. The mastermind behind this must surely be Aunt Lin Shinger, who had always been kind to Xu Xiaofan and had long wished to see them together. My dad was swindled out of money. Zeng Ro lamented, tears streaming down her face. What? Xu Xiaofan was horrified. Who could possibly deceive the miserly Zeng Baiwan? He had always been so cautious with his finances, even considering spending money to seek guidance. It's because you didn't reply to my messages that my dad got scammed. Zeng Ro pointed her finger at Xu Xiaofan, her frustration palpable. Today, after Zeng Baiwan lost faith in Xu Xiaofan, he saw how live streaming sales could yield high profits for fruit. Consequently, he contacted a stunning woman known as Boss Chi, proposing her assistance with sales. As a renowned live streaming host, Zeng Baiwan discovered through background checks that this influencer had millions of followers, and he trusted her reputation implicitly. They agreed on a deal, with Zeng Baiwan paying Boss Chi 200,000 as a placement fee, and she promised to sell his fruits at 15 yuan per pound. She even showcased a recent transaction involving fruit, amounting to over 1 million in sales. Upon seeing that figure, Zeng Baiwan felt his opportunity to soar had arrived. Selling a pound of cantaloupe for 15 yuan was a dream. To put it in perspective, his family produced 100,000 pounds of fruit annually, selling for a maximum of 4 yuan per pound. Now, the price had quadrupled. With 100,000 pounds of cantaloupe, if sold at 15 yuan, he could earn 1.5 million. After deducting the 200,000 placement fee and some transportation costs, his gross profit would be around 1 million. As the king of melons, he had never dared to dream so big. Yet, seeing Boss Chi's stellar reputation, he unhesitatingly paid up. However, what he didn't expect was that after receiving the 200,000, Boss Chi would demand another 300,000 for brand image development, promising lifetime free agency for Zeng Baiwan's melons. Upon hearing this, Zeng Baiwan couldn't contain his glee. Such a fantastic opportunity was his. He could just grow melons and count his money from his bed. Without a second thought, he sent over another 300,000. Yet, the situation was far from over. Boss Chi soon asked for 500,000 as a management fee. At this point, Zeng Baiwan began to feel a sense of unease. Why did it feel like dealing with her was as cumbersome as preparing for an imperial examination? Nonetheless, he brushed aside his doubts, reasoning that such a high selling price must be backed by a solid brand image and connections. Thus, he transferred another 500,000, believing that spending 1 million for the chance to sell 1.5 million worth of melons was worth it, even if it meant no profits this year. But next year, the year after, and the years to come, surely he would soar to success. Consequently, he transferred a total of 1 million, all in hopes of achieving great fortune. Yet, the saga was not over. Boss Chi, with another clever excuse, demanded 100,000 for transportation subsidies. At this juncture, the astute Zeng Baiwan had grown suspicious. Why did Boss Chi's schemes feel so familiar, akin to a pyramid scheme? He replied that he had no money. However, the next moment, Zeng Baiwan's world collapsed. That highly regarded Boss Chi had completely blacklisted him. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. He felt a surge of anger and blood rushed from his mouth. All his life savings had been swindled away in an instant. Chapter 82. Refusal of Zeng Ro Fool. Xu Xiaofan scoffed. There is no such thing as an easy windfall in this world. One mustn't naively expect fortune to fall from the sky. He suspected that Meng Xia and Chun Hai had also fallen into the traps set by swindlers. It's all your fault. Zeng Ro accused Xu Xiaofan angrily. If you had come to my house for dinner and helped me connect with Tang Shui, none of this would have happened. Xu Xiaofan retorted, Come on, Zeng Ro. Don't you think that's a bit much? This is clearly your dad's own folly, and yet you're placing the blame on me. Have some self-respect. He was even more incensed. Every time Zheng Baiwan saw him, he wore a scowl. Did Zheng Ro genuinely believe he would want to dine at their home? It was clear that wouldn't happen. Zheng Baiwan had always looked down on him, considering him a toad unworthy of swan meat. Xu Xiaofan understood that even if he had seen Zheng Ro's message immediately, he wouldn't have agreed to help with Tang Xue's collaboration. Otherwise, Zheng Baiwan would undoubtedly boast about his success as if it were solely his doing, and in that moment of triumph, he would look down even more on Xu Xiaofan. The orphan. Zheng Ro, just go back home. I need to sleep. Xu Xiaofan pointed towards the door. It's late, and it's inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. Zheng Ro hesitated. Xu Xiaofan, just say what you need to say quickly. Then get out. I don't want the villagers gossiping about us. Xu Xiaofan replied curtly. Can you help my dad? Zheng Ro cried. His life savings have been drained. And if the 100,000 pounds of cantaloupe don't sell for a good price, his life will be ruined. I can't help. Xu Xiaofan shook his head. You should seek assistance from your uncles. I am powerless in this matter. Of course, Zheng Ro and her family had already reported the incident to the police. However, Uncle Mao stated that they could no longer trace Boss Chi's Douyin account, leaving the Zheng family to await news. It goes without saying that the money was unlikely to be recovered. Currently, the only hope for Zheng Baiwan to turn his fortunes around lay with the 100,000 pounds of cantaloupe. Otherwise, they would not find peace. Zheng Ro said, You've misunderstood me. I meant for you to help my dad establish a good relationship with Boss Tang, not to pursue that money. With Xu Xiaofan's connection to Tang Xue, a simple request from him could ensure the 100,000 pounds of cantaloupe sold at a premium. It all depended on whether he was willing to assist. I can't do that, Xu Xiaofan replied, shaking his head. I have no obligation to help you. Why not? Zheng Ro asked through her tears. Throughout my life, when I was down and out, your father never offered me a helping hand. Instead, he ridiculed me in front of others, Xu Xiaofan explained. Of course, during their childhood, Zheng Ro had treated him kindly, occasionally sharing candies with him. But that was behind Zheng Baiwan's back. If he ever found out, he would have forbidden Zheng Ro from associating with him. Xu Xiaofan, please allow me to apologize on behalf of my father, Zheng Ro sobbed. You're the only one who can help him now. An apology wouldn't suffice. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. If you want to collaborate with Tang Xue, your father should lower his pride and seek Tang Xue himself. Xu Xiaofan, I find you so unfamiliar now, Zheng Ro lamented, her tears flowing freely. As if she were witnessing a cold-hearted Xu Xiaofan. He had not always been like this. Now you realize? Xu Xiaofan shrugged. He wouldn't help others without reason, nor would he harm others without cause. Gratitude and reciprocity were his guiding principles. Had Zheng Baiwan been kind to him in the past, even if he hadn't helped him through tough times, Xu Xiaofan might have offered assistance out of respect for their shared hometown. Regrettably, Zheng Baiwan always used him as a cautionary tale to motivate Zheng Ro, a fact that Xu Xiaofan would certainly remember. Had he not received the inheritance from the golden toad immortal, Zheng Baiwan would have looked down on him until his dying breath. Xu Xiaofan, what would it take for you to lend my father a hand? Please don't keep it to yourself, Zheng Ro inquired. I reiterate my stance, Xu Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. Then what if I offered myself? Zheng Ro clenched her teeth. If you help me get through this crisis, I will give you my body. How does that sound? She was utterly at her wit's end. If Xu Xiaofan did not assist in selling those melons, the Zheng family would be doomed for life. They were still burdened with debts. If Zheng Baiwan could achieve commendable results at the fruit exhibition, he wouldn't need to worry about selling melons. But all the attention had been overshadowed by Tang Xue. Bored, Xu Xiaofan waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I cannot assist you. He acknowledged that he had a slight, improper inclination towards Zheng Ro. However, their relationship was not one to be manipulated. The woman he desired was one who willingly chose to be with him, not one who exchanged her body for his perceived value. For other women, he might consider it, but not for Zheng Ro. Zheng Ro, now in tears, felt even more despondent. She had laid everything on the line, yet Xu Xiaofan remained unmoved. At that moment, Tang Hor arrived. Seeing Zheng Ro with tear-streaked cheeks, she asked, What happened? Did you have a fight? She had been unable to sleep that night, troubled by her in-laws and anxious about the unanswered messages she had sent to Xu Xiaofan, fearing something might be amiss. Upon hearing the sound of a carriage engine, she knew Xu Xiaofan had returned and came to check on the situation. However, as soon as she entered, she noticed the two seemed to be in a heated argument. With Zheng Ro in tears, Zheng Ro, upon seeing Tang Hor, felt the need to conceal her family's troubles, and thus turned to flee. Yet, before she disappeared, she left behind a sorrowful remark. Xu Xiaofan, one day you will regret this decision. With those words, she vanished into the dark of night. Watching her retreating figure, Xu Xiaofan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart, as if he had lost something precious. What transpired? Tang Hor asked. Xu Xiaofan recounted the entire sequence of events to her. By now, he shared everything with Tang Hor, considering her his closest confidant. What? Uncle Baiwan was swindled out of $1 million by a major streamer. Tang Hor exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. To rural folk like them, $1 million was an unattainable sum, a lifetime of earnings. It was no wonder Xing Rou sought Xu Xiaofan's help. Xiaofan, I believe you could assist Xiao Rou. Tang Hor suggested kindly. Although Uncle Baiwan has had significant grievances against you, it seems Xiao Rou has always treated you well, hasn't she? Well, that's debatable. Xu Xiaofan replied with a glint in his eye, clearly dismissing her sentiment. Sister Hor, why are you still awake at this late hour? Are you feeling restless? He was still simmering with frustration from Xing Rou's earlier outburst and decided to vent in a different manner. He swept Tang Hor into his arms and carried her to his room, ready to indulge in some playful mischief. Chapter 83. The excited Tang Hor. What? You say Uncle Hai and the others are in trouble? Xu Xiaofan's voice was filled with shock, cutting through the darkness. After Tang Hor managed to utter a few words, it seemed she had exhausted all her strength. She continued softly. It appears that customers have discovered they were sold subpar goods, leading to numerous returns. Now Lu Daning and the others are hoping to invest more money to rebrand. She sighed heavily. You know the situation with my in-laws. We've borrowed from every possible source. Now, they wish to invest again. Where will they find the funds? Xu Xiaofan urged them not to invest further, warning that it would lead to ruin. There is no such thing as a free lunch. From the moment Lu Daning and his team began rapidly expanding production, I knew disaster awaited them. Tang Hor sighed again. I have warned them, yet they refused to listen. They were bickering fiercely tonight over money, and it has left me quite agitated. My in-laws even inquired if I had any money to spare for them to recover their losses. Xu Xiaofan calmly advised, do not involve yourself. That is a bottomless pit. And do not give them the money I provided you. Tang Hor nodded, I won't. The money you gave me has already gone towards buying a house for my brother. She had barely warmed up the 100,000 yuan before handing it over to him. This was a genuine advance on my salary from Xiaofan. While it was labeled as a salary, she understood better than anyone that Xu Xiaofan had a special fondness for her, gifting her money without hesitation. Oh, you bought a house. Xu Xiaofan recalled the golden-haired Tang Pingan, feeling somewhat relieved. At that moment, an idea sparked in his mind. Isn't Tang Shui looking for a driver? Perhaps this could be a great opportunity to recommend Tang Pingan for the position, provided he can drive and has good character. Yes. I bought a 120 square meter apartment with a down payment of 200,000, and the monthly mortgage is 2,888, Tang Hor shared. That sounds good. Xu Xiaofan replied with a smile. What's good about it? After graduating from college, Xiaoan has just been lazing around at home. And now he has a mortgage of 2,888 yuan per month. How will he ever repay it? He will have to rely on my parents, Tang Hor lamented. This approach is no solution. Once someone becomes reliant on others, they are bound to become useless, she added, echoing his sentiments. Yet, her expression darkened as she continued. But the current economic climate is dire. Many masters and even doctoral graduates are struggling to find jobs and are turning to the delivery industry. What can Xiaoan, being a college graduate, possibly do to compete? Tang Hor was at a loss for words. She had repeatedly urged Tang Pingan to start with small tasks, but he had always refused, insisting that he would one day change his fate. This attitude infuriated her. Sister Hor, I have a job offer, but I'm not sure if your brother can take it, Xu Xiaofan stated. Tang Hor, excited, asked what job. She knew that if her brother could associate with Xu Xiaofan, he would surely excel. Boss Tang asked me to help find a freight driver. I'm not sure if your brother meets the qualifications, Xu Xiaofan inquired. Overjoyed, Tang Hor exclaimed, of course. When Xiaoan was in his second year, he asked me for 10,000 yuan to get his driver's license. I didn't hesitate to send him 15,000. He ended up obtaining a B license. Tang Hor cautiously asked, a B license should be sufficient, right? Absolutely, Xu Xiaofan affirmed. He can drive a 4.2-meter blue label truck with just a C license. At the same time, he felt somewhat perplexed. Given that Tang Pingan had such a good license, why wasn't he working in a major city driving for a company? Such qualifications could easily fetch a salary of several thousand per month. What a waste of resources. After a heartfelt conversation with Tang Hor, Xu Xiaofan learned that Tang Pingan was afraid of long-distance driving, which typically involved traveling over 1,000 kilometers from one province to another in a day. Although the pay was attractive, he considered it too risky. Having understood more about Tang Pingan's situation, Xu Xiaofan felt that he was the perfect candidate for the freight driver position that Tang Shui was seeking. However, He still had reservations and continued, Sister Hor, your brother doesn't have any bad habits, does he? After all, I am recommending him to Tang Shui, and I must ensure quality. Driving is no trivial matter. One mistake could lead to dire consequences. If Tang Pingyan is unqualified and is forced into the role, it could spell trouble for Xu Xiaofan, Tang Shui, and Tang Pingyan alike. Tang Hoyer shook her head, asserting that Xiaoan had no vices. If anything, he was somewhat reclusive. After a moment's contemplation, she added that he had a penchant for smoking, consuming a pack each day. Xu Xiaofan chuckled, deeming such matters trivial. A homebody merely lacked engagement. Once occupied, their behavior would surely shift. As for smoking, it was a rather commonplace indulgence among men. Thus, Tang Pingyan was nearly certain that she would have him report to Tang Shui the following day. Sister Hor, please ask your brother if he would be willing to take the job, Xu Xiaofan continued, noting that the remuneration at Tang Shui's place was quite appealing. 6,000 yuan per month, with 4 days off, meals included, and accommodation provided. When calculated, it amounted to nearly 10,000 yuan a month. Oh, Tang Hor exclaimed, gripping Xu Xiaofan's arm, urging Xiaoan to accept the offer. Xu Xiaofan laughed. Sister Hor, do refrain from squeezing so tightly. It hurts. Realizing her enthusiasm had led her to be a bit too forward, Tang Hoyer felt a pang of embarrassment. However, how could she not be excited? The average wage in the county hovered around 2,800 yuan, while Xu Xiaofan's opportunity offered 6,000 yuan. Complete with vacation time and all meals covered, simply too good to pass up. Tang Hoyer felt a surge of motivation to seize such an opportunity. Were it not for her lack of a driver's license, then you must inform your brother tomorrow, and I shall accompany him to report to Tang Shui, she stated. Before Xu Xiaofan could finish, Tang Hoyer had already pulled out her phone to share the exhilarating news with Tang Pingyan, who promptly responded. Expressing his eagerness to take the job, Tang Hoyer rolled her eyes, concerned about her brother's late-night habits. If this continued, he would surely fall into a state of despair. She promptly ordered him to rest. Sister Hoyer, why impose such strict expectations on the youth? Are we not also awake through the night? Xu Xiaofan remarked, his ailment surfacing once more. Dreadful. Tang Hoyer smacked his hand, threatening playfully, this time, I won't hesitate to swallow you whole. Soon enough, the two were engaged in a spirited tussle, their cries echoing throughout the room. The following day, Xu Xiaofan awakened and reviewed the unread messages from the previous day. He first clicked on Xu Xiaofang's message, which conveyed that he had already established connections in Yuer village, where the locals were quite willing to sell their fish. The villagers were thrilled to hear of the purchase price, 8 yuan for grass carp and 6 yuan for silver carp, eagerly inviting him to weigh their catch. Clearly, their offer was far more reasonable than that of Li Dagwan, earning them the villagers' support. Xu Xiaofang also inquired how much fish they intended to purchase, cautioning that an excess could lead to overcrowding in the ponds, resulting in oxygen depletion and possible fatalities. Another message from the owner of Fuchunju, Ing Huanhuan, indicated that their daily fish supply was guaranteed at 1,000 jing. Xu Xiaofan replied, instructing Xu Xiaofang to fill the 8 mu of fish ponds, assuring him that even if it became crowded, there was no need for concern. He had his own methods. Xu Xiaofang quickly responded, indicating that he had already 20,000 jing of fish and could accommodate an additional 20,000 jing, although this would necessitate an oxygenation machine. Xu Xiaofan suggested pushing for 40,000 jing more, assuring him that he would handle the oxygenation issue. In addition to the oxygenation machine, he planned to utilize the Li Hua formation heart technique to enhance oxygen levels and catalyze growth. He had previously tested this technique and found that fish treated with it exhibited a remarkable vitality. Upon receiving Xu Xiaofan's message, Xu Xiaofang was understandably astonished. However, he knew Xu Xiaofan's character well. He would not undertake any venture unless he was certain of success. Thus, Xu Xiaofang set about executing the orders. He then inquired whether Xu Xiaofan had time to visit him for tea. Xu Xiaofan, fully aware of his intentions, candidly replied that he needed to go to Tongjia village to procure fruits, promising to visit for tea another day. Xu Xiaofang, being a sensible person, engaged in casual conversation with Xu Xiaofan before heading off to Yuer village to collect fish. Curious about Tang Shuoyan's latest messages, Xu Xiaofan clicked on her name and was unexpectedly taken aback by a stunning selfie of her. She appeared youthful and alluring, her 130-pound figure both voluptuous and healthy. Unlike some others, was this a form of seduction? The flame of desire within Xu Xiaofan reignited upon seeing her playful expression below the photo, which suggested it had been sent in error and could not be retracted due to the time elapsed. This sister is quite the enigma, Xu Xiaofan mused. his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Ah, they have already collected 5,000 gene of grapes and 20,000 gene of mangoes as well. As he continued to read, he stumbled upon another exciting message from Tang Xuelian. Sister Xuelian, I am heading your way now to collect the fruits. Could you assist me in finding a truck driver to deliver them to the Baiguan in the county? Tang Xuelian quickly replied with an affirmative. Xu Xiaofan felt a tingle of nervous energy. This mature woman seemed to have her eyes keenly fixed upon him. After a brief morning routine, he proceeded to awaken Tang Horror, as they needed to collect fruits and pick up Tang Ping'an for his report to Tang Shui. Approaching Uncle Chun Hai's house, he greeted Uncle Hai, but was met with an irritable response. Don't disturb me. Go find Horror in her room. Clearly, the financial losses had taken a toll on him. Uncle Hai, stop investing more money. You are bound to be deceived, Xu Xiaofan cautioned, remaining a loyal friend of Chen Dashan. What do you know? At that moment, Meng Xia twirled her ample waist into view, retorting, business is rarely smooth sailing. Everyone has to take it step by step. With a disdainful glance, she accused Xu Xiaofan. It's surely your incessant nagging that has scared our fortune away. Mrs. Xia, that assertion is unfounded. I merely meant to advise against further financial commitments. How could you attribute your misfortune to me? Xu Xiaofan defended himself. Moreover, you cannot be unaware of Lu Doning's character. How many times has he duped you? Hearing this, Meng Xia recalled a humiliating past, snapping, mind your own business. We don't require your reminders. Just do your part. She referred to spreading the seeds of commerce. Dismissing any further discussion. Zheng Baiwan is far more astute than you. He lost 1 million yesterday, and I advise you to cease while you still can, Xu Xiaofan warned. What? Chen Hai gasped, his eyes glimmering with a shadow of concern. Zheng lost 1 million? That is no trifling sum. He had been swindled by online fraudsters. Xu Xiaofan briefly explained. Humph. Meng Xia lifted her chin, her arrogance palpable. Are you suggesting we will follow in Zheng Baiwan's footsteps? Nonsense. That is simply impossible. With a triumphant smile, she added, though we have had our fair share of returns, we have still managed to sell quite a bit. I firmly believe that once consumers recognize the quality of our products, they will repurchase. The returns are mostly large orders. As for the small ones, who would bother to return them when the shipping costs are higher than the lychees themselves? Xu Xiaofan stated. Enough, enough. Meng Xia waved her hand dismissively. Have you forgotten who you are? I was conducting business long before you were even out of diapers. She pointed toward Tang Horror's room. Horror is still asleep. Do not forget your promise to our family, or I shall not let you off easily. Xu Xiaofan felt a surge of excitement, despite Meng Xia's brashness. She remained proactive regarding other matters. Thus, he had no intention of letting her down. Upon entering Tang Horror's room, he found her sleeping peacefully. One cannot allow her to enjoy comfort alone. One must indulge as well. Ah, you're here again. Tang Horror's voice rang out quickly. Listen to me. Aunt Xia is supervising. Don't lay the blame on me. Once we're done, we'll head to Tangjia village to take care of business. Is that so? Then let's work hard. Chen Hai inquired of Meng Xia. Do you think what Xiaofan said could be true? Meng Xia scoffed dismissively. What does he know? Just because he made a bit of money selling melons, he thinks he can be a financial advisor? Does he think I'm a fool? He is hindering our path to wealth. Chen Hai frowned. But Boss Lu said we need to keep investing, and we no longer have any savings. Meng Xia felt a pang of anxiety. After investing so much effort, she couldn't bear to see her dreams of prosperity crumble. Where could she find the money? Suddenly, an idea struck her. Darling, we have the property deed, don't we? Chen Hai nodded. Yes, but what does that change? Meng Xia clapped her hands. We can take it to the bank and get a loan. Chen Hai hesitated, but that's our lifeline. What if we really lose it all? However, under Meng Xia's relentless persuasion, he eventually relented. Chapter 85. The sister wants Xiaofan now. Why is it taking so long? My stomach isn't making any noise at all. In the car, Tang Hooer asked with a flushed face. Xu Xiaofan had been attentive to her needs lately, yet she felt no effect. Fire sister. Things like this can't be rushed. One must keep working diligently to reap the rewards, Xu Xiaofan chuckled. Tang Hooer rolled her eyes. I know you think it's about frequency rather than quality. Nevertheless, she pondered, he had indeed exerted himself without waste. Changing the subject, she said. Park at Sister Xuelian's house, and while you're collecting fruit, tidy up a bit for Shaoan. Perhaps he can start working today, right? Sure, he replied. And they set off towards Tangjia village. Soon, they arrived. Tang Hooer exited the passenger seat. Xiaofan, go find Sister Xuelian. I'll check on Shaoan all right. Xu Xiaofan nodded and headed towards Tang Xuelian's supermarket. However, he found no sign of her at the front desk. Where's Sister Xuelian? I sent her a message before coming. Just then, Xu Xiaofan's phone vibrated. It was a message from Tang Xuelian instructing him to go to the second-floor living room. Feeling puzzled, He wondered what she wanted up there, but ascended nonetheless. Upon arriving, he found Tang Xuelian lounging on the sofa, her alluring figure strikingly captivating. Notably, she was still dressed in the attire from the previous night, reigniting Xu Xiaofan's interest. "Xiaofan, you're here. Come sit down and try the peaches I just bought." Tang Xuelian beckoned, pointing to a woven basket overflowing with fresh peaches on the marble table. Her voice held a powerful allure. Those with weak resolve might find themselves utterly captivated. "Sister Xuelian, shouldn't we first address the grapes and mangoes?" Xu Xiaofan awkwardly suggested. Tang Xuelian lazily rose, grasping a peach from the basket and taking a delicate bite. "Xiaofan, have a peach. It's sweet and juicy. I promise you'll love it." As juice dripped from the corner of her mouth, Xu Xiaofan was well aware of the peach's exquisite flavor. "Then I won't be polite," he said, grabbing a peach and taking a bite. "This peach is absolutely delicious, sweet and flavorful, simply divine," he exclaimed. "See, I told you it would be to your liking," Tang Xuelian said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xu Xiaofan, as if wishing to merge with him. Before long, Xu Xiaofan finished his peach. "Sister Xuelian, thank you for your hospitality. Now, let's go check on the grapes and mangoes." Tang Xuelian waved her hand. "Xiaofan, before you arrived, I had my parents arrange for workers to load the truck. Don't rush, sit down." She gently took Xu Xiaofan's hand, feeling his firm muscles, causing a flutter in her heart. Unintentionally, she opened her low-cut neckline a bit more. Xu Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected her to be so considerate. Truly, a woman of experience handled matters with grace. Yet, she shouldn't reveal so much. What if someone ill-intentioned appeared? Women must learn to protect themselves. Suddenly, Tang Xuelian leaned closer to Xu Xiaofan, her eyes brimming with temptation. "Xiaofan, do you still want to eat peaches?" Xu Xiaofan deliberately evaded, inching away slightly. "Sister Xuelian, I just had a peach. I'm already full." Tang Xuelian giggled, her enchanting voice whispering in his ear. "Xiaofan, I meant those soft, fragrant, large, and white peaches." Xu Xiaofan genuinely thought she was referring to the peaches he had just eaten and shook his head. "Sister Xuelian, I've had enough. Let us go downstairs and wait for them to bring the truck." Tang Xuelian took her time. "Xiaofan, didn't you say you wanted me to inquire with the villagers about selling fruit?" Xu Xiaofan nodded eagerly. "Yes. Has Sister Xuelian already contacted them?" He felt excited, envisioning the wealth soon to come his way as he prepared to become a millionaire. "Yes, but they've worked hard for you. So how do you plan to repay me?" Tang Xuelian smiled alluringly. "Are you free this Sunday? How about I take you out for Western cuisine?" Xu Xiaofan suggested. Tang Xuelian raised an eyebrow. "This Sunday? That is still a while away. Sister wants your repayment now." Xu Xiaofan was speechless. Why was Tang Xuelian so impatient? However, in pursuit of business and profit, he decided to comply. "Then Sister Xuelian, tell me what you want, and I'll do my best to fulfill it." Tang Xuelian laughed softly, her delicate fingers resting on Xu Xiaofan's chin, her smile imbued with allure, leaving unspoken promises lingering in the air. Soon, delightful sounds echoed from the second-floor living room. Moments later, Tang Xuelian's husky voice called out, "Xiaofan, how do you find the peaches from my family?" Xu Xiaofan smiled contentedly. "They are sweet, fragrant, and juicy, truly fit for the queen mother." He marveled at the treasure that was Tang Xuelian. It would be a pity if she didn't venture into managing deserts. "Then it's settled. Sister will often treat you to peaches." "What do you say?" Tang Xuelian was lost in her own thoughts, realizing she was becoming attached to someone. "Of course, as long as you can help me attract clients. Every time you treat me, I'll savor every last bite, leaving nothing behind," Xu Xiaofan replied. Tang Xuelian smiled sweetly. "Let us grab a peach for me to wet my throat, then we can head downstairs to wait." She guessed her parents were already loading the grapes and mangoes at the warehouse. At that moment, they heard a horn from downstairs, prompting both to hurry down, eager to avoid any embarrassing encounters. Notably, Tang Xuelian held onto the railing as they descended. "Ah, Mr. Xu." Tang Xuelian's mother greeted warmly upon seeing Xu Xiaofan in the supermarket, shaking his hand enthusiastically before shooting a disapproving glance at her daughter. "You, girl, Mr. Xu is here. And you haven't properly entertained him. What were you doing?" Xu Xiaofan couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Tang Xuelian had been entertaining him quite well. "In fact, Auntie, let us skip the pleasantries. The fruit should be loaded by now, right?" Xu Xiaofan inquired. "All the fruit is inside. Mr. Xu, please have a look." Tang Xuelian's mother gestured invitingly. Chapter 86. Tang Mother Plays Matchmaker. Annie. 5,000 pounds of grapes and 20,000 pounds of mangoes. Is that correct? Xu Xiaofan asked. "Indeed. That is the figure," Tang Xuelian's mother replied enthusiastically. "We will purchase grapes at 10 yuan per jean, and as for Jinhuang mangoes, we will offer 6 yuan per jean." What do you think? Both prices are 2 yuan higher than the market rate. What? At that moment, a woman shopping in the supermarket exclaimed in surprise. 10 yuan for a jean of grapes, and 6 yuan for Jinhuang mangoes? Is that true? I said, young man, we are honest people. You cannot deceive us. Xu Xiaofan chuckled softly and asked, Auntie, do you have any fruits for sale? The middle-aged woman shook her head. Not me, but my sister does. She has mangoes and grapes for sale. Oh, if anyone has fruits to sell, they can contact Sister Xuelian. I will buy as much as you have. And the prices will certainly be quite attractive, Xu Xiaofan remarked. The middle-aged woman, her eyes darting, inquired, young brother, do you happen to buy lychees? How much would you pay per jean? She recalled selling them to Lu Danning for 8 jiao per jean a few days ago, and wanted to know if Xu Xiaofan's claim of beautiful prices was valid. Between 1 yuan to 150, Xu Xiaofan replied. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman smacked her thigh. That scoundrel Lu Danning has cheated me out of so much money. She felt a pang of regret for not waiting until Xu Xiaofan appeared before selling. Next year, you can sell them to me, Xu Xiaofan reassured her. This year's lychees have been monopolized by Lu Danning. It seems the lychee business is off the table. Absolutely. I will save the lychees for you next year. The middle-aged woman nodded vigorously before hurriedly scanning to make the payment. Xu Xiaofan surmised she must be going to inform her sister about selling fruits. Through their conversation, Tang Xuelian's mother was quite astonished by Xu Xiaofan's boldness. To purchase lychees at such a high price, his family's wealth must be substantial. Perhaps he was indeed a second-generation rich heir. She cast a sidelong glance at Tang Xuelian, seemingly lost in thought. Auntie, shall I transfer the money to Sister Xuelian now? Xu Xiaofan inquired. Yes. Tang Xuelian's mother nodded happily. 5,000 jeans of grapes at 10 yuan is 50,000. Plus 20,000 jeans of mangoes at 6 yuan is 120,000, totaling 170,000. Ding. At that moment, Tang Xuelian received a notification that an amount of 180,000 yuan had been transferred. Ah, Boss Su, why have you sent so much? Tang Xuelian's mother was taken aback. An extra 10,000? What is this for? Tang Xuelian was equally astonished. Could it be a calculation error? Impossible. Auntie, for the fruit picking and transportation, you will need helpers. I am simply compensating you a bit, Xu Xiaofan explained. That, Tang Xuelian's mother was at a loss. But that wouldn't even require 10,000 yuan. This young man knows how to treat people well, she thought. Auntie, please don't be so polite with me. We will be working together for a long time, Xu Xiaofan encouraged. Indeed, Tang Xuelian's mother nodded repeatedly. Then I shan't be polite. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Xu Xiaofan and asked, are you married? Various signs indicated that Xu Xiaofan's background was extraordinary, and if she could marry off her daughter, who had not seen her father in 35 years, it would be simply perfect. No, Xu Xiaofan shook his head, jokingly adding, Auntie, could you introduce someone to me? Tang Xuelian's mother excitedly pointed to Tang Xuelian. What do you think of my daughter here? Although she may be a bit naive, she is quite lovely and amiable. Don't let her age fool you. Older women understand much more and know how to care for others, don't they? Xu Xiaofan was taken aback by Tang Xuelian's mother's straightforwardness in introducing her daughter. To be fair, Tang Xuelian's family was indeed well off. Owning a multi-story Western-style building and running a supermarket in a village of 500 households. To others, she was undoubtedly a wealthy woman. Whoever married Tang Xuelian would undoubtedly avoid decades of hardship. Yet, for reasons unknown, she had not married by this age. Whether it was due to emotional scars or other reasons, he chose not to delve into. Auntie, please don't jest. How could Sister Xuelian ever marry me? Why wouldn't she? Tang Xuelian's mother exclaimed, attempting to hold Tang Xuelian in place. Mom, stop it. Tang Xuelian interjected. Xiaofan has someone he likes. Why are you meddling? Although she had a fondness for Xu Xiaofan, she understood that a successful man like him would surely attract many admirers. What could she, at her age, realistically aspire to? She merely hoped to help Xu Xiaofan gather fruit and enjoy his fleeting affection. Ah, I see now, Tang Xuelian's mother chuckled awkwardly. Blaming herself for being impulsive, she shot a glance at Tang Xuelian, feeling frustrated with her daughter. Ah, here comes Huo. At that moment, Tang Huo and Tang Ping'an approached, each dragging a suitcase. Tang Xuelian's mother asked, what are you two up to? Auntie, Shaoan is preparing to work in the county, Tang Huo replied cheerfully. If she stays at home too long without engaging with society, she might become useless. Tang Xuelian's mother nodded in agreement. Yes, young people should venture out. She suddenly shot a pointed look at Tang Xuelian. Unlike some people who have been cooped up at home for 35 years. I don't know if they've become useless, but they've certainly gotten plump. Tang Xuelian's face flushed red. Mom, she protested. Is what I said incorrect? Her mother retorted. Look at you. not going out to meet others. Your father and I have been waiting to hold our grandchild, and our hair is turning gray. Tang Shuilian fell silent. At that moment, Tang Hor chimed in. Auntie, don't worry. Sister Shuilian is so beautiful. It's just that fate hasn't arrived yet. Perhaps soon she will encounter her Prince Charming, and then you'll have a lovely grandson to dote on. Her mother shot Tang Shuilian a glare. Her? Don't make me laugh. Cooped up at home all day, how could she find a boyfriend? I could die laughing. Tang Shuilian retorted, Mom. Who do you look down on? What if I really do find someone? What then? In your dreams. Her mother scoffed. If you find a boyfriend, I'll give you 500,000 for a house and a car. If you have a grandchild, I'll give you 200,000 for child support. How about that? Can you do it? Xu Xiaofan was astonished. Such family circumstances would undoubtedly captivate a young man seeking an easier path in life. At that moment, he inadvertently caught Tang Shuilian casting him a fervent gaze. Chapter 87. Xing Ro is getting married all right. Enough about this ungrateful daughter, Tang's mother said, turning her attention to Tang Hor. Dear, I don't mean to pry, but since the men in your family are gone, don't you want to find another husband? Tang Hor shook her head calmly. Auntie, I feel that my current state is the best I've ever been. I don't want to complicate things. Tang's mother felt a pang of sympathy. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since you were so loyal to your late husband's family, why not find a man for a little help? She believed Tang Hor would understand her implication. Tang Hor awkwardly smiled. I am currently working hard on that front. But someone isn't being very helpful. Then, Tang's mother continued. Hor, don't think poorly of this. Many people in our village seek help in such matters. Besides, if you end up alone, at least if you can conceive, you'll have something to look forward to in the future, right? Mom, please stop putting those unclean ideas into Hor's head. Is she that kind of person? Tang Shuilian exclaimed angrily. Be quiet. Tang's mother lightly reprimanded. If you don't want to hear me say it, then find me a boyfriend and give me a grandchild. I promise I won't say a word. Tang Shuilian, understanding the weight of her mother's words, fell silent. The pressure of 35 years was not to be taken lightly. Dear, it's getting late. We should head back. Xiaofan still needs to accompany Xiao into the county to complete his onboarding procedures. Tang Hua interjected, seeking to divert the conversation. She feared that lingering any longer would subject her to more of Tang Mu's guidance. Nevertheless, she acknowledged the wisdom in Tang Mu's words. From this moment forth, she resolved to impose a bit more discipline on Xiaofan. Otherwise, she would remain unsettled, feeling a void in her heart. All right, you two may go. Tang Mu nodded in agreement. Afterward, Xu Xiaofan cast a final glance at the truck, inadvertently channeling the essence of the Li Hua array heart technique. With this method at his disposal, Tang Shui would undoubtedly excel today, securing 2 championships. This would translate into a reward of 2 million for him. Observing their departure, Tang Mu sighed with resignation, lamenting the loss of such a fine man, while lamenting that their own cabbage had gone rotten. Tang Shuilian shot her a disapproving glance before limping up the stairs. Shaoan, when you arrive at Boss Tang's place, make sure to work diligently and avoid any mishaps, understood? As they journeyed midway, Tang Hua felt compelled to remind her brother. After all, such favorable treatment was rare. Sister, rest assured, I will work hard, Tang Ping'an replied excitedly. I aim to save enough money to buy a flashy car like Fan Ji's. Tang Hua playfully tapped his head. Do you even know how much Fan Ji's car costs? That is a whopping 700,000. For me, that is an unimaginable sum. I will never earn that much in my lifetime. Having such aspirations is commendable, Xu Xiaofan remarked with a leisurely smile. As long as you work diligently, you too can afford one someday. Tang Ping'an beamed with pride. What Fan Gu says makes sense. However, Tang Hua playfully admonished him not to reach too high. First, focus on living well in the present. Just ensure you don't become reliant on our parents. Tang Ping'an, feeling rather uninterested, replied, understood. Tang Hua reminded him not to forget about the 3,000 yuan monthly mortgage he had, urging him not to add to their mother's worries once he started working. Upon mentioning the mortgage, Tang Ping'an suddenly felt elated. Owning a house would make finding a girlfriend much easier. If he could also acquire a car, it would be the icing on the cake. He silently vowed to work hard to earn enough money to buy a car, at least a Cadillac worth 200,000. However, pondering the challenges of repaying the mortgage while also affording a car on a 6,000 yuan salary felt daunting. Was there truly no way to achieve success overnight? At that moment, Xu Xiaofan's phone notification broke through Tang Ping'an's reverie. Ding! Your bank account number XXX9527 has received 180,000. Following that, another notification chimed in. Your bank account number XXX9527 has received 160,000. Your total balance is 10,005,000. Xu Xiaofan realized that the payments for the grapes and mangoes had arrived. 5,000 jin of grapes at 36 yuan per jin amounted to 180,000. 20,000 jin of mangoes at 8 yuan per jin totaled 160,000. In total, that was 340,000. After deducting today's expenses, he earned 170,000. Though the mango prices fell short of expectations, he shrugged it off. Wow, to earn this much in such a short time is rather decent. Of course, he had already explained to Tang Shuilian that the 5,000 was her nutritional supplement, as she needed a boost to endure the next round of fruit collection. Upon hearing this voice message, Tang Hua was taken aback, realizing that Xiaofan had now joined the ranks of millionaires while she remained impoverished. People can be so infuriating. As for Tang Pingyan, he gazed at Xiaofan with envy, dreaming of the day he too would earn substantial wealth and drive a luxury car. Soon, the trio arrived at Peach Blossom Village, where Tang Hua needed to attend to some daily matters. Xiaofan, drive carefully when you open the back door, she cautioned as she stepped out. Wow, why are there so many cars today? She noticed the village parking lot bustling with activity. At that moment, Chen Fu approached with a smile. You won't believe it. Our village is about to have a wedding celebration. Xu Xiaofan furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a surge of anxiety. Uncle Fu, whose family is celebrating? He inquired. It's old Zhang's, Chen Fu replied, his expression filled with envy. Today a matchmaker came to propose, and old Zhang has agreed, promising to hold a betrothal ceremony for Xiao Rou the day after tomorrow. Chen Fu pulled out a piece of wedding candy. I just want to gather information. And they even gave me some candy. For reasons he couldn't quite comprehend, upon hearing that Zhang Rou was to be married, Xu Xiaofan's mind went blank, and he felt a wave of panic wash over him. Uncle Fu, do you know who Xiao Rou is marrying? Tang Hua asked curiously. She knew that Zhang Rou would not marry on a whim unless her fiancé held a significant status or truly loved her. Chen Fu glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, and whispered, it's from a prominent family in the county, named Sherbatian, the son of a major melon grower. I've heard his father is worth over $1 billion. Oh, Xiao Rou is truly fortunate to marry into such a well-off family. That's wonderful. Chen Fu chuckled, isn't it? I've always seen that girl as destined for wealth. I can't help but envy her. As they chatted and laughed, they remained oblivious to Xu Xiaofan, who appeared as if he had lost his very soul. Finally, he muttered, the heavens are sending rain. You wish to marry? Then go ahead. Chapter 88. Su Feng seeks Xu Xiaofan. Xu Xiaofan no longer listened to Tang Hua and Chen Fu's conversation. He turned the car around and sped towards the county. At that moment, a mysterious anger brewed within him, leaving him unsure of how to vent it. Thus, he pressed the accelerator of the Cadillac to the floor. In that instant, he felt as though the car's power was barely sufficient. Beside him, Tang Pingyan was tense, noting that the speedometer of the Cadillac had reached 200 kilometers per hour. You know, driving at this speed in the countryside is like playing with fire. However, his fears seemed unfounded, for Xu Xiaofan's driving skills rivaled those of professional racers. Navigating curves and accelerating on straightaways, he deftly maneuvered the vehicle. Gradually, Tang Pingyan's nerves eased. Before long, they arrived at the fruit orchard. Upon seeing Xu Xiaofan and Tang Pingyan, Tang Yu warmly welcomed them. After a brief introduction, she sent Tang Pingyan to complete his onboarding procedures with the HR staff, preparing him to dive into work. Business had been exceptionally brisk, and the supply of melons was struggling to keep up with demand. With the morning's agreement with Zhang Kaidi, the demand for melons and fruits was set to increase significantly. Tang Yu envisioned her sisters becoming formidable figures in the fruit industry of Anyang County. Xiaofan, our success at the fruit orchard today is all thanks to you. Tang Yu beamed as she brought him a cup of coffee. Not at all. Xu Xiaofan waved his hand. This is all your hard work. Where's Sister Xue? Xu Xiaofan suddenly recalled that Tang Xue had left early for the fruit exhibition. Oh, she rushed off this morning after signing the contract with Zhang Kaidi, taking the grapes and mangoes you just received to the exhibition. She's in excellent spirits. Tang Yu exclaimed. I tasted the grapes and mangoes you harvested. They are truly delicious. Look, we've already stocked them on the shelves. Grapes at 50 yuan per jin, and mangoes at 16 yuan. Xu Xiaofan glanced at the shelf labels and softly read them aloud. Huh, we just sold 50 jin of grapes and 30 jin of mangoes, Tang Yu exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. With the fruits provided by Xu Xiaofan, they were destined to become the leading high-end fruit supplier in Anyang County. Did you say Zhang Kaidi signed a contract with you? Just moments ago. Xu Xiaofan was lost in thought due to Zheng Rou's impending marriage, failing to pay attention to his surroundings. Tang Yu, filled with excitement, exclaimed that her sister had successfully secured a significant business deal the previous night, allowing their fruits to be sold directly in Zhang Kaidi's supermarket, and astonishingly, he would not be charging them any stall fees. Zhang Kaidi's supermarket is located in the Wanda Plaza of XXX City, a place bustling with foot traffic. As for the rent, it is not inexpensive. Now, with Zhang Kaidi allowing them to sell fruits at his venue free of charge, they could save hundreds of thousands in stall fees each year. Xu Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement, surprised to find that Zhang Kaidi was indeed a person of his word. He had assumed that after sobering up, Zhang Kaidi would forget about their wager. Thus, when the time came for Zhang Kaidi to seek medical attention, he would readily assist him with his heart condition. At that moment, Tang Pingan had completed his paperwork and returned to the lobby. Brother Fan, thank you. I'm heading out to drive now. Dressed in the distinctive uniform of Bai Gui Yuan, Tang Pingan truly looked the part. Although his tuft of blonde hair was rather conspicuous. Nevertheless, given personal preferences, Xu Xiaofan refrained from commenting. Drive safely and avoid reckless maneuvers, Xu Xiaofan advised. Tang Pingan, hearing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips, recalling who had been speeding and overtaking all the way to the county town. However, he kept this to himself, understanding Xu Xiaofan's concern for his safety. Brother Fan, I'm off to deliver goods to XXX City, Tang Pingan announced. To XXX City? Xu Xiaofan questioned, realizing that this delivery had not been mentioned before. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was due to the collaboration with Zhang Kaidi that such deliveries were now part of their operations. The distance from XXX City to Anyang County is approximately 200 kilometers. If a delivery is required, so be it. Indeed, a new route has been added, Tang Pingan smiled. Boss Tang has even increased my monthly pay by 500 yuan. Is that so? Xu Xiaofan was astonished, not expecting Tang Shui to treat her employees so generously. Then make sure to work diligently, he replied. With that, Tang Pingan left with a spring in his step, heading to Taohua village to collect melons for delivery to XXX City. As for those melons, Xu Xiaofan had already ripened and preserved them. Even if left unpicked in the field, they would not spoil. Xiaofan, there are too many customers. I must get back to work. Tang Yu called out before heading to the counter to attend to the clients. Xu Xiaofan felt a wave of boredom wash over him at Bai Gui Yuan. With no one to converse with, the news of Zheng Rou's marriage occupied his mind, and he felt an inexplicable urge to vent his pent-up emotions. Should he seek out Chaoying? The peaches at Chao Ying's home were delicious, and he thought it would be convenient since she lived nearby. However, when he messaged Chaoying, he quickly received a reply stating that she was currently shopping and had no time. She suggested that he come over in the evening. But Xu Xiaofan wanted to see her now. Thus, he dismissed the thought of visiting Chaoying. At that moment, only Xiao Shi was in the county town. Yet, knowing that Xiao Shi had a mother to care for, he felt reluctant to disturb them. With a sigh, he decided to return to Taohua village. But then he remembered that Tang Pingan was busy collecting fruits, and Tang Hor would need to oversee the villagers in harvesting the melons. Perhaps he could chat with Sister Ru? He thought this might be a good opportunity. Just as he was about to rise and leave, a graceful and mature woman entered Bai Gui Yuan. She wore fitted jeans that accentuated her alluring legs and a purple blouse that showcased her ample curves, captivating Xu Xiaofan's attention. Isn't that Su Fang? He thought. As a fruit vendor, what brought her here instead of showcasing her produce at an exhibition? Su Fang, what brings you here? He asked. Soon, Tang Yu's displeased voice echoed, as they were both fruit vendors and often viewed each other with suspicion, fearful of losing customers to one another. Whereas Tang Shui? Su Fang inquired. She has gone to the fruit exhibition. You should leave, Tang Yu replied curtly. I see, Su Fang said, her expression tinged with disappointment. She had come to seek Tang Shui for Xu Xiaofan's contact information. After their exhilarating competition the day before, she had been restless, a voice calling to her in the night. Well, I shall take my leave, she said, turning around. By chance, her gaze fell upon Xu Xiaofan, and she flashed him a charming smile.